After eating at the hotel, Jiangnan and the captain talked about everything that should be talked about. In the end, the captain expressed his willingness to return to Jianghai with Jiangnan. After further delay, the captain made a little preparation, followed Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard to the airport and went straight to Jianghai City. After a few hours of flight, it was already evening when I came out of the airport. Jiangnan thought about it for a while and wanted to surprise everyone. He didn't call him, but brought a beautiful bodyguard and the captain directly to a taxi and went straight to his hotel. When the taxi stopped at the entrance of the hotel, the sky was completely dark and the was flickering, which was a beautiful night view of the city. After getting out of the taxi, Jiangnan looked at the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar night scene, and sighed at the beautiful bodyguard beside him. It still feels good to go home. Such a beautiful night scene can't be seen there. Only beautiful bodyguards can understand what Jiangnan means over there. The beautiful bodyguard also smiled and said with a smile, yes, there are no things in this world and that world, and many things in that world are not in this world, and each has its own merits. Jiangnan smiled, fortunately, we can go back and forth between the two places. The beautiful bodyguard also smiled happily. She is not like this, she is very excited now, although another world is not so beautiful, there is not so much science fiction, but with fresh air, primitive and quaint life, and most importantly, immortality. If they reveal this secret, I am afraid the whole world will be shaken. Countless national, big boss-level characters will come to find them. Jiangnan and the others chatted and walked into the lobby of the hotel. The business of the hotel is also very hot, and this time period is when there are many guests, the seats in the lobby are full, and it is very noisy. One by one, the entertaining girls were busy in a hurry. When the three Jiangnan entered the hall, one of them entertained the girl and asked habitually, "Sir, are you three?" Only then did I see clearly, it turned out to be Jiangnan, and there was a scream. The screams were so loud that everyone around them jumped. After screaming, the hostess shouted, the boss is back, the boss is back. When she shouted, the hotel was very lively, and the other guests didn't pay any attention at all. Boss, you're finally back. Boss, it's really you. Bebe, who was collecting money at the cashier, was startled by the screams, and tears fell instantly when she saw Jiangnan. To tell the truth, she was very worried during this period of time. Jiangnan had been away for so long, and she couldn't get in touch with him, and there was no news. Woo! She rushed out from the cash register, ran to Jiangnan's side, and threw herself into his arms. Woo, brother Jiang, you are finally back, you are finally back. Of course, I held her in my arms. Seeing her pitiful appearance, I rubbed her long hair and said, okay, don't cry, am I back here? Bebe nodded and said, I'm so happy, so excited, you, brother Jiang, I really miss you, where have you been during this time? Without your news, I'm anxious to death, and other people are anxious, but you don't call back, why don't you call back, let us all follow. She was like a small bottle of machine gun, and she kept talking. Jiangnan saw that the guests around him were all looking over to understand what was going on. The feeling of this thing acting like a monkey was not particularly cool. So he hurriedly said, okay, all the girls go to work and entertain the guests first. The reception girls hurriedly agreed, and now the peak of the guests is busy. Everyone no longer stopped and went to work quickly. Jiangnan hugged Bebe's slender waist and said, okay, let's go upstairs too. the room and talk. Bebe nodded obediently. Go upstairs with Gongnom. The captain was even more surprised when he saw all this. Good guy, such a big hotel belongs to Jiangnan. On the top floor of the hotel, the boss's office in Jiangnan. Mi Ro, Zhang Yimin, and the beautiful manager frowned. Mi Ro said, it's been so long, Jiangnan has no information at all, and I don't know what happened, and I haven't even called back. Zhang Yimin said, yes, my heart is very restless, and I have nightmares at night. I really don't know what he is doing now, why he doesn't even call back. The beautiful manager sighed with a look of melancholy, alas. Such a good life, but the boss is inexplicably unable to get in touch, it's really worrying, and I don't know what the boss is doing all day. The hotel business is so good now, and there are also pharmaceutical factories and a securities trading company that Yimin manages. The daily income is tens of millions a month. The boss is still not satisfied, so he has to go overseas to do something. We contact, I am really worried about death. Her words made the girls even more worried. Mi Ro persuaded everyone and said, don't think about these bad things. Jiang Nan is so capable. I firmly believe that something will happen to him. There must be some reason why he can't contact us. Zhang Yimin said quickly, it must be like this, it must be like this. Even though she said so, the worry in her heart still remained. The current securities trading company, she is handed over to Li Xiaoqun, to manage. She is not in the mood at all. She returned to the hotel and waited for Jiangnan to come back. They have been discussing with sighs like this for several days, and it has been maintained for many days. And as time went on, the mood got worse and worse. Just deal with the important things at hand, and then there is no other mood to do, just sigh here. Or a few people drink to relieve their worries. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. Mi Ro frowned irritably and said, I don't know what happened to add to the chaos. Now I'm really in no mood to deal with anything else. The beautiful manager was also a little irritable, with a gloomy face. The person who planned to ask about the matter later became angry. At this time, there was no knock on the door, and with a creak, the door of the room was pushed open. This impolite approach made several people even more angry, and the beautiful manager and Mi Ro just wanted to scold them. The next moment was stunned. The door opened, and a long-awaited figure walked in. It turned out to be Jiangnan. As for Bebe and the beautiful bodyguards around Jiangnan, they were directly ignored by the three women. Jiangnan. Boss. When the three girls exclaimed, their eyes turned red and tears fell. Zhang Yimin, the first Jiangnan in Chongqing, threw himself into his arms. Woo-woo. Jiangnan, you are finally back. Jiangnan hugged Zhang Yimin, looked at her pretty face with tears, and comforted him. Don't cry, I'm back, I'm not pretty when I cry. However, Zhang Yimin cried even more fiercely. He cried and said, you haven't called Jiangnan for so long, what are you doing? We don't know any news about you. Do you know? We are all dying of panic. Mi Ro and the beauty manager nodded. Mi Ro said, everyone doesn't want to miss you every day, so why don't you call me back? Although her face was full of tears, she didn't cry out. She wiped the tears with her sleeves while talking. She didn't show her crying in front of others. The beautiful manager is also a strong person. The first time she saw Jiangnan, she couldn't help crying, but now she quickly wiped away her tears. And said at the same time, "Don't cry, this is a happy thing, the boss is finally back, everyone don't worry, you can put your heart down." Jiangnan also said with a smile, yes, everyone is happy too. Didn't I come back safely? I've made you worry during this time, I'm really sorry, I feel sorry for you, and I miss you very much. Humph. Mirugio snorted, I think you don't think about us at all. If you miss us, why don't you call back? Jiangnan said with embarrassment and helplessness, it's a long story, I want to call you too, but conditions don't allow it. You can't imagine our experience this time. This is a big accident, we didn't even expect something like this to happen. Jiangnan's words immediately made a few girls very interested. Miro asked, what happened in Jiangnan, you can't even call back? Jiangnan smiled and said, the technical problem is because there is no signal. If you talk more deeply, I am afraid it will scare you, but now is not the time to talk about this. We will talk about this issue later. She has already thought about this question, and if she wants to tell it, she should also tell a few people who are close friends and know the general situation, and a few people who know the seriousness. The captain doesn't plan to tell him at the moment, but the captain has followed, so I can't talk about it now, and Bebe doesn't plan to tell him. After all, this little girl is still young, although she is completely trustworthy, but in case she is not mature enough, she will tell the matter. It was revealed. Jiangnan's words made the shrewd Miro think of something and asked, Jiang Nan, is this a big deal? Jiangnan smiled at her and said, you're absolutely right, as expected, our school beauty is still smart. Cut. Miro glared at Jiangnan, understood what he meant, and said, yes. Yes, we are happy about two things. Jiangnan just came back, and he followed him to ask questions. That manager Lu, pay a cent, hurry up and cook a big meal, and we will wash away the dust for Jiangnan. Yeah. The beautiful manager nodded, glanced at Jiangnan affectionately, and said, I'll go down and order, boss, you haven't eaten sauced fish and stewed duck for a long time, right? Jiangnan smiled and said, yeah, I'm dying of hunger. Let the kitchen prepare 2 more copies, and I'll make up for it. Yeah. The beautiful manager nodded, I'll go down and order. It didn't take long for the news of Jiangnan's return to spread, and Zhang Yuan and Lily rushed over. Then Deng Wei and Gugu also rushed over. At the urging of the beautiful manager, the sumptuous meal was finally prepared, and the entertaining girls brought it up. Everyone sat down and celebrated Jiangnan's return. The wine table is so lively that everyone is happy. During this period of time, everyone's worries and haze have been swept away. The glasses were changed on the wine table, especially Gugu, Deng Wei, and Zhang Yuan, who had been drinking high. The captain also joined the dinner party. While eating, Jiangnan said to the beautiful manager, this eldest brother is the captain, and he will follow me in the future. You can arrange a position for him in the hotel, and the salary will be according to your own. The beautiful manager nodded and said, okay, the boss gave it to me, don't worry, I will arrange it. Jiangnan looked at the captain again and said, if you get a salary from me, you may not make more money than you run the boat, but it's more expensive. And you don't have to worry, my career is booming now, and I will pay dividends at the end of the year. At that time everyone still has a big red envelope, and I will go on here, and each big red envelope should not be less than 1 million. Now Jiangnan doesn't care about money anymore. These things are external things. After experiencing another world and knowing eternal life, money is no longer his pursuit. And if there is really more money in this world, it is a number. At his current rate of making money, he couldn't spend it all, and he was very busy and didn't have time to spend so much money. So he has already made a plan. The people who follow him must be kind to everyone, let them stay by his side in a down-to-earth manner, and obey his own words. This is the best. Hiss. Hiss. Jiangnan's words made everyone gasp. Later, one by one, their faces were extremely excited, and the news was simply too happy for them. Originally, everyone had a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, which was already very content. And now the big red envelope at the end of the year is 1 million, which is too scary to say. In fact, for Jiangnan, there is not much money at all, and there are only a dozen or so confidants around him. Each person is only 1 million yuan, but only 10 million. This is not worth mentioning, but the profit of the hotel can be easily satisfied. And he could see how happy everyone was. This made Jiangnan feel that his decision was very correct. The boss is wise. The boss is mighty. Erlang God and Gugu took the lead and shouted. Gluck cluck. Mi Ro, the beauty manager, and the girls' poses made them giggle. Gugu stood up with the wine and said, "Come on, I propose that we toast the boss together." Others also stood up with wine in their hands. Yes, yes, let's toast Jiangnan together. Not bad, let's toast the boss together. Let's give brother Jiang a cup. Some called by name, some called boss, some called brother, and there were all kinds of names. Jiangnan was also very happy, stood up, picked up the glass and said, "Okay. Let's have a drink together. I wish the days are getting better and better. Our business is getting more and more prosperous, the beauties will stay young forever, and the brothers are still handsome." The impassioned words he said came from the bottom of his heart. Others are just polite words. However, what Jiangnan really thinks is that this is no longer a polite word. In another world, there are elixirs such as beauty pills. When he has the opportunity, he will get it back and let those close to him take it. By then, it will definitely be eternal youth. The dinner party continued until midnight. Deng Wei, Gugu, and Zhang Yuan all drank too much. No way, so happy. The crowd dispersed, but Zhang Yimin stayed behind to accompany Jiangnan at night. The two people who were lying on the side of Bei Bei entered the room, their faces full of small resentment. Jiangnan also noticed Bei Bei and was a little embarrassed. After all, they are in the same room to make out with Zhang Yimin, and I am afraid that the movement is a bit loud. But Zhang Yimin also drank too much, and it was inconvenient to take him to other places. But I can't take care of that much now. I've been separated from Zhang Yimin for so long, and Jiangnan also drank a lot of wine tonight, looking at Zhang Yimin's red face and graceful figure. It is also already impatient. He supported Zhang Yimin, and when he received the door of the bedroom, he waved at Bei Bei, who looked resentful, and said, Go to sleep, children's family, something should not be seen." Humph. Bei Bei Jiao groaned, "Brother Jiang, you are a badass." Then he pouted and returned to his room, slamming the door shut. Jiangnan then helped Zhang Yimin into the room and closed the door. The so-called long absence is better than the newlyweds. The two quickly entangle and stick together. The next day. It was already 10 a.m. when Jiangnan woke up. Zhang Yimin is still sleeping. Jiang Nan didn't wake her up either. He got up and went out of the room to check. Bei had already left and should go down to collect the money. This little girl is more interested in this. He simply took a shower, made himself a cup of tea, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Chen Xi's number. Settle down Villa. Chen Xi is sitting in the room with an antique in her hand, but her eyes are dazed. Her eyes are not on the antique at all, and her mind has already flown away. And her face is very bad, the whole person looks very haggard, and she has lost a circle. The beautiful appearance makes people look pity at a glance. She has been in this state for the past few days, also because of Jiang Nan. I can't get through on the phone, I can't get in touch, I go to the hotel, and everyone can't get in touch with Jiang Nan. This made her unhappy, and she always had a bad idea in her heart. Did something happen to Jiang Nan? Fortunately, Jiang Nan did not tell Mr. N and the others when they went to see. This time. Otherwise, Mr. Chen Xi and Mr. N would have contacted the captain as soon as possible. I learned that Jiang Nan suddenly disappeared on the way back in the sea, so I was even more anxious. Although Jiang Nan has lost contact now, at least everyone doesn't know that he has suddenly disappeared in a room. Relatively better. Alas. And she sighed, Jiang Nan, what's wrong with you? What's the matter with you? Why didn't you get a single call back? She couldn't understand this question, but she thought about it over and over again. At this time, suddenly the phone rang. A few days ago, every time someone called, she would be very excited to check whether it might be Jiang Nan, but the loss again and again made her paralyzed. Now, the phone rang this time, and she was also disappointed to know that it wasn't Jiang Nan, so she took the phone from the table next to her, and glanced at him casually. But at this moment, she suddenly stood up. The beautiful big eyes were wide open, and the circles of the eyes were red. And tears were streaming down. The hands holding the phone are shaking. You. And she burst into tears, and pressed the answer button and asked, Is Jiang Nan you? Jiang Nan's voice came from the receiver, of course who else but me? Wu. And she cried more intensely, and the whole person sobbed. Baby, don't cry. Jiang Nan comforted her on the phone. Jiang Nan's heart is sour and unpleasant. She could hear that Chen Xi was really sad, otherwise she wouldn't be like this. Wu. But Chen Xi couldn't stop crying. After a long time, I calmed down and quickly said on the phone, Where are you, Jiang Nan? Why did it take so long to call me? I just returned to Jianghai City. Jiang Nan said, As for not calling you, this is a long story. I will tell you when we meet. Are you in the hotel now? And she asked. Yeah, I'm in the hotel now. Jiang Nan replied. Wait for me, I'll go look for you now. And she said while wiping away her tears. Although she was crying, her mood was completely relaxed at this moment. You don't have to come to find me, I will find you, you can just wait for me. Are you in the villa now? Jiang Nan said indeed. Well, I'm at home, then come here, I'll wait for you. And she said. Okay, I'll rush over right away, I'll be there in a while, and we'll talk when we meet. Jiang Nan said and hung up the phone. And she wanted to say something on the phone, but Jiang Nan had already hung up. She put away the phone, she felt more relaxed than she had ever felt before. And finally knew that Jiang Nan had nothing to do. What did you remember then? When I walked to the mirror and took a look, I had turned into a little face. She didn't want to see Jiang Nan like this, so she hurriedly went to the Bathroom to wash her face. Jiang Nan just hung up the phone and squeaked when the door of the bedroom. Thought about it. The white-boned spirit came out of the bedroom and said, Jiang Nan, you got up and didn't call me. Jiang Nan smiled and said, I want you to sleep a little longer. I have something to go out for a while, so I won't accompany you now. Bai Gu Jing froze for a moment and said, I'll go with you. Without this matter, it is more convenient for me to go alone. Jiang Nan said, Okay then. Bai Gu Jing has a little resentment, and he has almost thought of going to see other women in the future, otherwise he will not go with her. He even wondered if it was Chen Xi or China. I'm leaving, baby. Jiang Nan greeted the white-boned spirit and left without wasting time. Well, you go. The white-boned spirit nodded obediently and said. Just walked out of the room and directly into the elevator to the underground garage. Glancing at the Bugatti, which has not been started for a long time, press it. And the remote control door slowly rises. Dude, here I come. Jiang Nan sat in the car and said something to himself. He likes this car very much. He hasn't touched it for a long time. Now it feels good to sit on it. Start the car, feel the roar of the car, smile with satisfaction, step on the accelerator to start the car, and settle down to the house. The blue Bugatti integrated into the traffic is still so attractive and eye-catching. Other vehicles avoided one after another, for fear of rubbing against them. And they would not be able to pay for it. It was not too long before the Yangtze River South arrived not far from the gate of Anjia Villa. Through the front window, I could see from a distance that Chen Xi was standing at the gate waiting for him. Jiang Nan smiled, and soon reached Chen Xi's side, and the Bugatti stopped with 1 foot brake. Press the remote control at the same time, and the electric door slowly rises. Get in the car, baby. Jiang Nan said to Chen Xi with a smile. Uh-huh. Chen Xi obediently nodded her head and got on the co-pilot. The door closed automatically, Jiang Nan stepped on the accelerator, and the car headed towards the villa. The security guard who had slapped himself before, he stood behind and waved at the distant Bugatti. Although Jiang Nan never paid attention to him, he would be like this every time in the future. It seems that he still has a good relationship with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan is very helpless to see this scene through the rearview mirror. Well, this is the sadness of the little people at the bottom. If you hadn't been able to see the success rate, you wouldn't even be as good as this security guard now. Live a life of being scolded but without money. Thinking of these feelings a lot now. How long has it been since I saw the success rate? My life has been turned upside down. In the past, I was short of money and worked hard to earn money. Now I am not short of money, but I see a higher goal, eternal life. This is what is really worth pursuing. Think about it, you can be carefree, and you don't have to worry about life, old age, sickness, and death. What an exciting thing. And I stared at Jiang Nan and the co-pilot and stared at Jiang Nan enough, my eyes were not blinking for a moment, and I was unwilling to leave for a moment. Jiang Nan looked at her and said with a smile, "What's the matter? My face is covered with flowers?" And Qi Jiao snorted, "Yes, you just have a flower on your face, I can't see enough." Jiang Nan, very speechless, when did this girl learn to joke? At this time, and Qi said again, "Jiang Nan told me what the situation is? I couldn't contact you for so long, and I was so anxious." Jiang Nan said, "You are so anxious, at least you have to wait until you stop the car, and then tell you that you can't, don't you know that you can't be Distracted while driving, it's easy to cause traffic accidents. Cut, poor. Just be poor. And she rolled her eyes madly. Haha. Jiangnan smiled and deliberately teased her. Jiangnan has already thought about it, and it is really necessary to have a good talk with Chen Xi. Chen Xi is her own woman now, and some things cannot be hidden from her, but there are many people in her family, so this is not enough. So he thought that this secret was only known to Chen Xi alone, and even Chen Xi's grandfather, Mr. N, didn't tell it, so this must be discussed with Chen Xi, and the two of them communicated with each other to prepare for safety. Soon Bugatti arrived at the door of Anqing's room. The car stopped and the two got out. Chen Xi immediately came up to hold Jiangnan's arm, and the two walked towards the room. As she entered the room, Chen Xi asked, "Drink tea or coffee? I'll let the servants prepare it." "Let's have tea," Jiangnan said. Chen Xi said to a servant next to her, "Go and make a pot of tea, the best." Longjing. "Yes, miss." The servant agreed to prepare. The two entered the room. Jiangnan casually sat down on the sofa in Chen Xi's room. The tea was soon made. Chen Xi waved her hand and said, "Okay, I don't have anything to do with you. Just step back, I don't have to wait here, don't disturb me without my order." "Got it, miss." The servant agreed, and quickly backed out. As a servant, the most important thing is to have eyesight, and every one of the servants of the Yin family has done this very well, otherwise it is impossible to stay. The next person leaves. Chen Xi immediately sat beside Jiangnan and buried herself in his arms. Jiangnan also hugged Chen Xi tightly. And she started crying, "Bastard, you're a big bastard, you've been gone for so long, people want to kill you, do you know? I miss you too." Jiangnan said softly, "It's not impossible, I can't come back for a while if there is an accident. Jiangnan is just the two of us now. Let's talk about it. What's going on? You can't get in touch on the phone for so long," and she said. "Of course, but there is something to do first," Jiangnan said. "What's the matter?" And she asked in surprise. "Of course I'll kiss you first." With a smirk, Jiangnan squeezed Chen Xi's pointed chin and lifted her little face up. Cherry's small mouth was aimed at herself, and then she kissed her. "Dirty." And she whimpered and kissed Jiangnan passionately. The two people kissed very intensely, and naturally, the man's hands were scurrying around restlessly, and they all stood together in the places that should be touched and should not be touched. It quickly made Chen Qijiao so angry that she couldn't hold her back anymore. Struggling to say, "You bad guy, now it's daytime and nighttime." Jiangnan said, "Can't wait. Then I'll go and lock the door." And she struggled to get Jiangnan's claws, to lock the door. The two embraced each other again, this time unscrupulous. After the rain. And she leaned on Jiangnan's shoulder, drew circles on his arm, and asked at the same time, "Jiangnan, what's the matter with the lack of contact for so long? Let's talk about it now." "Well." Jiangnan nodded and said, "This is a long story." Following Jiangnan's story, Chen Xi's eyes widened in shock. A secret teleportation stone that can bring people to another world, a giant demon wolf that is 3 meters high and more than 5 meters long, an elixir that can last forever in another world, and the news that there is a possibility of longevity. All of this made Chen Xi's expression shocked once in a while. "My God, there is such a thing, there is another world, this is simply incredible. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, and Qi couldn't help sighing. Don't you believe it? Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Yeah. And Qi nodded and said, yes, it's like telling a story, like a Arabian Nights, it's really hard to believe. Jiang Nan could only smile bitterly. If he didn't experience this kind of thing personally, he must have thought it was telling a story if he heard it from someone else's mouth. But this is what you said, I absolutely believe you won't lie to me. And Qi looked at Jiang Nan seriously again and said, and you've been missing for so long, and you can't get through on the phone. It's very abnormal, so I believe your words. And Qi continued. Let you see things with your own eyes, and you will believe it even more. Jiang Nan raised his finger and pointed the space ring on his finger at An Qi. And said, see, before me and I, my father and the others have studied this four-dimensional ring, which looks like a wrench but doesn't look like it, so it turns out to be a space ring. While talking about Jiang Nan's thoughts, the red bead appeared in his hand. Although it was red at this time, it was rather gray and did not develop red light. Obviously, it could not be teleported when it was still charging. This thing is the secret realm teleportation stone. Jiang Nan said. Wow, it's so beautiful. Such a big bead turns out to be a kind of stone. It looks like a pearl. And Qi took it over excitedly and said. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, yeah, who said it wasn't? At first we thought it was a night pearl, but we didn't expect it to be a stone, and its appearance was very deceptive. But this thing is not only beautiful, but also so amazing. It's an incredible thing. And Qi looked very interested and sat and looked at the researcher. It took a long time for her to see enough, and she handed it back to Jiang Nan. And said at the same time, this thing is so precious, you have to keep it. Well, or you can't go to another world, it will be broken, I still want to stay young forever, I want to live forever. Well, Jiang Nan said with a smile, don't worry, your youth and eternal life are wrapped in me, you are so beautiful, how can I bear to let you grow old? I want you to always be so beautiful by my side. And Qi nodded her head obediently, and snuggled into Jiang Nan's arms with a happy smile on her face. By the way, An Qi's matter must be kept strictly confidential. At present, this matter is limited to what you know. Even your grandfather, your parents, and your brother should not tell them, understand? Jiang Nan said. Can't even Grandpa tell? And Qi said with a wink of her beautiful big eyes. Yeah. Jiang Nan nodded and said, it's not that I can't trust your grandfather, but have you thought about it? I told your grandfather. Grandpa absolutely trusts your parents and your brother, so he will definitely tell them that your parents, you and your brother have very trustworthy relatives, or friends, so it is possible to tell them such a thing, and it will spread out quickly. I think you should understand this truth. And Qi nodded and said, I understand the truth, I understand that it is indeed like this. Don't worry, we are in this stage of wretched development now, so we shouldn't let too many people know about it, but this doesn't prevent you from wanting your grandfather, your parents, and your brother to live forever. When I get this medicine, you can secretly let them eat it. Jiang Nan said. Yes, this is a good method. Unknowingly, it can also make them stay young and live forever, and they won't die of old age, and they won't leave me. And Qi was happy, and said with a sweet smile. Okay, this is what I want to explain to you alone. Jiang Nan smiled and said, let's get up next, I'm going to see your grandpa too, and I need him to Do something for me. Well. And she asked, curiously, while getting up and getting dressed, what should my grandfather do? I need weapons, I need a few sniper rifles, a lot of bullets, and some grenades for self-defense. You have a way to ask him to help me get some. Jiang Nan said, or in another world, we, the people we face, are much stronger than us. Without these things to defend ourselves, we will be very dangerous. And these things are also needed to hunt demon wolves. And she nodded obediently. I see, let's go see Grandpa. The two got up and sparsed a little, Angie and Mr. N's room in Jiangnan District. An old man was studying an antique in the room, holding a magnifying glass in his hand, paying attention to it all over. Although Jiangnan couldn't get in touch with him, he was also very anxious. But compared with Anqi, it was too different. After all, the relationship between Jiangnan and him is also a partner who creates wealth together. Grandfather. When she came to the door of the old man, Anqi shouted, Angie, come in. Mr. N said casually. With a creak, the door was pushed open and Anqi came in and said, Jiangnan is back. Master N. Jiangnan said with a smile. Mr. N was startled, looked back and saw the surprise on Jiangnan's face. Little brother. Jiangnan smiled. Mr. N couldn't hide the excitement in his heart at all. The smile on his face was a little distorted, and he said excitedly, You are finally back. We can't contact you for so long. We are worried to death. Jiangnan smiled and said, I'm so sorry, I made you worry, Mr. N. Come on, sit down. An old man said, looking at Anqi, and instructed, Hurry up and let the servants prepare tea. Anqi nodded obediently, glanced at Jiangnan, and left the room. Jiangnan sat casually on the sofa in the room. The old man put down the antique in his hand, sat beside Jiangnan, and said impatiently, Little brother, I haven't been able to contact you for so long, what's the matter with you? Jiangnan said with a smile, It's a long story, something important was delayed outside for 2 days. Oh. Mr. N nodded, Well, just come back. Master N is here this time, because I want you to help me with something. Jiangnan staggered the topic and said, What's the matter, little brother, feel free to say it. Mr. N said, I need a few sniper rifles, a lot of bullets, and some grenades. Jiangnan said bluntly, I think you have a way to get it, right? Oh. But the old man was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, Of course, for other people, it is definitely impossible, but for the little brother, this can definitely be done. Ha ha ha. Jiangnan said with a smile, Then I would like to thank the old man. You're welcome, thank you for our relationship. Mr. N said, But I'm a little curious. What do you want with so many weapons, little brother? Of course, I don't know if it's convenient for me to ask. Well. Jiangnan pondered a little, Master N, this matter is more complicated, how about it in the future, I'll make it clear to you later. Oh. Old man N nodded, understood what Jiangnan meant, smiled, and said, Okay, I know you have a secret, little brother, since it's inconvenient to talk about it now, forget it. Just curious. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. Master Cui is also worried about your affairs. It seems that I have to make a phone call to report safety, said Mr. N. I'm really sorry, and let Teacher Cui also worry about it. If there is time to make an appointment, everyone will sit down. Jiangnan said politely, But this time I'm a little busy, that will be later. The topics that the two diverged started to chat first. Well, when I call Master Chui to report safety, he keeps saying that he hopes to have the opportunity to cooperate with the little brother, said Mr. N. I hope this too. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I think there will be opportunities in the future. Just when the servant brought by and Qi came over, the servant hurried to make tea. And Qi sat down and chatted with Jiang Nan and Mr. N. The servant made the tea and left, and Jiang Nan chatted with Mr. N casually. Until noon, Mr. N was going to prepare a sumptuous lunch and get together with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan refused on the pretext of being busy. When he was about to leave, Jiang Nan asked Mr. N, when can I get this machine gun and bullets? Little brother, when do you use it? Mr. N asked thoughtfully. Jiang Nan said, the sooner the better. How long will it take? As long as it can be prepared within 10 days, it will not delay his trip. I think 3 days should be about the same. Mr. N said after thinking for a while. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded and said, 3 days is enough. Okay. Mr. N nodded and said, I'll ask Qi to call you then. Yeah. Jiang Nan nodded. Without staying any longer, he and Mr. N said goodbye and left. And Qi rushed to his gate, still reluctant to part. After leaving Anjia Villa, the hotel in Jiangnan drove a Bugatti directly to Jinhua City. Jinhua Pharmaceutical Factory. Vice Chairman, Manager, the total sales last month came out, a total of 360 million. The accounting girl reported the situation to Dong Kuan and Du Yuyu. As far as this sales volume is concerned, the market has just opened, and many people do not have enough knowledge of new drugs. This would have been a very happy thing. But Du Yuyu sighed and said, okay, I get it, go and get busy. The accounting class is very puzzled. Why is the manager unhappy with such exciting news? And even the chairman of the board didn't speak, and he didn't seem to be in a good mood. The accountant reluctantly retreated. Alas! Dong Kuan just sighed and said to Du Yuyu, why can't you get in touch with Jiangnan? It's really worrying, now such a good business, the market has just opened, and there are more than 300 million people earning. Money is almost all profit, and there is no cost. If Jiangnan knew about this news, he would be more happy, but Dong Kuan said halfway through and did not say any more. And Du Yuyu's eyes were already red. Seeing this situation, Dong Kuan hurriedly comforted him and said, don't cry, manager. I believe that Jiangnanji people have good looks, and nothing will happen. There must be something delayed, and I can't contact us yet. Du Yuyu's eyes turned even redder and said, but it's been so long, there's no news, nobody's coming back, and the phone can't get through. She is in no mood now. Life should have been so happy, but the loss of contact with Jiangnan made people panic. At this time, the security guard outside the door shouted, wow, Bugatti, the chairman is here. Dong Kuan and Du Yuyu were stunned in the room. Du Yuyu said to Dong Kuan, did you hear anything just now? I really want to hear the security guard outside shouting that Bugatti and the chairman are coming? Dong Kuan also said something uncertain. Du Yuyu couldn't sit still anymore, stood up quickly, ran to the door and bumped, opened the door and looked out. The long-lost and familiar Bugatti is slowly parking. Through the car window, Du Yuyu had already seen Jiangnan's familiar figure. And her eyes burst into tears. She stepped on high heels and ran towards Bugatti quickly. As he ran, he cried, "Wu! Jiangnan, you are back, you are finally back." Jiangnan had already seen Du Yuyu through the car window, pressed the remote control, and the automatic door slowly rose. The automatic door lifted, Jiangnan got out of the car, and Du Yu threw himself into his arms. You. Jiangnan, you are finally back, you are finally back. Jiangnan hugged her in his arms and comforted her. Okay, don't cry, you. Don't look pretty when you cry. Woo. However, Du Yu was still crying fiercely, and the worries and entanglements of this period of time were completely vented with the cry. Dong Kuan had already followed him out of the room, and when he saw Jiangnan, he clenched his fists happily. I was shouting in my heart, brother, you are back, finally you are back. After a long time, Du Yu calmed down and stopped crying. Jiangnan stopped her slender waist and walked to the room, and at the same time waved to Dong Kuan. Dong Kuan. Dong Kuan nodded vigorously. Jiangnan, you finally showed up. Jiangnan smiled and said, come to the room and talk. Dong Kuan nodded. The three entered the room, and Du Yu couldn't wait to ask, Jiangnan, what happened after so long without any news of you? Alas. Jiangnan took a breath and said, don't mention it, luck is bad. I went out to sea, and when I got to the high seas, there was no mobile phone signal, but the ship was broken again, and we could only moor on a desert island. We won't be able to return until the ship is repaired. It was an excuse he had already thought of. So that's the case, it's so dangerous. Dong Kuan said with a sigh. Yes, it's too dangerous. Du Yu also said. Don't do such dangerous things, after Jiangnan. We are not short of money now. And we don't have to do risky things. Now I have a very happy thing to tell you. Our new drug market has just opened, and this month, the income of the company has already reached 360 million, and it is increasing rapidly with an uncontrollable attitude, so there is no need to take risks in the future. Dong Kuan said. Yeah. Du Yu nodded quickly and said, yeah, Jiangnan, don't take risks. In the future, this is too scary to think about, there will be enough pharmaceutical factories in the future, and there will be more and more money. In the future. We're not short of money, but we can't stand any doubts from you, and don't do any more dangerous things in the future. Promise me. Jiangnan smiled and nodded and said, I understand this, okay, don't worry, I have my own measure, this time is completely an accident, it's just a lack of focus. Ah. Dong Kuan was startled and said, Jiangnan, will you continue to plan to take risks after hearing this? Jiangnan smiled and said, yeah, I've fallen in love with adventure. What? Dong Kuan and Du Yu suddenly exclaimed. Du Yu couldn't wait to say, Jiangnan, why are you still doing something adventurous? Don't worry, if I go out this time I will definitely be well prepared, like what happened last time will not happen again. Jiangnan said with a smile. Really, it's not bad money now, you still have to do dangerous things. I don't allow you to go. Du Yu sneered. How could she know what Jiangnan was thinking now? Jiangnan didn't want Dong Kuan to know too much about this. When he was alone with Du Yu, he would tell her about it. So I changed the topic and said, okay, let's not talk about this issue. It mainly depends on my mood, I will talk about it later, and then I will talk about it later. Jiangnan and Dong Kuan chatted for a while, and Dong Kuan found an excuse to leave very interestingly. He knew very well that Jiangnan and Du Yu had been separated for so long. And he couldn't be a light bulb for a long time. Dong Kuan left, Du Yu looked at Jiangnan affectionately, let's go to my room. Okay. Jiangnan gave a wicked smile. The two set off to Du Yuyu's room. After the intimacy, Jiangnan told Du Yuyu about the situation in this line. Du Yuyu was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Oh my God, there is actually another world that can live forever in youth and live forever? The shock was a little too big for her. Jiangnan smiled lightly, and Du Yuyu had to digest such shocking news. After singing for a long time, he calmed down a little and asked, Jiangnan, do you mean to go to another world again in a few days? Yeah, now that I can live forever, I can no longer stay here for a little money, otherwise the result will only be old and dead, and now we can't spend all the money. Are you willing to die of old age? Live? Jiangnan said. Of course not. Du Yuyu said immediately, since there is a chance of eternal youth and immortality, then of course you cannot let it go. Such a rich life only lasts for a few decades, and youth is only a dozen or so years ago. There was no way before, but now we all know that there is a way. It must no longer be satisfied with the status quo. Jiangnan smiled, and he knew that Du Yuyu would definitely be moved. This temptation is simply too great for everyone, especially for a beautiful woman. But Du Yuyu immediately said again, but, Jiangnan, will it be too dangerous for you to go to the world over there? Jiangnan said with a smile, I will pay attention. You have to fight. How can you do it without a little adventurous spirit? Du Yuyu nodded and said, but I don't want to be separated from you anymore. I want to go with you. Jiangnan said, not yet, I'm still very unfamiliar with the world over there. There are many things I don't know. You should stay here for now, and when it is stable and there is enough safe living environment, if you want to go to the past, I'll take you there again. That's it, that's fine. Du Yuyu had a little resentment, but didn't say anything more. Afterwards, the two chatted about the pharmaceutical factory. Du Yuyu was excited and talked about the sensation caused by the launch of the new drug to the market. Jiangnan, you don't know, our hearts are going to be brought to the market by Huichendan, which is a shock to the world. Countless expert people don't believe it. They came to test it, but they were completely stunned. You didn't see it at that time. It was so much fun, giggling. Jiangnan smiled and said, although I haven't seen this scene, I can imagine it. Jiangnan spent one night in Jinhua City, and only returned to Jianghai City on the second day. Du Yuyu returned with him. Knowing that Jiangnan will be leaving in a few days, she can't wait to be by Jiangnan's side all the time. When he returned to Jianghai, Jiangnan had time to gather the people he trusted most, Spider Spirit, Beauty Manager, Deng Wei, and Gu Gu, together. And he discovered another world, a world where youth can stay forever, even longevity. Things are said. Among them, Zhang Yimin and Du Yuyu already knew about it, but the others didn't know it yet. Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked and felt that this was a dream. 3 views have been refreshed. At the same time as the shock, everyone also knew that the importance of this matter was kept strictly confidential, and outsiders were not allowed to know. One by one, they swore to God that they would never reveal it. No one in the audience is a child anymore, and they are all aware of the importance of this matter. If this news spreads, the world will be shocked. At that time, there will be countless bigwigs swarming over, or coercion, inducement or strict torture to extract confessions, and the ins and outs of this matter will also be investigated. At that time, I am afraid that Jiangnan's end will be very miserable. Jiangnan in modern times is a complete underdog, and can't compete with all the big guys except for a little money. And even if the money is relative to the bigwigs of various countries, it is not worth mentioning. After all, money is something outside the body, only if the fist is hard enough and the hand has enough power, that is the real hard truth. This is also the reason why Jiangnan must go to another world even if he takes risks. In addition to being able to stay young forever and hope for longevity, he can also become stronger. If you become stronger, you will be able to dominate your own destiny. If your fist is hard enough, you will not be afraid of being threatened by others. No matter how much money there is, what is the use of money? Jiangnan has now recognized a little bit, and he must keep a low profile. Obscene growth. Don't waver. And everyone who learned the news also scrambled to follow Jiangnan to another world. They were all stopped by Jiangnan, and that's the same sentence, take your time, gain a firm foothold there, and when the opportunity is ripe, I will take everyone there. Jiangnan calmed everyone's impatience and looked forward to this day. Everyone's eyes flashed with burning eyes, looking forward to it. After all, this is a big change in life, and it refreshes the goal of life in everyone's heart. Just as the funny Goo stood up and said, "Then our life dreams will change in the future. First set a small goal in life, such as living him 500 years first." One sentence made everyone burst into laughter. But there was an uncontrollable excitement inside. Yes. The short-term goal is to live 500 years first, which is so exciting. The real meaning can be said to be a carnival night. Everyone was excited. Until the middle of the night, and they went back to their rooms to rest. And Zhang Yimin and Du Yuyu both stayed until the end, and an embarrassing problem arose. Who stays here in Jiangnan? The two looked at each other, and Du Yuyu said more generously, I'm not feeling well today, I'm going to sleep first. Then left. Although Zhang Yimin was a little embarrassed, he stayed. The little girl Bei watched the whole process, wrinkling her little nose angrily. But she is not surprised now, and is used to this kind of life. Although she is a little depressed, she can't do anything about it. The next day, in the middle of the morning, Jiangnan got up and finished washing up, and began to study the space ring he got before, and the 2 animal skin maps that combined 2 into 1. Since I came back to now, I haven't made time for it, I can't help it, there are too many people who need to accompany. Of course, I also liked it in my heart, so many beautiful girls, if you don't enjoy them well, you don't have the heart to do things. Now that my heart has finally calmed down, it's time to study these 2 things. Maybe I can find something? Zhang Yimin also followed Jiangnan when he got up. After washing up, he saw Jiangnan took out the space ring and 2 animal skin maps. While he made a cup of tea, he sat down with a little interest. Jiangnan, is this what you call a space ring? Zhang Yimin asked, curiously. Yeah, this is the magic of the space inside the space ring, Jiangnan said, with a smile. Later, the conversation changed, and he said again, it's a pity that you can feel the space inside after you are serious in this area. You can't see it. That's really a pity. I also want to see what it looks like inside. Zhang Yimin said in a sullen voice. Coquettish tone. In this way, Jiangnan's only inspected it. Now that she has this space ring in her hand, there is no blood. Is it possible to let Zhang Yimin come to recognize the master with blood, then she can feel the magical space inside? But after thinking about it for a while, I immediately dismissed this idea. And I also dismissed the idea of confirming the master, this space ring should be recognized by the blood of a beautiful bodyguard. Because he will go to another world again in a few days, he still wants the beautiful bodyguard to accompany him. The beautiful bodyguard doesn't have a space ring in his hand yet, and it just happens that this can be used by her. Because everyone in the other hunting teams wears a space ring, the beauty bodyguards will look a little different if they don't wear this one. This is not very good. There was only one before, but now there are two of them, which should be used by the beauty bodyguards. With this idea, he said to Zhang Yimin, who was beside him, "Baby, you go and call the bodyguard girl. I thought about this space ring for her." Ah? Zhang Yimin was stunned for a moment, still a little jealous, and said sourly, "Is this space ring in Jiangnan going to be used by her?" Jiangnan nodded and said, "Yes, I still want her to be with me when I leave. This time, she needs a space ring. Friends from the world over there will have this kind of space ring when we are together." Jiangnan's words made Zhang Yimin even more resentful, and said, "Jiangnan, if you don't take us there, how can you take her there? This is unfair, it's all your woman, you should treat it equally, otherwise you can't choose. Let's rock paper scissors, between the bodyguard's sister, me, and Chang'e, we'll decide who will go with you in rock paper scissors." Jiangnan was amused. He smiled and said, "You are throwing a child's temper, you are not a child anymore, don't be so arrogant." "Okay, the bodyguard's sister went with me because of the friends we met last time, so I will also go this time. With other friends, that's why she goes with me, and you go with me, they don't know you. It's too troublesome. It turns out to be like this, It's a pity, I knew I would go with you when we went to sea, so it's me and you who will go to another world together," Zhang Yimin said sullenly. Jiangnan smiled helplessly and said, "The bodyguard girl is with me because she has the time to protect me, so what's the use of you?" "That's true." Zhang Yimin knew that he was wrong, and said resentfully, "Okay, if she follows you, he will follow you, and I will call him over." After he finished speaking, his slender waist left the room, went to the beautiful bodyguard's room, walked to the door and knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. "Who is it?" The voice of the beautiful bodyguard came from the room. The beautiful bodyguard was exercising and was interrupted. "I, Zhang Yimin, Jiangnan asked me to come to you, open the door quickly." Zhang Yimin shouted outside the door. "Boss, let you come to me?" The beautiful bodyguard was stunned for a moment. Stopped exercising, walked to the door, squeaked, opened the door, and said to Zhang Yimin, "Come in." "I won't go in. Jiangnan asked you to come over." "I'm just here to inform you." "I'll go first. Look at the sweat you've made. Come over quickly," Zhang Yimin said. After she finished speaking, she didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. She is somewhat prejudiced against beautiful bodyguards, and she is a little angry. She is a bodyguard who has become a woman of other people. This kind of woman is too reserved. "Okay, I understand, then you go first, I'll go over after washing." The beautiful bodyguard said, without delay, went to wash, combed her hair, and tied a high ponytail braid, went to Jiangnan's room. After opening the door and going in, I saw that Jiangnan was working on a space ring, and there was another space ring on Jiangnan's finger, which surprised the beauty bodyguard. First of all, when there were two space rings, she didn't know why. No? She clearly remembered that she had only one space ring since she left that world and returned to Earth during her time with Jiangnan. Of course, Jiangnan had already escaped to a space ring before, she didn't know it at all. Why does the boss have another space ring? What's the situation? Isn't there only one space ring? The beautiful bodyguard asked Jiangnan in surprise. Jiangnan smiled and said, this space ring was the most leisurely thing I could find before, but I didn't know what it was at the time. I thought it was a wrench. It turned out that this thing was a space ring. This space ring is just I put it in my room, so I took it out when I came back this time. Oh, so this is the case, boss, you already got a space ring, but you didn't even know it was a space ring. This is really funny, you don't know if you leave the baby. The beautiful bodyguard understood, and Jiangnan was amused. He said that he had a baby at his hand, and he didn't know what it was. Now that he understood it was really ridiculous. Jiangnan was also a little embarrassed and said, it's not that, I don't know that I have such a treasure on hand, mainly because I didn't speculate on it. If I didn't get another space ring in the cave, I still don't know this thing. Know what he is. Zhang Yiman also laughed aside. Boss, what are you calling me to come here for? The beautiful bodyguard asked at this time. She was specially called by Jiangnan, but I still don't know what Jiangnan asked her to do. I asked you to come here to let you confess the space ring to the blood. Jiangnan said. I told the beautiful bodyguard of my purpose. Ah. The beautiful bodyguard was stunned for a moment, still a little surprised, and said quickly, why did the boss make me hold back? Shouldn't you let you drop your blood and confess your master? This is your thing. Didn't I already have one? This one, you'll drop your blood to recognize the master. Wait for a few days to go to that side world. Both of them have space rings, so it looks like other hunting teams. Each of them there is a space ring, so that it will not cause suspicion. Jiangnan said. So that's what it means, I understand. Jiangnan's words, the beautiful bodyguard suddenly wanted to understand what it meant, nodded, and said, if this is the case, then I will come to confirm the Lord, and I also have one. The space ring is great. On the other hand, Bai Gujing rolled his eyes wildly, feeling sour in his heart. Jiangnan thought about it, summoned a saber from his space ring and handed it to the beautiful bodyguard. Needless to say, the beauty's bodyguard understood that this was causing her to prick her finger and drip blood. Without any delay, the beauty bodyguard pierced her finger with the tip of the saber, and the blood flowed out, converging into a big drop, which dripped on the space ring, and any drop of blood was absorbed by the space ring in the next moment. Wow, God is such a big space! The beautiful bodyguard exclaimed, her shocked eyes widened. Yes, she was shocked at this moment, because he sensed the space ring in the space ring as soon as the blood was dripping, and there was a space the size of a basketball court. A huge horse. The whole space is as big as a basketball court. Of course, the height is the same high. Such a large space, even if it is easy to fit hundreds of cars. Of course it means the cars are stacked. The bodyguard girl heard Jiangnan say that his space is only about 2 cubic meters, and this space is obviously too different from the one in Jiangnan. The profit is countless times that of the space ring in Jiangnan. That's why she was shocked like this. In her cognition, she thought that the space of this space ring was similar to the one in Jiangnan, only 2 cubic meters, and it could only hold some small things. Didn't expect it to be so huge. What's the matter? Jiangnan asked in shock when he saw the beautiful bodyguard. Boss, there is a basketball court in this space ring. The space is very huge. It can accommodate hundreds of cars. That's a big space. The beautiful bodyguard said excitedly. Ah. Such a large space? Jiang Nan was shocked, and this was completely beyond his imagination. Not mentally prepared at all. Bai Gujing was even more stunned to see it from the side, a little confused about what the situation was. Jiang Nan was very excited when he was shocked. If there is a large enough space, then hunting will be convenient in the future. The corpse of the demon wolf is so huge, and the space is too small to hold it. It is great to have this space now. At this time, Jiang Nan suddenly thought of another question, and asked the beautiful bodyguard, is there anything in such a large space? I haven't looked carefully yet, I only noticed such a large space, but it doesn't seem to have anything. The beautiful bodyguard said. After she finished speaking, she carefully checked the entire ring space, and she could see that it was really in the corner and found two small objects. There are two metal objects like shuttles. Love is a bit like a sword, but not exactly like it, because there is no hilt, it is like a sword with two blades. It is not big and about the same size as a saber, about 20 centimeters in length, and the whole body is jet black. It looks like it is made of a strange metal, but although it is jet black, it glows with jet black light, like a kind of black light. Very strange. Boss, there's really something inside. The beautiful bodyguard said while thinking, and summoned two shuttle-shaped metal objects. What is this? Zhang Yimin saw two strange spindle-shaped metal objects and couldn't help asking. Do not know. I don't know. Jiang Nan and the beauty bodyguard both answered. Zhang Yimin co-authored and asked in vain. Jiang Nan continued, it should be a weapon from the appearance, but this thing is so timid, and there is no place to hold it with hands, it is really strange that there are blades on both sides. The beautiful bodyguard also said, yes, it's really a strange thing. Jiang Nan blinked his eyes and continued, put these two things away first. When the world is over there, ask the sister captain and they may know. The beautiful bodyguard nodded, yes, there is such a thing as a space ring in that side world, maybe this thing comes from there. Jiang Nan nodded, it is possible. Later, the conversation changed, and he said to the beautiful bodyguard, is there anything else in it? The beautiful bodyguard said, no, there are only these two strange little things. Jiang Nan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The beautiful bodyguard thought for a while and said, boss, put these two little things in your space ring. When you get to that world, you can take them out for them to see. Jiang Nan nodded, all right. He didn't say anything more, just moved the two little things into the space ring. He knew in his heart that when he got the world captain's sister, he valued him more, so it was more appropriate for him to ask about this matter. The problem of the space ring was solved, Jiang Nan no longer paid attention to it. With a thought, he summoned half of the animal skin map from the space, and then went back to his bedroom and took out the other half of the animal skin map from the safe under the bed. From the space, two halves of the animal skin map came together to form a complete animal skin map. The complete route can be seen from the animal skin map. One of them is marked with a red dot. If this is a treasure map, then the marked red dot should be the address of the treasure. Jiang Nan thought of this with experience, and quietly threw out a probe. The eyes locked on the red dot on the animal skin map, and the detection target was thrown. Is it a treasure location? 100%. Sure enough. At this moment, Zhang Yimin asked curiously, what is Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan smiled and said, this is a treasure map, maybe you can find Something surprising. Zhang Yimin's eyes lit up again, and said, could it be possible to find unexpected treasures again? Jiang Nan smiled and said, it's hard to say at the moment. It depends on the situation. It can only be determined when it grows. Now it's just a consideration. Zhang Yimin said, Jiang Nan, you will be able to find it if you are so capable. She has great confidence in Jiang Nan. After all, too many magical things have happened to Jiang Nan, and in Zhang Yimin's view, there is nothing Jiang Nan can't do. Jiang Nan just smiled bitterly and did not explain much. The beautiful bodyguard on the side also nodded her head. She also trusts Jiang Nan very much now. With magical divination, she believes that there is nothing that Jiang Nan can't solve. It was determined that the red dot was where the treasure was located. Although Jiang Nan could not understand this map at all, it did not hinder his next operations. The red dot, Jiang Nan, which locked the treasure location, began to detect. In the east, 0%. In the west, 0%. In the north, 0%. In the south, 0%. I swear, what's the situation? Jiang Nan is stunned, but there are no 4 directions in the south, east, and northwest? This question should not be. What he thought was to determine the direction, and then gradually detect the distance, and then know the location of the treasure. He did this before. But the situation left him completely gone, not knowing what to do. After the beautiful bodyguard on the side, Bai Gujing saw Jiang Nan's surprised expression and couldn't figure out what the situation was. The white bone spirit asked, what happened to Jiang Nan? You look so strange? The beautiful bodyguard also asked, yeah, boss, he looks shocked, what's going on? A strange thing happened. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, just now I used the technique of divination to divination the location of the treasure in the south, north and west. Guess what the result is? What is it? Bai Gujing asked, curiously. The beautiful bodyguard nodded curiously, completely intrigued. It turns out that the 4 directions of the south, east, and northwest are not. You say it's strange or not, that this kind of thing happens, doesn't this place exist? Jiang Nan explained with a wry smile. He couldn't figure out what was going on in such a suspicious situation. Is it the hell? Ah, how could this kind of thing not happen? At least there must be a direction, or it doesn't fit the theory at all. After listening to Jiang Nan's words, Bai Gujing thought for a moment and couldn't understand, and said, indeed, there are no all directions in the south, east, north, and west. How is this possible? It's incomprehensible. The beautiful bodyguard also pinched her pointed chin and said thoughtfully, it's not that bad, it's a hell of a life. Jiang Nan was very depressed. He didn't expect such a thing to happen with the detection of the success rate. It's really amazing in the world, and there is such a thing. The beautiful bodyguard said. But the next moment he remembered something, and suddenly said, but another world has been discovered by us. This kind of talk will also make people unbelievable, and it will also be very strange. That's true. Jiang Nan nodded. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of something and said, I want to understand. The bone spirit looked suspiciously at Jiang Nan. What? The same is true for beautiful bodyguards. Does she wonder what Jiang Nan thought? I overlooked one thing. The other half of this animal skin map was found in The space ring, and in the space, there is a secret realm teleportation stone. So it is easy to understand when you wake up, this kind of animal skin map, it wasn't something of this world at first, it's just that half of it was left on the Earth unintentionally, and we had a chance to find it, and the other half was indeed in the space ring, and this animal skin map was not something of the Earth at all, it was things from another world, so the location of the treasure is not in the Earth world at all, so the result of my divination is that there are no directions in the south, north and west, so it is right to think about it, because it is not in this world, so there will be no direction in any direction. Jiang Nan said excitedly. Jiang Nan's words made Zhang Yimin and the beautiful bodyguard's eyes light up. The beautiful bodyguard said, yes, it's completely right when you think about it like this, and it's explained clearly. The tone was very excited and the expression was very happy. Zhang Yimin also said, Jiang Nan, I didn't expect you to come up with this idea, but it sounds really reasonable now, I think it may be like this. Jiang Nan smiled and said, this is not in a hurry, just wait until another world to try it out, you will know at a glance. Zhang Yimin and the beautiful bodyguard both nodded. The animal skin map has no results for the time being, and Jiang Nan is not wasting time. With a thought, he put the animal skin map into the space ring and waits until another world has time to probe it. But I have some expectations in my heart. If this treasure map is found, what kind of good things can it bring? Although there are some expectations, this idea can only be suppressed for the time being. On the fourth day of his return, Jiang Nan received a call from Chen Xi. It was noon on the fourth day, Jiang Nan was having lunch and Qi called Jiang Nan and glanced at it, and Qi immediately pressed the answer button. He basically knew what was going on, and had time to figure out that it was the gun that Mr. N had made. After pressing the answer button, he said in a gentle tone, Angie. Yeah. And Qi gave a sweet and greasy reply, and said later, Jiang Nan, come to my house, my grandfather has everything you want. Okay, I'll rush over soon. Jiang Nan said. Well, I'll wait for you. And Qi said another sentence and hung up the phone. While eating, Du faintly heard Chen Qi's voice coming from the receiver next to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, and she asked in a low voice, is it the call from Chen Qi? Yes, and Qi won't come. Jiang Nan said. Are you going to Chen Qi's house in a while? Du asked. Yeah, why do you ask? Is there something wrong with you? Jiang Nan said. Yeah, I haven't seen Chen Qi for a few days with you. Du said. Her words made Jiang Nan slightly interested. He is very interested now. What is the delicate relationship between Chen Qi and Du? Okay, then come with me. Jiang Nan said. After lunch, the two left. Jiang Nan drove a Bugatti all the way to Anja Villa. When they arrived, Chen Qi and Mr. N were waiting. Jiang Nan, you're here. Chen Qi said to Jiang Nan, looking at Du who was on the side and smiled. Angie. Du also greeted her with a smile. The two seemed to be getting along pretty well. Brother Jiang. Mr. N greeted Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled, and Qi, Mr. N. After greeting each other, everyone sat down, and Mr. N said directly. Brother Jiang, I have everything you need to prepare, 5 sniper rifles, silencers, 2,000 bullets, and 20 grenades, should be enough? Enough. Jiang Nan smiled and said, thank you, Mr. N. Little brother, I'll see you when you say this. Old man N said with a smile, as far as our relationship is concerned, don't be so polite, but then. Again, it's precisely because of our relationship that I take a big risk to help you do these things. Jiang Nan stayed at Anjia all morning. In the evening, Du Yuyu said, Jiang Nan, give me the car keys, and I'll go out and drive a Bugatti for a walk. Jiang Nan didn't think much about it, and gave her the car key. As a result, as soon as Du Yuyu went out, he didn't come back at 8 p.m. Jiang Nan understood. Du Yuyu deliberately let him spend the night here with Chen Xi. So I sent a message to Du Yuyu directly on WeChat and said, I'm staying at Chen Xi's place for the night tonight, and you can drive over to pick me up tomorrow. Du Yuyu immediately replied, okay, he. Jiang Nan. What's so special? Is it a compensation for Chen Xi? Time flies, but the 10th day back to Earth arrives quickly. On the morning of the 10th day, Zhang Yimin, Du Yuyu, Chen Xi, Mi Rou, Deng Wei, and Gugu, who knew about this matter, all came to see him off. Jiang Nan, you must be careful. Boss, come back often. All of them were reluctant to part, even Zhang Yimin, Du Yuyu, Chen Xi, Mi Rou. And the others cried. Jiang Nan smiled and said, crying is not a goodbye, it should be happy. We are working hard for a new life, don't worry, I will have nothing to do. When Jiang Nan said this, everyone's mood was a little better. At last, a room was arranged in the hotel, and Jiang Nan had already explained that outsiders were absolutely not allowed to enter this room, and they would return to this room when they returned. After explaining everything, everyone watched Jiang Nan and the beautiful bodyguard and entered the room. Everyone waited and watched reluctantly at the door, smiled at them in the future, took out the secret realm teleportation stone, and stabbed a finger with a saber, and a drop of blood dripped on it. The next moment, the red light swept the two people, and 5 seconds later, the red light and China Unicom disappeared together. Everyone looked at the empty room and sighed. It's amazing. Yes, although I already know it, but seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels incredible. A burst of red light can actually take people away. When Jiang Nan and the beautiful bodyguard woke up again, they had come to the secret realm, and the familiar environment was full of thick fog and tall bushes. For the first time, Jiang Nan's thoughts moved, and 2 sets of ancient costumes were summoned from the space ring. 1 set of robes, 1 set of long skirts. This is the clothes they bought after staying in Yulin town for more than 10 days. Now they fit better, which is different from the 2 sets of men's robes in the space ring before. Jiang Nan's dress is ill-fitting, not to mention the beauty bodyguard, who looks funny in a man's robe. The two went to the nearby bushes, and quickly changed their clothes. The beautiful bodyguard asked, Boss, how about we teleport back to Yulin town now? Jiang Nan said, of course not, since we are here, let's get some harvest first and then go back. The beautiful bodyguard also smiled and said, I have this idea too, this time. We are well prepared, there is enough food and water in the space, the weapons are so well prepared, and we have a huge space ring to hunt down some demon wolves. Go back again. Then let's act. Jiang Nan smiled. With a thought, a sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and the sniper rifle had already been fitted with a silencer. The beautiful bodyguard smiled, and the smile was also moved, and there was a sniper rifle in his hand. Now both of them use the space ring, which is much more convenient to use. Ouch! Jiang Nan let out a howl of a beast, which was used to attract nearby demon wolves to see if there was any prey nearby. You have been through it once with your sister-in-law, and they have already learned about this, Jiang Nan and beautiful bodyguard. The rest of the time is to wait. According to the law of the last hunting, there is no busy for about 15 minutes, which basically means that there are no magic wolves nearby. After all, there is no way to know how big this secret realm is. So the magic wolf is not very dense. And this secret realm has a demon wolf, and there are no other beasts, which is very unreasonable. But it is so magical. Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard sister saw it with their own eyes. Although they thought it was incredible and very magical, the truth was right in front of them. I can only say that the world is amazing. While waiting, Jiangnan thought about it. A bottle of black tea appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the lid and drank it leisurely. The beautiful bodyguard Northeast Jiangnan was infected and fell in love with black tea. He also summoned a bottle of black tea in the space and drank it. While drinking, he giggled and said, "Looks like we should bring 2 chairs. While waiting, sit down and wait." Jiangnan also smiled happily and said, "This is really an issue worth paying attention to. This is a big event, and I didn't even think of it. It's a pity. It's a pity." Giggle. The bodyguard girl laughed even more happily. The two chatted while waiting for the prey to come to the door. If other hunting teams see it, they will definitely be pissed off. Nima, the other hunting teams came here seriously and then cautiously. The two of them arrived and thought they had come here for a tour. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, I didn't hear the cry of the devil wolf, and no devil wolf came over. Jiangnan shrugged helplessly and said, "No way, it seems that we have waited in vain and continue to wait for the rabbit in another place. That's the only way," the bodyguard girl said with a charming smile. This is Jiangnan's thought, and he suddenly said to the bodyguard girl with a bad smile, "I suddenly have a good idea? What do you think?" The bodyguard girl asked in surprise. "It should be very exciting for the two of us to have sex once in this environment." Jiangnan's smile was very bad. "Fuck you, how can you think like this, you hate it to death." The bodyguard girl glared at Jiangnan with a charming look. "Ha ha ha." Jiangnan laughed happily, and said while laughing, "Really, the more I think about it, the more exciting it feels, or will give it a try, find a bush, and then. Fuck you, I don't want it, I don't want it." The bodyguard girl even rolled her eyes wildly. Ha 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 ha. Jiangnan laughed and pretended to catch the bodyguard girl. "You hate it to death." The bodyguard girl turned around and ran away, one of them escaping and the other chasing, and they hunted in another place. After about 20 minutes, it was estimated that the 2 kilometers of the road was almost done. When he stopped, Jiangnan said to the bodyguard girl with a smirk, "Baby, this time you call, I like to hear you, your voice is super nice." The bodyguard girl understood Jiangnan, the meaning behind her words. She threw him a blank eye, and said coquettishly, I want to call you Jiangnan. I had no choice, but to make a loud beast-like cry in the air, ow. Jiangnan let out a cry, and then continued to wait, but less than 10 seconds passed, and the howl of the beast came from a distance. Very familiar, it is the devil wolf. Good luck, this time we encountered prey, our first pot of gold has come. Ha ha ha, I'm really happy, I'm a little excited for no reason. Jiangnan said with a smile. This is also their first time hunting alone. It feels very fresh and has a sense of anticipation. Yeah, finally we can also hunt the devil wolf by ourselves, and then return to the hunting guild to exchange honor points. We can finally have money in this world and want to buy our own things. The bodyguard girl also smiled happily. said. She couldn't hide the excitement on her face. It even seemed a little excited. That's right, that's exactly what the bodyguard girl thinks now, is to quickly accumulate enough honor points and buy a bottle of beauty pills to take. Although she is still very young, she can't wait to fix her appearance when she is relatively young, and don't wait until she is a few years older to get a beauty pill. This is also a loss. As a woman, everyone has a love for beauty, and now beauty bodyguards are more concerned about their appearance. Although she is not absolutely beautiful, she is also a very good beauty. She also understands in her heart that it is precisely because of this that she will become one of the many women in Jiangnan. Otherwise, there is no such opportunity, and it is even more impossible to follow Jiangnan to have such an opportunity, so this kind of person is more and more concerned about his appearance. Ouch. The cry of the demon wolf is getting closer. This is Jiangnan's bodyguard girl, who is looking at the picture, said, "This demon wolf will give you a try. First, anyway, it will take a certain amount of time for him to come to us. Even if you can't handle him, I also have time to kill him." "Let me come? I don't think I can do it. The farthest distance is to shoot him in the eye. This is too difficult. If I kill him, I'm afraid I will rely on numerous bullets to keep shooting at him. It can only be killed if he suffered multiple injuries and lost blood." The beautiful bodyguard suddenly became a little nervous. He has considered this situation countless times. She is not a top sniper. It is really not easy to touch the eyes of a wolf with only the size of an egg to make a precise shot at a distance of 100 meters or even tens of meters. After all, the magic wolf is not stationary. When it sees its prey, it keeps rushing towards it in a running posture, and it doesn't give you much chance to aim. It can be said that in this environment, even if a top sniper arrives, it is almost impossible to hit the demon wolf with one shot every time. Because from seeing it, it took only 20 seconds for it to rush into the side. This also means that the demon wolf is not provoked. If it is provoked, the speed will be faster. 20 seconds to aim at a dynamic target, but only the size of an egg, this is really too difficult. I am afraid that the top sniper has arrived here, and he can only attack the key parts. He continuously shoots the head of the magic wolf, and it takes multiple bullets to kill it. What the bodyguard girl can do is to use the sniper rifle burst function to shoot out bullets with a quick shuttle or a half shuttle. After all, the speed of the sniper rifle is enough to deliberately cause a lot of ballistic damage to someone, causing the demon wolf to lose blood and die. Based on this, the bodyguard was very nervous and said to Jiangnan with some uncertainty, "Is the boss really asking me to come? I'm afraid it will waste a lot of bullets. This time we only brought 2,000 rounds of bullets here. It would be a pity if too much wasted." "You stupid girl, I'm not asking you to pile up the number of bullets to kill the demon wolf, I just let you practice spear skills. When hunting the demon wolf with us, every time you shoot a shot, and you have to do it within 5 seconds, or the devil wolf is about 70 meters away from us, it is better for me to kill the devil wolf with one shot. If not, I will do it next. Do you understand what I mean?" Jiangnan smiled helplessly and said, "Oh, boss, I understand. What you mean is that I will not shoot once to practice spear skills. With this accumulation, my spear skills will become more and more accurate, right?" said the bodyguard girl. "Yeah, of course that's what it means. Do you think I'm deliberately embarrassing you, or deliberately wasting bullets?" Jiangnan City smiled even more helplessly. The bodyguard girl smiled awkwardly and said with a smile, I understand, then. We will do it. The boss is right. At best, every time a bullet is wasted, it is acceptable for the number of our bullets. Ouch. When the two of them were talking, a huge body of howl of a demon wolf appeared, and a group emerged from the fog. Although it has been many battles, the height of 3 meters and the length of 5 meters are like a small room, which is also very shocking. The bodyguard girl immediately crawled on the ground with a machine gun and quickly aimed at the eyes of the magic wolf. Ouch. The magic wolf quickly approached, seeing only 2 people, it was even more unscrupulous, and even looked at Jiangnan with playful eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The magic wolf quickly approached and the bodyguard girl quickly aimed. But this dynamic aiming was too difficult for her, and after about 4 seconds, she fired with a bang. But unfortunately, it didn't hit the demon wolf in the eye, but in the head. The bones of the devil wolf are terribly hard. The bullet was embedded in its skull, and it got stuck, and a little bit of the bullet was exposed. My God is so perverted and exaggerated? Jiangnan and the bodyguard sister exclaimed at the same time. This situation also made Jiangnan realize a problem. If it weren't for the success rate, 100% could find the weakness of the magic wolf before the pistol could be shot into the eyes of the magic wolf, and it could be fatal in one blow. Killing a demon wolf is a very difficult thing. He also remembered why before, when other people used bows and arrows to kill the demon wolf, they all shot the soft part of the demon wolf's abdomen, which caused the power of people in this world to be abnormal, and the attack power of bows and arrows was also very powerful. The magic wolf deals a certain amount of damage. The bones of this devil wolf are too hard to kill, and there are very few fatal weak points. That is, he is able to shoot accurately and do this. Ouch. The demon wolf was injured and provoked, and rushed towards the 2 more quickly, looking so cruel that he could not wait to tear them apart in the next moment. Seeing this situation, Jiangnan did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately knelt on the ground with his legs halfway, holding the sniper rifle steadily, and throwing them out one by one with a rapid success rate. As the demon wolf got closer, Jiangnan finally shot the sniper rifle with a silencer thumped softly, and the bullet flew out. The next moment, I heard a pop, but it shot from one of the eyes of the devil, and the attack on the weak spot directly hit the devil's brain from its eyes. This made the demon wolf fall to the ground before it even had time to scream, and the huge body rushed forward for more than 10 meters under the action of inertia before it stopped. At this time, they were less than 30 meters away from Jiangnan. Call. Jiangnan let out a long breath. The beautiful bodyguard patted her chest and said with a look of fear, It's dangerous, we were both distracted just now, but I didn't expect that we didn't screw it up. After watching it, we can't be too careless in the face of the devil wolf. Yeah, eating a cut grows a wiser, you must remember this well, and you can't be too careless. Jiangnan also said. Both of them were shocked by how hard the devil's skull was. This distraction, combined with the soaring speed of the devil's anger, which led to such a crisis. The beautiful bodyguard gave another wry smile and said, It seems that I have no chance to kill the demon wolf, unless it hits the vulnerable part of the demon wolf's eye, or the sniper rifle is so powerful that it can pierce the demon wolf's skull. And if it is designed for the belly of the demon wolf, with such a large body, 1 or 2 bullets may cause too little damage to him at all. Yeah. Jiangnan nodded and said, "It seems that I used a pistol to hunt down the devil wolf too easily before, so I underestimated it. The devil wolf is not as fragile as I thought." "Not bad." The beautiful bodyguard also said, "It seems that other hunting teams can kill the demon wolf, and they are also very powerful." "Yeah." Jiangnan nodded and said, "In short, we have to keep a low profile. Next, be lewd and grow up, don't waver, the characters here are not easy to mess with." "That's right." The beauty bodyguard nodded. Later, he looked at the corpse of the devil wolf not far away. His face was full of smiles. "We've made a fortune, we can turn to something easier." Jiangnan looked at the corpse of the demon wolf with green eyes, and said, with a smirk, "And one of the questions I'm thinking about is, if you don't know the taste of roasted wolf meat?" Giggle. The beautiful bodyguard laughed happily, and said while laughing, "This is a good idea, I can see it. In fact, this devil wolf is so big, we cut off half of the wolf's legs, and the rest will be handed over. It's nothing to the hunting guild." "Well, good idea, good idea." Jiang Nantan was happy, and said with a smile, "Just do it. Hey hey hey." As he said that, he walked towards the corpse of the devil wolf, and when he walked over, his mind moved, and he took the saber out of the space. The beautiful bodyguard also followed up with a little interest, and said, "The boss, I'd better come. If you play with knives, you are not as good as me." "This is indeed, then leave it to you, cut off half of the wolf's legs." "He he he. We have to talk a little bit, and leave the rest to the hunting guild." Jiang Nan smiled and handed over the saber in his hand. "Beautiful bodyguard." The beautiful bodyguard took the saber over, and the two came to the magic wolf. The bodyguard girl chose Molong's thigh and cut it with a saber. A knife cut through the fur. Even in the solid muscle area, the saber was somewhat hindered, and the knife of the bodyguard girl Dottie only cut in less than an inch. "My good guy is so powerful. I don't know that this devil wolf has hard bones. Even the fur and muscles are so tough. The saber is so sharp. I used all my strength, and this knife only cut an inch deep." The bodyguard girl sighed. "It seems that the things in this world are simply too perverted. This is still the lowest secret realm. The defense of the devil wolf is so perverted. So when you reach a higher secret realm, I don't know what kind of powerful things will be." Jiang Nanshan nodding thoughtfully. Once again, the bodyguard girl didn't have to use all her strength to cut at the devil's thigh. The knife was cut more than an inch deep. For the follow-up strength, the blade was blocked by tough muscles again. The bodyguard girl took a breath and continued to use force again. Several knives in a row cut it to the bone, but it was impossible to cut it on line. The bones of the demon wolf are simply too hard, and the saber can't do anything about it. "Boss, looking at this situation, we can't do it if we want to cut off a wolf's leg. We even ignored that the bones of the devil wolf are hard enough. Now we can only cut some wolf's legs. There is no other way." The bodyguard girl smiled bitterly. Said, Jiang Nan was thoughtful, as if his eyes lit up, his mind moved, and he summoned from the space 2 jet-black machetes placed in the ring. Especially heavy machetes. Facing the beautiful bodyguard he said, "Try it with a machete. They are heavy enough to be used as an axe. You can chop them down vigorously. Maybe you can try it. If it doesn't work, let's cut some wolf meat." The bodyguard girl nodded, took the black machete in Jiang Nan's hand, and said, "Okay, boss, I'll try this. The bodyguard girl held the black machete in her hand and tried it out. The weight was like an axe, so the power of the blessing was great. Compared with simply cutting with a saber, the strength should be much greater, and I am more confident in my heart. I will cut off the bones of the wolf's leg with one arm. A crackling sound. The bodyguard girl staggered because of her excessive force, and the wolf's leg had been cut off. And it's a very easy one. Oh my God. A bodyguard girl who staggered and stood firm, exclaimed, "This knife is so sharp that it didn't hinder it at all, and it easily cut off Molon's bones." This time, the bodyguard girl was really surprised. She already knew the hardness of the wolf's bones, so she tried her best, but this time, she didn't expect that the bones of the long-haired wolf would be cut off easily like cutting tofu. Jiang Nan also saw that the bodyguard girl did not seem to use much force this time, and the bones of the magic wolf were broken, so the bodyguard girl almost stumbled and fell down with too much force. Hearing what the bodyguard girl said, she immediately looked at the jet black machete in the hands of the bodyguard girl with great interest. This completely surprised him. He didn't expect these two knives to be so sharp. Isn't that two knives also treasures? At the same time as the accident, Jiang Nan was very pleasantly surprised, and with a thought, he summoned another black machete from the space. Jiang Nan summoned the black machete and walked straight towards the thick bush beside him. He wanted to verify that his knife was also sharp. "Boss, what are you going to do?" the bodyguard girl asked in surprise when she saw Jiang Nan walking towards the bushes. "You will know soon," Jiang Nan said with a smile, and then changed the topic. "You put away the body of the devil wolf." "Okay." The bodyguard girl nodded, and with a thought, she put the magic wolf into her space ring. The bodyguard sister line is also very familiar with the use of space rings. If you want to put items into the space ring, you must be within 1 meter of unevenness. In addition, the space ring can only accept things that are dead and inanimate, and living people or beasts cannot be received in the space ring at all. Jiang Nan walked to the bushes. Although it is said to be a shrub, the diameter of each plant is more than 1 foot, and it is very hard at first glance. Jiang Nan waved his black machete to select one of the shrubs, and he cut it down vigorously. With a click, the bushes snapped off. Jiang Nan didn't feel any effort, so he chopped down the bushes. Squeaky. The bush fell in this direction. Jiang Nan dodged slightly to avoid being hit. But the smile on his face was very exaggerated. He smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha. I found a treasure, it's too sharp, and I still underestimated these two machetes. I didn't expect it to be such a magical weapon." The beautiful bodyguard also smiled happily and said, yes, this sharpness is really terrifying." The two of them sighed, excited for a long time before calming down. There are just 2 machetes, one for each of the 2 people in the space, for self-defense, in case of emergency. Especially the bodyguard girl, she doesn't have the perverted spear skills like Jiang Nan, but with this machete in her hand, at least more capital. After a while, Jiang Nan calmed down and said, "Okay, let's continue to look for prey, and we're not too greedy. After hunting 20 demon wolves, we'll leave the secret realm and go to Yulin town." "Okay, boss." The beautiful bodyguard nodded. The two chose a direction and continued to look for the magic wolf. It was the same road that lasted 20 minutes, and Jiang Nan became proficient, let out a roar of a beast, and the demon wolf who was on board was Sent to the door. As time flows. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. They studied hard in Jiangnan and hunted down 5 demon wolves. It takes about half an hour to hunt down one. Of course, it is mainly the time to find the devil wolf. As long as Jiangnan is found, it will be killed with one shot. It can almost be described as not taking up time. No way, it's just so perverted. Moreover, Jiangnan and the bodyguard's sister clearly felt that in this secret realm, the thick fog continued to have a great impact on the line of sight. The impact on hearing is also great. With enough strength, the shouting can be heard in a range of 2 kilometers at most in the secret realm, and it can't be farther. This also made them fully understand. The last time they hunted with the female team, they began to attract a magic wolf before they walked about 2 kilometers. Although the process of hunting demon wolves is boring, Jiangnan and the beauty bodyguards are also very happy with the harvest again and again. These are all honor points, which can be used to buy various medicinal herbs, which are very attractive to the current Jiangnan and bodyguard girls. Ouch! Jiangnan let out a howl again, and then waited leisurely, waiting for the magic wolf to take the bait. And just as he shouted out, just 1 kilometer away from them, a group of 5 people who were also on their way suddenly stopped. There were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. One of them had a striking scar on his face. "Captain, there are already people here. It seems that we have to turn in a different direction and change to another place," one of the players said. "Grandma, bad luck," Scarface said viciously, after rushing for a long time. "I just arrived in this area that I haven't been before, and someone has come first." "Yeah," another of the team members said. "Alas. If we had known earlier, we would have called in advance, and this area has become our hunting area again. It's not a drop, it's just bad luck, and Sweat has to travel for a long time." "Humph." At this time, Scarface said, "Now I am a 5th warrior in the blood refining realm, and I am a top-level expert in this secret realm. Even if I dare to rob my sight, it is not unintentional. Let's go up and let them go, if you dare not obey, hee hee." Scarface finally let out a sneer. Scarface is really good. There are restrictions on such low-level secret realms. It is not anyone who wants to come in. Only blood-refining warriors or mortals who are below the blood-refining realm can enter. Once the realm breaks through the blood-refining realm, it will not be able to enter. It's just that the popular bodyguard girls in Jiangnan don't know about this situation. Their understanding of the world is still very superficial. People who are very powerful in their eyes are actually warriors in this world. The first realm I am referring to is the blood-refining realm. Each realm is divided into 5 stages. If you break through the blood-refining realm, you will enter the agrimony. Agrimony is the same as the blood-refining realm. Bone refining realm. Ha ha ha. Yes, the boss is right. Now our team, in this low-level secret realm, is definitely the existence of the strongest team. We rush over and let the other team go away, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. I think they will know each other, a teammate said immediately. It's not bad, we arrived here after a long time, and it turned out to be the first to get in. I'm really upset, another teammate echoed. Their idea is very simple. Another team drives away, and then this piece of land, if there is a magic wolf, it will follow the sound, and when it comes, it will be their prey. Territory. Of course, it is also very possible that there are no magic wolves in this site, but the cause is not clear before verification. At this moment, one of the girls said, I don't think it's good to find the past. Since we came to the secret realm to hunt, although we will be stronger. No one team is particularly unbearable. If the other party is anxious, eat it. If Violent Dan fights with us, then it will not be worth the loss, so I think. It is better for us to go in a different direction and walk a little longer. Humph. As soon as the girl's words fell, Scarface snorted coldly, What are you afraid of? They used violent pills, we also used violent pills, they still couldn't beat us, and they would die miserably at that time. I believe they will know how to judge the situation very well, leave with their tails between their tails. We dare to fight, they may not dare to fight. Scarface's words made the girls in the team dare not say anything, so they lowered their heads and stopped talking. Let's go, everyone, come with me, let's meet that team, ha ha ha. This must be very interesting. Scarface shouted and took the lead and walked towards Jiangnan and the others. Let's go, kill it and take a look, I guess that team will be terrified. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that's what I thought too. The other team members shouted while following behind. Jiangnan and the bodyguard girl are waiting leisurely. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed, 3 minutes have passed. However, the magic wolf did not wait until a 30-year-old man with a scar on his face and a fierce-looking face led by a team emerged from the fog. Jiangnan frowned immediately. He immediately felt that this team was not good, aggressive and murderous, not like a chance encounter. Moreover, Jiangnan also remembered that he made a howl before, so quickly. This team came over, obviously, the other party clearly knew that he and the bodyguard sister were here. Ah. Ha ha ha. It turns out that there are only 2 people, it's more fun now. Scarface burst into laughter when he saw that there were only 2, Jiangnan and the bodyguard girl. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The others also laughed, and while laughing someone said, It's really 2 people who dare to come to the secret realm to die. What's the situation? Ha ha ha. I guess they should have been almost wiped out, the other team members have died, only the 2 of them are left, and there is no secret realm teleportation stone on them, so it is very sad, the 2 of them stay here. Wait to die. It makes sense, it must be so. Yes, this situation can be seen at a glance. If you don't hurry up when you see us, do you want to be killed by us? The crowd laughed and laughed uncontrollably. And they have completely ignored a problem. Jiangnan has made a howl and deliberately lured the demon wolf over. How could this situation be that there were only 2 people left to be wiped out? And at this point, the 5-member team had already ignored this issue when they saw Jiangnan and the 2 of them. Ha 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 ha, boy, this piece of land is ours, let's get out of here, don't annoy me, or I'll kill you. Scarface shouted as he approached Jiangnan and the others. And Jiangnan's face became colder and colder, looking at the scarred face like a dead man, and then glanced at the others. When I saw the 2 girls, I paused slightly. The 2 girls are indeed very good, but Jiangnan is not attracted to any lust, but simply killing women is not his habit. Moreover, he also noticed that the 2 girls were not so arrogant, so they bowed their heads helplessly and followed behind. Boss, this group of people is not good, it seems that they are here to grab the territory and want us to leave here. The bodyguard girl also said with a cold face. Humph. Jiangnan said with a cold snort, they are courting death, there is No way, if people want to die, they can't stop them, these 3 men are. Handed over to me, and the 2 girls are handed over to you, if you want to. Kill them, let you decide, anyway, I can't do anything to the girl. Jiang Nan said that he did not delay any more time, otherwise he would kneel down on one knee and aim the sniper rifle at Scar's face. Once he decides to attack Jiang Nan, he has to stand by, because he has fully thought about it. There are 5 people in the opponent team, and he also knows the speed of these people here. And if it is a violent pill, the speed will be doubled. So there is not much time left for him. He has to kill these people as fast as possible. Once they get close to them, it will be the 2 of them. Even if it is a bit risky, Jiang Nan will also choose to fight back, so that he can't do it. This anger is unbearable. The first target, Jiang, is to lock the face of the Scar. It can be seen that this guy is ahead at a glance. He understands the so-called catch the thief. First, a quick success rate probe throws out. 1 shot can kill 80%. 1 shot can kill 100%. Jiang Nan pulled the trigger without hesitation. There was a slight thud, and the next moment I heard a scream from the head of the knife, and he was shot in the heart and fell to the ground. Jiang Nan has turned his gun and quickly aimed at the next person. Ah. Boss, what's wrong with you? Ah, what happened to the captain? However, it was not as Jiang Nan thought that other people would rush over desperately, making him feel oppressed. But the first time Scarface was killed, the others were completely stunned, confused by the sudden situation. Because they didn't see Jiang Nan with bows and arrows in their hands, this has completely ignored long-range attacks. And their purpose is also to run Jiang Nan and the 2 of them dry. The bow and arrow are still in the space, and they have not been taken out. The subconscious reaction is shock and shock. In just such a moment, Jiang Nan had already locked on another target and pulled the trigger again. Puff. With being hit by bullets. What? There was another scream, and a person fell to the ground, with blood coming out of his chest. Ah. My God, what the hell is going on? What is that in their hands? The only surviving male team member was even more shocked for a moment, but when he reacted later, his eyes were splitting and his mind moved, and he summoned the bow and arrow from the space. He still wanted to fight back with a bow and arrow, but Jiang Nan didn't give him this chance. He is a crispy skin now, and he is finished with an arrow. And he is dead. So take a quick aim, pull the trigger again, and the last man is also killed. The only 2 girls left are now so frightened that Huarong's face has turned pale. One of the girls threw the weapon in her hand on the ground with a jingle, and shouted at the same time, "Don't kill me, I surrender." Another person who saw this situation threw a long sword on the ground and shouted, "Don't kill me, I will surrender too." The bodyguard girl had just aimed at one and was about to shoot. Seeing this situation, the shooting stopped and she shouted, "Stand there honestly and don't move, and then I will kill it immediately with the following actions. You don't kill us, don't kill us." The 2 girls begged for mercy again. "Boss, they surrendered, and I couldn't do anything, so I killed them." The bodyguard girl looked at Jiang Nan and said, "Then spare them." Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "But if they confiscated their space rings, if they hide weapons in space, it will be bad for us." The bodyguard girl nodded, and the 2 women shouted, "You 2 take off the space ring and throw it on the ground." The 2 girls hurriedly followed suit. They were completely terrified of what Jiang Nan and the bodyguard girls could not understand. Killing the other three without seeing any action was just horrible. The two of them were completely terrified. He took off the space ring from his slender fingers and threw it on the ground. In front of him. Jiang Nan was completely relieved, and now he has a very good understanding of the performance of the space ring. The space ring can only be effective when it is worn on the finger and connected to the body's blood. And once he left his body, he couldn't control it through consciousness, so he no longer had to worry about two people being able to summon bows and arrows and other weapons from space to suddenly hurt them. Jiang Nan walked over leisurely, and the bodyguard sister followed him. When Jiang Nan approached the two girls became more nervous. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, pretended to be an expert. He did it on purpose. He knew very well that although these two girls had no weapons in their hands, their skills were very powerful. If they fought at close range, he and the bodyguard girl are not opponents at all, and they will be fucked down in minutes. So now it is necessary to pretend to be a master, so that the other party does not dare to have this idea at all. And the first time in front of the two girls, Jiang Nan thought about it, put their weapons into the space ring, and then picked up the two girls' rings, and put them in the bag. Then he walked to the three corpses, and put away their weapons. These things are all honor points. Jiang Nan is very happy. He plans to go to the weapons store when he goes back. Is it possible to sell this thing for a good price? The bodyguard girl was holding a sniper rifle next to her, alerting the two girls. If there was any change between the two of them, they would also not be soft-hearted. I couldn't put everything away, looked at the two girls with a half-smile, and said, "Which one of you gave me an explanation? Why did you aggressively let us go when we met?" "Ah." One of the girls hurriedly explained, "It's like this, our team just arrived here and heard your screams. Our boss is very angry, thinking that you have robbed us of our territory, so he will kick you out." She spoke in a hurry and didn't say it too clearly, but Jiang Nan also understood the general idea. "Humph." He immediately snorted and said, "Which is your boss? It's too arrogant. We just came here, it's just a coincidence. Why say this is his territory?" The two girls also knew that they were wrong, and the taller girl who spoke before said again, "The one with a scar on his face is our boss." "I understand the rules of this hunting team. Once a team makes a cry, the other teams have to change places to avoid friction, but our boss is already a 5th-rank expert in the blood refining realm, and he is a top-level powerhouse in this secret realm, so. The girls are too embarrassed to go on." "Haha." Jiang Nan laughed. He already understood what the girl meant, and said, "That's why he wants to bully the weak, but this is already our territory, and instead let us leave, right?" "Yeah." Both girls nodded, and the shorter one added, "I don't approve of this. I stopped it before, but I was reprimanded by the boss." As for the words of the two girls, Jiang Nan has a way to distinguish the authenticity, and quietly probed and ran out. "Are you telling the truth?" 100%. Jiang Nan smiled in his heart, very satisfied. It seems that these two girls are honest. In this case, Jiang Nan decided not to kill them, but still said to the two girls with a cold face, "Okay, I'm not used to killing women, so I'll let you two go. You can go back." Thanks." The two girls said quickly. But later the tall girl said, "But we don't have the secret realm teleportation stone on us. The secret realm teleportation stone is in the hands of the boss, and now it was killed by you, and we can't go back." While saying that, this girl has red eyes. Jiangnan. He was very speechless, and he was now clear about the use of the space ring. Once a drop of blood was used to recognize the master, it would take at least 50 years before the traces could be erased. Only another person can identify the master with blood, and the space ring, and the items in the space ring can be obtained by the new master. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the space ring is extremely safe, and there are few cases of killing people and stealing the space ring, and obtaining huge profits. You must know that even if you rob someone else's space ring, you have to wait 50 years to be able to use the items inside. No one has the patience to wait for this. Although Jiangnan also put away the space ring that killed 3 people, it was regarded as a useless thing, and it was a waste. After 50 years of putting it away, it may be useful to some extent. Regarding the words of the 2 girls, Jiangnan quietly issued another probe. Is what the 2 of you just said the truth? 100%. After confirming the 2 people, they didn't lie, and Jiangnan was even more speechless. There are only 2 options in the current situation: throw these 2 girls here and let them live and die. Another way is to take them out of the secret realm when they leave the secret realm. At least they don't have to wait here to die. After thinking about it for a while, Jiangnan felt that he was really a little sorry for sending these 2 girls to death here. I had no choice but to ask the 2 of them, where are you from? Tongshui town. Among them, the taller girl talked more and answered immediately. I haven't heard of Tongshui town. Jiangnan said, we are in Yulin town. In this situation, when we return to Yulin town, will you 2 go back with us, or you should think of something else? It's great that you're willing to take us back. The tall girl immediately said happily, otherwise, if we leave the 2 of us here, I'm afraid we will also be dead ends. When we encounter the devil wolf, the 2 of us can't deal with it at all. Yeah. Another short girl also said happily, Tongshui town is not too far from Yulin town. We can return in 3 days, thank you for taking us out. She was very happy and saw hope for life again. In fact, the 2 girls who joined Scarface's team were really helpless and were forced by Scarface. Scarface asked them to be teammates. Another attempt was to possess the bodies of the 2 girls for double cultivation. In this case, the 2 of them were relieved after Scarface was killed. Even Jiangnan would take them out to make them both feel grateful. The space rings of the 2 of you will be returned to you. Jiangnan threw the rings of the 2 to them again. After detection, Jiangnan has determined that the 2 people are not lying. So now there is no threat to them at all, because there is no secret realm teleportation stone on the 2 girls. Even if they had weapons in their hands and attacked Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguards, then only they would not be able to leave the secret realm. So now Jiangnan is very relieved. The 2 girls were still stunned when they saw Jiangnan returning the space ring. It's faster to use a tall girl's mouth, and subconsciously said, give me back the space ring, are you so relieved of us? But after she finished speaking, she regretted it, and could not wait to slap herself. How can you be so stupid to say such a thing? Jiangnan laughed, don't you realize that your life and death are already in our hands, even if the weapons are returned to you, if you want to sneak attack to kill us, you don't have a secret realm teleportation stone, and you can't be a secret realm, so you wouldn't do such a stupid thing. That's what happened. The tall girl suddenly realized, but she said quickly, thank you for your trust in us. The short girl also said quickly, thank you for your letter to us. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. The beautiful bodyguard was no longer vigilant and aimed at the two with a sniper rifle. However, he whispered in Jiang Nan's ear, "Boss, you really believe the two of them? What if they are lying and there is a secret realm teleportation stone in the space?" Jiang Nan smiled lightly and replied in a low voice, "Have you forgotten that I know the art of divination?" Oh. The bodyguard girl suddenly realized. After waiting in place for about a quarter of an hour, no demon wolf came at all. The two girls have been standing by the side obediently, as if they were servants. "Okay, wait again, we continue to look for prey." Jiang Nan said something, chose a direction, and took the lead. Beauty bodyguards followed. The two girls also quickly followed, and looked at Jiang Nan from time to time. Jiang Nan's handsome appearance and terrifying skills made the two girls feel a little dear in their hearts. Random thoughts, it would be great if I could hunt with such a man. They also understood that although Jiang Nan looked cold, he knew how to cherish the fragrance and pity for the jade, otherwise they would not have survived. Of course, they only dare to think like this, and they dare not express anything in this situation. And along the way, they also paid attention to the sniper rifles in the hands of Jiang Nan and the beautiful bodyguards. They were very curious and puzzled about this kind of weapon they had never seen before. Can't figure out what kind of weapon this is? Unlike bows and arrows, but capable of long-range attacks. Not like a sword either. After about 20 minutes of driving, Jiang Nan stopped again. The others also stopped with Jiang Nan as their hand. Jiang Nan was about to make a cry to attract the devil wolf. At this time, his mind moved, and now he has two little girls. This kind of thing should be left to them. Two girls, what do you think should be done now? Jiang Nan smiled and looked at the two girls. The two girls were a little confused. They didn't know what Jiang Nan meant. And they were completely confused. The tall girl asked weakly, "Boss, do what?" "Boss?" Jiang Nan smiled, expressing that he was very comfortable with this title, and said, "Don't you understand what I mean?" The two girls nodded hurriedly, feeling uneasy in their hearts. "I really don't understand what Jiang Nan means now. What are you going to do?" "Of course it's to attract the devil wolf. You won't tell me you won't do this, will you?" Jiang Nan said helplessly. Oh. The tall girl hurriedly said with a sudden realization, "Boss, do you mean to let us make a move to attract the devil wolf?" "Of course, otherwise what do you think you can do? Do you leave the matter of hunting demon wolves to you?" Jiang Nan said. Jiang Nan's words embarrassed the two girls, they really couldn't deal with the devil wolf. The tall girl reacted faster and said immediately, "I understand, I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted at the top of his voice. Her voice was sharp and harsh, not pleasant at all, it was almost noise. Jiang Nan frowned and smiled helplessly. When the girl finished calling, he said, "Your cry is easy to attract wolves. Can you be more polite?" Puff. The beautiful bodyguard, who had just finished his words, couldn't help laughing. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, and he laughed at everything he realized. Immediately. Nima, his own words really have a language problem, saying that people are easy to attract wolves, but isn't this the purpose of attracting wolves now? Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. The tall girl blushed a little embarrassedly, and explained weakly, I'm too nervous. I lost my temper just now." The two girls on the side snickered. Okay, it doesn't matter, anyway, the goal is achieved, it is to recruit wolves." Jiang Nan waved his hand and said. Boss, next time, I'll pay attention to calling it a little better. The tall girl said. Jiangnan. Your sister, do you have a better name? This sentence came out of a girl's mouth, how could it sound so awkward? The bodyguard girl glanced at Jiangnan, saw his strange expression, and gave him a charming white eye. Jiangnan. It seems that I don't know if he sounds awkward, and the bodyguard girl also sounds awkward. After all, he had just been a bodyguard girl before, and it was also because of this topic. Cough, cough. Jiangnan coughed twice and changed the subject. Well, wait, let's see if there is a magic wolf taking the bait. The two girls were a little confused about the future and the beautiful bodyguard's expressions. The two of them are very pure, and I never imagined what kind of thoughts Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard had. They said they didn't understand the old driver's mental activity. After all, in this world, there are generally only kindergarten cars. It is not understandable for ordinary people to drive by an old driver. Ouch. Not long after, a wolf's cry rang out. And it doesn't sound that far. I was lucky this time, and I finally met one another. Jiangnan's mood suddenly became very good. However, the two girls were a little worried. With a thought, they summoned bows and arrows, and looked at the direction of the magic wolf with all their attention. At the same time, the tall girl asked Jiangnan, "Boss, you are very strong. And it is very easy to kill the scarred face, so it should be very easy to deal with the devil wolf, right?" She really wanted to know the answer, and now they were relying on Jiangnan for protection. If Jiangnan couldn't kill the demon wolf, the consequences would be tragic. Jiangnan glanced at the two of them, and said with a serious expression, "You think the devil wolf is so easy to deal with, be ready to run for your life at any time. If you can do it, do it, if you can't do it, run away." The bodyguard girl on the side almost burst out laughing. Hart said, "Boss, can you stop skin?" Jiangnan's words made the two girls even more nervous. "It's really ready to run away." The bodyguard girl smiled helplessly in her eyes. Ouch. Another wolf howl, judging from the sound, the distance is very close. Coming soon. The beautiful bodyguard quickly asked Jiangnan at this time, "Boss, I don't think I need to waste any more bullets, right? In the next hunt, the beauty bodyguard will always shoot the first shot, but so far no shot can kill it with the eyes of the popular magic wolf. Only one bullet can be wasted." "Of course not, waste a bullet is a waste of bullet, such a good practice. Opportunity, wasting bullets is not a problem, you just need to practice properly," Jiangnan said. "All right." The bodyguard girl was helpless, and didn't say anything in the direction of the wolf howling. She knelt down on one knee, and held the sniper rifle in her hand, ready to shoot. The two girls looked at the bodyguard girl very curiously, their big watery eyes didn't blink. After all, they don't know sniper rifles at all, so now I see that the bodyguard girl is going to use this to deal with the magic wolf. Without blinking his eyes, he wanted to see how this thing was used. At this moment, the huge figure of the demon wolf rushed out from the fog. The bodyguard girl quickly aimed, and as the magic wolf approached quickly, 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. Pfft. The bodyguard girl pulled the trigger, and with a slight sound, it flew out in a spinning flight. But it was very sad. It still didn't hit the demon wolf's eyes, but was set on the head. The bullet was also stuck by the demon wolf's hard head. Apart from the pain and anger of the demon wolf, it did not cause fatal damage to it. Harm. Ouch. The demon wolf howled, completely angry, showing sharp fangs, and rushing towards these people at an accelerated rate. The two girls were so frightened that they turned around and ran away. They didn't see how the sniper rifle worked at all, and they didn't kill the demon wolf at all. They were frightened when they saw that the demon wolf was provoked. At this moment, Jiangnan began to aim quickly, and one by one detection was thrown out. With the rapid approach of the magic wolf, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Puff. Jiangnan was the one who pulled the trigger, and the bullet spun quickly, and shot out from the muzzle of the sniper rifle. The next moment, the blood of the wolf's eyes splattered, but it rotted its eyes and shot into her brain. The demon wolf, whose brain was damaged in an instant, didn't even have time to let out a scream. It just fell down, and the huge figure rushed forward more than 10 meters, causing smoke and dust to stop on the ground. At this time, the two girls were so frightened that they escaped more than 20 meters, and turned back in horror while escaping. Seeing that Jiangnan and the bodyguard girl didn't escape at all, the two of them were still worried about them. The tall girl almost shouted out the word "run away," just at this moment. Jiangnan fired, and the magic wolf fell to the ground. The two girls ran away quickly, and one stopped suddenly, and their faces were shocked at the same time. Shocked the power of Jiangnan. Being able to kill Scarface all at once, the two girls have realized that Jiangnan is very powerful. But if he were to deal with the demonic wolf himself at Scarface, unless he had taken the violent pill in advance, it would be impossible for him to do it alone, and he would need the cooperation of others. And Jiangnan was so easy to kill at once. This is what makes the two girls even more shocked. That girl has already identified Jiangnan as a super expert at the same time. It must be the 5th stage of the blood refining realm, and there must be a secret method, otherwise it will not be so scary. They didn't realize that Jiangnan was so powerful, because of the existence of sniper rifles, so they thought that Jiangnan had secret methods. In this world, there are various secret methods. However, these secret methods are very precious. For a warrior of the same level, there is a huge difference in combat effectiveness between one who knows secrets and one who does not understand secrets. Most of the secret methods are in the hands of the big family. In small towns like Yulin Town or Tongshui Town, almost no warriors are qualified to possess secret methods. So now the two girls basically believe that Jiangnan is a warrior with secret methods, and the shock in their hearts is even more irreversible. The two of them turned their minds one by one. If they could form a team with a super expert like Jiangnan, it would be great to follow him. Obviously, following such a master, hunting demon wolves and earning honor points is simply too easy. They are happy even every time Jiangnan gains a small amount with her alone. After the demon wolf was killed, Jiangnan stood up, looked back at the two girls who had escaped more than 20 meters away, smiled and said, "You two have quick legs, and you run really fast. Can I understand that you give up on your companions and run away on your own?" Jiangnan's words made the expressions of the two girls change immediately. No, no, no. The shorter girl quickly waved her hands and said, "It's not like this, it's not like this." She didn't know how to explain for a while. She was a little overwhelmed with anxiety, and she was in a hurry. The tall girl also quickly said, "Boss, we didn't run away regardless of you. Didn't you say that before? Be prepared to escape." So the devil wolves rushed over and we ran away, thinking that you would be together too. I ran away, but I didn't expect it was already like this when I reacted. Jiangnan looked at the two anxiously defending and smiled. Okay, don't argue anymore, I'm joking with you. Just kidding. The short girl's face recovered a little, she let out a long breath, patted her tall chest, and looked scared. The tall girl, while relieved, glanced at Jiang Nan resentfully. What Jiang Nan said just now really frightened her. Said that they gave up their companions and ran away privately, she thought. Jiang Nan was going to turn around and kill them. I didn't expect to tease them on purpose. Snort. Such a man is so annoying. However, the tall girl was angry and loved Jiang Nan's stubborn character in her heart. Jiang Nan didn't have the time to pay attention to the two of them. He took his feet and teased them to ease the atmosphere. He said to the bodyguard, "Girl, okay, receive the goods, let's continue." "Well, yes, boss." The bodyguard girl agreed obediently, walked to the side of the magic wolf, and moved the body of the desert wolf into the space ring. Several people, headed by Jiang Nan, once again chose a direction to find the next area for hunting. As he was on his way, Jiang Nanshan was bored and asked the two girls, "What are your two names?" As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, the tall girl immediately replied, "My name is Tu Xian." Tu Xian? Jiang Nan smiled, "The name is not bad, it sounds good, it really is like the name of the person, and the name of the beautiful person is also good." In fact, tall girls are not considered to be the best in their beauty. In terms of appearance, bodyguard girls should be about the same. It belongs to the category of ordinary women who are a little taller. Jiang Nan looked at the short girl again, and the short girl hurriedly said, "My name is Chen Xi." Jiang Nan nodded, which is also a very good name. The hunt continues. Every time, Jiang Nan killed the demon wolf very easily, and the two girls became more and more shocked. For other teams, it is very difficult to hunt the wolf, and Jiang Nan is as easy as eating and drinking. Demon wolves were hunted one by one. As time passed, the two sisters witnessed that Jiang Nan had killed 7 or 8 demon wolves, and they still didn't mean to return? The heart is shocked again. When other teams enter the secret realm once, most of them can hunt 4 or 5 demon wolves, while those who kill only 2 or 3 will exit the secret realm. After all, hunting demon wolves is very labor-intensive. Only Jiang Nan is so perverted that he can kill it so easily, just like playing the desert wolf in the secret realm. Jiang Nan is also addicted to killing, mainly because there are 2 girls who joined. While waiting, Jiang Nan will find a topic to chat with them, and while hunting, he can learn more about the world. When I was working in a small restaurant before, the information I received from him was relatively superficial. After chatting with these 2 girls, Jiang Nan became more aware of the warriors. And I also learned that the 2 girls are both warriors, among them, brother Gao's sister is the 3rd stage of the blood refining realm. The short girl is in the 2nd stage of blood training. I also learned that the Scarface that he had killed before was the 5th rank of the blood refinement realm, which was the top of the blood refinement realm. And this secret realm can only be entered by mortals who are in the blood refining realm and below. These Jiang Nan didn't know about it before, and when he learned this information, he understood the world like a dry sponge absorbing water. And in the unintentional conversation, Jiang Nan also learned the secret technique. The 2 girls saw him kill the demon wolf so easily, because he was someone who used secret skills. And the substances with secret skills are very rare. In fact, it seems that this is a small town on the edge of the continent. It is really precious to have a martial artist with secret skills. This made Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh that being able to get together with these 2 girls inadvertently is really a blessing from God. Let yourself know so much knowledge in advance, so as not to be suspected. Because of too little knowledge about this aspect in the future. By the time the 15th devil wolf was hunted, the space capacity of the bodyguard girl was close to half, and the time they spent in the secret realm in Jiangnan was almost 12 hours. The bodyguard girl said at this time, "Boss, I think we should leave too." "I think it's almost the same." "Well, then we'll leave." Jiangnan nodded. Without delay, I summoned the secret realm teleportation stone from the space. Glanced at the two girls, smiled and said, "Get ready, let's leave the secret realm." "Uh-huh." The two girls nodded hurriedly and both moved closer to Jiangnan. With a thought, Jiangnan summoned half of the saber and pierced his finger, sending blood to the secret realm. The next moment, several people were swept away by the red light, and they disappeared in place after 5 seconds. When it reappeared, it was directly in the corner of the spacious hall of the hunting guild. At this time, the hunting hall was not particularly lively. It was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. Most of the hunters had already returned, handed over their prey to the hunting union, and left in exchange for honor points. Only a few sparse hunters teleported back and went to the trading location of the hunting guild to trade. This is the first time Jiangnan has come to pay prey, and he is still a little nervous. However, although he was nervous in his heart, he was very calm on the surface. There was nothing he could do. The two girls were just staring at him, so he had to pretend that he couldn't lose face if it didn't work. He calmly walked towards the trading point. The female bodyguard and two girls followed behind. There are many heads of hunting guilds at the trading point, who are responsible for acquiring prey. Since it is not busy now, and there is no need to queue, there are several hunting guild leaders who are idle chatting. Jiangnan walked over and said, "Trade prey." A person in charge in his 50s glanced at Jiangnan, and without saying a word, walked directly to an open space next to him and stood beside him. The meaning will be clear in the future, just get the devil wolf out and he will check it. The process is simple. Jiangnan glanced at the beautiful bodyguard and said nothing, obviously taking out the magic wolf for them to see. The beautiful bodyguard nodded. This open space is not too big, it only looks like a dozen meters. Obviously, if all the magic wolves are summoned at the same time, it will definitely not work, and there is no way to put it here. So you can only take it out one by one. The girl's bodyguard's thoughts moved, and a magic wolf appeared in the open space. The person in charge of the hunting guild glanced at it. There was a small notebook and a pen in his hand, and he wrote it down. Then he waved his hand slightly, put the magic wolf into his space ring, then glanced at the bodyguard girl and said, "Is there any more? If there is, continue." The bodyguard girl didn't say much, and with a thought, she summoned a devil wolf again. The person in charge of the hunting guild glanced at it and put it away, and said, "Is there any more? If there is, continue." The bodyguard girl had another thought and summoned a devil wolf. Similarly, the person in charge of the hunting guild glanced at it and put it away, and habitually asked, "Continue if you have any." The bodyguard girl had another thought and summoned a devil wolf. 5 consecutive wolves were summoned. The person in charge of the hunting guild put away his face without much change. But when the 6th devil wolf was summoned, the person in charge of the hunting guild said with a smile, "My good fellow, and you have harvested a lot this time." When the corpse of the 7th devil wolf was summoned, the person in charge of the hunting guild was a little shocked. "My dear, 7 devil wolf corpses. This is very uncommon, and there are only 4 people in your team, amazing. This, the harvest is very rare. Is there one of you who is a master of the 5th rank of the blood exchange realm? For his words, Jiang Nan smiled and said, this is an obvious problem. The person in charge of the hunting guild nodded and said, that's right, but even so, the harvest is rare enough. I haven't seen a team that hunted down 7 wolves for a long time. But just after his words fell, the bodyguard girl said weakly, but it's not over yet, we still have the corpse of the demon wolf. Ah? Also, the person in charge of the hunting guild was shocked. The bodyguard girl smiled and thought, and another demon wolf corpse was summoned. Oh my god, there are still 8 corpses of demon wolves. It's really amazing. The person in charge of the hunting guild sighed, but did not forget his responsibilities, put it away, and recorded it in his small notebook. The head of the trade union wrote it down in a small notebook and said, this time there should be no more. There are already 8 heads. It's too scary. No. The bodyguard girl said, there's more. As he spoke, his mind moved, and another demon wolf corpse was summoned. And also, the person in charge of the hunting guild was speechless. This is already the 9th head, and no team has ever seen such a high harvest. He was also beaten a little numbly. He didn't say anything, just put away the corpse of the devil wolf and wrote it down in a small notebook. The beautiful bodyguard is no nonsense, but with a thought, it is a devil wolf. Again, and the body is released. Chap. And also, the person in charge of the hunting guild rolled his eyes wildly, put away the corpse of the devil wolf, and wrote it down in a small notebook. The heads of the several idle hunting guilds nearby were also attracted by this situation and came together. It's a bit exaggerated that the good guy has so many gains at one time, said one of them. Yes, this is already the 9th head. The person in charge of the mercenary union responsible for receiving Jiangnan. And the others said, any more? The person in charge of the other mercenary union was slightly interested, looking at the bodyguard girl and asking. He would like to see how much this team has achieved this time? Certainly. The bodyguard girl smiled faintly, her mind moved, and the corpse of the 11th devil wolf was summoned. Several responsible persons. Collective shock. They looked at each other, but no one spoke. The bodyguard girl didn't care so much, the corpse of the 12th magic wolf was summoned with a thought. The heads of several hunting guilds. Then the corpse of the 13th demon wolf was summoned. Several persons in charge of the trade union, Cha. Then the 14th demon wolf corpse was summoned. Several union leaders, are you the devil? Then the 15th demon wolf corpse was summoned. The heads of several trade unions, It's not human. Jiang Nan looked at the shocked appearance of several responsible persons, and laughed aside. The 2 girls, Tu Xian and Chen Xi, were also teased to hide their mouths and laugh. No, this is the last vote, there are 15 heads in total. At this time, the beautiful bodyguard faced the opportunity with a very uneasy mood, and the person in charge of the hunting guild said, then how many honor points should we get? The person in charge of the hunting guild was stunned for a moment before saying, this is a very good calculation, 10 honor points for 1 devil wolf. A total of 15 devil wolves, 150 honor points, take out your exclusive spar, I will give honor points brush for you. No. Jiang Nan said with a smile, the previous honor spar was lost, and there are thousands of honor points on it, and it's all over. This is an excuse Jiang Nan thought of for a long time, Jiangnan's words made the head of the hunting guild's organization bleed. Nima, how can you be such a loser? So careless, the honor spar is lost, and there are thousands of honor points on it. What a fortune this is. Are you saying it's lost? If someone else said such a thing, they would definitely despise it and not believe it. Thousands of honor points are not easy to accumulate, but Jiangnan and the others have harvested 15 devil wolves this time. I got 150 honor points, so a few thousand honor points are very acceptable. You must know that these leaders of the hunting guild earn only 200 honor points a month. Jiangnan said that thousands of honor points were lost, but their salary for several years. Therefore, the heads of several hunting guilds are distressed. The person in charge of the hunting guild who was in charge of receiving Jiangnan and the others calmed down and said, then you can only take one honor spar from me, one honor spar for 50 honor points. Of course. Jiangnan said. Exactly what he intended. The person in charge of the hunting guild nodded, and a blue stone appeared in his hand and handed it to Jiangnan. Okay, you can confess your lord with blood, then I will give the remaining 100 honor points. Brush for you. Jiangnan nodded, and his finger pierced with a sharp knife dripped a drop of blood on the spar, and recognized the honor spar as the master. The blood of the space ring is generally absorbed by the spar quickly, and Jiangnan's surprise is that there is a blood connection. Okay. Jiangnan handed the spar to the person in charge of the hunting guild. The person in charge of the hunting guild took over and thought, and in his hand there was a huge spar the size of a basketball. It was also flickering with a faint blue light, and he put two large and small spar stones together and touched them. In an instant, they released blue light and blended together. Jiangnan watched this scene and had to sigh that this world also has its magical place. The first time he saw this kind of thing, he must have felt incredible. Of course, the people who brought things from the earth here would also be incredible. It's just so rare. In about 2 seconds, in Jiangnan's consciousness, there was an additional number of 100 in his honor spar. Represents 100 honor points. He smiled and the thing was amazing. All right. The person in charge of the hunting guild returned Jiangnan's spar of honor to him. Jiangnan took it over and said politely, thank you. Then he turned around and glanced at the bodyguard girl and the two girls, too, Xian and Chuanxin, and said, let's go, it's time to rest after being so busy. Of course, he paid attention to it. The person in charge of the hunting guild said that he thought that 4 people were a team, so there was no need to question it. If they were told that so many demon wolves were killed by Jiangnan alone, Jiangnan was worried that it would raise any doubts. This doesn't have to happen. Jiangnan still thinks it's better to keep a low profile. Wretched development, don't wave. Is the kingly way. The 3 girls nodded and left the hunting guild behind Jiangnan. The hunting guild came out of Jiangnan and glanced at the 2 girls, Tushuan and Chuanxin, and said, it's so late, you 2 should stay here first, and you'll be on your way tomorrow, go back to Tongtian town. He couldn't bear to drive 2 people away in the middle of the night. Jiangnan's words made Sister Tushuan's eyes turn red, and she said, Boss, we don't want to go back to Tongtian town, we want to follow you. Chuanxin girl nodded quickly and said, yes, we don't want to go back to Tongtian town, we want to follow you and hunt together. What? Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, a little confused, how could this happen? The next moment he thought about it and threw a probe. The 2 girls really want to follow me. 100%. It turned out that the two men were telling the truth. However, this made Jiangnan a little embarrassed, because they had made an appointment with another girl before to form a team to hunt together. After thinking about Jiangnan for a while, he directly refused and said, "The two girls are no good. We already have a team. You two will still be able to pass through the water town. We can't accept you. Can't you?" With Jiangnan's words, Tu Xuan's eyes turned even redder, with tears circling in her eyes. She said weakly, "Since it's like this, then it's all right." Sister Chuanxin also had red eyes, and looked like she was about to cry. Jiangnan. TMD, as if I bullied you. However, looking at the two girls like this, it is pitiful. How can you be so unbearable? But if the two of them are added, there must be too many people in the team. How can this be done? Boss, the two of them are very pitiful, and the rest of their team have been killed. I'm afraid they will return to Tongshui town and have a hard time. If you can help, please help them. This is what the bodyguard girl also said. She is a person who has suffered and is also very compassionate. This? Jiangnan pinched his chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, let's stay for now, and we'll make arrangements later when we meet up with another team." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss, for taking it in." The two sisters Chuanxin and Tu Xuan were even more happy and burst into laughter. Looking at Jiangnan gratefully, and then gratefully at the bodyguard girl, Chuanxin girl said, "Thank you, sister, for interceding for us." "Thank you, sister." Sister Tu Xian said quickly. "No need to thank you, everyone has been together for so long, and they are all good sisters. We have encountered difficulties before and have been helped by others," said the bodyguard girl. Jiangnan also nodded secretly at this point. It is undeniable that there are bad guys in this world, but there are also many good-hearted people. For example, they just entered the secret realm, and they couldn't come to Yulin town because of the help of that team. Jiangnan still remembers it in my heart, and I must repay when I have the opportunity to encounter this small town. Not too far from the hunting guild, there is an inn. Jiangnan took 3 girls into the inn. Immediately, Xiao Er came up to greet him and said with a big smile, "A few of you want a room to stay in the hotel?" Obviously, it is so late that when you come to the inn, the possibility of staying in the hotel is very high. That's why the shop assistant asked this question. Well, the bodyguard girl nodded and said, "I want 2 rooms, yes, I want the best room. This time they are not as down as the last time, they have to work here to make a living. When I came this time, a lot of gold bars were prepared in the space. With Jiangnan's current financial resources, it is completely possible to buy a few tons of gold without any problem at all. So if in this world elixir or something, if it were bought with gold, he wouldn't have to worry about it at all. It's a pity that gold and silver can only be purchased for ordinary things. High-quality weapons and medicine pills, etc. Only the honor points issued by the hunting guild can be used, and gold and silver don't matter at all. Jiangnan can only start from scratch and take it slow. Fortunately, at present, the hot weapon sniper rifle brought by the earth can still be used, so that they can have a bit of a head start. Because I came to the 3rd floor, the best room on the 3rd floor. The shop assistant said happily, and took 4 people upstairs. It is a very happy thing to do business. As he went upstairs, Jiangnan said to the second shopkeeper, "By the way, the meal has not been finished yet. The cooked food will be delivered to the room." The shop assistant nodded happily. The top room on the third floor is not bad. Antique and elegant environment. Room 308 on the third floor, where Jiang Nan and the bodyguard girl are stationed. The other two girls are stationed in room 307. Send the food to room 308. Jiang Nan instructed the shop assistant. Okay, the customer will be ready soon. The second shop assistant agreed and hurriedly went on. You two will come to our room in a while, and we will have dinner together. Jiang Nan said to the two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin. The two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, replied well-behaved and happy. Then he went to his room to wash up and changed into a set of clothes. In order to leave a good impression on Jiang Nan, both of them took out the most beautiful clothes in the space ring and put them on. When they went to the secret realm, the clothes they wore were relatively simple and suitable for battle, but when they came out of the secret realm, one of them changed into a long aqua blue dress, and the other changed into a long red dress. It's enough for two people to be in good shape, and they are all drenched. A woman's body and looks are a huge part of their value in any world. Of course, unless she is strong enough and does not need to rely on men, such a woman will not find support because of her figure and appearance. But how many such women can there be? And there are countless strong people in this world, and there are even more strong people in the strong. The two girls changed their clothes, looked in the mirror again and again, and went to Jiang Nan's bodyguard girl's room after they were satisfied. In the room, Jiang Nan was chatting with the bodyguard girl while drinking tea. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up when he saw the two girls come in. Nima, as expected, people rely on clothes, and horses rely on gold clothes. The two girls are even more beautiful in this way, their bodies are perfect. And they look very seductive. The two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, saw Jiang Nan looking at them, and they were a little shy and happy at the same time. They also want to attract the attention of Jiang Nan, so they can get better support. Come here and sit down. The beautiful bodyguard said to the two of them with a smile. The two nodded quickly and sat down at the table. Sister Tushuan has more eyesight, seeing that there is less tea in Jiang Nan's teacup at this time, and there is only half a cup of tea in the teacup of Sister Bodyguard. He quickly took the teapot on the side and poured tea for the two of them. Quickly brought himself into the role. Sister Chuanxin was a little embarrassed, so she stood up and wanted to help. But now she couldn't help. At this moment, the shop boy came up with a sumptuous meal and a jar of old wine. As he walked to the table, he put a few dishes in the tray on the table and said, "This is the dish we are good at here, sauce beef, sauce pigs." Trotter. Jiang Nan glanced at it and was rather speechless. It seems that the recipes here are all meat. Except for meat, there are very few vegetables. And several of the plates are very large, each plate has a full 3 or 4 pounds of meat, and there are 5 dishes in total. All right. Jiang Nan is more helpless, and it is more painful to the eating habits of this world. I made a discovery when I was working in a small restaurant before. The two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, were still a little cautious while sitting at the table. Several guests, call me if you need anything, said the second shop assistant. Jiang Nan nodded. The shop assistant stepped back. The two sisters, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, were a little cautious, but Tu Xian was more discerning. The alliance took the jar of wine and gave it to Jiang Nan. Daojiu. Ha. Jiang Nan said happily, how about I taste this wine if you three want to drink, drink, and if you don't want to drink, eat. As he spoke, he picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. This was the first time he drank the wine of this world. Although he worked part-time in a small restaurant before, he was just making ends meet and eating, and he couldn't drink alcohol at all. It tastes mellow and delicious in one sip. Although it is served in a wine jar, it tastes really good. Jiang Nan said happily, "It tastes good, it's strong enough. Boss, if you like to drink, drink more." Sister Tu Xian said with a smile. "Well, boss, you can drink as much as you can." Sister Chuanxin could only follow along. Obviously, she didn't have Sister Tu Xuan, who could speak well. The bodyguard girl doesn't need to be as restrained as her now, she has already eaten. A mouthful of beef with sauce tastes good, but she is also not used to the world's diet, which is all meat and no vegetables. Wei Wei frowned and said to Jiang Nan, "It would be nice if there were some vegetarian stir-fries here." "Yeah, I also think this is very painful," Jiang Nan said. Only Jiang Nan and the two of them can understand what the beautiful bodyguard said here. The two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, didn't seem to have any meaning in here at all, but noticed one of the words used by Jiang Nan, "It hurts." Hearing this word, the two girls immediately blushed. On the other hand, Jiang Nan was unaware. He was already used to talking like this, and he just followed his mouth. How could he think so much? Even if I think about it, I can only sigh, alas. This simple world. After eating, the topic started, and Tu Xuan asked Jiang Nan weakly, "Boss, we still don't know what your name is?" Jiang Nan directly said that he had thought about whether he needed to change his name to hide his identity when he arrived in this world, but the result he thought of was meaningless, so it was more convenient to use his own name directly. Boss Jiang. Sister Tu Xian said quickly. "Sister, what's your name?" Tu Xuan asked the bodyguard again. "Huang Qing." The bodyguard girl said. "Sister Huang." Tu Xian immediately called out obediently. Therefore, with a deeper understanding of everyone, the atmosphere has become more relaxed. Because only Jiang Nan was drinking alone, the dinner did not last long and ended after more than an hour. The two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, went back to their room to rest. And Jiang Nan and the bodyguard girl started their two-person battle. This is what life needs. Enjoy life while busy. And they both enjoy each other to the extreme. The next day, a few people were eating breakfast. Jiang Nan looked around for a while and said to the two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin, "Today you two should rest in front of the inn. We have to go to meet our teammates before, and then discuss with them the question you two want to stay." Sister Tu Xuan and Sister Chuanxin immediately nodded obediently and answered. And there is some anticipation and tension. They are looking forward to being able to follow Jiang Nan, and they are a little worried that there will be any changes after discussing with other teammates. Hunting Guild Hall. A peerless girl, waiting in a corner with another girl, looking left and right, looking for in the crowd. It was the girl team that Jiang Nan and the others had worked with before. The stunning girl was the captain of the previous girl team. But there were only two people left in their team, and they encountered a crisis when they entered the secret realm 3 days ago. Before they could vote, two girls were bitten to death by the devil wolf. And both of them are their old team members. After that, a new girl team member was added and escaped by luck, but after escaping from the secret realm, he immediately left the team and no longer followed the stunning girls to take risks. Therefore, only the two of them were left in the team of the stunning girls. They have not entered the secret realm for 3 days, but they will wait here every day, hoping that Jiangnan will come back to meet them just like the appointment before. But every day of waiting is disappointing, and I didn't see Jiangnan and the others coming. 3 days. Otherwise, they have never shown up, which makes the stunning girls wonder if they will not come to Jiangnan? After all, the family is from Desheng, although she is looking forward to working with Jiangnan and the others. She waited eagerly, and at this moment, Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard walked into the hunting guild hall. Ah! Here, finally! The stunning girl suddenly exclaimed with joy, and greeted Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard. Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard said as they entered the door, I don't know if the previous team will wait for us. We will wait for them for 3 days. If we can't wait, we will not wait. Here are the 2 sisters of Chuanxin. Tu Xuan. Enter the secret realm to form a team to hunt. The bodyguard girl also nodded and said, it's a good arrangement. At this moment, a nice voice came from a distance, Jiangnan, Jiangnan. Jiangnan followed the prestige and saw the stunning girl for the first time. He smiled and waved at her. At the same time, he said to the beautiful bodyguard next to him, it seems that you don't need to wait for 3 days at all. I met it as soon as I came in, and luck is not bad. Yeah. The beautiful bodyguard said with a smile. While the 2 of them were talking, they met the 2 stunning girls who came over. Hey! Seeing that there were only 2 girls left, Jiangnan said in surprise. What's going on? Why are there only 2 people left? Jiangnan's words made the stunning girl's eyes turn red, and tears began to swirl in her eyes. Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, then realized something and asked, is there any accident? When Jiangnan said this, the beautiful girl's tears fell, and she said while crying, 3 days ago, when we went to the secret realm, we encountered a change, and the 2 of them were killed by the devil wolf. What? Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard both exclaimed regretfully. Wu. The stunning girl and another girl cried. Okay, don't cry, grieve and change. The bodyguard girl persuaded. Since it has happened, crying is useless and irreversible. Yeah, don't cry. Jiangnan also persuaded, don't worry, I will take care of you in the future, and you will not be in the same danger again. The stunning girl wiped away her tears and said, Jiangnan, you are so strong, there must be no problem with following you. Knowing that this kind of thing will happen, we won't enter the secret realm for a few days, so we'll be waiting for you all the time. Come. After chatting for a while, the bodyguard's cousin said to Jiangnan, if that's the case, bring Tu Xian and Chen Xi in with you. We only have 6 people to form a team, that's fine. Jiangnan nodded, he also had this plan. In fact, no matter how many people you bring, you will still have 1 person to kill the demon wolf in the future. However, bringing a few people into the secret realm and forming a similar team of 5 people is the least likely to be questioned. And when the prey is sold, it will be the configuration of the normal squad. If there were only Jiangnan and the bodyguard girl, they would have gained so much. I am afraid that once or twice would be okay, after all, it would attract people's attention after a long time. This completely goes against Jiangnan's vulgar development and low-key plan. Sister, this time, we have met 2 more people. Now there are only 2 of you here. Let's bring them together to form a team and enter the secret realm. Jiangnan looked at the stunning girl and said, well, of course this is possible. The stunning girl nodded without Hesitation. Now in this situation, as long as Jiangnan is willing to cooperate with them, it will be better. And there are only 2 people left. If you add 2 more people, the team can have 6 people. Since everyone agrees, let's just go back to the inn, which is not far from the hunting guild. Jiangnan said, when we entered the inn room and returned, no one disturbed the quiet, and then we arrived at the hunting guild. It is also very convenient for the guild to sell prey. Well, this is the best. The stunning girl said quickly, have you been staying in the inn all the time? What she meant was obvious. Jiangnan and the others were not locals, they came from a big city, and there was no house here, so they had to live in an inn. Yeah. Jiangnan said, I will live in an inn for the time being, but if I stabilize in the future, I will buy a house and settle down. Well, this is the best. The stunning girl said happily, she misses Jiangnan very much. They settle down, or else when Jiangnan and the others leave, she will have nothing to rely on. While chatting, a few people walked out of the inn of the hunting guild. When they returned to the inn, the 2 sisters, Tu Xian and Chen Xi, were still chatting worriedly, and Tu Xian said, I wonder if the 2 of us will accept it from the rest of the team? Chen Xi said, yeah, I'm also very worried. If we are rejected by the rest of the team, we won't be able to join in. I'm afraid that the 2 of us will have to leave and return to Tongshui town, but when we return to Tongshui town, what kind of team should we find to join? This is really embarrassing. People like Jiangnan, who have secret skills and are very good to us, are too hard to find. At this time, the sound of footsteps in the corridor reminded me that the 2 girls stopped talking, followed by a knock on the door, and the voice of the beautiful bodyguard came in. Chen Xi, Tu Xian, you 2 come to our room. Come on. Okay. Understood. Chen Xi and Tu Xian replied, but they were very puzzled why they came back so quickly. But the 2 of them didn't dare to waste time, got up quickly, and came out of the room, and entered the room of Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard. When I entered the room, I saw 2 more people. One of them was extremely beautiful, with fair skin, a very good figure, exquisite facial features, and a very good match. While Tu Xian and Chen Xi were looking at the stunning girl, she was also looking at the 2 of them. I'll introduce you to each other. Jiangnan said at this time, this is Tu Xian and this is Chen Xi. Jiangnan first introduced the 2 girls, Tu Xuan and Chen Xi, to the stunning girls. Then he introduced the stunning girls to Tu Xian and Chen Xi, but at this time, he remembered that he hadn't had time to ask the names of these 2 girls. This is also a fart. He smiled slightly, looked at the stunning girl and said, Sister, I don't know the names of the 2 of you yet, so I can't introduce this. The stunning girl laughed, and felt that Jiangnan was quite interesting. She smiled even more beautifully, and Jiangnan looked a little dazed. The stunning girl introduced herself while laughing and said, My name is Xiao Jing. Then he pointed to the girl who followed her and said, Her name is Shan Lang Yao. Tu Xian and Sister Chen Xi nodded. What Jiangnan paid more attention to was the stunning girl, and she deliberately remembered her name. As for the other girl, she basically ignored it. No way, this is still a face-to-face era. Beautiful women always attract more attention from men. The situation is like this. Jiangnan continued, before our team, 2 people died unexpectedly in the secret realm, so now we form a team of 6. And then we will unite to hunt in the secret realm in the future. Great. Great. The two girls, 21 and Chen Xi, clapped their hands happily. This time, the two of them finally felt relieved and could follow Jiangnan and the others together. The stunning girl smiled lightly, and was equally delighted in her heart. It can be seen from your expressions that there is no objection to this matter. Jiangnan continued with a smile. Well, how can you object? The stunning girl said. Yes, as long as I can be with you, boss, I can do whatever I want. 2. Xian also said quickly. Okay, then let's not waste time, let's enter the secret realm, and enter earlier to gain more gains. Jiangnan said. It is good. The stunning girl agreed and took out a secret realm teleportation stone. First. Without much to say, everyone moved closer to her. The stunning girl's finger pierced with a sharp knife dropped a drop of blood on the secret realm teleportation stone. The next moment everyone was swept away by the red light, and about 5 seconds later, the red light disappeared together with a few of them. When everyone appeared again, they had already entered the secret realm. The same environment for 4 weeks, tall bushes, thick fog. And by coincidence, there was a magic wolf roaming more than 50 meters away. The appearance of several people immediately startled the devil wolf. Ouch! The demon wolf let out a cry and rushed towards a few people. This situation is extremely dangerous. Many teams were teleported to the side of the magic wolf because they were suddenly teleported, and they were killed by the magic wolf before they could deal with it. This result is very sad. But this time, the demon wolf faced Jiangnan's team. The sudden situation shocked several girls. What? My God, there's a devil wolf nearby. The stunning girl, Chuanxin and Tushuan exclaimed in unison. Humph. However, Jiangnan snorted and thought, and immediately summoned the sniper rifle from the space, and then quickly knelt down on one knee and aimed the sniper rifle at the demon wolf. Of course, the so-called aiming is just an appearance, he is quickly throwing out detections one by one. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The magic wolf approached quickly. The girls were even more shocked. Although they were also in a hurry, they took out a bow and arrow from the space ring and quickly shot an arrow at the magic wolf, but the damage to the magic wolf was too little to be fatal at all. It can also be said that it has no effect at all, and the devil wolf can also rush over to tear them up. If it wasn't for Jiangnan, who hadn't left to escape at this time, the others would have already started to escape. Whether it's the stunning girl or Tu Xian and Chuanxin, because of their trust in Jiangnan, they didn't choose to run away, but died together even if they wanted to die. Pfft. Just when the magic wolf was 20 meters away from them, Jiangnan pulled the trigger and shot. With a slight sound, a bullet was ejected from the sniper muzzle, perfectly shot into the eyes of the devil, and then shattered his brain. With a loud thud, the dusty and huge corpse fell to the ground. The huge forward force made his body rush forward more than 10 meters, and it stopped less than 10 meters in front of them in Jiangnan. With a body like a hill, this scene is very shocking. My God, it's too dangerous. It's okay, I finally killed the demon wolf, huh? Several girls breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. What a big pervert, he could kill the demon wolf in such an emergency. And the stunning girl is also more interested in the sniper rifle in Jiangnan's hands. She had seen Jiangnan using a pistol before, so she didn't understand what kind of bow and arrow long-range attack weapon it was. And this time, this weird weapon has changed again. It is not as short and long as before, and it is very different. This time there is not much movement, unlike the first time it was used. Every time it was terrifyingly deafening all the time. Okay, put away the spoils. Jiang Nan laughed and said to his cousin calmly. In fact, he was also quite nervous just now, mainly because he was not mentally prepared. As soon as he was teleported, a magic wolf rushed over. He was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Fortunately, reason told him that the only way to escape is to die, and only by killing the demon wolf can he survive. And Jiangnan's wind and clouds are light and not afraid at all, so that the stunning beauty, Tu Xian and several other girls are even more convinced by the general style of Jiangnan. Jiangnan looked at it and felt uneasy. Nima, in life, the emphasis is on acting. Sure enough. The bodyguard girl walked to the front of the magic wolf, and with a thought, she put the body of the magic wolf into the space ring. But now she is still a little scared. She knows Jiangnan best. Although she saw Jiangnan kill the demon wolf, she is more aware that this time is really dangerous. And I have secretly made a note in my heart that I can't be like this when I enter the secret realm in the future. I'm careless, and I have to always be prepared to have a demon wolf by my side. Luckily this time, the demon wolf is still tens of meters away. If it appears directly in front of the demon wolf next time, it will be even more tragic. Come on, let's continue. As Jiangnan spoke, he had already left for the next area. Uh-huh. The other girls nodded and followed. If the last time Jiangnan looked like a follower in the stunning girls and their team, and now Jiangnan has completely become the dominant position, and everyone else obeys his commands and arrangements. But just not far away, Jiangnan suddenly flashed a light in his mind. I can't wait to slap myself a few mouths. Because he suddenly thought of a question. He has a success rate, why is he stupid to go hunting like everyone else? Find an area to screech to attract the wolves, then wait. This is a hunting method that no one else can use. And he actually does it like this habitually, which is too stupid. With the special ability of success rate, it can directly lock the exact position of the devil wolf, and then just rush to kill him. Will you come over? In fact, this method is quite efficient, but for those who have not seen the success rate, it is much better than looking for the devil wolf in the fog. With this thought, Jiangnan stopped. Quietly issued a probe. There are magic wolves in the vicinity of 2 kilometers. 0%. There are magic wolves in the vicinity of 3 kilometers. 0%. There are magic wolves in the vicinity of 4 kilometers. 0%. Obviously, this situation has shown that there are no magic wolves in the vicinity at all, and it is also a vain wait to make a howl in the next 2 kilometer area. Jiangnan continued to probe. There are magic wolves in the vicinity of 5 kilometers. 20%. Close. Jiangnan exploration continues. There is a magic wolf in the vicinity of 6 kilometers. Through several consecutive detections, Jiangnan basically determined that there was a demon wolf at a distance of 5.5 kilometers. And then continued to probe. The nearest devil wolf is in the north. It is a continuous detection again, and the orientation is also determined. With the azimuth and the distance, Jiangnan already knew where the demon wolf was. And a few other girls saw Jiangnan stopped and looked like they were in a daze. They didn't understand what happened? Only the bodyguard girl thoughtfully thought about whether Jiangnan was looking for the devil wolf by divination. The stunning girl watched for a while, and saw that Jiang Nan was still in a daze. She couldn't help asking, what happened to Jiang Nan? Did something happen? At this time, Jiang Nan had already completed the detection, looked at her and smiled. No, I was just doing a test. I am born with good hearing. I want to listen carefully to see if I can hear the next demon. Where the wolf is. What? What? Several girls were stunned by Jiang Nan's words. He is born with good hearing and can rely on his hearing to find the magic wolf in the secret realm? How is this possible? To know that the hearing of the magic wolf is very abnormal. It is in the special environment of the secret realm, but it can only hear the sound of about 2 kilometers. Could it be that Jiang Nan's hearing is more perverted than the magic wolf? This made a few girls who would not believe it. Haha. Jiang Nan looked at a few girls with wide-eyed eyes, completely shocked and disbelieving, smiled lightly, and did not explain much, and set off towards the location of the magic wolf. Facts speak louder than words, and when they find the magic wolf directly, a few girls will know what a hearing perversion is. Of course, this is just an excuse for Jiang Nan. The real reason is because you can see the success rate is something you won't tell. As we hurried, we walked for about 20 minutes and left the previous position for almost 2 kilometers. If you follow the usual hunting rules, you should be quiet and make a move to attract the magic wolf. But Jiang Nan didn't stop and continue on his way, because he knew that it was a waste of time to stop here. But the stunning girl, Tu Xian and Chen Xi were very puzzled. Do you really have to rely on your hearing to hear the location of the devil wolf, so you have to kill it directly to find it? Although they have this idea, they don't believe it at all. Because if this is the case, it is simply too perverted. The perversion is unacceptable, and the hearing is better than that of the devil wolf. How is this fun? Although he has such a mentality, Jiang Nan did not stop, and the few girls did not stop, and they kept following Jiang Nan fast. 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 5 km. Jiang Nan still has no intention of stopping. Several girls, looking back from time to time, are deeply questioning each other. Even the stunning girl finally couldn't help but asked Jiang Nan, do you really have to rely on your hearing to find the devil wolf? I'm afraid it will be difficult to find it in the environment of the secret realm. In addition to having a great impact on vision, it also affects hearing. The impact is also very large, and when the devil wolf is not attracted and attacked, they generally do not howl, but the sound of walking is very small. How can this be heard? The stunning girl's words are almost obvious. Don't waste your time, it's impossible to do it. Because in a situation like Jiang Nan, groping in the fog without making a sound, this is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. It is too difficult to meet a devil wolf. I'm afraid it's not bad to run into one for a few days while wandering around. After all, the line of sight here is too small, only nearly 100 meters. Maybe it will pass by the devil wolf, but if it is more than 100 meters away, it will be missed. Heh. Jiang Nan smiled faintly at the words of the absolutely beautiful girl and said, Sister, you don't believe me. I believe, of course I believe. The stunning girl said, but this is a bit too absurd. You can see that we have walked nearly 5 kilometers for nearly half an hour, and we have not found the devil wolf. If we continue to look for it will be a waste of time. Ah, Jiang Nan has such a powerful combat power. And it's so easy to hunt down demon wolves, but wouldn't it be fruitless if you don't encounter them? The stunning girl didn't want to wipe Jiang Nan's face, and tried to convince him. Jiangnan just smiled. Because as they traveled and probed, the location of the demonic wolf changed somewhat, and it got closer to them. Now they gathered the demonic wolf for less than 200 meters. And now the demon wolf is rapidly approaching them. It is estimated that it will rush to the range of 100 meters in 10 seconds and appear in their line of sight. Even Jiangnan had already thought of it, because the voice just now was alarmed, and the demon wolf, who was already not far away, was approaching quickly. Get ready for battle. The situation obtained through the detection shouted to the south, and at the same time was already kneeling down on one knee. The sniper rifle was facing the fog, the direction of the magic wolf. The bodyguard girl firmly believed in Jiangnan's words, and also knelt down on one knee and aimed the sniper rifle in the direction pointed by the misty Jiangnan. Because in the future, she will be asked to fire a shot every time to practice spear skills. However, the stunning girls Tushuan and Chen Xi were stunned. What is the situation? Suddenly ready to fight. Ouch. Just when this was a wolf roar, it came out from the fog. Immediately after that, the magic wolf had already rushed out of the fog and rushed towards several people. Ah, there really is a devil wolf. My God, did you really hear that? Several girls exclaimed and hurriedly drew bows and arrows, swish swish, and shot arrows at the devil wolf. Although their attacks didn't make much sense, although everyone's archery skills were good, and the demon dragon's body was huge enough that basically anyone could hit it, the damage caused by each arrow to the demon wolf was too small. But Jiangnan still asked them to attack every time, because only in this way could they become stronger and stronger. If you just follow Jiangnan Liuwaner and don't even shoot an arrow, you'll be resting on your laurels. When the magic wolf was 60 meters away from everyone, Jiangnan had already locked and shot easily. Pfft. With the tendency of a sniper, the bullet spun and shot out at a high speed, perfectly hitting the devil's eye, smashing its eyes, and then shooting into the devil's brain. The magic wolf fell headfirst, and his body rushed forward for more than 10 meters, dying. Go and pack it up, Jiangnan said lightly to the bodyguard girl. The bodyguard girl nodded to collect the body of the demon wolf. The stunning girls, Tu Xianhua and Chuanxin, looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. Really, can you really find the devil wolf by hearing? The stunning girl said incoherently. Haha. Jiangnan smiled lightly and didn't say much. I really can't imagine it. Although I still can't believe it, but now the facts are in front of me, I have to believe it if I don't believe it. Sister Tushuan said. It's just incredible. I still feel like it's a dream. I can't imagine how this is done. It's possible to recruit the devil wolf by listening to it. Sister Chuanxin is also extremely shocked. They really can't understand, there's not much movement at all, okay? Jiangnan was able to find the location of the devil wolf by listening. No way, this is talent, it's just like that. Jiangnan looked at their shocked appearance and said with a smile. Jiangnan didn't blush at all about lying, and he was very accustomed to it. Now. After that, I stopped paying attention to the shocking eyes and expressions of several girls, and continued to throw probes to lock the target of the next devil wolf. Soon after several detections, there was a demon wolf just 2 kilometers away. And at this time, Jiangnan also discovered a more painful problem. The shrubs in this secret realm are relatively sparse, and although the land here is not very flat, if a 4-wheel drive off-road vehicle can travel through it, In that case, it will be much faster to catch up on the road, and walking on 2 legs is too slow. As for the other warrior teams hunting in the secret realm, the speed of walking is not too fast, but when dealing with the demon wolf, it can explode at an explosive speed, which can be similar to the speed of the demon wolf. But it cannot last. Now the bodyguards don't have enough space. When they came, they forgot to bring a car. If so, hunting in the secret realm would be faster and more advantageous. It seems that this issue really needs to be considered. After 10 days, it can be teleported, and it is necessary to return to the Earth and bring a car. Over. The hunt continues. Jiangnan quickly locked another magic wolf at a position of about 4 kilometers. Through detection. Under his leadership, everyone rushed over. Not far from the journey, the stunning girl asked curiously, Jiangnan, did you rely on your hearing to lock a demon wolf again? Yes, you should believe me now. Jiangnan didn't stop at his feet, he said with a smile, and continued on his way in the direction of the magic wolf. Although it's still a little hard to believe, but the fact is right in front of you, you can't believe it, you are really a big pervert. The stunning girl said helplessly. As he spoke, he gave Jiangnan a resentful look. Jiangnan smiled and didn't say much. The eyes of the stunning girl were very beautiful, and he was very useful. The stunning girl thought for a while and then asked, Jiangnan, can you hear how far the devil wolf is from us this time? Of course it can be heard about 4 kilometers. Jiangnan said with a smile. Can you hear this? A few girls were even more shocked and looked at each other. The meaning is obvious. In the end we have to see if Jiangnan's hearing is really competitive to this level. A few people hurrying fast, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. As it approached 4 kilometers, the stunning girl, Tu Xian and Chen Xi all eased their steps and kept silent. They didn't want to make a move to disturb the magic wolf, they wanted to see if there really was a magic wolf at a distance of 4 kilometers. As he got closer, Jiangnan's footsteps also slowed down, and he was only 300 or 400 meters away from the demon wolf during his detection. Others saw the same slowdown. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. These people slowly leaned over, and the huge figure of the devil wolf stood out from 100 meters away. A few people didn't make any movement, and their footsteps were very light, so the magic wolf hadn't found them until now. Hiss! Hiss! A few people gasped, and now it's finally confirmed that Jiangnan's hearing is really such a pervert, that just relying on hearing can detect the devil who doesn't make much noise. This ability is truly incredible. Heh! Jiangnan smiled lightly at the shocked expressions of several girls and said, I'm starting to attack, and I will also give you a chance to practice attacking. And as he spoke, the magic wolf heard the movement and turned to look. Ouch! A wolf throat came out and rushed towards these people. The stunning girl, Tu Xian and Chen Xi are all pulling bows and arrows quickly and attacking the demon wolf. The bodyguard girl also knelt on the ground and aimed at the sniper rifle, and she also fired a shot to practice spear skills. Jiangnan didn't waste time and knelt on the ground on one leg, targeting the demon wolf with a sniper rifle. Other people's attacks just didn't work at all. As the magic wolf approached quickly, when they were 70 meters close to them, a wave of other people's attacks had also been completed. At this time, Jiangnan would have already locked the target at a single time. Pulled the trigger. Pfft. With the slight sound of gunfire, the tape spun rapidly, and shot out from the muzzle of the aircraft rifle and shot directly into the wolf's eyes, shot through his eyes, and shattered his brain. In the same way, the magic wolf fell headfirst, and he died before he could laugh. The huge forward momentum drove his corpse, and it stopped after charging forward for more than 10 meters. As Jiang Nan used the detection method of success rate, their hunting speed increased even more without waiting any longer. With the harvest of the devil wolves one by one, the girls were simply too excited. All the way, one by one, their mouths could not be closed with laughter. So many harvests are unthinkable before, and it is more than a few days a day. By the middle of the afternoon, they had hunted as many as 20 wolves. At this time, Jiang Nan stopped, took out a few bottles of black tea from the space with a thought, and thought of brother at will. A few girls each took a bottle. You took a bottle yourself, you opened the lid and took a sip and said, I think we should be familiar with each other. There are already 20 devil wolves. This one will be back to the hunting guild. It will shock other people. Jiang Nan clearly remembered that the last time he handed in 15 demon wolves, the person in charge of the hunting guild was shocked. And this time there were already as many as 20, so the person in charge of the hunting guild would be even more shocked by such a harvest. If we continue to do it, wait until it gets dark and then go back, I am afraid that we can get such a huge harvest as 30, and Jiang Nan is afraid that it will arouse suspicion. After all, it is impossible for other teams to achieve such a high harvest, so the more tall wolves, the greater the chance of being suspected. So he felt that he should stop, but although it would be equally shocking, at least less, as he is reluctantly acceptable, if you have 20 heads, 200 points can be easier, which is very good. Jiang Nan's words made the stunning girl nodded hurriedly, and added, I think it's okay, there are already 20 demon wolves, and other teams can't have so many. This will also attract your attention and shock. I think it's better to be low-key. Not bad, not bad. Sister Tu Xian also said, in fact, when I got 15 or 6 heads, I thought it was time to stop, but I found that the boss was still unfinished, so I couldn't say anything. I have an idea. Sister Chuanxin, who seldom spoke at this time, said, why don't we go to the hunting guild to hand in the task? The 6 people are divided into 2 teams, and although there are only 3 people in each team, it's okay. Maybe other people see this situation and think that other people have something to do with him, but in this case, we only need to sell 10 devil wolves per team, although this will be a bit shocking, more than the team of 10 hunters hunts more, but the other team of 10 heads can occasionally do it, which is easier for people to accept. This is a good way, a good way. Jiang Nan smiled, looking at Sister Chuanxin with bright eyes and nodding in approval. Under Jiang Nan's gaze, Sister Chuanxin's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. Jiang Nan smiled. He just smiled and looked at this girl. This girl is shy. Women in this world are really helpless, they are so easy to be shy. This is just a glance without holding hands or hugging. I don't know what will happen. With this idea, Jiang Nan really had the urge to try it out. It's a good way, so I decided it. After we went out, we just returned to the inn. At that time, we divided into 2 groups and went to the hunting guild. The bodyguard girl said happily, it's true that people think a lot about the chances of being suspected like this. A lot of. Everyone is very happy about this method of going to the hunting guild to teach prey, and everyone is in a good mood. At this time, the stunning girls and the others began to be interested in the black tea at hand. They had never seen such a deliberate thing. The girl watched Jiang Nanning open the bottle cap and drank it loudly. Following his example, she unscrewed the bottle cap, but didn't dare to drink it first, but put it on her nose and smelled it. And asked Jiang Nan, "What is Jiang Nan?" "This is tea." Jiang Nan said, "The color is red, so it can also be called black tea." What? A few girls were stunned for a moment, and even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that this kind of thing turned out to be tea. In their cognition, it should be the kind of tea that has been soaked in hot water and drunk hot, and how can this kind of thing be tea that I don't know what to hold in it? Is this really tea? Sister Tu Xian also asked in disbelief. Of course, you can taste the delicious, sweet ones. The bodyguard girl smiled and said. They have never seen this thing that the earth has been on, so they will be very curious, and the beauty bodyguard sneered in their hearts. Then I'll try it. The stunning girl said something, took a small sip, and immediately narrowed her big beautiful eyes, and said very excitedly, it's delicious, it's really delicious, although it's cold tea, it's very special. It's sweet and tastes great, I've never had such tea before, and it's so convenient to carry it in such a small bottle. I didn't expect to hunt in the secret realm and even have tea to drink. Her words made the other girls can't wait to open the cap of the black tea bottle, took a sip of the black tea, and all of them smiled with satisfaction. It's really good to drink. I didn't expect this kind of tea to be so good. I've never had it before. Well, I haven't drunk alcohol, I haven't seen it at all, and I haven't even seen such a fork. This is also a small bottle, right? After a few girls finished drinking, they kept talking happily. Gudong, gudong. The stunning girl also learned the way of Jiang Nan, took a few sips in a row, and then satisfied, squinting her big beautiful eyes and said, it's really great, as expected of someone who has been to the big city. Such a difference. Is from the big city. Did you buy it? Of course, otherwise, how could there be a town here? Jiang Nan said with a smile. It was also an excuse he had already thought of. Anyway, he is the person who knows these small towns now, and no one has been to the big city at all. Then he can fool around. What, brought it from Dashang? Sister Tu Xian asked in surprise. Sister Chuanxin also immediately looked at Jiang Nan with a burning gaze. Only now have they heard Jiang Nan from the girl's words. They are people who have been to the big city. Yeah. Jiang Nan smiled and said to the two girls, Tu Xian and Chuanxin. Aren't the things in the big city amazing? Uh-huh. The two girls nodded hurriedly, looking at Jiang Nan, and their gazes were even more scorching hot. In their cognition, they have been to the big city, and that is the person who has seen the big world. Moreover, they now understand more that Jiang Nan has such a good skill and secret skills, and it is true that only those who have been to the big city can be so perverted. The two girls secretly rejoiced, and they really leaned against a big tree. The beauty bodyguard smiled secretly when she saw the other girls were so interested in black tea. There is a sense of arrogance. This kind of thing that is already commonplace on Earth gets here, it will be so popular. And if this world's elixir hits the Earth, it will definitely be an explosive shock. If you're a second-order dealer, that's fine. But I just think about it this way, because if I think about it further, it will be boring. If the medicine in this world gets to the Earth, it will be nothing more than making money. But making money now means nothing to them. If they are short of money, this is definitely a good opportunity to get rich. But now the problem is that there is no shortage of money. Well, it's really delicious. sweet and slightly sour. The stunning girl and the girls 321 and 123 were drinking black tea, so that they could keep talking happily. Everyone drank it in small sips and was not willing to finish it all at once. Jiangnan looked very helpless and said, since everyone is reluctant to finish drinking, then cover the lid, put it in the space ring, keep it for now, and we will go back. Several girls nodded and were reluctant to drink any more, put the lid on and put it in the space. Several people moved closer together, preparing to leave the secret realm. At this time, 123 sister said, the environment here is relatively spacious. We should divide the hunted wolves into the space of 2 people, so that we can only hand in the prey. When she said this, she lowered her head a little shyly, and explained again. It's not that I have too many things to do, I think it is more appropriate to do so. Oh. Her words made Jiangnan and all the girls stunned for a moment. Jiangnan immediately smiled, but he ignored it. All the wolves hunted were in the space ring of the bodyguard girl. If you go back to the inn, there is no such exaggerated room, you can put the body of the devil wolf, it is better to be in such a spacious place in the secret realm. He smiled and said to Sister 123, Sister, you did a good job. Let's just talk about black tea and ignore this problem. If you have something to say in the future, don't be afraid of what it is. No one says you are overworked or strong. Jiangnan's words made 123 sister happy, and she said with a smile, Thank you boss for your affirmation. Jiangnan smiled at her, gave her an encouraging look, looked at the bodyguard girl and shrugged. The bodyguard girl laughed, she ignored the question, and there was no need for Jiangnan to tell him anything. With a thought, he released the body of the demon wolf. Then he said, who put away the corpse of the devil wolf and used it as the task person of another team? Several girls all looked at Jiangnan, which means you can come, boss. Jiangnan spread his hands and said, Look at what I do, you won't have to let me do it yourself, right? With such a standard attitude of Jiangnan's words, the stunning girl immediately said, Then let me come. When I go to hand in the task, I will represent another team. After she finished speaking, she walked over to the demon wolf's corpse with a thought, and put the demon wolf's corpse into the space ring. Without saying too much, the bodyguard girl thought again and released the body of a demon wolf. The stunning girl was put into her space. Stop after 10 times in a row. There are 10 magic wolves in everyone's space. After the allocation, the stunning girl took out a secret realm teleportation stone and glanced at everyone. Everyone gathered beside her. Jiangnan also leaned over, because he needed to lean more tightly. Jiangnan leaned against her and put his hand on her shoulder. Immediately, the stunning girl's smiling face turned red, all red to the base of her neck. Jiangnan was speechless when he saw the situation. Your sister, put your shoulders down and that's it, what if you do something else? Already? Due to her shyness and nervousness, the stunning girl was a little hesitant to speak, and she couldn't explain it clearly. All right. The crowd answered. The stunning girl just pulled out a sharp knife from the space, pierced her finger, and dripped a drop of blood on the secret realm teleportation stone. The next moment everyone chanted, it was wrapped in red light. There was a flash of red light after 5 seconds, and all the people disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the inn's room. Sure enough, it is very good to choose the inn to return. It is very quiet here. Because Jiangnan had already paid, the room was always theirs, so it was impossible for others to come in. The brief dizziness ends. A few people were evacuated, and Jiangnan let go and was a girl. Even so, the stunning girl's face was flushed, as if she had been drinking. Jiangnan was speechless when he saw it. "Are we going to the hunting guild now?" the bodyguard girl asked. "Go, hand in the prey one day earlier and we can rest well," the stunning girl said. "I think we should wait," Sister Chuanxin said. "Oh?" Everyone looked at her. Jiangnan blinked his blind eyes and immediately understood the meaning of her words, and said, "Sister Chuanxin, do you mean that we are gone now, and coming back so early will be more likely to attract suspicion from others?" "Yeah." Chuanxin girl nodded and said, "Yeah, I think we might as well rest for a while, and when it gets late, we're going to the hunting guild, so we'll stay in the secret realm for a long time and we can hunt and kill. It is easier for people to accept so many demon wolves, and it will be more low key. It makes sense. I think this is more appropriate." As soon as Chuanxin's words fell, the stunning girl nodded and said, "We try to keep a low profile, the more low-key the better." "Yes, yes, yes." Sister Tu Xian also said with a smile, "I didn't expect Chuanxin's mind to be so delicate, she hadn't shown it before." Giggle. "It seems that you are a talented person." "Don't praise me, that's not it, I just think a little more," Chuanxin girl said shyly. "It's good to think more," Jiangnan said with a smile. "In the future, you will be the model of our team. If there is anything, think more about it. Now, these messy things, I don't want to worry too much, and I will hand over this matter. Here's to you." Giggle. The bodyguard girl also said with a smile, "It seems that the counselors in our team are becoming more and more formal, and it is impossible to think about it." Giggle. "That's right. Well, not bad, our team has something." The other girls followed suit, with a smile. While it doesn't take much IQ, sometimes things tend to dictate the details. Being able to notice these details is thoughtful enough to be a very good habit. "It's good to take a break, I just had a big meal," Jiangnan said with a smile. Although in the secret realm, they also ate some food, but in that environment, they were simply filling their stomachs. You can have a good meal when you are out of the secret realm. It's a good idea. The bodyguard girl said, "I'll go down and tell the second shopkeeper to prepare the food and drink." As she said that, she was about to leave. "I'll go." Sister Chuanxin said something and set off ahead of time to go downstairs. Jiangnan laughed, thinking that Chuanxin girl is really sensible. Not only thoughtful, but also so diligent and discerning, not bad. A few people sat down and chatted first. After a short time, Sister Chuanxin came up and said, "Tell the second shopkeeper that the wine and food will be served soon." While talking, she looked at Jiangnan. Jiangnan praised his eyes and nodded. Sister Chuanxin was very happy to see her little face turning red in her eyes. "Is there something we can worry about?" Jiangnan thought for a while and brought the topic of chat to the pill. "I really don't know much about the situation of pills in this small town, and I don't know if there is anything with Deshang different." "Okay." The stunning girl immediately said happily, "I don't know about Deshang's medicinal pills, but I know very well in the town. I will tell you. In the future." She showed a strong desire, and began to introduce the medicinal herbs in the town. And this is exactly what Jiangnan and the beauty bodyguards need. They don't know much about this information. After all, when working in a restaurant before, it was only suitable for ordinary civilians, and ordinary civilians knew too little about medicine. Pills. These situations must be understood clearly from the mouths of the warriors. While chatting, the shop assistant came up and brought wine and food. Everyone sat at the table and continued to chat while eating. Jiang Nan and the bodyguard girl listened carefully. This is exactly what they need to know. With the beautiful girl's explanation, Jiang Nanzhong realized the cultivation system of the warriors here. The warriors here use the body refining pill, combined with vigorous physical exercise, to temper the body. Compared to beauty pills, violence pills, and body training pills are the main consumption. And the price is expensive, only 500 honor points can buy a body refining pill. And a body refining pill can only last for 2 hours. That is 4 hours. The warriors relied on taking the body refining pill and then working hard and strenuously within 4 hours. Tempering one's own bloodline muscles leads to increased strength, faster muscle response, and stronger combat effectiveness. And the corresponding realm requires the corresponding medicinal pill. Ordinary body refining pills, which are 500 honor points, are effective in the blood refining realm. But to break through the blood refining realm and reach the muscle training realm, then you need to take the second-order body refining pill. As for the second-order body refining pill, the price is as high as 5,000 honor points. 10 times the ordinary body refining pill. Prices can be expensive for a batch. Jiang Nan almost understood that in this world, the more capital you have, the more powerful you can become. Before, Jiang Nan thought that his team would gain 200 honor points in one day, which was a huge fortune. Now, after all, this is not much wealth at all. You must know that 200 honor points are distributed to 6 people, and each of them only has more than 30. And 500 honor points can buy a body refining pill. That is to say, it takes more than half a month to hunt and kill, and everyone has the opportunity to buy a body refining pill. And each body refining pill has only 4 hours of effect. Jiang Nan is too painful for this kind of speed. He simply couldn't accept it. It was already too late to start. If there is no more resources and speed up to become stronger, then in this world of the strong, it is possible to encounter danger every minute and not wait for it to become stronger. He had thought about using these honor points himself first. But when I think about it, I feel that it is too selfish to do this. As a man, everyone else is a girl. Although this credit is all his own, he can't bear to do it. Depressed. As he learned more, Jiang Nan was in a bad mood. On the other hand, the beauty pill was not too expensive. Each pill only required 100 honor points, and it could lead to a year of youthful appearance. The other is Violent Dan. This elixir is even cheaper, requiring only 8 honor points per pill. Of course, if you rely on this to hunt down demon wolves, you won't earn much. Only 2 honor points. Therefore, the team that hunts in the secret realm will not take the violence pill unless it is a last resort. Of course, when life is at stake, you must rely on this to turn defeat into victory and save your life. Jiang Nan thought about his thoughts, and after the dinner, it was almost evening. Boss, should we go and sell the prey? This is the beautiful bodyguard looking at Jiang Nan and said. Questioning look. Jiang Nan nodded. Well, it should be almost time. Let's go to the hunting guild. While talking, he stood up. The other girls all stood up and went downstairs. When she walked to the lobby of the inn, Sister Chen Xi first said to the second shopkeeper, "Hurry up and pack up the things in the room." Okay, guest. Xiao Er quickly agreed. Walking out of the inn alone, Jiang Nan Xiao was satisfied that Sister Chen Xi always remembered these details. Not far away is the hunting guild. While a few people walked towards the hunting guild, Jiang Nan thought of one thing, and said to the stunning girl, "The place where you live is a little far from the hunting guild, or just stay at the inn." "Well, it's convenient, and we'll be close when we get to the hunting guild. I live in an inn every day. This consumption is too big." The stunning girl frowned and said, "Although she is a martial artist now, there is no need to exchange honor points with gold and silver, and her gold and silver wealth in real life is not rich. Still rely on her parents to support her. Living in an inn is much more expensive than staying at home." So Jiang Nan's words made her frown immediately. I quickly wondered if Jiang Nan would refuse to cooperate with her because it was inconvenient not to live in the inn. If that's the case, even if it makes it difficult for his family, he will live in the inn and be with Jiang Nan. It's really not easy to lean on such a big tree. As a martial artist, he really wanted to become stronger, but he also knew in his heart how many people died on the road in the process of becoming stronger, and she didn't dare to think about when they would die in the secret realm. After all, hunting was too dangerous. Until now with Jiang Nan, she has almost absolute sense of security. With a strong person like Jiang Nan leading her, she can fearlessly traverse the secret realm. And the words of the stunning girl made Jiang Nan unable to bear. The corner of his mouth curved into an arc, and said with a smile, "Are you because you have no money?" "Yes." The stunning girl subconsciously looked at Jiang Nan and said. But after she finished speaking, her face was pretty red, and she was a little embarrassed. Telling another person that she was poor must be a topic she was not willing to talk about. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. Money is not a problem. When I ask for another room, the two of you can stay in the hotel, which is more convenient." Jiang Nan's words made the stunning girl look at him affectionately, and after a while, she said, "Jiang Nan, you are very rich, right?" Jiang Nan laughed and said, "You can say the same thing. I really envy the people who come from the big city. They are so powerful and have a lot of money." The stunning girl sighed. "Haha." Jiang Nan said with a smile, "It's all trivial. Jiang Nan, I have a question that I want to ask you, although I actually don't want to ask this question, because I'm afraid that after I ask, there will be results that I don't want to know." The stunning girl said again with a worried look. "If you have any questions, just ask. We are so familiar now. If you have anything to say, you don't have to hide it in your heart," Jiang Nan said. He is also slightly interested in the words of the absolutely beautiful girl. What does it mean to be so precious? Yeah. The stunning girl nodded and said, "I just want to know if you would like to stay with us in Yilin town for a long time. After all, you are from the big city. I'm worried that you are only in this town. It's just fun for a while. I won't be here for a while, and I'll be leaving after a while." Haha. The words of the stunning girl suddenly made Jiang Nan laugh. He finally understood what the stunning girl meant. It turned out that he was worried. Jiang Nan's laughing beautiful girl didn't understand what it meant. Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't give a positive answer, she became even more anxious, and said again, "Did I really guess it? You guys don't stay here for long, just for fun. After a while, you will leave and return to Ayutthaya, right? Her words made Chen Xi and Tu Xian's expressions change suddenly, and they looked at Jiangnan with some worry. The two of them also didn't want Jiangnan to leave after a while. It was hard to have a man they could rely on. If they left again, it would be too sad. No, don't think too much, how could it be? Jiangnan said when he saw their expressions. I won't leave you alone, I will live in the town for a long time, at least let us all become enough strong. You will only leave if you can leave this town. Really? It's great, thank you so much, Jiangnan. The stunning girl was overjoyed when she heard Jiangnan say this, and looked at Jiangnan gratefully and said. The two sisters, Chen Xi and Tu Xuan, also looked at Jiangnan happily, and their eyes became more burning, and it was difficult to hide their excitement and admiration for Jiangnan. Since Jiangnan is like this, staying in an inn for a long time is not an option. If you are not short of money, you can buy a house near the hunting guild, so that it is convenient to live in, the beautiful girl said at this time. Oh. The beautiful girl's words made Jiangnan's eyes lit up and said with a smile. This is a good idea, so are you a Yulin native who is familiar with the house? Here, and the matter of buying a house is left to you, how about it? Okay, this matter is handed over to me, I am familiar with it. The stunning girl nodded immediately and said, what kind of house do you need? How big is it? Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds and said, if you want to buy a big one, it's very spacious so that several of us can live here. Live here. And don't have to travel all the way back to your own home. But the house bought like this is much bigger, and the price is much more expensive, is that okay? The stunning girl was obviously very happy, but she said to Jiangnan with some worry. Silver is not a problem. Jiangnan said with a smile, the house should not only be large, but also have a good environment, and it must be comfortable to live in. In addition to going to the secret realm for hunting adventures, we must have a good life of our own. Okay. The stunning girl was happier, her mouth couldn't close. Wait for tomorrow. Wait for the hunt to come back tomorrow. If it's early, I'll handle this matter. Yeah. Jiangnan nodded. While chatting, several people arrived at the hunting guild. Walking into the door of the hunting guild hall, Jiangnan said, it is divided into 2 groups, then we have different hunting guild leaders. Okay. Everyone nodded. The stunning beauty smiled and said, but it looks like we're going to line up. There are a lot of hunting teams coming back at this time. Following his words, Jiangnan noticed that the hunting guild hall was too lively right now. There was a lot of noise, and there were still a lot of teams sending back from time to time. In this case, the only thing you can do is to queue up obediently. Jiangnan shrugged and said, no way, let's go to the queue, we have nothing else to do anyway. Okay. A few people were divided into 2 groups, the bodyguard sister, Jiangnan, and 123 sisters. The 3 formed a team to go to the area where the hunting director and I was in charge of queuing up. The stunning girl took the other 2 people to line up. After about 40 minutes of waiting, it was Jiangnan's turn to sell their prey. As for the stunning girl, their team had even more luck, and they had to wait until it was their turn. For this Jiangnan familiar road, waiting for the face of the person in charge of the hunting guild, the demon wolves summoned one by one. The person in charge of the hunting guild will record it at a glance. The first few are normal, but when the number of demon wolves exceeds 5 times, the person in charge of the guild is a little shocked. While recording, he put away the demon wolves. The corpse, from time to time, said, "My dear, the harvest is very rich, it is already the 6th. However, the bodyguard sister released the corpse of a demon wolf in the next moment. There are 7 good guys. The person in charge of the hunting guild exclaimed again. The hunting team waiting behind was also shocked, and there was a lot of discussion. It's amazing to be able to hunt so many demon wolves. Why don't we have such good luck? Who said it wasn't? We never had such good luck. Isn't this purely based on luck? There must be a 5th rank expert in the blood refining realm. Well, I also think so. If you don't practice the 5th rank of blood level masters, you can't have so many gains, and you can only do it when you are lucky. Jiangnan listened to these words and laughed in his heart. The 2 sisters, Tu Xian next to the bodyguard sister, also snickered. Their secrets can actually be broken by others. Just guesswork. As the bodyguard sister continued to release a head of demon wolves, the exclamation of the person in charge of the hunting guild is getting smaller and smaller. Good guy, the 7th devil wolf. My God, the 8th devil wolf. Oh my God, the 9th devil wolf. Did I misread the 10th devil wolf? It's been a long time since I saw my rich harvest. I heard yesterday that someone hunted 15 devil wolves. I was very shocked, but today I witnessed 10 wolves with my own eyes. Facing the shock of the person in charge of the hunt, Jiangnan laughed and said nothing. Now the 3 members of their squad have become the focus, and countless squads are looking at them. Because such a harvest is indeed very eye-catching. This situation made Jiangnan suddenly realize a problem. If every time they hunted with so many prey, and they were so attractive when they were sold, then their faces would be noticed soon. Will it be bad? They would be noticed, and this was not low-key enough. He thought about whether he could come over with a mask or a hat next time he came, at least not let others remember their face. Jiangnan was thinking about something on his mind. The person in charge of the hunting guild stopped after seeing the beautiful bodyguard and released 10 demon wolves, and couldn't help but ask, "Are there any more?" Apparently, they've been talking since the 5th, and they've gotten used to it. Until the 10th. No more. The bodyguard girl said with a smile. Call. The person in charge of the hunting guild exhaled a long breath and said, "It's finally gone, it's already very perverted, okay?" Although he said so, he did not forget to record it. Finally saw the beautiful bodyguard and said, "A total of 10 devil wolves, 100. Honor points, take out your exclusive spar." The bodyguard girl nodded and looked at Jiangnan. Interrupting Jiangnan's thoughts, he calmed down, put his previous thoughts aside, read the wind space, took out his exclusive spar, and handed it to the person in charge of the hunting guild. The person in charge of the hunting guild held it in his hand, and then in the other hand there was a large blue spar, and put the 2 spar together like last time. The blue light that flashed suddenly blended together. In the next moment, Jiangnan's consciousness already felt that there were 100 more honor points in his exclusive spar. All right. The person in charge of the hunting union handed over the insemination transfer to the bodyguard girl. Thanks. The bodyguard girl habitually said thank you, handed the spar to Jiangnan, and then they left. And looked at the stunning girls in the distance, they are still lining up. The 2 teams exchanged glances imperceptibly. The stunning girl even gave Jiangnan a special look. Jiang Nan blinked at her, and left the hunting guild with the bodyguard's sister, and waited outside for the stunning girls and the others to return to the inn. After waiting for a while at the gate of the hunting guild, I heard the exclamations coming from inside again. Good guy, there is actually another team with so much harvest. How come there are so many teams, and such good luck? Jiang Nan, the bodyguard girl, and the 123 girl looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Obviously this is the stunning girl, and they started selling their prey. It didn't take long, and the stunning girls also came out, smiling all over their faces. Seeing Jiang Nan and the others standing at the door, the stunning beauty whispered, "Leave quickly, we have to pretend we don't know each other, and the team is watching us." After speaking, she took the two girls and left first. Jiang Nan and the others waited for a while before following. After leaving the hunting guild for a certain distance, I found that there were no other teams looking at this side, so the two teams of Jiang Nan and Zhu Samizi joined together and walked towards the inn together. While walking, the stunning girl giggled happily and said, "It's so exciting. It's the first time that so many people are envious and shocked, and we have such a big harvest." Yeah. The 123 girl who was following her couldn't help but said, "Yeah, this feeling is really exciting and a little nervous." Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed, and said while laughing, "Just get used to it. And you will get used to it slowly in the future." Yeah. The stunning girl also nodded and said, "That's true, following Jiang Nan in the future, we will easily gain so much every time, and then we will be shocked every time in the future. I have thought of a problem. We should pay attention to this point." Jiang said, "Even if our two teams are separated, the prey to be sold every day will be about 10 magic wolves. The team will have a very deep understanding of us, this face, they can recognize it at a glance. Will it be easy to be suspected if this continues?" Yes, this is indeed the case. 321 sister said in an interface. Yeah. The bodyguard girl also nodded and said with an excuse, "I feel this. Again, this is really not good." Yes, this is indeed a problem. The stunning girl nodded and said, "In this case, if you are not afraid of spending honor points, it can be solved." Oh. Jiang Nan suddenly became interested and asked, "What do you mean, let me be clear, how can I solve it without being afraid of spending honor points?" "We can go to buy masks, changeable masks, there are such things in the groceries of the property union, but they are quite expensive, and area seems to have 50 honor points." The stunning girl nodded and said, "And we have so many people, if you buy masks, you need 300 honor points." Speaking of this, the beautiful girl looked distressed, and said again, "So in the future, you have to consider whether it is worth investing such a large amount of money. The call fee is 300 points, and the honor point is to buy a mask just to cover up your appearance." Jiang Nan stroked his chin and frowned in thought. He was thinking about the stakes. If this continues to attract attention, what will be the consequences? At this time, I have an idea. Girl 321 said, "In fact, we don't need to spend it for 300 honor points, we only need to spend 100. Oh? Everyone immediately looked at girl 321. Jiang Nan even asked, "Sister, do you have any good ideas, tell me?" Now I am more and more interested in the 321 girl, and she is really a good planner with a delicate mind. Seeing everyone's attention, Chen Xi was still a little nervous, her pretty face turned slightly red, and she said weakly, "Since I plan to wear a mask too. Teach the prey, then I don't have to care about other people's eyes, so I just go to teach the prey alone. It's okay, that is, our two teams only need 2 people to buy masks and sell prey every time. Yeah, it makes sense. The stunning girl immediately said, since you have decided to buy a mask, you can do it this way. You don't need to pay attention to other people's attention. The next time you change your face, it will be in the past, so you can hand in the prey alone. Don't worry about other people's doubts and criticisms. No one in the hunting guild dares to make trouble. Others followed suit and nodded. That's it. Jiang Nan was even more thoughtful. Now that he learned about the mask, he had a different idea. Seeing Jiang Nan's thoughtful look, the stunning girl asked, Jiang Nan, do you have any other thoughts? The others also looked at Jiang Nan. The bodyguard girl asked, what new ideas does the boss have? I think our thinking is a bit narrow. Don't always think about saving honor points. It is the last word to transfer more honor points. Jiang said. That's true, but I don't understand, Jiang Nan, what exactly are you trying to express? The stunning girl asked. I didn't understand what the Jiang Nan dialect meant. The others also nodded, but they didn't quite understand what kind of medicine was sold in Jiang Nan gourd. Have you overlooked one thing? It's too easy for us to hunt 20 magic wolves a day, but we came back in the morning. If we hurry up, we can hunt 30 magic wolves a day. It can't be done, Jiang Nan said. Everyone else nodded. The stunning girl nodded and echoed, it's true that you are so powerful in Jiang Nan, you can even kill 30 demon wolves. Speaking of this, she suddenly said with a look of enlightenment, understood. I understand. Does it mean that because we have an area now, we don't need to care whether other people will pay attention to us? We just hunt and kill the wolf, and we don't need to worry about it. No matter what others say, they won't recognize us with the mask on anyway. The stunning girl's words made everyone's eyes shine. The bodyguard girl nodded and said in agreement, yes, that's right, it's not a big deal, it's really what you said, and we didn't think of it before. Yeah, not bad, not wasting time this way, and can get more honor points. Sister Tu Xian also nodded in agreement. Chuanxin's sister was thinking while pinching her pointed chin, while nodding her little head. Then this situation is that each team has to hand over 15 magic wolves to the hunting guild. Of course, if this happens every day, many people will definitely be watching, but there is no need to be afraid if you have a mask. The stunning girl said again. This account is easy to calculate. However, Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head. The girls were a little confused, wondering if they guessed wrong again. What is happening? What kind of medicine is sold in Jiang Nan gourd? Everyone is really confused. The stunning girl couldn't wait to ask, Jiang Nan, what do you mean? Looking at them, Jiang Nan couldn't help laughing, and said, you are narrow-minded. I have already said, don't be afraid to spend honor points, I mean to buy 6 masks directly, 1 for each of us, each represents 1, the team teaches. Pray. In this case, each person only needs to pay 5 pray. This situation will greatly reduce the attention rate of other people to us. At most, they are only curious about us alone, and there will be no such big problem at all. Shocking, this is relatively safer and more low-key, and my daily hunting volume can also reach 30 magic wolves. Yeah, it's better this way. That's right, why didn't I think of this? It's obvious that the situation of attracting attention will be greatly reduced by doing this, although one person will also make people a little suspicious. That's right, that's good. This is a good idea. Although it will cost you more honor points, you will get more rewards every day. This can easily be made up for. The eyes of the girls brightened when they heard Jiangnan's words, expressing their opinions one by one. Since everyone agrees with this, it's settled like this. Jiangnan smiled and said, but besides the 6 masks, I also need a space ring. The space ring I have is too small to hold it at all. 5 demon wolves. Everyone is so familiar with each other, Jiangnan doesn't need to keep too much in front of them. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded and said, a space ring also needs 50 honor points, and the total is 350 honor points. Now I have more than 200 honor points on hand and the rest from before. The stunning girl settled accounts in this way, adding up all the honor points accumulated by those who did not cooperate with Jiangnan before. Now she wants to express herself to the maximum extent, cooperate sincerely, and even add some honor points accumulated with great difficulty in the past. Even so, he knew very well in his heart that he still had to rely on Jiangnan. Without Jiangnan and the others who wanted to easily obtain so many honor points in the secret realm, it would be impossible for them to do so. More than 200 honor points? The bodyguard girl looked at her in surprise, and asked, aren't you in charge of selling 10 magic wolves today, and you only got 100 honor points? There are also more than 100 honor points I have accumulated before. The stunning girl explained, in this case, I am willing to take it up and share it with everyone. There will be such a big harvest every day. The bodyguard girl nodded, so that's the case. Jiangnan also understood what it meant, but not much. Since the stunning girl is willing to take out the honor points accumulated before, it's okay, it shows that her character is not bad, and she is not a particularly selfish person. Jiangnan likes this. Even if she has a superb beauty, if a woman with a wicked heart gets along with her for a long time, she will definitely not be allowed to stay by her side in the future. In short, beauty is the first, and human nature is the second. Although she is beautiful, but a woman with a snake and crab heart, Jiangnan will never stay by her side. The stunning girl's words made Chen Xi and Tu Xian blushed and lowered their heads. Sister Tushuan said weakly, we don't have the honor points accumulated before, and we don't even have the qualifications to control the spar. At most, the previous team gave us one when we bought the elixir. Sister Chuanxin also kept nodding, indicating that it was indeed the case. The 2 girls looked very pitiful. Looking at them, Jiangnan smiled and said, okay, it's okay, don't worry, I let you hang around with me, and the resources for cultivation in the future will not be short of you. This is also Jiangnan's inner thoughts. Since he wants to become stronger, then everyone should work together. Thank you, boss, for taking care of me. Sister Tushuan immediately said. Obediently, from now on, I will be the boss's person by birth, and I will be the boss's ghost when I die. Jiangnan. What the hell, it's easy to make people think about what they say, okay? In this way, I can't help but look at the figure of Sister Tushuan. At this time, Chuanxin's sister also quickly echoed and said, me too, I am too. In the future, I will be the boss, and I will die the ghost of the boss. Jiangnan. Your sister, don't fuck me like this again, okay, I don't have any immunity to your woman. In order not to let his thoughts run amok, Jiangnan quickly changed the topic, and said to the stunning girl, I still have 150 honor points here, so if you put it together, the honor points for buying space rings and masks are enough. Why don't you go now? buy it, and when we come back tomorrow, we can carry out the previous plan, which means that we can hunt and kill 30 magic wolves when we enter the secret realm tomorrow. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded and said, okay, then go shopping now. Will you go, or I will go in the future? You go. Jiangnan said, I've been tired all day and want to rest quickly. In fact, he is not familiar with the situation here. Now that someone can take care of these messy things, he is too lazy to take care of them. Okay. The stunning girl nodded and said, then you can transfer your honor points for exclusive spar to me. The stunning girl said with a thought, and her own exclusive spar was summoned from the space, appearing in her fair little hands. Okay. Although Jiangnan still doesn't quite understand how to control it, he took out his own exclusive spar from the space with the thought of following suit, and gave it directly to the stunning girl. He thought it should be like this. This is how it was sold to the head of the hunting guild when the magic wolf was sold before. The stunning girl picked it up and put it together with her exclusive spar. Immediately, the two spars glowed blue and would melt together. Jiangnan did nothing. The stunning girl looked at him in a daze. Seeing the look in the eyes of the stunning girl, Jiangnan knew that she seemed to be waiting for him to do something. Crack. Jiangnan was secretly a little anxious, how to operate, if he didn't know. After this, it would be embarrassing. After thinking for a while, he immediately began to test, using his mind to control and transfer the honor points in the spar to the stunning girl. However, with a thought, it really was like this. He felt that the 150 honor points in his exclusive spar had disappeared. As for the stunning girl, she smiled at this moment, took away the 2 crystals, and handed him the one from Jiangnan. Jiangnan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and said that it was okay, and he didn't need to act like he didn't understand anything, which made it very embarrassing. Then I'll go now. The stunning girl said at this time. Go. Jiangnan nodded and said, let's go back to the inn and wait for you. I'll go with you. At this moment, the bodyguard girl stood up and said. The reason why the bodyguard girl did this was because she wanted to get in touch with various ways of the world, so that it would be easier for Jiangnan to deal with things in the future. Jiangnan nodded and said to the bodyguard girl, okay, you can go with me. This is also something he really wants to see. After all, he and the bodyguard girl are the real ones, they understand each other, so there is no need to shy away from anything. The more things a bodyguard girl has, the more advantage she has. The soldiers are divided into 2 groups. The bodyguard girl, the stunning girl, and the girl who has been with the stunning girl all the time. The 3 of them returned to the hunting guild. Jiangnan took sisters, Tu Xian and Chen Xi back to the inn. Back at the inn, the 3 of them drank for a long time, and the bodyguard girl and other girls came back. The stunning girl handed over a space ring to Jiangnan. Jiangnan took it over, immediately recognized the owner with a drop of blood, and immediately felt that there was a huge space in the space ring. However, the space is almost twice as small as that of the bodyguard girl. Jiangnan probably has the same space ring as the stunning girl. Their space rings are generally of the same level. Such a space ring can accommodate up to 15 magic wolves in the space, and if there are more, it will not be able to accommodate it. Just when Jiangnan felt the space ring, the beautiful girl had another mask in her hand, which looked a bit like a human skin mask, and it was a ball in her hand, very soft. Jiangnan's mask is yours. It's a mask worn by men. All of ours are masks worn by women. The stunning girl said as she handed it to Jiangnan. Jiangnan took it in his hand and checked it a little. It was a very thin layer, and it felt softer in his hand. Jiangnan tried to spread it on his face, and it felt quite comfortable without much discomfort. He had to sigh that the things in this world are really wonderful. Then he smiled, looked at the girls and said, "How about it, handsome or not?" All the girls snickered, and the bodyguard girl laughed exaggeratedly. Jiangnan was puzzled, and took out a small mirror in the space, and took a look at his masked face. Immediately it was hard. Damn, this is too ugly, about 30 years old, with a dark complexion, much uglier than my real face. Seeing Jiangnan's appearance, the girls even laughed out loud. Jiangnan looked at the stunning girl speechlessly. "Why did you buy me such an ugly mask? It should be made more handsome. Although it is a fake face, I still like to be more handsome." Jiangnan is random. Every time the editor here wears it, his appearance is different from the previous one. It's like a different person. So there is no way to determine whether he is ugly or not. The stunning girl said with a smile. "Yeah." Sister Chen Xi also nodded in agreement. Except for the beautiful bodyguard, the other girls also nodded to indicate that it was indeed the case. "Oh." Jiangnan nodded when he realized what was going on, and said, "So that's what happened. It's really a miracle." He. The stunning girl smiled and said, "You come from Mahayana, and you don't even know this. Don't you guys wear masks into Shang?" Cough cough cough. Jiangnan quickly changed the topic and said, How about your masks? Let me see what they look like." He. The beautiful girl said with a smile, "You don't need to wear it. Anyway, every time you wear it, you will look different. If I wear it particularly ugly, you will laugh at me." Jiangnan asked for another room, and let the stunning girl and the two of them also live in the inn. Several people were chatting happily. Jiangnan was surrounded by all the girls, and he was very happy. Especially the beautiful face of the stunning girl. It is very enjoyable to look at it. Chatting about various topics from all over the world, everyone laughed and the atmosphere was very good. There are so many harvests today, and the mood of the girls is also very good. So the chat is even happier. What's more important is that Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard can be in it and understand the world better. Until midnight, the other girls went to 2 rooms to rest. When the stunning girl was about to leave, seeing the beautiful bodyguard staying beside Jiangnan, her eyes flickered strangely. Jiangnan looked in his eyes, smiled, and quietly threw out a probe. "If you have the closest relationship with the stunning girl tonight, it will be successful. 80%. Jiangnan couldn't help laughing. This thing, seeing the stunning girl, is very interesting to him. There is another girl here. The success rate of wanting to have a relationship with her is as high as 80%. If there is a suitable opportunity to win her, it doesn't take much effort." Jiangnan is in a good mood. Of course he is not in a hurry. Take his time. And when he has a chance in the future, he will take all these girls under his command. Women, if you become your own woman, you will follow yourself more faithfully. Just like the current bodyguard girl, this is a living example. Of course, at night, Jiangnan, the bodyguard girl, had to enjoy life well, and she fell asleep after tossing for a long time. When Jiangnan woke up the next morning, the stunning girl and the 321 girl were already ready to enter the secret realm. However, Jiangnan said that he was not in a hurry, and said, "Hunting is important, and life is also very important. Let's have breakfast first, and then enter the secret realm after breakfast." The stunning girl was really anxious and said, "Jiangnan, let's just go in." When you are on the road, bring some food in and eat it while you are on the road. After buying the beef, don't you still have that delicious black tea? There? I can eat beef and drink black tea, and it's more delicious than what I eat here. Girls 321 and 123 nodded. The 321 girl said, "Yes, boss, our goal today is to hunt 30 magic wolves. Instead of 20, so we must hurry up. After all, so many of us want to make ourselves stronger as soon as possible. You let our hunting speed, it's much faster than other teams, but we can't slack off. The faster we can become stronger, the better. Yeah, let's go quickly." "Not bad, let's go." The other girls also looked very anxious and echoed. Jiangnan was speechless. "Boss, since everyone is in such a hurry, let's go together. There is really no rush for breakfast." The bodyguard girl also said when she saw this situation. Okay, since everyone is so impatient, let's skip breakfast and go to the secret realm now. Jiangnan said helplessly. "Yeah, that's right. The stunning girl was happy, and immediately took out the teleportation stone of the secret realm. "Everyone, come to me, we are ready to enter the secret realm." The others hurried over, leaning close together, waiting to be teleported. Seeing that everyone was getting ready, the stunning girl had a sharp knife in her hand, ready to pierce her finger. At this time I deliberately said, "Everyone, be prepared this time, don't let something like last time happen. There is a magic wolf nearby, just after teleportation." Okay. Understood, I have prepared. Everyone answered. Jiangnan didn't relax either. The sniper rifle was summoned in advance, held in his hand, and his brain was also in a highly awake state, and he would launch an attack immediately if there was any mutation in the past. "Am I ready?" the stunning girl asked again. "All right." Okay. Everyone answered, looked at the people next to them, and found that everyone was getting ready, and some people were expressing different opinions. We walked. As the stunning girl spoke, a drop of blood dripped on the teleportation secret realm stone. At the next moment, everyone was surrounded by red light, and after about 5 seconds, the red light flashed, and the red light continued until everyone disappeared into the hotel room. When it reappeared, it had already reached the secret realm. Everyone is the first to check the situation around the secret realm. Especially Jiangnan, who quickly turned his body around to look at it for 4 weeks, and felt relieved the next moment. There were no magic wolves around. Call. The surrounding girls also made long exhalations. The stunning girl said, "After all, such a situation last time was rare, this time luck is better." The bodyguard girl said, "But I shouldn't be too slack every time, and I should be vigilant every time. It is because most of the time that there will be no crisis when teleportation comes, that will lead to inertial relaxation. And it is precisely because of such an emergency that he cannot cope, that he died of hatred in this secret realm." That's right, it makes sense. We must pay attention to this point in the future. We can't ignore the existence of danger just because we have been lucky many times in a row. I agree with this opinion very much. Sister Tushuan said. Well, we must maintain a never slack heart and be prepared at all times. Only in this way can our safety be guaranteed to the greatest extent. Only by being alive can we have a chance to become stronger. Sister Chuanxin also said the interface. It seems that everyone has a common opinion on this point, then remind each Other in the future, no one is allowed to be arrogant. Jiang Nan said with a smile. That's right, that's it, no one needs to be arrogant in the future. Jiang Nan began to throw out detections, locking the distance to the nearest. Magic wolf. The magic wolf is 1 kilometer around. 0%. The devil wolf is around. After several consecutive detections, the location of a magic wolf was locked. Jiang Nan set off, and said at the same time, then I will start to act. Today's target is 30 magic wolves, and I will go back as soon as I finish. This devil wolf in the south of the Yangtze River, how far is it from us? The stunning girl followed and said, if there is a distance, we will have breakfast while walking. If the distance is short, we will wait to go down. I was eating breakfast by the side of a demon wolf. Then let's do it now. This demon wolf is 3 kilometers away from us, and it will take a while. Jiang Nan nodded and said, okay, then we'll have breakfast while we're on our way, and fill our stomachs. First. The stunning girl took out braised beef jerky from the space while talking, and distributed them to everyone. Empty reply from server. Jiang Nan looked at the bodyguard girl and saw that she was eating with gusto. He whispered in the bodyguard's ear and asked, it tastes really good. I see. That you eat it so delicious. Do you really think this beef jerky is delicious? Like him, the bodyguard girl is used to eating a lot of delicious food. It's okay. The bodyguard girl nodded and said, I think it's pretty good. 2. Jiang Nan was speechless. It seemed that the bodyguard girl was more able to endure hardships and stand hard work than himself. Well, he didn't say anything, and ate with big mouthfuls. It also looks very delicious, anyway, it's just this kind of thing, and it's useless to complain if you don't want to eat it. Might as well eat a delicious look. Cluck. The stunning girl laughed when she saw him. Cluck. At this moment, the other girls couldn't help laughing. Everyone paid attention to Jiang Nan and didn't like beef jerky, but no one dared to say anything. It was the stunning girl who couldn't help laughing, and everyone dared to laugh along. Jiang Nan was even more speechless, looked at the girls and said, what's so funny? He. The beautiful girl said with a smile, Jiang Nan, people from your big cities are just greedy. When we go to the secret realm, it is good food too. Bring some beef jerky. Some beef jerky can't be brought. In order to become stronger, we hunt in the secret realm every day, and we have no time to take care of our daily life, so we fighters are also very hard-pressed. Is it like this? Jiang Nan touched his chin and said, could it be that there is no chance to make more money with more force? Of course there is, but ordinary warriors are reluctant to waste time on earning money. Chuanqin's sister said, sometimes everyone wants to hunt in the secret realm to exchange for honor points and buy pills to make themselves stronger. After all, although us warriors do things in the secular world, we will give more money, but not too much. But I heard that once we become a master who surpasses the bone-changing state, then if we do things in the secular world, the money we get, well, it is very scary, and it can make life very insufficient, so everyone has endured and become stronger for a while, so that they can not only have a bigger place to live, but also for a prosperous life in the future. Oh? Jiang Nan nodded, so that's what happened. He figured it out a little bit. Apart from being good at fighting, warriors do other things just because they are stronger, and they really don't have much advantage. Moreover, the hunting guild was strictly controlled, and the honor points were Not allowed to be exchanged for silver in the secular world, so this situation was created. If honor points are allowed to be exchanged for silver in the secular world, I am afraid that some wealthy merchants with a lot of silver will buy honor points at any price, and then buy elixir to practice and make themselves stronger. It seems that the status of the hunting guild in this world is very powerful. Thinking of this topic, Jiang Nan asked the stunning girl, the hunting guild is really powerful, you have to listen to the hunting guild for everything. Yeah. The stunning girl sighed and said, originally this is a world dominated by the strong, and to become stronger you have to go through the hunting guild, so this world is dominated by the hunting guild. The hunting guild will draw in more warriors and bring them into their own guild, which also makes the hunting guild stronger and stronger. Jiang Nan was silent, shocked in his heart. The hunting guild is such a huge behemoth in this world. And this is right now. Sister Tushuan said to Jiang Nan, boss, you are so young and have such great talent, and you also know secret skills. I'm afraid you are the one who will be recruited by the hunting guild. Secret technique? Sister Tushuan's words had just come to an end, but the stunning girl asked anxiously in amazement, Jiang Nan, do you still know secret techniques? Jiang Nan was also a little confused. Sister Tushuan quickly explained, and said, the boss can kill the magic wolf so easily, isn't it because of his secret skills? Secret technique? The stunning girl was surprised, isn't it because the special bow and arrow in my hand is powerful enough? However, when she thought of this, she suddenly understood something, looked at Jiang Nan brightly, and said excitedly, yes, it turns out that Jiang Nan, you have a super talent for secret skills, why didn't I figure it out? The stunning girl ignored this before, and he thought that Jiang Nan could easily kill the magic wolf because of the powerful bow and arrow in his hand. Now that Sister Tushuan said this, she realized a problem. The bodyguard girl also has such a special bow and arrow, but you can't kill the magic wolf very simply. The reason why Jiang Nan is strong is not just because of the bow and arrow, but because he has secret skills. Thinking about it this way, the stunning girl has completely figured it out. At the same time, he realized that Jiang Nan is a martial artist with secret skills, so he looked at Jiang Nan extremely hotly. You must know how precious a martial artist with secret skills is. And what Sister Tushuan said is right, if the hunting guild knows that Jiang Nan is a martial artist with secret skills, then he will definitely recruit him. Thinking of this, the stunning girl was inexplicably anxious. If Jiang Nan was recruited to the hunting guild, the team would be disbanded, and they would return to their previous state, so she quickly said, Jiang Nan, you don't want to go to the hunting guild. Leave us alone, right? Can't be a little confused by the sudden sentence of the stunning girl, and asked, how can I go to the hunting guild? Of course you are so talented in using secret techniques, you will definitely be recruited by the hunting guild. The stunning girl said, at that time our team will no longer exist, and we will no longer be able to follow you. Yeah. Sister Tushuan said, yes, boss, don't leave us, we want to follow you. She looked so pitiful that she was about to cry. Wait a minute. Jiang Nan was completely confused, and he still couldn't understand it. I don't understand what you mean, who can explain it to me in detail? Jiang Nan, you haven't understood yet, you have secrets, such a talented hunting lord likes it very much, and will definitely recruit you. When you join the hunting guild, you can't take us with you. Our team will be disbanded. We are homeless again, and we don't want to leave you. The Stunning girl explained. Jiangnan said very speechlessly, I understand this point, but what I don't understand is why I want to go to the hunting guild, and is there any benefit for me? Benefits? The stunning girl was stunned for a moment and said, how should I say this? Of course there are benefits to joining the hunting guild, but there is absolutely no freedom to form a team by yourself and become stronger by yourself. Oh? Jiangnan came immediately, and asked with interest, it's really beneficial, what's the advantage of seeing it? The first is of course voluntary. If the talent is good enough, the hunting guild will spare no effort to cultivate it. The second is of course having a big backer. The hunting guild is not something that ordinary forces can afford. Joining the hunting guild is equivalent to having a big backer. Seeing that Jiangnan was more concerned about this matter, the stunning girl became more anxious, but she still explained. She even felt that Jiangnan might go to the hunting guild. After all, he has secret skills, and there are great benefits in joining the hunting guild with such a talent. First of all, in terms of resources, it is not comparable to ordinary hunting teams. It sounds good, Jiangnan said with a half-smile. With Jiangnan's appearance, the looks of the stunning girl, and the girl Tushuan even darkened. The mood was instantly depressed. Judging from this, Jiangnan was really interested in joining the hunting guild, so they would be helpless again. But at the next moment, Jiangnan smiled again and said, but if I lose my freedom, no matter how good the resources are, I don't care about them. Freedom is the most important thing. Yeah. The stunning girl's eyes lit up and said immediately, what you said in Jiangnan is the most important thing about freedom. Nothing is more important than freedom. Yes, freedom is the most important thing. That's right, don't join any hunting guild, we're waiting to hang out with you boss, without you, we don't know what to do. The other girls immediately agreed. Then put your heart in your stomach, I won't leave you alone. Jiangnan smiled and said, we can all get together, this is fate, what kind of hunting union do you want to die? All the girls in Jiangnan were relieved, all smiling, looking at each other with unconcealable smiles. The bodyguard girl smiled wryly. She also understood from the side, it seems that Jiangnan should have an advantage in joining the hunting guild, but Jiangnan is obviously a warm-hearted person, and he doesn't want to leave these girls behind, and only wants to become stronger faster. Of course, the bodyguard girl is happy to see this situation. She can also follow Jiangnan to become stronger. If Jiangnan goes to the hunting guild, I am afraid he can only return to the earth and wait. When Jiangnan is strong enough, he will find a way to make them stronger. It is not as direct as this, you can know the situation of becoming stronger at any time, just follow Jiangnan's side. Then I absolutely can't let this situation happen. The hunting guild knows that I have secret skills. Otherwise, they want to recruit me, but if I don't agree, I'm afraid it will cause trouble? Jiangnan said. Yes, this is simply too important. The stunning girl said immediately. That's right. Sister Chuanxin said, so in the future, keep a low profile and low profile. Boss, you must not use the hunting guild to find out about your secret skills. Otherwise, it will be like what you said. If you don't obey the guild solicitation, I'm afraid they will kill you and kill you in the bud. Ah? Killing so fiercely? Jiangnan was taken aback by what the 123 girl said, and couldn't help but say, they're too ruthless, aren't they trying to Kill them? Jiang Nan didn't question at all that the hunting guild would be worried about killing an old man like him. He understood that this world is a world where the strong are respected. Unlike the earth, which is a society ruled by law. Just do it on the bright side. But in this world, there is nothing you can do to kill you on the bright side. Yeah, I think the consequence is also obliteration. The hunting guild is unwilling to let an extremely talented warrior who is not controlled by them grow up. The stunning girl also nodded. Hiss. The bodyguard girl took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Nan, and said very worriedly, "Boss, if this is the case, then you have to be more careful in the future, and you must not reveal the secret methods you used." Jiang Nan nodded approvingly, with a slightly serious expression. He thinks more. My secret method is different from what the girls think. In fact, it is not the secret method they said. It is because I can see the success rate, and the sniper rifle is so lethal. So it is impossible for him to join the hunting guild. If he can see the success rate and let the hunting guild know, then he can think of a very, very serious consequence. After that, he doesn't know how he will be used by the hunting guild. They do things to achieve what they want to achieve. And the fate that I am afraid of is so sad that I can't be sad. If you think about it in another way, you know that I have a high-ranking person. If I have such a person in my hand, I will definitely only use it, and I can't let him grow up alone, otherwise it will be uncontrollable. Knowing the success rate is really shocking. Since we've touched on this topic, let me tell you here that no one is allowed to tell about Jiang Nan's secret means, not even those close to us. Only a few of us know about it. Jusame said at this time. That's right, that's how it should be. 321 girl agreed. Everyone else nodded. Jiang Nan also said with a serious expression, yes, since everyone realizes that this is very serious, then this secret must be kept, and it must not be mentioned to the outside world. If someone tells it, don't blame me for not being sympathetic, and I won't forgive her. When she said this, her expression became extremely serious and cold. Don't worry, boss. Well, this kind of thing will never happen. Don't worry, Jiang Nan, everyone knows that. All the girls said. Yeah. Jiang Nan nodded. In the future, this topic should be discussed less. Walls have ears, and it was known to others during our discussion. This is inadvertently leaked out. Not bad, everyone must remember this point. The stunning girl echoed. Okay, from now on this issue will not be discussed anymore. The bodyguard girl said, and then directly changed the subject. Boss, how far are we from the goal? It's coming soon. Jiang said, it's still the old way before. If you find out whether the magic wolf will be effective in the future, you all launch a wave of attacks. Our team needs to become stronger quickly. If it becomes strong enough, we will don't be afraid of any forces, including hunting guilds. Jiang Nan is right. Getting stronger is the last word. As long as you become stronger enough, you don't have to be afraid of anything. The stunning girl also nodded in agreement. The others also nodded. The entire team has strengthened their belief in becoming stronger quickly. The hunt begins. Every time they encountered a demonic wolf, although the others couldn't hunt it down, they would attack and practice their bow and arrow skills vigorously. And everyone would not slack off. One by one, the demon wolves were killed and turned into their resources. As time goes by, 10 magic wolves, 20 magic wolves, 30 magic wolves, When they completed their required goals, everyone did not relax along the way. When it was approaching evening, they finally harvested 30 magic wolves. Everyone is very happy. Of course, there was no delay, the stunning girl said, I don't have any time. Cold secret realm teleportation stones at hand, which one of you has? I have. Sister Tu Xian immediately stood up and said. While talking, she took out a secret teleportation stone. Everyone moved closer to her side. The habitual Jiangnan meeting is on the innermost side, next to Sister Tu Xuan. Sister Tu Xuan was even more delighted in her heart, she leaned against Jiangnan with all her strength, and pressed against Jiangnan's body tightly. Jiangnani felt the intimacy shown by Sister Tu Xuan. Smiling secretly, he glanced at her. Tu Xian's pretty face was slightly red, but her heart was sweet, but she didn't forget what she was doing, she pricked her finger with a sharp knife. And a drop of blood dripped out, dripping on the teleportation stone in the secret realm. The next moment, everyone was enveloped by the red light from the teleportation stone in the secret realm. After about 5 seconds, the red light disappeared and so did everyone. When it appeared, it had already returned to the inn. Jiangnan said, it's getting late today, let's go sell the prey first, and then come back and have a good meal. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded and said, yes, let's sell the prey first. And there is another question. Since there are 6 people who teach the prey, respectively, do everyone have their own exclusive spar? Just to clarify, we only have mine. While speaking, the stunning girl pointed to the girl who had been by his side all the time. It's over, I actually forgot this question, we have always had me here. Jiangnan smiled wryly and said, she doesn't have any. Neither of us. Tu Xian and girl 123 said pitifully. Oh, what should I do? I actually forgot this question. The stunning girl said anxiously. He. The bodyguard girl laughed and said, we have been planning for a long time, but we still forgot this question. It's really interesting. When she smiled like this, the atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Jiangnan also smiled and said, the so-called 100 secrets and 1 sparse, it seems that this kind of thing is really often committed. It was planned well before, but it didn't take this issue into consideration, but it's nothing. One piece only needs 50 honor points. Today we went as 2 people, anyway, we also changed our masks, and they didn't know us when we changed our faces. The 2 of us will each sell 5 magic wolves, so next time we will have enough honor points to buy crystals. We can do it according to our previous arrangement, as for this 1 or 2, it's nothing. The stunning girl also showed a smile on her face, nodded and said, not bad. It's not a big problem, it's just once or twice, only we don't sell so many magic wolves every time for a long time, and we won't be caught. People stare very closely, even if you wear a mask, you will be paid more attention to. Just this time is completely fine. The other girls also nodded and said nothing, they all felt that this approach was more appropriate. The matter of going to the hunting guild to sell the magic wolf was placed on Jiangnan and the stunning beauty. Each of them put 15 magic wolves in their space, not like last time, 6 people were divided into 2 3-person teams, but this time they all wore masks. When they arrived at the hunting guild, there were also a lot of people, so they had to line up. The 2 teams looked for a queue and lined up. After waiting for about half an hour, this time the stunning girl arrived first. Since they all wore masks and changed their faces, they didn't notice the crowd around their bodies at all. If she hadn't been wearing a mask, she would have been recognized immediately. With her beautiful face and the shock caused by taking out 15 demon wolves. Yesterday. Surrender your prey. Even the head of the hunting union said lazily. The stunning girl didn't talk too much nonsense, she nodded and thought, a demon wolf corpse appeared in front of the person in charge of the accepting union. The person in charge of the old habit hunting guild glanced at it, put it into the space ring, recorded it down by the way, and continued to say lazily. Continue. The stunning girl didn't say anything, and she let out the corpse of a demon wolf again. The person in charge of the hunting guild glanced at it, put it away, recorded it and waved his hand. He didn't say much, but the meaning was obvious to let the stunning girl continue. After all, only 2 sneaking wolf corpses were released. Most of the hunting teams usually have between 3, 4, or as many as 5, so if there are 2, there should be more habitually. It is precisely because of this that the person in charge of the hunting guild is this pair. Look. With a thought, the stunning girl released a wolf and a demonic wolf from the space ring. When the stunning girl was placed on the 4th head, the hunter in charge of the company checked the corpse of the magic wolf and put it away without any problems. His speech had changed. Although he was still lazy, he asked, "Is there anything else?" "No?" "If yes, continue." The stunning girl smiled lightly and thought, and released the corpse of another demon wolf. The person in charge of the hunting guild took a slightly surprised look. The 3-person team has 3 girls, and they have already harvested 5 magic wolves, which is not a small harvest. Of course, although I was a little surprised, I didn't express anything. I was just a little surprised in my heart, and asked habitually, "Is there any more?" Even though he asked this question, he already felt in his heart that this was the limit of the team. Originally, the number of 5 demon wolves was already quite a lot for a 3-member girl team. But, the next moment, the stunning girl had a thought, and another corpse of a demon wolf was released. Huh? There are still? The person in charge of the hunting guild let out a small exclamation in surprise, and raised his eyes to look at the stunning girl twice more. Later, he checked the body of the demon wolf, put it in his space ring, and recorded it. After the person in charge of the hunting guild put Mo Lang's body into the space ring, he focused on looking at the stunning girl and asked, "Isn't there going to be any more this time? You 3 girls have very small mouths, and there are actually 6 heads. Wolf's harvest." The stunning girl smiled, so she said with a little embarrassment, "Sorry, we haven't sold out our prey yet." "Ah, what else?" The person in charge of the hunting guild stared wide-eyed in surprise. At this time, the stunning girl had a thought, and she had already released the corpse of a demon wolf. At this time, the teens in the back all started commotion and shock just like when they released 15 corpses of the same demon wolves before. "Good guy, the body of the 7th demonic wolf has been hunted and killed. There are 7 demonic wolves and a team of 3 girls. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? What's going on these 2 days? Why does this always happen? Yesterday, too. Teams hunted 15 magic wolves. It seems that there was another team that hunted 20 magic wolves the day before yesterday. Why did they suddenly jump out? So many such monstrous hunting teams? I remember that a team of 3 girls also got 15 magic wolves yesterday. Could it be this team? If so, it would be too scary. We can get 15 magic wolves every day, how powerful are their combat effectiveness? From the outside, it's not the 3 girls from yesterday. I saw the 3 girls yesterday. They look different, but there is a possibility that they bought masks at a cost, so they changed their appearance. It's still the same. 3 girls from before. Girl. All kinds of discussions came and went, and there was a lot of noise. I think it's possible that the 3 girls bought masks and changed their appearance, but what I'm most interested in is how they managed to hunt so many prey? Yes, this is what everyone is most interested in. Shouldn't we follow up and see who they are? TCH, you idiot, if you still say this kind of thing, I'm afraid there are too many people with such thoughts, but who will say it? Everyone's discussions continued, and the stunning girl heard it in her ears. Even Jiangnan could hear it. Sure enough, so many of their gains have been valued by others, and even secretly coveted. But they are not afraid of the existence of masks, and next time everyone will have separated, so they won't attract such attention. Only this time, when you leave, just pay attention. If someone is following you, find a way to get rid of it, and don't let them pay attention to it in the future, and let them have no chance to follow you. Following the stunning girl, the demon wolves were released one by one. The people around and the leaders of the hunting guild were numb, watching the girls on the street release the magic wolves, one by one. The 15th magic wolf was released all the time, and the stunning girl stopped releasing the magic wolf again. Call. The person in charge of the hunting guild let out a long breath, feeling very uneasy, looked at the stunning girl and said, "Is it gone?" The stunning girl nodded. "Oh my God, it's finally gone, and there are 15 more magic wolves." What happened in the past 2 days? The person in charge of the hunting guild sighed. He also basically suspects that the team formed by these 3 girls today should be the same as the team formed by the 3 girls yesterday, otherwise it would not be such a coincidence. There are 15 heads, and they are all 3 girls. The person in charge of the hunting guild, after collecting 15 demon wolves, said to the stunning girl, "Take out your spar, and I'll give you honor points." The stunning girl didn't say much about her intentions. With a thought, the blue spar appeared in his hands and was handed over to the person in charge of the hunting guild. The person in charge of the hunting guild took it over. Appearing in his hand, he put the 2 spars together, and soon the blue light became one. The next stunning girl felt that there were 150 more honor points in her spar. After the transaction was completed, the person in charge of the hunting guild returned the spar to the stunning girl. This time the girl didn't say anything, she put away the spar with a thought, and then turned around and left with someone. But just as they were leaving, someone had already followed quietly, falling far behind them. But Jiangnan kept all this in his eyes and snorted coldly in his heart, but he was also very depressed. There is no phone in this world. If you can, call the stunning girl to tell him to be more careful, don't bring the follower back to the inn, and expose your lineage. But his worries were obviously unnecessary. The stunning girl was already wary of someone following her. When someone followed her, she noticed it immediately, and she already had a plan in mind. The best way to get rid of these tails is to waste a secret realm teleportation stone, the 10-day cooling effect, teleporting directly into the secret realm and then teleporting back. No matter who is following it, there is no trace, and it will definitely be thrown away. With this thought in mind, he was not in a hurry anymore. He simply stood down not far from the entrance of the hunting guild, waited for Jiangnan and the others to come over, and then joined together, since the effect of the Teleportation stone in the secret realm was wasted, so he simply joined. Together, go in together and come out together. Because she was also worried that Jiangnan and the others might encounter this situation. After all, Jiangnan and the others also sold 15 magic wolves at one time. The result must be similar to theirs, and they will be coveted. Those who followed the student girls and the others stopped at the door when they saw the stunning girls. They didn't leave the hunting guild. They stayed inside the hunting guild's door, pretending not to care among the crowd, and secretly watched the three girls. It didn't take long, and it was Jiangnan's turn to sell their prey. No surprises. As Jiangnan kept summoning the corpses of demon wolves, 7, 10, 15. The discussions and noises around became louder. The person in charge of the hunting guild rolled his eyes helplessly, collected the corpses of the demon wolves, and recorded them. To be honest, they don't get many honor points for doing things here, and it makes me feel sour to see such a small one with such a high harvest. However, as the leaders of the hunting guild, they must strictly abide by the rules, otherwise they will be punished extremely severely. Putting away the corpses of the 15 demon wolves released in Jiangnan, despite the sour regret in his heart, he said politely, "Take out your Sutra 10 and 8, and I will give you the honor point." Jiangnan was unceremonious, even a little arrogant. The spar appeared in his hand and handed it to the head of the hunting guild. The person in charge of the hunting guild took it over, and also took out his big blue spar. When the blue light blended together, Jiangnan knew that he had 150 more honor points in his mind. The person in charge of the hunting guild exchanged the spar into Jiangnan's hands. Jiangnan took it bluntly, turned around and took the person away. Inevitably, there are also people secretly behind. Sister Chuanxin whispered into Jiangnan's ear, "Boss, it seems that we are being followed, someone is following us secretly." Jiangnan smiled, and also said in a low voice, "I know I've noticed it, don't worry, I'll try to find a way to get rid of them as I walk. I don't believe they can follow us like tails." "Yeah." Sister Chuanxi nodded and said, "Boss, it's good if you know, I have a good way to get rid of them, and that is to use the teleportation stone of the secret realm directly, and they can't track it at all. It's just a waste of a 10-day cooling time." She could understand what she meant, and he already had this idea in his mind. It was indeed the best way. It was directly teleported to the secret realm, and no one else could track it. Because teleportation into the secret realm is random, and there is no idea where it will go, so even if other people teleport in together, it is impossible to be with Jiangnan and the others again. The only thing is to waste a 10-day cooling effect of the rift teleportation stone. But this is not a problem, as long as you buy more secret realm teleportation. This problem can be easily solved. At present, it is not a problem for Jiangnan and their financial resources. "It's a good idea, I'm thinking about it too." Jiangnan smiled and said. "However, let's talk about it after we get out of the hunting guild and see if the other team is still there. I guess they may also think of using the secret realm with the idea of transmitting stones into the secret realm." After a short pause, Jiangnan continued, "If they are no longer there, it means that they have already gone to the secret realm. Maybe he is still waiting for us, thinking. Get together, use a secret realm teleportation stone together to teleport into the secret realm, and then go to the secret realm. Together teleporting back, this saves some money. Since we plan to teleport into the secret realm, we are not afraid of people knowing that we are in the same group. After all, we all wear masks. When we come back next time, we will have a different face. Don't worry about it, as long as you don't get followed. At the time. Yeah. Sister Chen Xi nodded. Boss, you are right, I have the same idea. While chatting, they secretly noticed from time to time that the people following behind had left the hunting guild. At the beginning, the hunting guild saw the stunning girls waiting at the door. Jiang Nan smiled clearly, probably having the same idea. The stunning girl watched Jiang Nan come out and smiled at him. It's just that she is not very beautiful now, with a mask on. This smile makes Jiang Nan feel a little bit pained. Nima, it is very convenient to change her face with a mask, but she is not as comfortable as that beautiful face. Jiang Nan walked over, and before he could say anything, the stunning girl said, Jiang Nan, you have been followed too, just like us, it seems that we are too coveted. Yeah, so we have to get rid of them, we can't take them to the inn, no. Where we live, and find out our details. Jiang Nan said. The stunning girl said, that's what I mean too. Just now I thought of a way. Which is to send everyone to the secret realm, and then. However, before she finished speaking, Jiang Nan smiled, and said with a smile, I think so too. He he he. The stunning girl immediately laughed happily and said, so we coincidentally agreed, that's great, then it's settled, I still have several cold secret realm teleportation stones here, shall we go now then? Cough, cough. Jiang Nan coughed twice, and said with a smirk, since this is the case, we are not in a hurry, is someone trying to follow us, why don't we stay here for a while, and let them stay with us for a while, punish them. He he he. The stunning girl laughed immediately, and said in a low voice. Jiang Nan didn't expect you to have this hobby, like to play pranks. Idle is idle, don't you want to follow us, then let them pay a price, and finally let them live in baskets and fetch water for nothing. Jiang Nan said. With a smile. All the girls around laughed. The bodyguard girl shook her head while laughing, thinking that the boss had lost her childish temper again. Several people chatted quietly. One of the people who followed them was even more shocked. What shocked them was that the two relatives, who also had such a big harvest, actually knew each other, and they seemed to have a pretty good relationship. Then this is even more thought-provoking. The two little ones must have some special means to gain so much. This idea also made them very excited. It would be great if they could know what is special about them. Wouldn't they have such a high harvest? This idea made them more interested in Jiang Nan and the stunning girl team. He even hid in the hunting guild without blinking his eyes to watch the two teens. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Jiang Nan, who chatted for a while, felt that he was no longer teasing the stalkers, so he could just toss them around for a while. He opened his mouth and said to the stunning girl, okay, let's set off and go to the secret realm. The stunning girl nodded, thinking that she had an extra secret teleportation stone in her hand. The others all moved closer to her, centered on her. As the boss, Jiang Nan is closely related to the girls. This made the stunning girl blush a little, but a feeling of happiness flooded her heart. Are you all ready? Let's go. As she spoke, a secret realm teleportation stone appeared in her hand, and then she summoned a sharp knife from the space, pierced her finger, and a drop of blood dripped on the secret realm teleportation stone. Everyone was surrounded by blue light. And all the people following them shook their heads and sighed. I know in my heart that I can't keep up, and everyone can use the secret teleportation stone. This was a bit beyond their expectations. After all, this would waste a 10-day cooldown of the teleportation stone in the secret realm. After about 5 seconds, the people in Jiangnan disappeared along with the blue light. When he reappeared and entered the secret realm, Jiangnan habitually looked at Zhou vigilantly the first time. In case there are magic wolves around, because of this teleportation, something unexpected happened. The same goes for other people. As with the last dangerous situation, everyone is very vigilant no matter when they enter the secret realm. Especially now that they are bored, the sky has already darkened, and the poor vision has caused them even more trouble. If there is a magic wolf nearby, what they are most worried about is that within 5 seconds, they will be attacked by the magic wolf before they have a chance to teleport. After all, the speed of the magic wolf is too fast. If it is tens of meters around, 5 seconds is enough to rush over. Ah. And it's really special luck and super sad reminder. This time, there really was a demon wolf nearby. With the roar of the wolf, the demon wolf has rushed over quickly. Not good. My God. All the girls exclaimed. The light was very dim, and coupled with the mist, it was almost impossible to see the wolf. At the same time, they could tell from the sound that the wolf was very close to them. The stunning girl shouted anxiously, "Everyone come close to me, don't leave anyone behind, let's teleport away as soon as possible, and see if it's too late." While talking, he had put away the secret realm teleportation stone that he had passed through before, and quickly searched for a secret realm teleportation stone that could cool down in his space ring. Because the well-cooled secret realm teleportation stone will emit a faint red light, it is not difficult to find it. But it also takes a short time, about 2 seconds, to be able to pick it out. And then prick your finger, drip blood, and the blood will be absorbed by the teleportation stone in the secret realm. This process also takes about 3 seconds, plus there are still 5 seconds to be sent away after being wrapped in Blu-ray. The cumulative time is about 10 seconds, and there is a 90% chance that the wolf's attack has arrived during this period. If it is in principle 100 meters or more than 90 meters away, there is a chance that it can be teleported away, but it is almost impossible within 90 meters. And in this situation, the sound of the magic wolf was heard very close, only tens of meters or even 30 or 40 meters. Therefore, although the stunning girl reacted the fastest, her heart was almost icy cold. After her heart was finished, she might be doomed this time. And Jiangnan couldn't see where the magic wolf was at all, but he could tell the direction of the magic wolf from the sound. The sniper rifle was aimed in that direction and quickly detected one by one, and threw them out. 0%, 0%, 10%, 40%, 100%. After about 3 seconds of detection, 100% of the attack targets were locked, and the trigger was decisively pulled. Pfft. There was a slight gunshot, followed by a loud noise from ordinary people. It was the sound of the wolf's body falling to the ground, followed by the sound of the wolf's huge body rubbing against the ground. When the sound stopped and quieted down, everyone vaguely saw the huge corpse of the demon wolf. But after all, the body of the demon wolf is big enough, and the important thing is that it is very close to them. It's about 5 meters away. Call. Seeing that the magic wolf was killed by himself at the most dangerous time, Jiangnan let out a long breath. My God. Unbelievable. And all the girls were completely stunned by the shock. They couldn't imagine that under such dim light, Jiangnan could kill the magic wolf so quickly. They really can't imagine how this can be done? Jiangnan is fine. The stunning girl faltered nervously. Under such circumstances, you can actually kill the magic wolf, which is simply too Terrifying. Yeah, I can't figure it out. This can kill the magic wolf. Yeah, it's so scary. Yes, unimaginable. The other girls also echoed. Hee hee. Jiangnan smiled. It's nothing, maybe it's because I was lucky. I was sweating too. I was lucky. I killed this demon wolf, otherwise we would be the ones in danger. I didn't expect to encounter such a dangerous thing when I escaped from the secret place. After reading it, I don't want to use this method as little as possible, especially when the sky is dark. If the sky is bright enough, at least it will be easier to deal with. Ju say, said the girl. Yeah, try to use this method less in the future. It's too dangerous. I was frightened just now. Sister Tu Xian said. Jiangnan also nodded. I hope that in the future, we will sell prey separately, so that we will not be noticed by others, and if possible, we will try to come out of the secret realm as soon as possible. In this case, there are not many people going to the hunting guild. The chances of noticing are less. Not bad, the boss is right, I also have the same idea. Sister Chuanxin said. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded. Walk while walking, I hope we won't be noticed by other people after we separate. Okay, let's go back first. It's very dangerous to be in the secret realm at night. If this time there is no warning from the demonic wolf, then we are afraid that we will be miserable. While talking, she pierced her finger with a sharp knife, and everyone moved closer to her. Blood dripped from the teleportation stone in the secret realm, and it emitted a red light to envelop everyone. After 5 seconds, he was sent back to the inn. After returning, the bodyguard girl immediately said, I'll go and tell the waiter in the store to prepare meals for us. After a day of hunting, they haven't had a good meal yet. Yeah. Jiangnan nodded and said, Okay, you go, it's been a busy day, let's have a good meal. But there is still one important thing that hasn't been done. At this time, the stunning girl said, since we plan to sell the prey separately tomorrow, everyone must own a spar as soon as possible. That's right, forget about this matter. The bodyguard girl also said. Quickly, then go buy crystals first. Well, let's do it separately. You'd better order the food. After all, it takes a while to prepare the food. I'll take someone to the hunting guild and buy 4 crystals. The stunning girl said. That's a good idea. Jiangnan nodded, and at the same time, with a thought, he took out his spar. I'll transfer all the honor points on it to you. The stunning girl nodded. They got some of the 300 points they got from selling 30 links today, which is just enough to buy a spar owned by everyone, so of course they don't need to go along with them, they have to transfer some to her. This time, the girl took out her spar from the space and handed it to Jiangnan. While she was thinking about it, Jiangnan brought the 2 spars close together and blended them together. With the previous experience, this time Jiangnan tried to control the honor points in himself to transfer to the spar of the stunning girl. Very easily, it was just a thought, and the honor points were transferred. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth curled up, and now he finally understands how to use the spar? And he also thought about it, when the bodyguard girl also got the spar, tell her how to manipulate the spar, so she doesn't have to worry about not being able to use the spar. Okay, you go with me. The stunning girl greeted the team member before him. The girl nodded, and went out with the stunning girl, to buy crystals at the hunting guild. The bodyguard girl also went downstairs, to order food. Chuanxin's sister stood up at this time, and said to the bodyguard girl, leave the order to me, big sister, take a rest, you have worked hard all day in the secret realm. After speaking, she went to order food first. As a later girl, she has great eyesight. Not long after, the stunning girls came back and bought 4 spars. After this distribution, everyone has a spar. Everyone was the first to recognize the Lord with a drop of blood, and they were overjoyed. They all have their own exclusive spar, and they are all very happy. The bodyguard girl looked at Jiangnan. It was obvious that she didn't know how to use crystals. Jiangnan blinked at her. The bodyguard sister understands, and Jiangnan will tell her how to use it when she waits for the 2 of them. At this moment, the shop waiter also delivered the food. The sumptuous meals are served, and everyone eats happily. The next day, the hunting trip started again. Everyone paid close attention and did not let up. Of course, the others were just practicing, and it was Jiangnan who killed the wolf. The goal of 30 is still not easy. Everyone will finish breakfast on the road, because they plan to go back earlier, and they will go back when there are not many people selling their prey in the hunting guild. However, luck was not good, so we did what we wished, and when we hunted 30 magic wolves, it was almost evening. If you go back at this time, it will be a crowded time for everyone to return to the guild. In this situation, the stunning girl asked Jiangnan. Jiangnan is going against our previous plan. What do you think we should do? What do you think should be done? It's your own opinion. Jiangnan looked at the others and said, since we want to hurry up and fail to make it, then let's finish it. The bodyguard girl suggested. Yeah, I think it's okay, you can do this. Sister Tushuan said. However, I have a different opinion. Since we have hunted 30 magic wolves at this time, we might as well go back and go to the trade union now. We are separated now, and we only carry 5 magic wolves with us. Now taking advantage of the crowd, I feel that we will not be noticed, so that the 6 of us can separate and mix in the crowd without attracting attention, I think. Sister Chen Xi did have a different opinion. Everyone froze for a moment. Jiangnan's eyes lit up, and after thinking about it, it really is such a truth, but it's not a big deal. The situation is different now. If there are fewer people, there are only 6 of them left, and each of them has 5 magic wolves in modern times. This situation, on the contrary, will attract people's attention. After all, this kind of situation is too uncommon, and there are 6 such situations at once. But if it is when everyone is handing in the task, due to the large number of people, it will not attract people's attention if there are 6 people mixed in. After all, everyone is 5 magic wolves. It really makes sense to think about it carefully. We didn't seem to be thoughtful enough before. The stunning girl also pondered for a while and then said, we only considered the previous situation, but the current situation has changed. Indeed, the situation is the same as what Sister Chen Xi said. That's right, what Sister Chen Xi said makes sense. We entered into a misunderstanding before, and our plan has changed. If we really rush to a time when there are few people, it will be easier to be exposed, but when there are many people, it is best, well, the 6 of us are mixed in, and each of us doesn't have too many magic wolves on hand, so it won't attract too much attention, and it's best to sell the magic wolves quietly when there are many people. Jiangnan also nodded in agreement. After Jiangnan said this, everyone had no objections, and all the girls nodded. The stunning girl said, since this is the case, we don't need to waste any time. Now we will teleport back to the inn, and then go to the hunting guild. To divide into 6 groups and sell the magic wolf we have. That's right, let's start now, we won't waste any time. Jiangnan also nodded and said, I have a well-cooled secret teleportation stone here. At this time, Sister Tushuan took out a secret teleportation stone and said, this time I will use my secret teleportation stone. Jiangnan nodded, and the stunning girl also nodded. The two now seemed to be the captain and vice-captain of the team. Then everyone move closer to me, we are going to teleport back. While talking about getting ready for the teleportation in the secret realm, Sister Tushuan summoned a sharp knife with her other hand, ready to pierce her finger and drop blood into the teleportation stone in the secret realm at any time. Everyone moved closer to her side. Sister Tushuan took a look at everyone getting ready. At this time, she pricked her finger with a sharp knife, blood flowed out, gathered into a drop, and dripped on the teleportation stone in the secret realm. The next moment, the teleportation pool in the secret realm sent out a red light package to envelop everyone. About 5 seconds later, everyone disappeared together with the red light, and when they reappeared, they were already in the inn. Since we want to take this opportunity to sell the demon wolf in hand, let's go to the hunting guild first, and have dinner when we get back. If we have free time, let's have a good meal. Jiangnan Mo wasted no time, straight up. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded, let's go to other things now and push back. While talking about the role, the girl has summoned a mask from the space and put it on her face. Everyone else followed suit and everyone pulled out their own mask from their space and put it on their face. In just a short moment, the appearance of several people changed drastically, and no one could recognize them. Let's remember each other quickly, so that our own people will not recognize our own people. Jiang said, although this is not particularly important, it is good to be able to remember every changed face. Everyone nodded and watched the other people around quickly remember the current appearance. Jiangnan focused on remembering the stunning girl, because he had to discuss many things with her. The other one is Sister Chen Xi. If there is anything that needs to be discussed, Sister Chen Xi has a meticulous mind and sometimes has good opinions. Okay, I think everyone should have almost remembered it, so let's go. 10 seconds later, Jiangnan said, and while talking, he was the first to leave and walk out of the inn. The other girls followed suit. And the stunning girl followed Jiangnan, and said at the same time, I'm talking about finding a house. There are so many things to do now, and I haven't had time to find them. The prey is sold today. You should have a good dinner first. I will go find it. It is more convenient to buy a group of small courtyards than to live in an inn. That's fine. It's true that the hunting tasks for the past 2 days are too tight. When we came back, we didn't go to bed early today. The previous plan was different from the current one. In short, the main thing is to become stronger quickly, so you can finish your meal. Let's keep it simple, go find the house first. Jiangnan nodded, expressing his agreement with the character girl's point of view. While walking towards the hunting guild, just as the beautiful girl finished speaking, the bodyguard girl said, when the magic wolf is sold this time, and I have honor points, I need to buy a few more secret realm teleportation stones. I don't have any secret realm teleportation stones yet. Boss, there are too few teleportation stones in your hand. We should prepare more, so that we can exchange cooling time, so that we will be prepared. Don't we enter the Secret realm. There is no suitable secret realm. Cool the teleportation stone. Well, then, but it's sad, and after thinking about it, I think it's very important. Jiangnan nodded and said, yes, this is very important. Although we are in a hurry to become stronger and buy elixir, we must complete these necessary things before we can do it. It caused us a big crisis. The stunning girl nodded and said, from the current situation, the teleportation on me is a little more than a dozen yuan. Tell other people that they don't have any secret realm teleportation stones? Yes. Sister Tushuan said, I have a teleportation stone on me, but Sister Chuanxin doesn't have any. It seems that there is really an omission in this problem. I thought that everyone has a lot of secret realm teleportation stones on their bodies. There is no need to worry about this problem. It turns out that I have more than a dozen pieces on me, and no one else has any. The stunning girl said, then we have to hurry up and buy this time. A secret realm teleportation stone only needs 20 honor points. After we hand over the prey this time, we will gain another 300 points. We simply bought the secret realm teleportation stone, so that everyone will have honor points. There are a few dollars. I think this is the way to go. Although we can't save honor points now, we have more and more necessary things at hand. Jiang said, everyone, don't rush, take your time. The girls nodded. While chatting for a short time, we arrived at the hunting guild and entered the guild. Sure enough, the hunting guild hall was very lively during the peak period when the hunting team returned. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and then separated, looking for different cues to line up. People are so noisy now that no one notices their little movements. As time flows. This time, the bodyguard girl was the first in the queue, and it was her turn to sell the magic wolf first, then Jiangnan and the others. When the bodyguard girl stepped forward, the hunting guild saw that she was alone, just glanced at her a little more, and didn't say anything, because this kind of situation also happens. Many teams let their younger brothers come here to queue up for sale. Demon Wolf, and the leader and the like have already gone to Xiaoyao. They are too lazy to line up here. There are only some temporary teams, and everyone must be there. After the prey is sold, the honor points will be divided. There are also some teams that don't go out to roam, and everyone is waiting here. In short, there are all kinds of teams, so even if one person comes to sell prey, this is not very noticeable. Of course, if you sell more than 10 demon wolves as prey, you will definitely be noticed. As the bodyguard girl released the magic wolves one by one, the time to put the 5th wolf was over. Others just lamented that they had hunted 5 magic wolves, which was a good harvest, and there were no other unexpected performances. The rest of Jiangnan and the others have been watching this moment from the sidelines. Seeing that the bodyguard girl has not been suspected at all, they are all relieved and overjoyed. The bodyguard girl walked out from the hunting guild, and kept paying attention to whether anyone was following her. After careful attention, there was no follower at all, and the bodyguard girl was even more relieved. Something happened to the hunting guild, and they went straight to the street to find a secluded place to take off their masks, and then went back to the street to wait. In this way, it can be recognized by others in the first time. It was Chuanxin's second turn. There were also no disturbances or accidents. The 5 magic wolves were handed over to the head of the hunting guild, and then they got the honor points they deserved and left the hunting guild. When she came out of the hunting guild, she saw the bodyguard girl not far away on the street, and found that the bodyguard girl had taken off her mask. I also noticed that there was no one following and paying attention to her at all behind me, so I went to a corner and turned around, took off the mask, and went to meet the bodyguard girl. This method feels very good. No one pays attention to you? The bodyguard girl saw that Chuanqing's sister was leaving, so she came over and asked. It's great that there is no such method. No one will notice or be followed. It's very safe. It seems that the plan this time is very good, Sister Chuanqing said. The two of them were chatting, standing in place and waiting. It didn't take long. Jiangnan's stunning girls came out of the hunting guild one after another. Everyone took off their masks and gathered in one place. It's a really good approach. No one pays attention to what we're finally doing, the stunning girl said happily. Yeah, I finally found a good way, Jiangnan said happily. Then I'm going to hurry up and look for a house now. You guys go back to the inn first, eat first, don't wait for us any longer, said the stunning girl. Okay, let's go. Jiangnan nodded. The stunning girl left with her former little follower. Jiangnan and the others went back to the inn. The busy dinner of the day also ordered a lot of meals, and everyone ate and drank deliciously. The stunning girl didn't come back until around 10 o'clock in the evening. When she came back, she was smiling and looked very happy. Seeing her appearance, Jiangnan smiled and said, Have you found a suitable house? The stunning girl said happily, Of course, it's a very nice small courtyard with 2 floors of wooden pavilions, very spacious, but the price is a bit expensive. I used a gold bar you gave me. Gold bars don't matter anymore, Jiangnan said with a smile, as long as the house is good enough, 10 gold bars are not a problem. He was telling the truth. The Earth world helped him make money quickly, so what was a gold bar? A 500-gram gold bar was only worth a few $100,000, which was nothing to his assets. After 10 days, you can go back and bring some more gold bars. The consumption of gold and silver in this secular world is not a problem at all. Jiangnan has made up his mind to return to the Earth in 10 days, and even delay 10 days of hunting, but this time he goes back to get an off-road vehicle to bring him over, so the hunting speed will increase exponentially. Efficiency will be greatly improved, so it is very necessary to go back. The so-called sharpening the knife is not responsible for the woodcutter. And Jiangnan is still thinking about a question, this time back to the Earth. Bring a few more secret realm teleportation stones with you, then the next time it is unsafe, you can use other secret realm teleportation stones to teleport into the secret realm, so that it is not the only one. Back to Earth secret teleportation stone. Does that mean we can live directly in the small courtyard we bought tonight? Instead of staying at the inn, the bodyguard girl asked very interestedly. This won't work, we have to wait until tomorrow. I just bought it today. The previous owner needs to prepare and tidy up. We can live in the small courtyard tomorrow. I've seen everything, and we can move in directly. It's very good. Not bad, the stunning girl said. Yeah, this is really good. The other girls immediately nodded happily. Everyone looked at Jiangnan with gratitude in their eyes. They all know that Jiangnan took the money to buy the house. Now following Jiangnan, not only have they gained so much in hunting, but they also live in such a good house with such good conditions. One surprise after another. It doesn't matter if you don't want to be happy, this is simply a good thing. That happened to the pie in the sky. The next day, luck was very good, and 30 magic wolves were hunted down, nearly half an hour earlier than yesterday. Jiang Nan calculated the time for a while, looked at the girls and said, "There are quite a few teams going back at this point in time. Although there won't be too many people, it should be okay. Let's go back now and take the 30 teams we have on hand. Should the demon wolf be handed over to the hunting guild?" "Well." The stunning girl nodded and said, "Yes, we are going back now. After handing in the task, we will go to the small courtyard to have a look and let you see how about the house I bought. Is it according to your wishes?" "Good." "Uh-huh." The other girls nodded in agreement, very happy, all smiling. "Okay, then don't waste time, let's go back now, the secret realm. Teleportation stones we just bought have already cooled down, who will take out the secret realm teleportation stones first and take us all out?" The stunning girl looked at everyone and said, I'm coming, this time from the secret teleportation stone in my hand." Sister Chen Xi was the first to stand up and said, while talking, she has summoned a sharp knife in her hand, which is ready to pierce her own fingers at any time. Everyone gathered around Miss Chen Xi. Sister Chen Xi took a look, everyone was ready, she pierced her finger with a sharp knife, and when the blood flowed out, a drop of blood dripped on the teleportation stone in the secret realm, and everyone was picked up by the red light in the next moment. After about 5 seconds, the red light disappeared. And everyone disappeared with the red light, and they had already returned to the inn when they appeared. "Come on, let's go see the house," the stunning girl said happily, and took the lead and walked down to the inn. Everyone happily followed, but after walking a few steps, the stunning girl suddenly stopped, looked at Jiang Nan and said, "Cancel the subscription at Jiang Nan Inn, we should not stay here in the future, so we don't need to waste this money." "Well." Jiang Nan nodded and said, and later thought of another question, and asked the stunning girl, "By the way, is there a suitable place to eat near the house we live in, such as an inn or a restaurant? We can't cook when we come back on Sunday, it's too troublesome, we have to be close to such a place, so it's convenient for us." "Of course there is. There are many taverns and restaurants in this area. It is very convenient to eat. I have already considered this. It will definitely not affect our hunting speed because of this," the stunning girl said. Empty reply from server. The room that Jiang Nan had selected, the others went to choose their own room. Soon everyone was satisfied and chose their own room. It's so easy, with so many rooms, 2 people can live in one person. At this time, the stunning girl said, "It's only 500 meters away from us to the hunting guild. It's very convenient. You can get there soon. You should be staying on the way here. There is a tavern 200 meters away from us. It's very convenient for us to eat there." "Convenient." Jiang Nan nodded. He had already noticed this and was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "Then let's go and have a big dinner soon. Guys, having a big dinner now is the best time for us to have fun." "Gone." "Yeah, let's go. Go eat delicious food." All the girls happily agreed. With this small courtyard, everyone became more stable. They entered the secret realm to hunt early every day, and in the evening, they were able to hunt almost 30 magic wolves, and then sold them to the hunting guild to obtain honor points. Evening is the time for entertainment. But in addition to eating, entertainment time is chatting. Jiang Nan was very dissatisfied with this, so he thought about it, and next Time he came, he would bring some mahjong or playing cards, and it would be much more interesting when we all played poker, fighting the landlord, or mahjong in the evening. As for these girls, this is very simple, just a little teaching. It was originally a very simple thing. Besides, there is a very small excuse to say that these things are used for entertainment in the big city. Other girls don't have to doubt it at all. Jiang Nan is already very experienced in this. Time is doing very fast. The 10th day of this period has arrived. After returning from hunting, Jiang Nan only planned to tell his sisters that he was going to leave for 10 days when he was eating, because he was afraid that telling them away would distract them, which would be bad for hunting. Jiang Nan took a sip of wine first, then glanced at the girls, and finally landed on the stunning girl, and said, "There is something I have to tell everyone." Seeing Jiang Nan's serious expression, the stunning girl stopped eating and said, "What's the matter with you, Jiang Nan?" The other girls also stopped eating and looked towards Jiang Nan. "Now I want to tell everyone one thing carefully." Jiang looked at the crowd and said seriously, "The next hunting will be stopped for 10 days. Ah, why? There are more than 30 magic wolves every day for such a big harvest. Why do you want to stop?" Yes, why should we stop? If other teams have such a high harvest, let alone a day, half a day will not be wasted. Why should we stop with such a high harvest? All the girls asked, very puzzled. "Jiang Nan, what you said also confuses me. What's going on?" This sentence was asked by the stunning girl. She was extremely puzzled. What happened to Jiang Nan? There is such a high harvest every day, and it has stabilized. Why should it be stopped suddenly, and it has to be stopped for 10 days? You must know that 300 honor points are earned every day, and 3,000 in 10 days. Which is enough to buy 6 body refining pills. Everyone can have one, and with the opportunity to become stronger, it would be a pity if it stops. The stunning girl can't imagine it at all. Looking at everyone's reactions, Jiang Nan was already prepared in his heart, and said with a serious expression, "There is no other way, because I don't want to go back to the big city. I have something to do, so I have to stop." "Oh, so that's how I'm going back to Dashang. I'm going back to the big city." All the girls nodded their heads. "If I don't participate, you continue to practice. I think it's too dangerous. Your lethality is not enough. You can't kill many demon wolves. Maybe he will be in danger, so I think you should just rest and rest. Come on down, I don't have any accidents like any of you now." Jiang Nan said again. Is the boss right?" "The boss is here. It is too difficult to hunt and kill demonic wolves with our combat power alone. We can't say that we can't hunt them, but the risk factor will increase greatly and there may be personnel losses. And the harvest will not be too great. I also think that if the boss is gone, we will stop and rest for 10 days. Chen Xi said. "That's right, let's stop and rest. It's just that we don't have the confidence. Before, we had no choice but to fight hard. Now the situation is different from before. We don't want to have such a bright future and bury our lives in the secret realm inside." The stunning girl also said. The other girls nodded in agreement. "Okay, since it's settled like this, we will go back to the big city for 10 days, and you can take a good rest in the small courtyard, or go shopping. Recharge your batteries, and when we come back, we will continue to hunt together." Jiang Nan said. Good. Everyone nodded. Everything was clarified. In the early morning of the second day, Jiangnan took the bodyguard girl and teleported into the secret realm, and then teleported back to the earth again when using the secret realm of teleporting. Back to the earth. When we appeared, it was room of hotel. Here is the preparation for these two people to be teleported back, and the inside of the preparation is very quiet, no one is there. Jiangnan and the bodyguard sister teleported back to the room, and the first thing they did was change their clothes and changed back to earth clothes. I'm going to take a shower first. It's really not convenient to take a shower over there. The conditions here are much better, the bodyguard girl said, while kissing Future on the cheek. Hey. Jiangnan said with a nasty smile, then let's go together. Mandarin duck bath. As long as the boss is happy, of course. The bodyguard girl said with a smile. Let's take a bath. Jiangnan hugged the bodyguard girl's slender waist with a smile and walked out of the room to the bathroom, thinking what can he do while taking a bath? Hee, beautiful. Others don't know that the two of them have come back. After the two of them take a shower, they have done everything they should do by the way, and it's almost noon. Jiangnan walked straight to his room, followed by the bodyguard girl. Walking to the door, Jiangnan knocked on the door with a smile. Bang bang bang. Who wants to come in? A soft voice came from inside. He was already familiar with this voice, and Jiangnan could hear it immediately. As soon as the doctor opened the door, he entered the room. Mi Ro was checking some information, and when they walked in the future, they raised their eyes and looked over, and immediately exclaimed, Jiangnan. Jiangnan, are you back? Why are you still a little surprised? Jiangnan said with a smile, Don't you want me to come back? Of course you hate it. I want to kill you. Mi Ro rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan and said coquettishly. That look is so charming that you can't take your eyes off Jiangnan. Especially what Mi Ro is wearing today is sexy and beautiful. Jiangnan casually sat down on the sofa. No more rushing to pour a cup of tea, put it on the tea table in front of Jiangnan, then sat down beside him, impatiently asked, Jiangnan, how is this trip going? Seeing her anxious look, Jiangnan smiled, and said with a smile, Do you want to ask about the beauty pill? You hate it, of course you still ask people like this when you know it. Mi Ro said angrily, We are just in a hurry not to grow old again, can't we be in a hurry? There was no need to hide anything about the relationship between Mi Ro and Jiangnan, she just said it directly. It's a pity that there are too many things this time, so I didn't take care of them. Let's wait for the next time, Jiangnan said. Now that this topic was mentioned, Jiangnan woke up, and he really forgot about himself. After all, at that time, the most important thing is to think about how to become stronger, how not to be noticed by people, how to develop in a low-key way. So much so that I forgot about the beauty pill. Of course, it's just that more than 10 days have passed, and this is not urgent, so Jiangnan didn't take it too seriously. If it was something urgent, he would take it to heart immediately. I didn't get that kind of elixir that can keep me from getting old. Mi Ro was a little bit disappointed, and said resentfully with her beautiful little mouth. Don't worry, wait until next time. I'll remember this. When I come back next time, I must bring the nourishing pill back, Jiangnan said. After speaking, he turned to the bodyguard and asked, Sister, remember this matter, I have already ignored it, so don't forget this kind of thing next time. Okay, boss, don't worry, this time I will remember it with my heart and never forget it. The bodyguard girl nodded, taking this matter seriously in her heart. In fact, she also neglected this matter. When she entered the secret realm, she still remembered to quickly get a beauty pill and eat it to prevent herself from getting old. But in the future, all kinds of accidents caused him to forget about this matter, and he didn't think of this topic until he returned to Earth, when Ro talked about it. And he still regretted a little. He even forgot about this. He should buy a beauty pill and eat it immediately, so that his appearance would not have to age anymore. Because nourishing pill doesn't need much honor points at all, although they are relatively short on honor points, but this point can be squeezed out, but this problem is ignored. The beautiful bodyguard thought that other girls must have taken the nourishing pill, so they were not in a hurry, but he ignored this problem. Which is really too bad. The more the beautiful bodyguard thought about it, the more she felt a little guilty, and she kept this matter in her heart more firmly, and she must never forget it next time. This kind of mistake can only be made once, and it must not be made a second time. At this time, Jiang Nan thought of another question, and said to Ro, I'm thinking about a question. When I go to that world this time, can I bring you there together? Ro was taken aback by Jiang Nan's words, then her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Jiang Nan, you mean to take me there too? Don't get excited. This is just my idea. Whether it will work or not will only be known if my plan can be successfully completed. In short, you have to prepare for two things. Jiang Nan said. I hate it to death, not necessarily. Ro said coquettishly, looking at Jiang Nan with resentful eyes. Just now when she heard that Jiang Nan was going to take her to another world, she was instantly pleasantly surprised, but now that Jiang Nan said that, she was very disappointed. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, called Jijuan, and said at noon, okay, Miru, you go and inform other people that we are back and have a dinner together. We haven't seen each other for a long time, let's have a good gathering. Yeah. Ro nodded and said hastily, I'll call them. While talking, he took out his mobile phone and immediately called the beautiful manager. The beautiful manager was busy in the lobby. When the phone rang, she took it out and saw that it was Ro calling. She pressed the answer button and said, What's the matter with Ro? Call me now. There are many customers now. Are you busy down there? Hee, of course, it's a big deal. The biggest thing is to come upstairs quickly, Ro said with a smile. Ah? The manager's sister was a little confused, and asked in surprise. What's the big deal? You won't tease me, so what's the big deal? Hee, Jiang Nan is back. Do you think it's a big deal? He's in the office now. It's fine if you don't come back, Ro said with a smile. Ah, it turns out that Jiang Nan is back, and I'll go up as soon as I go up. The manager's sister was suddenly surprised, and ran towards the stairs quickly while talking. The people around looked at the anxious action of the manager's sister in amazement, wondering what the hell happened. Bebe was even more curious as she looked at the manager's girl losing her composure. Her big beautiful eyes rolled, and she suddenly thought of something, and said to a receptionist next to her, Quick, come and collect the money. After she finished speaking, she wriggled and was about to leave the cashier, and also ran towards the elevator. She thought of the reason why the beautiful manager lost her composure like this. Is it because Jiang Nan is back? After all, Jiang Nan said that he might come back in more than 10 days. Bebe has always kept this sentence in mind. The manager girl got on the elevator, impatiently pressed the button on the top floor, and went directly to the top floor. Bebe had no choice but to wait below until the elevator came down again. And Miro in the office hung up the phone and made another call, this time to Gugu. At present, Gugu and Deng Wei are both in the hotel, and they can come over by calling. Gugu was leisurely drinking tea with his legs crossed when the phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Miro calling. He quickly answered with a smile and said, "Is there anything we can tell our senior Belle?" "There is nothing as ordered, you should come to the top floor," Miro said into the phone with a faint smile. "Okay, follow orders, go over immediately," Gugu said directly without asking anything. He. Miro smiled and said, "Yes, don't forget to call Deng Wei, you two are together, and you didn't ask why you came up?" "Oh?" Deng Wei was a little confused by Miro's words, and subconsciously asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything special?" He. Miro said with a smile, "I just want to go." Deng Wei was even more confused, his brain was spinning rapidly, and soon Bald's eyes lit up, but he thought of a question, and immediately said to the phone with a face full of surprise, Could it be that boss Jiangnan is back?" He. Miro smiled into the phone and said, "You still have a little IQ. And got the answer right, but there is no reward." "Wow. It's really Boss Jiangnan who is back, great, let's go upstairs immediately," Deng Wei exclaimed excitedly. The surprise made Gugudu next to him look confused, looked at Deng Wei, and said, "Deng Wei, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Look at this surprise. It's as if you've lost your mind." "Fuck you, you are crazy, can I not be happy? Boss Jiangnan is back," Deng Wei said with a smile. "Ah. Boss Jiangnan is back?" Gugu was even more shocked than Deng Wei. He jumped up from the chair all of a sudden, his eyes widened, his excitement couldn't be concealed at all. "Don't stand still, you bastard, let's go upstairs." Deng Wei slapped Gugu on the shoulder in a daze, then quickly left the room and walked towards the elevator. Wait for me. Gugu reacted and hurriedly followed. On the top floor, Jiangnan's office. Miro hung up the phone, looked at Jiangnan and said, "Jiangnan, I have notified all the students in the hotel. Zhang Yimin is not in Jianghai City, but is still in the securities trading company. Do you want to call her now?" Jiangnan thought for a while and said, "Don't call her now, he knows, and he is still in a hurry to go back, in case there is any danger along the way, it would be bad." "Yeah." Miro nodded and said, "I think so too, so don't call her for now. You have to stay for a while when you come back this time and go to see her when you have time." Miro knew very well that Jiangnan must make up for Zhang Yimin when he comes back this time, and asking him to find Zhang Yimin in the stock exchange company is a chance for the two of them to get along better alone. "Okay." Jiangnan nodded, "That's it, if the other people are not around, then don't notify them, and I will go to see them when I have time." The elevator door opened, and the manager's sister came out of the elevator. She hurriedly received the door of Jiangnan's office. She didn't even knock on the door. She pushed the door and went in. When she saw Jiangnan at a glance, she shouted happily, "Boss, are you back?" "Yeah." Jiangnan looked at the beautiful manager and nodded with a smile. Then said with a smile, "How did I find that you are more beautiful?" Jiangnan's words instantly made the pretty manager's pretty face turn red. And she said somewhat shyly, "Boss, you must be trying to make me happy with your words. I've always been like this, how can I still be pretty?" "Ha ha ha." Jiang Nan said with a happy smile, "It may be because I haven't seen you for a while, and I suddenly think you are more beautiful. It must be like this." The manager's sister said with a smile, and then changed the subject and said, "It's already noon, I'll call the kitchen quickly and ask them to prepare a sumptuous meal for you, the boss, to cleanse the dust." The manager's sister was busy calling the kitchen to prepare sumptuous meals. With a squeak, the door of Jiang Nan's office was pushed open. Gugu and Deng Wei walked in, and saw Jiang Nan's eyes shining. "Boss, are you back?" "Ha ha ha, boss, I miss you so much." Jiang Nan chuckled. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you two have become little faces these days. Hey hey. Gugu and Deng Wei smiled happily. It is true. Now they don't do any work, and they don't bask in the sun. They are not like the wind and sun in the past. And they are rich. Although they are men, they still use skincare cosmetics. Skin is much better than before. Humph. Mirugio looked at Gugu and Deng Wei with a smile and said, "Their two young lives are too moist now, can the skin be bad? The big campus belle is also us. We also want to contribute more to the Renaissance Hotel, but we don't have the ability to do so, so we can only go to some idle departments. It's not impossible." Gugu looked at Miro and said with a wry smile, Yes, it's not that we don't want to put in too much effort, it's true that we can't use our strength." Deng Wei echoed. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, then remembered something later, and said, "Since you have nothing to do here, why not just take you away when I leave this time, follow me to another world to kill wolves, and let you return so leisurely?" "Ah, okay, how can I go with you? I am so happy, I am very willing, I am not afraid of killing wolves." As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, Gugu shouted happily, "Yeah, I want to go together too, I want to go too." Deng Wei agreed. "Don't be so happy, it's still the same sentence, it depends on whether my next plan will work. If it works, then I can take you there. If there are plans that have not achieved the intended purpose, you still have to stay here," Jiang Nan said. "He does have a new plan when he comes back this time, and this plan has not yet begun to unfold, and it is not known whether it can be realized, so it is only a preliminary idea. I believe, boss, do you want to do it? If you can't do it, your plan will definitely be achieved. I firmly believe in this," Gugu said confidently, patting his chest. The Jiangnan despots rolled their eyes. What the hell is flattering? What's Jiangnan's plan? Let's hear it. Miro looked at Jiangnan with great interest and asked. Now she really wants to know what kind of plan Jiangnan has, and also wants to know if she can help. This plan is a bit special. It's inconvenient to say it now. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. I can do it myself. Jiangnan looked at me, Ro, and said, with a very serious expression. Well, since that's the case, then I won't ask any more questions. Looking at Jiangnan's serious expression, Yumaru nodded and said that he didn't ask any more questions. Obviously Jiangnan didn't want to talk about it, so she was wise not to ask too much. Just when there was a slam, the door was knocked open again, and Bebe ran in a hurry, saw Jiangnan at first glance, and threw herself into his arms. Wu, brother Jiang came back because of you. Yes, I think it's you who came back, otherwise everyone ran upstairs, and it really is you who came back, woo-woo. Bebe is good, don't cry. Jiangnan comforted Bebe in his arms. Okay, Bebe, let's stop crying on happy days. Miro also came up to persuade, taking the opportunity to pull Bebe away. I don't know why she felt sour seeing Bebe and Jiangnan being so close. Bebe sat down beside Jiangnan, and the little bird snuggled up to him. Jiangnan scratched her little nose, looked at her cute little face, and said, "What's wrong? I've only been away for a few days, miss me?" "Of course, I miss you every day. I missed you as soon as you left. Brother. Jiang, take me away when you leave this time. I want to stay by your side. Forever." Bebe said coquettishly. There is indeed this part of the plan. I have already talked to other people about the money. If my plan is successful, I will take you away and play in another world. If it doesn't work, I can only talk about it after a while. Jiangnan said. Really, can you really take me with you? Bebe was happy, her big eyes were full of tears and she smiled into crescent moons. Didn't I say that? Not necessarily. It depends on my plan. If possible, I will take you with me. Jiangnan said. Yeah. Bebe nodded happily. Where are Zhang Yuan and Lily? Jiangnan asked the manager's sister. Boss, the two of them are really not in the hotel today. The two of them went out for their honeymoon and said they were going to the beach. The beautiful manager said. That's it. If this is the case, let them have fun. I guess he will meet them. This time if he can make it in time. If he is not in a hurry, he will meet them again when he comes back next time. Jiangnan said. Yeah. The manager girl nodded. Everyone chatted for a short time, and the food in the kitchen was ready and delivered. Everyone sat down, eating food and drinking happily. Jiangnan's return made the atmosphere instantly lively, and everyone was very happy. A meal is not finished until the evening. Everyone was busy with what they were doing, only Miro was with Jiangnan in the room. Miro drank a lot of wine, and with the strength of the wine, she mustered up her courage and said to Jiangnan, Jiangnan, why don't you go to my room tonight? After speaking, he looked at Jiangnan with winking eyes. Jiangnan could see Miro's delicate appearance, and he drank a lot of wine, so he could stand the temptation, but casually nodded. The two went to Miro's room. After a night of tossing, Miro became a woman in Jiangnan. Miro also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had a close relationship with Jiangnan and was an old classmate, without such a relationship, she always felt that compared with Zhang Yimin, there was a certain distance between Jiangnan and Jiangnan. Now that in this situation, since she can have the chance of eternal youth and immortality, she must firmly grasp the big tree in the south of the Yangtze River. The safest thing to do is to be his woman. In the morning of the second day, Jiangnan Miru woke up. After breakfast, Miro asked, Jiangnan, are you going to see Zhang Yimin today? Yeah. Jiangnan nodded and said, that's right, I plan to rush over to see her today and give her a surprise. Then I won't accompany you, so as not to delay the two of you getting along together. Miro rolled her eyes at Jiangnan. Hey. Jiangnan said with a smirk, it doesn't matter if we go together. Anyway, we are so familiar with each other, it seems good to have a big quilt to sleep together. Fuck you, it's even more annoying. Miro rolled her eyes at Jiangnan. Jiangnan watched his blue Bugatti leave Jianghai City, and rushed all the way to meet Zhang Yimin to give her a surprise. Bugatti's high performance arrived in 2 hours, Zhang Yimin's company. In order to surprise Zhang Yimin, Jiang Nan didn't call Zhang Yimin. Go directly upstairs, to the president's office, to find Zhang Yimin. In the office, Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun were chatting while drinking coffee. Li Xiaochun said, "Recently, I have made a lot of money." Sure enough, the 3 stocks that Jiang Nan chose have a great momentum, and they have been rising all the time. I can be regarded as convinced by Jiang Nan's divination technique. It's amazing. Yes, whoever said otherwise, only Jiang Nan can create such a thing and create such a miracle. Zhang Yimin also said happily. Jiang Nan walked to the door lightly, heard the conversation between the two, smiled slightly, and then knocked on the door twice. "Who wants to come in?" Zhang Yimin said, very casually, and then continued to chat with Li Xiaochun. She never thought that Jiang Nan would come back at this time. Squeak, the door pushed open to Jiang Nan, and walked in with a smile. "Ah, you are the one who came back from Jiang Nan." Zhang Yimin just let out an exclamation, and stood up excitedly. "Jiang Nan, are you back?" Li Xiaochun was also very surprised, and stood up. Zhang Yimin ran to Jiang Nan's side in 3 steps and 2 steps, and threw himself into his arms. Li Xiaochun watched from the side feeling sour, and felt very uncomfortable. But she also knew that she should not stay here at this time, and said in a low voice, "Jiang Nan, I still have something to do, you two, talk for a while. Let's go together have a meal." "Oh fine." Jiang Nan noticed the disappointment on Li Xiaochun's face, and agreed. Slightly. They are all classmates, and he can understand Li Xiaochun's thoughts on him. But now that Zhang Yimin is next to him, it's not easy for Jiang Nan to say anything to Li Xiaochun, to comfort her. Xian said to wait until there is a chance in the future, and if there is a chance, he will comfort Li Xiaochun. This woman also likes him, but it is not good to neglect her like this. When Li Xiaochun left the office, his mood became even worse. He staggered and walked towards his room. Zhang Yimin in the room has already started kissing Jiang Nan frantically. The two were entangled together, and it took a long time before they separated. Zhang Yimin said coquettishly, "Jiang Nan, I miss you these days." "I miss you too." Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Don't miss it, or we can fuck you." Zhang Yimin understood the meaning of Jiang Nan's dialect, caste. Jiang Nan with a charming white eye, and said coquettishly, "It's so bad in broad daylight, although I miss you very much, but wait until night, come on. Wait until the evening is good, I will definitely satisfy you." "Okay, let's wait until night. Although I'm thinking a lot, I have to bear with it." Jiang Nan said helplessly. "Yeah." Zhang Yimin nodded, "I miss you 100% too, I wish I could be with you. Now, tonight. Tonight." While speaking, he kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek again. "How is the company's business?" Jiang Nan sat down and went straight. Zhang Yimin held her in his arms, and asked her to sit on his lap. "The business is very good. It's really good. I make so much money every day. I can't even imagine that it's so easy to make money," Zhang Yimin said. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "It's just that money is easy to make. He swears in his heart, he can see the success rate. Is it easy to make money? Let someone who can't see the success rate try, and he is lucky if he doesn't accompany him." They haven't seen each other for more than 10 days, and the two chatted lively on various topics. In the evening, when we went out for dinner, Zhang Yimin said, "I'll call Li Xiaochun, the 3 of us will go together." Jiang Nan nodded. Even if Zhang Yimin didn't say so, he would ask for it. Jiang Nan still felt it. Li Xiaochun looked pitiful and lonely. She also wanted to be with him very much. Li Xiaochun was the same as Zhang Yimin, and they were both his old classmates. If she didn't ask her to go to dinner together, she would definitely feel even more uncomfortable, very unpleasant. Jiang Nan, who has always been sympathetic to women, would never allow this kind of thing to happen. Although Li Xiaochun's appearance is not particularly beautiful, but the figure is pretty good, and the few times I got along with Jiang Nan, she has a very good personality, and is very well behaved. It is not bad to charge such a girl more. In short, every girl has a different taste. Trying a different feeling is something Jiang Nan likes. There are quite a few women around Jiang Nan now, but everyone has their own characteristics. Of course, they have different enjoyments when getting along with each woman, which feels very good. Jiang Nan didn't wait long in the room. Zhang Yimin had already called Li Xiaochun to come to the room together. "Let's go, Jiang Nan, let's go eat," Zhang Yimin said with a happy smile. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun looked at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes, and said, "Hello." "Yeah." Jiang Nan nodded. "Let's go, the three of us have a good chat while eating." He looked at Li Xiaochun tenderly. Li Xiaochun was very happy immediately, and nodded in agreement hastily. She felt Jiang Nan's concern and consideration for her. The three left for a nearby hotel. The waitress came in, brought the menu, and asked with a sweet smile, "What would you like to eat?" Her gaze hardly left Jiang Nan. She was attracted by Jiang Nan's handsomeness, and there were little stars in her eyes. Jiang Nan's handsome figure and appearance, coupled with Armani, can be said to be very attractive to women. This dish, this dish, this dish, this dish. Zhang Yimin often comes to this hotel to eat, and he is quite familiar with the dishes of this hotel. He takes the menu skillfully and orders consecutively. I ordered more than 20 dishes in one go, and they were all the most expensive dishes in this hotel, very rich. The hostess saw it in her eyes, and there were stars in her eyes, thinking that this is the world of the rich. This meal probably costs tens of thousands of yuan, and I am really envious. Otherwise, she couldn't express what she thought in her heart. After Zhang Yimin finished ordering, he waved back to the waitress and said, "Okay, hurry up." The hostess quickly agreed, poured tea for them, and went down with the menu. Several people chatted while drinking tea. Jiang Nan had been chatting with Zhang Yimin for a long time, and most of the next topics were chatting with Li Xiaochun. This made Li Xiaochun very happy, even a little flattered. After a short time, when the food and drinks came, Zhang Yimin ordered a bottle of expensive red wine. She took the initiative to pour wine for Jiang Nan and Li Xiaochun, and the three of them happily chatted about their school days while drinking. Recalling the previous one was even more giggling and laughing happily. The happy topic continued until about 10 o'clock in the evening, and the dinner of the three of them was over. Back at the company, both Jiang Nan and Zhang Yimin were a little drunk. They entangled each other as soon as they entered the room, kissed wildly, and stumbled into the bathroom. There was a night of violent ups and downs, and I don't know how many times it happened. On the second day, the two of them didn't get up until close to noon. While getting dressed, Jiang Nan said to Zhang Yimin, "I'm going back to Jianghai City. Are you going to stay in the trading company, or go back with me?" "For 2 days? Of course we go back together," Zhang Yimin said coquettishly. "But even if we go back together, I'm afraid I won't be with you for long. I have a lot of things to do when I come back this time, and I have a plan to arrange," Jiang Nan said. He wanted to tell Zhang Yimin that if the plan was successful, he would take her away from the earth and go to another world. But after thinking about it, it's better not to tell her yet. It's not too late to tell him after his plan is successful. Just like Miro and the others before, I told them that although they were very happy at the time, I still had to explain to them to see if my plan could be confirmed later. So he decided not to tell Zhang Yimin this time. That's it. Jiang Nan's words made Zhang Yimin think for a while, and said, with some resentment, since you don't have time to accompany me, then I won't go back, but can you promise me in the future? Before you leave, come to accompany me again? It's absolutely fine, don't worry. Jiang Nan said with a smile. In fact, Tai is 80% sure that he can complete his plan and take Zhang Yimin with him, so he won't eat out to accompany her once. The Bugatti returned to Jianghai City in the middle of the afternoon at a super high speed, and Jiang Nan drove directly to the Anjia villa. Before he arrived, he took out his mobile phone and called Chen Xi. Soon the phone was connected, and Chen Xi's surprised voice came over. Jiang Nan, are you back? She knew very well in her heart that if Jiang Nan could use the phone, she must have returned to the earth. Yes, I'm back. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Where are you? I'll go find you. Chen Xi said quickly. Her heart was already beating wildly like a deer. I'm on my way to your villa, and I'll be there soon, just wait for me. Jiang Nan continued smiling. You've already rushed over, okay, I'll wait for you. Chen Xi said. Let's meet and talk later. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. With a kick of the accelerator, the Bugatti accelerated again. Chen Xi ran out of the room in a hurry and went up to the door. It didn't take long. Jiang Nan drove a Bugatti to the gate of Anjia Villa, and saw Chen Xi waiting for him. Looking at Chen Xi's beautiful appearance and the temperament of a goddess, Jiang Nan felt a sense of satisfaction inexplicably. I really feel very happy in my heart. There are several top-notch women like Chen Xi by my side now. Du Yuyu, as well as the stunning girl, Miro, are all such top-notch beauties, plus Chen Xi, this is true. Sitting on the blessing of all people. And there are Zhang Yimin, the bodyguard girl, and Bebe, the cutie, surrounded by him. This kind of life is probably beyond the imagination of other men. More importantly, now that you have the opportunity to live forever, you can enjoy endless happiness forever. Jiang Nan braked the Bugatti and stopped beside Chen Xi. Jiang Nan pressed the button, and the door slowly opened. Get in the car, baby. Jiang Nan said to Chen Xi with a smile. Chen Xi was very happy to sit in the co-pilot and kissed Jiang Nan on the forehead at the same time. On the other hand, Jiang Nan pinched her fair and tender face, and said, Baby, I miss you so much, and now I can't wait to want you. What should I do? You hate it so much, it's in broad daylight, then go to my room, it's not as rich as mine, and no one dares to bother you. And she said. Hey. Jiang Nan smiled with satisfaction, and drove the Bugatti directly to Chen Xi's room. In Chen Xi's room, the two of them calmed down in the evening, and Chen Xi didn't disturb the others. She went to the kitchen to get some simple food, had a simple lunch at night, and the two of them continued to fight at night. It can be said that a long absence is better than a newlywed, and every place in the room becomes a battlefield for two people. On the second day, Jiang Nan went to meet Mr. N under the leadership of Chen Xi. When Mr. N saw Jiang Nan, he immediately smiled happily and said, Brother, you are back. Yes, Mr. N. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Several people sat down separately, and the servants came up to pour tea. Jiang Nan picked up a cup of tea and said bluntly to Mr. N, "You have to do something for me when I come back this time." Mr. N laughed loudly and said, "Little brother, if you say you can help, you will be out of touch. As far as our relationship is concerned, just speak up. It's still about weapons." Jiang said, "But this time I don't just need a sniper rifle. I need an armed combat vehicle, that is, a vehicle mounted medium-heavy machine gun. I need it together with the vehicle." Although Jiang Nan didn't come into contact with many weapons, he had also seen it on TV. The pickup-style vehicle-mounted double-barreled heavy machine gun was extremely powerful, with extremely powerful lethality and range. If you want to deal with the magic wolf, you probably need this kind of heavy machine gun, and it can also have a killing effect on the magic wolf. "Ah, little brother, you actually need such a powerful lethal weapon?" Mr. N was shocked. "Yes, ask the old man if there is any way to get it. Of course money is not a problem," Jiang Nan said. Mr. N pondered for a while, and said after a moment of thought, "Little brother, I want to ask about this. After all, we are not in this business, we can only entrust friends, but I think if you have enough money, shouldn't be a problem." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded and said, "Grandpa, please hold on tight, put down all the other things at hand, and focus on this matter. I need it more urgently." "Okay, don't worry, I will definitely contact my friends as soon as possible." Mr. N nodded. "Okay, old man, let me know as soon as you have news," Jiang Nan said. "Yeah." Mr. N nodded, "Then I won't accompany you, little brother. I'll contact you about this matter, since it's so urgent." "Okay, old man." Jiang Nan nodded. The business is important, and the old man accompanied him out of politeness, which in itself was a waste of time. "Anchi, let's go." Jiang Nan stood up and said to Anchi, not disturbing the old man's business. "Okay." Anchi obediently agreed, and came out of Mr. N's room with her family. Jiang Nan stayed with Anchi in An's house for another day. Woke up the next day and went to see Mr. N's family. When they met, Jiang Nan asked, "Old man, is there any news?" "No, the friend I entrusted, he also entrusted a friend, and he hasn't replied yet," Mr. N said. "Well, we can only wait." Jiang Nan said helplessly, looked at Anchi and said, "I still have something to deal with." "Yeah." Anchi nodded, "If you have something to do, go to it first." Jiang Nan exchanged a few words with Mr. N and left. Bugatti left the Anja villa and went straight to Longhua City. He hasn't gone to see Du Yu yet, so he can't neglect her when he comes back this time. I arrived at the pharmaceutical factory in the middle of the morning, and the office building of the Bugatti pharmaceutical factory stopped. The staff's attention was attracted immediately, and Du Yu and Dong Kuan were called in one day less. Jiang Nan's car was parked, the automatic door slowly opened, and he just got out of the car. Du Yu and Dong Kuan came out of the company building in a hurry. "Jiang Nan, are you back yet?" "Jiang Nan." Du Yu and Dong Kuan shouted successively. "Hee." Jiang Nan smiled lightly, "Yuyo, Dong Kuan." The three of them met, and the two of them surrounded Jiang Nan and went upstairs together. Although it was not yet noon, Dong Kuan had already ordered people to prepare meals. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the three of them started eating lunch. They ate and chatted, and at the end of lunch, Dong Kuan found an excuse to leave. It gave Du Yu and Jiang Nan time to spend alone. The two were so happy to be together until the third day when Chen Xi called. Seeing that it was Chen Xi's call, Jiang Nan immediately thought of asking Mr. N for help, and quickly connected the phone. "Chen Xi, what's the matter?" "Grandpa said that the matter you entrusted to him has been answered, so you can come here," Chen Xi said. "Okay, I'll rush over right away." Jiang Nan hung up the phone after saying a word. "Is it Chen Xi's call?" You asked beside him. "Not bad." Jiang Nan nodded and said, "Chen Xi called, I'm going back to Jianghai City, you can go back with me." "Okay." Angie nodded. She can't wait to be with Jiang Nan. If it was Jiang Nan's plan, he hadn't told her about it yet, but now the plan has been settled, so he wanted to take Yu to Jianghai City. Once he could take them away, he didn't have to run around. Back in Jianghai City, Jiang Nan didn't go back to the hotel and drove directly to Anjia Villa with Yu. When they met, and Chen Xi saw Yu, smiled and said, "Yu, are you here too?" "Angie." Yu smiled and shouted. The two of them still have a tacit understanding, and they don't say much to each other. "Where's Mr. N?" Jiang Nan asked Chen Xi. "It's in his room, I'll take you there," Chen Xi said. "You don't need to go there, I can go there by myself. You and Yu can talk to you too," Jiang Nan said. He was no stranger to N's family, so he went directly to Mr. N. When we met, Mr. N was drinking tea. Seeing Jiang Nan coming, he laughed and said, "Little brother, you are here, come here, sit down quickly." Jiang Nan sat down unceremoniously, and asked straight to the point, "Old man, how are things going?" Mr. N's face became serious, and he came down and said, "Little brother, what should I say about this matter? It's not that it's not done well, but it's not completely done. If it's done, it's not completely done." Mr. N's words made Jiang Nan a little confused. He was completely confused, and asked puzzledly, "My old man, what is the reason for your ambiguity? It's like this through the relationship of friends. The truck-mounted machine gun you want can be purchased. Although the price is more expensive, it is nothing to you, but the most important problem is that there is no way bring it here. These things are a private weapon, and if you want to trade them, you have to go to that small country. There is no way to ship them to China." Mr. N said. Mr. N's words made Jiang Nan's eyes brighten. It turned out that it was such a situation. For others, this was indeed a difficult problem, but for him, it was not difficult at all. He just went there by himself. There is a space ring, and if you buy it and put it directly into the space ring, let alone bring it back to China, it is not a problem to take it anywhere. Of course it has to be taken away from the earth. The matter of the old man is easy to solve. I will go there and it will be completely resolved," Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Ah? Little brother, you think you have a solution?" the old man said, puzzled. He couldn't figure out what Jiang Nan could do. It was impossible to bring this kind of weapon back to China. There is no way to hide such a huge weapon. "You don't have to worry about this, old man. As I said, if I have a way, I have a way. You can contact your friends. I will go there and buy 3 cars. In addition, I need a lot of bullets." "It's the same sentence. Money is not an issue," Jiang Nan said. "Okay, then I won't ask any more questions. Since you said you have a solution, little brother, I trust you very much." The old man nodded and said. He wouldn't believe other people's words, but he completely believed Jiang Nan's words. In one day, Jiangnan was done. The passport to that small country was brought, along with bodyguards, and the girl rushed over. It is very easy to do anything without bad money. According to Jiangnan's budget, he purchased 3 pickup trucks that could only have heavy machine guns. Jiangnan was very satisfied when he saw the double-barreled heavy machine gun on the car. The huge gun body was not enough lethality at first glance. This is exactly Jiangnan's plan. Since other people can't hunt the devil wolf with such precision, they can completely deal with the devil wolf by relying on the super lethality of the machine gun on board. Jiangnan felt that the lethality of the heavy machine gun should be able to kill the magic wolf. Of course, it does not need to be accurate. Even concentrating on the head or abdomen of the magic wolf can kill him. To achieve this with a body as big as the magic wolf, only someone who has learned how to shoot a little can do it. After all, the target is too big. The first time he saw the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun, Jiangnan locked on the double-barreled heavy machine gun on it in surprise, and threw out a detection of the success rate. The double-barreled heavy machine gun can kill Molong 100%. Sure enough, as he had planned, the lethality of the truck-mounted machine gun was completely capable of killing the demon wolf. In this way, Jiangnan felt more at ease. Bought 3 vehicle-mounted heavy-duty machine guns, and also bought a large amount of bullets. After the trader left, of course, he directly put the truck-mounted machine gun and bullets into the space, and then returned to Huaxia. When he returned to the hotel in Jianghai City, the white bone demon came up to him immediately and asked, "How is Jiangnan?" She knew that Jiangnan was going to complete his plan this time. After the plan was completed, he could take her to another world. She had been waiting anxiously, so Jiangnan came up to ask as soon as he came back. The spider spirit Chang'e and the others are all waiting in Jiangnan's room. Now, when Jiangnan got Mr. N's rest, he basically decided that this plan could be successfully completed, so he told others about his next plan. This time when everything is arranged, take them to another world together. In the plan, several women who are close to him, as well as Gugu Dangwei and the others, will be brought there. Because they are all the people they can trust the most, they now have 3 armed vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. Coupled with Jiangnan's lethality, for hunting teams, can be formed. Moreover, with vehicles instead of transportation, the speed of hunting will be greatly increased, so more people need to pass by to sell prey. Only in this way can everyone sell 5 magic wolves without attracting people's attention. Of course, it is only a guess at the moment how many magic wolves can be hunted, so Jiangnan wants to bring as many people there as possible. This time he came over and brought some secret realm teleportation stones, which can be divided into 2 groups and teleported into the secret realm, to another world. And if a group is crowded enough tightly, within a range of 5 meters, 7 people should be fine. Of course, because the others had never been to another world before, someone had to lead the team, so only Jiangnan and the bodyguard girl came separately to bring the others there. Of course, there are not so many candidates who can be trusted in the past. This time, the people Jiangnan decided to bring in include Miro, Zhang Yimin, Du Yuyu, and Qi, Bei Bei, Li Li, Zhang Yuan, Gu Gu, Deng Wei, and others. There are 11 people in total including himself and his bodyguards. The plan went smoothly. Jiangnan gathered all the people who said he wanted to take away into his room. Besides them, there was also the manager's sister. Although she will not be taken away this time, Jiangnan will let her know about it and teach her a very important task. Next, she will not only manage the hotel, but also supervise the pharmaceutical factory and help Li Xiaochun manage the securities trading company. In the room, Jiangnan explained his plan seriously, and all the girls were a little nervous when they heard the plan. When I learned that I was going to face a very large strange wolf in another world, my heart was pounding and I was inexplicably nervous. But thinking of the opportunity to become stronger and live longer in another world, everyone was quite excited. Jiangnan didn't urge to give them time to adapt. In about half a day, everyone was mentally prepared enough to not explain to the beautiful manager. Everyone started teleporting away from Earth. Divided into two groups, Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard each took a secret teleportation stone. When it was about to be sent, the others were very nervous. Tightly surround Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguards. Du Yu and Chen Xi beside Jiangnan were so nervous that they directly grabbed Jiangnan's arm and pressed their bodies tightly against future. Beibei's little girl also squeezed over and grabbed Jiangnan's clothes tightly. In this way, I will be very helpless in the future, I can only smile wryly. Jiangnan glanced at the bodyguard girl and said, "Then shall we start?" The bodyguard girl nodded, and at the same time, Jiangnan summoned a sharp knife from the space, ready to pierce her finger. The two looked at each other, pricked their fingers one after another, and then almost simultaneously dripped blood on the teleportation stone of the secret realm. The reason why they do this is thinking that if they are synchronized, will they be teleported at a nearby distance at the same time? Of course, although this chance is very slim, you still have to teleport and try, there is no loss. The red light swept the two teams. After 5 seconds, the two teams disappeared together with the red light, and when they appeared, they had already arrived at the secret realm. Jiangnan checked his surroundings for the first time and found that the team led by the bodyguard girl was not at his side at all. He smiled helplessly. Obviously, although they wanted to try, it was impossible for two people to teleport together. I don't know how far they have been separated, and it may even be tens of thousands of miles away. Wow, this is another world. It is indeed different from the Earth. The difference is too great. The trees still have such a thick fog. Mi Ro, who turned from the dizzy state, exclaimed and said, "It's a plant of several families. It looks like a shrub, but it's so tall. It's hundreds of times taller than the shrubs on Earth, right? What's so strange is that the scene in the other world is quite different from that of the Earth? It's completely different." A few girls echoed your words like curious babies. "Ah, it's so beautiful, this place is so beautiful, I've never seen such a scene before." The little girl Beibei clapped her little hands and shouted excitedly. Jiangnan smiled helplessly, thinking that if there were magic wolves around here, he might attract them. Just as he had this thought, not too far away, suddenly there was a woo, a wolf howl came. Jiangnan smiled helplessly. He didn't expect to be so lucky that there was a magic wolf nearby. And a wolf howled scared all the girls. Ah! What is screaming so scary? A monster. Mi Ro was so frightened that she got into Jiangnan's arms immediately. "Wolf, demon wolf, is this the demon wolf you mentioned in Jiangnan? It sounds very similar to the cry of a wolf. My God, we just met a wolf when we came here." Du Yu also yelled and leaned closer to Jiangnan. Don't be nervous, you have to get used to this kind of life. In the future, and now everyone is frightened like this, what will you do in the future? Don't worry, there will be no danger with me, on the contrary, it Should be like coming to a zoo, take a good look at such a huge demon wolf. Jiang Nan said helplessly. Jiang Nan's words immediately reassured the girl, because Jiang Nan's words made sense. Next, they have to face this kind of life. It is useless to worry about being nervous, and there is no danger in Jiangnan town, so what is there to worry about? With this in mind, everyone calmed down and no longer worried. Ah! The wolf's cry was getting closer, and Jiangnan was more familiar with it. Judging from the sound, the wolf would soon be drawn out of the mist. He quickly ordered, "Everyone get behind me quickly, don't block me, or I won't be able to shoot." Oh. The girls didn't dare to surround Jiangnan any longer, and quickly dodged behind him. At this moment, the huge figure of the demon wolf appeared from the mist, and it saw the crowd rushing towards them with a ferocious expression. All the girls were already psychologically prepared for this look, but they were still scared and screamed at this moment. They have seen such a big monster before, and the fear in their hearts is unavoidable. Jiangnan smiled helplessly, but his subordinates did not let go. The sniper rifles were released immediately, and they were thrown out one by one. 0%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Pfft. With a light sound, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet spun and shot towards the wolf quickly. Unsurprisingly, it was shot from the eyes of the demon wolf, smashing the brain tissue of the demon wolf. The huge body of the magic wolf fell to the ground with a bang, and the huge inertia rushed forward for more than 10 meters before stopping, stirring up dust all over the ground. Oh my God, was he killed just like that? Wow. Brother Jiang, you are really amazing. You killed such a big wolf with one shot. Huh. I know it's nothing, but I'm still scared. All the girls felt relieved after seeing the dead wolf, and each of them patted their chests and sighed. Okay, now that the wolf is dead, you go over and watch it closely so that you can be more courageous and stop worrying about it. I have said it before, and this is what you will face in the future. The devil wolf is always so worried about when it will be the head. Jiang Nan said. Yes, everyone, go and have a look. We need to overcome the new tension. Otherwise, how will we survive in this world? And Xi said. While talking, the first one walked towards the corpse of the magic wolf tens of meters away. But its performance is the most calm. And Xi took her over, and the others bravely followed. After the demon wolf died, they became more courageous. A close look. After a while. And Xi said, actually, it's nothing. Isn't it just bigger? Jiangnan can kill him clearly without hurting us, so we don't have to be afraid at all. It's nothing, we just treat him as a big pig. Pfft. Du Yu on the side was immediately amused by An Chi's words, giggling and saying, giggle. What An Chi said is so interesting, let's treat her like a pig, quack quack. The other girls also laughed, but the atmosphere changed and became lively. Bebe smiled happily and said, yeah, Sister An Chi is right, if you really look at this as a pig, you really don't feel scared in your heart. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. It's all the same, but An Chi's score seems to make everyone feel a lot easier. Everyone circled around the corpse of the demon wolf and checked for about 10 minutes. Jiang Nan noticed that they basically had no fear in their hearts. At least for now, there was no fear for the corpse of the demon wolf. The result was quite satisfactory. As he walked up, he said, okay, don't waste time, let's leave the secret realm quickly, otherwise the beautiful bodyguards should be anxious if we Don't go back for such a long time, they think we have made a mistake, and we will send them back. If we don't wear it for so long, we'll be very anxious. Since the opposite team is like this, let's not waste time, let's leave as soon as possible. And Xi nodded and said, yeah, then let's go quickly, don't waste time here, don't make them anxious. Miro also echoed. The others followed suit. Jiangnan didn't waste any more time, walked up to the demon wolf's body, and put away the demon wolf's body with a thought. Everyone watched Jiangnan use the space ring, and they were envious in their hearts. Jiangnan saw their expressions in his eyes and smiled, and said, look at your envious looks, don't worry about this kind of thing, but everyone will equip you, and everyone will have a space ring. Wow, really? That's great. Bone Demon exclaimed excitedly. Brother Jiang, you are amazing, I love you so much. Beibei shouted happily. Even more with jumping feet. Jiangnan smiled and didn't say much. He summoned a secret realm teleportation stone from the space ring, and then summoned a sharp knife and said to everyone, okay, everyone surrounds me, as close as last time. 1 point. Let's leave here and go out of the secret realm to truly go to the other side of the world. Following Jiangnan's words, a group of girls quickly surrounded Dao Jiangnan, leaning on him tightly. Without wasting time, Jiangnan pierced his finger with a sharp knife, and a drop of blood dripped on the secret realm teleportation stone. In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the secret realm teleportation stone and emitted a thick red light, enveloping everyone. At this moment, other people don't know how nervous they are, because they have experienced it once and are familiar with it this time. About 5 seconds later, the red light flashed away, and several people also disappeared with the red light. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the small courtyard that Jiangnan and the others bought above the small town, the room where Jiangnan was located. And at the door of the room where Jiangnan was, there was an exclamation. Immediately, they're back, they're finally back, there's no accident, it's really worrying to death. It was the bodyguard girl and the stunning girl who spoke. After the team led by the bodyguard girl entered the secret realm, they didn't encounter the magic wolf, but even if they did, they didn't have the heart to hunt, but teleported back to the town immediately. As a result, when they came back, they went to Jiangnan's room to check if they had come back. Only those who see it will be truly relieved. But it turned out that Jiangnan and the others didn't come back. The bodyguard girl and the stunning girl gathered together and waited. As a result, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and 5 minutes passed. Still can't see the shadow of Jiangnan and the others, so everyone is anxious. The beautiful bodyguard and the stunning girl were extremely apprehensive, for fear that something might have happened. Anxiously stood outside the room and waited in circles until 10 minutes. Later, Jiangnan and the others teleported back. The two began to feel relieved. The bodyguard girl and stunning girl even exclaimed happily. Wow, is this another world? Seeing the wooden attic environment in front of them, Miro and Qi and the others happily rushed out of the room, looking at the surrounding environment. When the stunning girl saw Jiangnan bringing such a group of girls back, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, but she recovered quickly, with a smile on her face. Jiangnan saw her, smiled and walked over to the crowd and said, "Come on, let me introduce you, this is." After everyone introduced each other, and Qi, Miro, and Zhang Yimin saw Jiangnan in this world, and the stunning girls beside him, Chuanxin and Tushuan, were all beauties surrounding Jiangnan. He cast a blank stare at Jiangnan. Seeing their eyes, Jiangnan smiled helplessly. Do you think it depends on me? Everyone has a love of beauty, and there is no way to do it. Unknowingly, I met so many beautiful girls gathered around me. Fortunately, he didn't say this. If Chen Xi and the others heard it, they would probably want to kick him to death. Everyone knew each other and introduced each other, and the time soon came to noon. With so many people, and Chen Xi and Mi Ro just came to this world, Wei. Jiangnan didn't plan to go to the tavern for dinner. It's more convenient at home. Besides, Chen Xi and Mi Ro are still wearing clothes from the earth. You have to change your clothes before you can go out. So the dinner party was held at home. Of course, cooking is not allowed. Every one of these people can cook. Including the stunning girls, they are all, although all of them are women. But no one is very good at cooking. The main reason is that they want to go hunting in the secret realm, and all their thoughts are on hunting and becoming stronger. Naturally, it was dropped. So the only way now is to order food in the tavern and bring it back. Jiangnan handed over this matter to Chengxinmai and Tuxuanmaizi, and said to them, you two go to the tavern, and bring back the food and drinks. Make it richer. We have a lot of people today. Okay, I understand, leave it to us. Sister Tushuan agreed and set off with Sister Chuanxin. With the space ring, it is not a problem even if one person goes to bring back more meals. Two people go just to have a companion. Everyone continued chatting. Jiangnan had already stopped hiding from the stunning girls. They came from another world. After all, he couldn't hide the clothes he was wearing without speaking later. So Jiangnan just confessed to the stunning girls. When the stunning girls learned that there was another world, their pretty little mouths opened wide in shock, and it took a long time to accept this fact, and later they asked more curiously about the other world. As a result, a group of girls chattered about that the technology developed in another world is different from that of this world. After all, they have already learned about the general situation in this world from the mouth of the future. Several girls told about some novel things on the earth, and the stunning girls were taken aback when they heard it. I can't close my mouth all the time, and I am extremely interested. When I go back next time, I must go to that world to take a look. Chuanxin and Tushuan had already discussed this topic before they left. If it weren't for Jiangnan's order, they wouldn't even want to go to the tavern, and everyone was chatting vigorously. But there is no way. Conan ordered the first one to do so. When the two of them came back, everyone was still chatting vigorously. 3 women in one drama, now more than a dozen women. It was really lively. Chatting non-stop. Jiangnan could only smile helplessly from the sidelines. After the food and wine were served, everyone ate and the conversation continued, but Jiangnan was left aside in the cold again. What made him helpless was drinking and eating meat at the same time, but seeing all the girls chatting happily, he was in a good mood. He is also very happy to see this situation. When the dinner was about to end, Jiangnan said, I'm just talking about some useless things. We'll start hunting tomorrow. Let's plan what we need. The first thing is clothes. The new angels and spiders have to change into this clothes of the world. Everyone nodded, and the stunning girl said, that's right, leave this matter to me. I'll go buy clothes and come back. Everyone will have a set, and then everyone will change. Well, Jiangnan nodded, okay, I will leave this matter to you, you can do it. I can rest assured that you will do it. Okay, I'll go right away. The stunning girl was about to leave while talking. There is no rush, there are other things we need to discuss first. Jiangnan stopped him from speaking. It is indeed the case, there are too many things to prepare this time, I don't know if the clothes are so simple. There are too many preparations, what else do I need to prepare? The stunning girl asked in confusion. The stunning girl didn't know what Jiang Nan had in mind. Jiang Nan smiled and said, my plan this time is very complicated. This time I brought so many people, of course it is for us to establish more so that no one can be sold by 5 magic wolves. What Jiang Nan said surprised the stunning girl, and said, Jiang Nan, you mean that the people you brought are all masters, and they can go hunting alone without relying on you? The stunning girl wants to come to Jiang Nan to bring so many girls here, just to have fun in this world and feel fresh. She didn't believe that there were so many girls, they looked so weak at first glance. They were able to hunt the devil wolf in the secret realm, and the ones who hunted the devil wolf were Jiang Nan leading them. Jiang Nan said that everyone has to go to the hunting guild to hand over 5 demon wolves, which would be scary if you count them like this. How many of them are there now? There are 11 people in Jiangnan and all the girls, and there are 5 people here, and there are 16 people in total. If 16 people need 5 magic wolves, that's a total of 90 magic wolves. Their team can kill 30 magic wolves, but how can it be possible to kill 90 magic wolves? Looking at her expression, Jiang Nan already knew what Moonlight Sister was thinking, and said with a smile, since I said that, then I have my plan. The method of wolves, and we will not support our hunting team this time, we will be divided into 4 teams in total. I think it is not too difficult for our 4 teams to complete the task of hunting 90 demon wolves. Ah? The stunning girl was even more puzzled. She couldn't imagine how Jiang Nan could do what he said, and asked, what kind of weapons did you bring, Jiang Nan? You have so much confidence? You will know this when you get to know it in the secret realm, Jiang Nan said with a smile, but the most important thing now is to make the things that everyone needs especially good. For example, everyone must have a mask. And also everyone has an exclusive spar, and he asked everyone to prepare a few secret realm teleportation stones for emergencies. During this time, we have accumulated a lot of honor points, which can be used to buy these things. Is that so? Jiang Nan's words made the stunning girl feel somewhat complicated. I am afraid that the honor points accumulated with great difficulty during this period of time will cost a lot of money this time. For the 9 newcomers, each of them has an exclusive spar, a few secret realm teleportation stones, and masks. These add up to a considerable amount of consumption. Although the stunning girl felt distressed for such a large expense, she knew that she should obey Jiang Nan's words unconditionally. Sister Chuanxin also raised her brows and was very puzzled by Jiang Nan Modern's approach. She really doubted that the group of women brought by Jiang Nan could form a team to hunt down demon wolves in the secret realm. Although Jiang Nan treats people well, there are 2 men, Giant Spirit God and Erlang God, but even if they seem to have no way to compare with the warriors here, they are weak. With their small physique, Sister Chuanxin believes that even if she alone is more than enough to deal with the 2 of them. But the same sentence, although Sister Chuanxin had this idea, she didn't say anything. Well then, Jiang Nan listens to you, and you can spend the honor points you have accumulated during this period of time as you like. The stunning girl said. Okay. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with the attitude of the stunning girl. Nodded and said, then I will leave this matter to you, while you help them buy back their clothes. Everyone is buying a mask and their own spar one, and Each person is equipped with 2 secret realm teleportation stones, just in case, and each person must have a space ring. Okay, I'll just do it. The stunning girl agreed, don't waste any more time, turned around and left. With her former little follower. A large number of purchases, until the evening, the stunning girl did not come out. The purchased masks and Chi and the other girls, as well as the giant spirit God and Erlang God were very happy to take them and play on their own faces. It took a long time to calm down. Jiang Nan took out the exclusive spar again, and gave it to everyone, saying, at the same time, you recognize the master with blood, and then this thing will be yours, and it will be used to trade honor points later. Everyone did as he said. When pricking their fingers, the spider spirit and the bone spirit were all biting their teeth, as if they were afraid of pain. Jiang Nan felt very helpless in his eyes. In this world, these delicate women are indeed a little uncomfortable. However, they also knew that this matter was not a child's play, it was a matter of great importance, so after all the tossing around, they finally completed the confession with blood. One by one, looking at the blood spots on their fair fingers, they still feel distressed. Seeing this situation, the stunning girls frowned and questioned the combat effectiveness of these people brought by Jiang Nan even more. After the exclusive spar, the next step is to recognize the owner of the space ring. This time, all the girls were very interested, and each of them hurriedly hit the space ring with blood drops from their fingertips. Feeling the huge space inside the space ring, everyone was excited to see the new toy like a child. Bebe jumped up and down and exclaimed. Seeing Jiang Nan, couldn't help but smile wryly. The stunning girl Chuanxin and the others couldn't help but look sideways. It took a long time for everyone to calm down. Jiang Nan began to tell them how to divide into small groups to hunt after entering the secret realm. This time, 3 pickup trucks with heavy machine guns were produced, and Jiang Nan was also equipped with a 4-wheel drive off-road vehicle that he needed. In addition, a large amount of gasoline was brought to meet the power needs of these vehicles. The 4 teams Jiang Nan all made plans. Jiang Nan led a team, and the bodyguard girl led a team. The main attacker was the bodyguard girl, who used the double-barreled heavy machine gun on the car. The other 2 teams have Giant Spirit God and Erlang God as attackers. The 2 men, with a little practice, can now use the vehicle-mounted double-barreled heavy machine gun. After all, the double-barreled heavy machine gun on the vehicle is fixed on the pickup truck and does not cause recoil to the body. It only needs to grasp the general aim, and it can be controlled as long as it is not a fool with a little practice. The magic wolf's body is so good, it is very easy to hit. That's why Jiang Nan has such a plan. Everyone went to rest at night, but the stunning girl and the 123 girl were not at ease. They were worried that so many people brought by Jiang Nan really had the ability to hunt in the secret environment. In this way, they were so anxious that they didn't sleep well all night. Day 2 early in the morning. Although he was still very worried, he was still ready to enter the secret realm. However, the situation of entering the secret realm this time is quite special. Jiang looked at everyone and said, this time, not everyone needs to enter the secret realm, but I have selected a few people to enter the secret realm together and make a preliminary first attempt. Everyone was a little confused. Miro asked, Jiang Nan, can you explain it a little bit more clearly? I'm a bit confused, I don't understand what it means. It's too complicated to explain, you just do what I say, and you'll know it. Later, Jiang Nan said. His plan is indeed a bit complicated. If he wants to make it clear, he will probably have to explain it for a long time. However, and Qi asked again, although Jiang Nan's explanation is more complicated, you have to tell us, otherwise we don't know what's going on in our hearts, and our hearts are always uneasy, so you can tell us. Yes, let us know what's going on, and if your consideration is not thoughtful, we can help you make up for it. After all, there are more people and more strength, and everyone's ideas are more comprehensive. Yeah, Jiang Nan, let's talk about it clearly, and let us all hear how you arranged it? That way we can cooperate better in the future. Do you also said. Yeah, let's talk about Jiang Nan. I don't know what kind of medicine you sell in your gourd, and I don't know how to match it. The stunning girl also said. Jiang Nan was very helpless. It seemed that everyone wanted to find out what was going on. He was very speechless. Originally, after this matter was done, they would gradually understand, but now it is necessary to explain it to them now. Well, Jiang Nan was really helpless, but he had no choice but to be patient and began to explain to everyone. I arranged it like this. First, I brought a batch of weapons to hunt and kill demon wolves, but these weapons need to be operated by one person. We entered the secret realm this time, so it is worthwhile for those who want to control these weapons to go in and become proficient. So others, we will not enter the secret realm for the time being, and after they get familiar with it, we will divide into 4 teams and enter the secret realm to hunt separately. Jiang Nan's words made everyone bow their heads in thought. After a while, and Qi said, then why can't everyone go together? Can't everyone take a look? Isn't it clearer in your heart? I think so. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, it's just that the secret realm teleportation stone is randomly teleported, and the location of entering the secret realm is impossible to grasp, and using a secret realm teleportation stone, there is no way for so many of us to get together. Teleportation, so if you want to be together, you can only choose a few people, at most 7 people, no more, and Qi, you didn't think of this, did you? And Qi, do you and the others almost understood Jiang Nan's words. After all, they knew about Jiang Nan's purchase of vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. But the stunning girl was still confused. She understood a little bit, but she was still a little ignorant. But I don't worry about anything anymore, I can only wait and see what's going on. Okay, I've explained it, everyone has no questions, right? Jiang Nan glanced at it, and everyone said, no problem, just do as you arranged. I probably understand. Although there are some details that I haven't thought through clearly, let's read while doing it. And Qi said. Yep. Others chimed in. Gu, Erlang Shan and the others rubbed their heads, they didn't quite understand, but they didn't ask any questions, as if they had nothing to do with themselves. Okay, now I'll name a few people I met this time when I entered together. Jiang Nan said. Everyone nodded. Beautiful bodyguards, Gu, Deng Wei, and Sister Huang, and Sister Chuanxin. And Qi, go with you. The 7 people who have reached the limit now, the others can wait at home. It won't be too long, maybe you will come back before dark. Sister Tushuan, you are an old man in this world, and you are responsible for taking care of him here. Jiang Nan said. Okay, boss. Sister Tu Xian replied immediately. If there is something to tell her, she will certainly do her part. Although she also wants to follow into the secret realm, but now she needs to Do something on it, she can only abandon her curiosity and agree. She can firmly grasp the big tree in Jiangnan, and now that there are so many people around Jiangnan, there is a kind of pressure in her heart. One of them might leave, so she has to be more cautious and use when it comes to yourself. Express yourself as much as possible. Brother Jiang, I really want to go too, take me with you. Bei said while grabbing Jiangnan's arm coquettishly. Hey, wait until next time, the people selected this time must go in. Jiang Nan rubbed her little head and said. Okay, okay. Although Bei was still a little reluctant, she agreed. Jiangnan made such an arrangement after careful consideration. The 3 bodyguard girls, Gugu and Deng Wei, must enter the secret realm. The stunning girl and Chuanxing girl are locals, and they are the 2 most intelligent girls among the group of girls who the locals hang out with him. So I want them to witness how my plan is arranged. This is very important. After all, if we divide into groups in the future, the local girls should be separated because they are more familiar with this world, and they are more familiar with the use of the secret teleportation stone. Successful hunting. As for bringing in Qi along, it is because of in Qi's IQ and brains, so follow along and have a look. If you find any omissions in your arrangement, you can give some advice. With the final decision, without wasting time, the stunning girl first took out the teleportation stone of the secret realm, and glanced at the person selected by Jiangnan. Then let's set off to enter the secret realm. Everyone nodded and moved closer to her, because the 7 people got closer together. The stunning girl saw that everyone was getting ready. She pricked her finger. Blood dripped on the teleportation stone of the secret realm. The teleportation stone in the secret realm emitted a red light, and everyone wrapped up. After about 5 seconds, as the red light disappeared, the people in Jiangnan also disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already entered the secret realm. How did Jiangnan arrange it? The stunning girl asked immediately after she was curious. Hee. With a smile on his mind, Jiangnan let out a pickup truck with double-barreled heavy machine guns mounted on it. The barrel of the heavy machine gun is 2 meters long, the thickness of an egg, and the console is also very majestic. Good guy. I wipe. Gugu and Erling couldn't help but exclaimed. Although they have never really seen such a powerful heavy weapon, the 2 of them have seen it on TV. They didn't know that Jiangnan actually got these things. The stunning girl and the Chuanxing girl looked at this thing with bewildered faces, because they don't realize how powerful this thing is. However, the reactions of Gugu and Deng Wei also made them realize that this thing is not simple. Today's plan is, beauty bodyguard, Deng Wei, Gugu, the 3 of you, respectively, are proficient in hunting demon wolves with double-barreled heavy machine guns. After you are proficient, you will divide into teams to hunt separately. I say that you should be able to understand how the pattern is arranged. You should be able to understand the meaning of how I arranged it. Jiangnan said. Yeah, boss, I understand, he. Your arrangement is so good, I like it. Very much. Gugu said happily immediately. Now I understand, they turned out to be the main attackers, and they could show their majesty using double-barreled heavy machine guns, and their mouths were crooked. Understood, boss, I am also your arrangement, I like it so much. Deng Wei also said happily. He rubbed his hands together impatiently. Hey, the only bad thing is that you can only use stupid methods to attract the magic wolf. You can't find the magic wolf through shortcuts like me. Jiang Nan said with a sigh. This is also a question he has already thought about. After all, he can see the success rate and can quickly find the magic wolf through detection, but other teams can't. After thinking about it, he could only think of a stupid way to attract the demonic Dao. However, with a pickup truck on the road, the efficiency is still higher than other teams. The bodyguard girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, and she understood what Jiang Nan meant. Although Jiang Nan and the stunning girl said that they found the magic wolf by hearing, but the bodyguard girl is very clear that Jiang Nan found the magic wolf through his magical divination technique. Only those who fully understand Jiang Nan, she can best understand Jiang Nan's words. Others are confused and don't quite understand. After all, Gu Gu, Deng Wei, He Anchi, and the others just came here, so they don't know the rules of hunting here, nor are they familiar with the process. Okay, don't waste time, let's leave now. Jiang Nan said, it's the first time to shoot, and let the bodyguard girl come for practice. Okay. The bodyguard girl nodded, I am the first. After speaking, she was the first to get into the compartment of the pickup truck, grabbed the handle of the heavy machine gun with both hands, and immediately released a violent breath. Once this thing is in your hands, you will feel how lethal it is. The bullets of the double-barreled heavy machine gun are each the size of a quail egg, and it is conceivable how lethal they are under the huge driving force. There are a lot of people today, there is no room in the car. There are two Gu Gu and Deng Wei in the car. Let's go to the car too. I'll be ready to practice at any time. Jiang Nan said. This is indeed the case. There are only 5 people in the pickup truck including the driver. Now that the bodyguard girl has gone to the rear compartment, there is one more person. Jiang Nan simply let Gu Gu and Deng Wei go to the pickup truck. In the rear compartment, it is more convenient for several people to change hands when hunting the wolf for a while. When Jusei and Chen Xi saw the pickup truck in front of them completely blinded, and saw the seats inside through the car window, their thoughts flashed through them one by one. Could it be that this thing is for sitting and resting inside? There is actually a chair. But sit inside to rest, how to hunt? They couldn't understand this point. Okay, everyone get in the car. At this moment, Jiang Nan said. Boarding? Only then did Jusei and Chen Xi realize a new term. It turns out that this shell with seats is called a car. In the driver's seat of Jiangnan province, and Qi got into the co-pilot directly, and the stunning girl and Chen Xian girl tentatively got into the back row. It is soft and comfortable to sit on. Very, very novel looking left and right. Jiangnan kicked the gas pedal to start the car, and the pickup truck rushed out. Originally, according to the old habit, you should press the horn twice to make a sound, and then wait for the wolf to kill. But now that Jiangnan is here, he has already run out of the detection, and detected a magic wolf 3 kilometers away, so he directly killed it. Have a good time first, and then tell Gu Gu how they will hunt in the future. My God, this thing can move. The stunning girl and the Chuanxin girl just exclaimed. Jiangnan looked back at the two of them and smiled. It's good to get used to it, and this thing is much faster than walking. As he spoke, he accelerated. The speed is gradually increased rapidly. My God, it's so fast. The stunning girl and the Chuanxin girl exclaimed continuously, this situation is beyond their imagination. It is so comfortable to sit on, and the journey is so fast. The eyes of the stunning girl and Chuanxin girl are bright. If this is the case, then the hunting speed will undoubtedly be much faster. Jiang Nan and Chen Xi looked at the two of them, but smiled and looked at each other without saying anything. No need to say much, the two of them will get used to it soon. The pickup truck driven by Jiang Nan was very fast, reaching more than 60 miles per hour. And the geographical environment here was fine. After all, although there were some wilderness covered with bushes, it was not particularly flat. That is to say, off-road vehicles and pickup trucks can walk, but if sports cars come over, they can't. With a pickup truck instead of transportation, he soon approached the magic wolf. The approaching distance and the movement of the pickup truck also alarmed the wolf. Not far ahead, a wolf howled. "We're about to meet the magic wolf, bodyguard girl, get ready," Jiang Nan shouted. "Don't worry, the boss is ready," the beautiful bodyguard yelled. As an old man, she is very familiar with hunting, so she didn't need to remind her too much. And explained to Gugu and Dang Wei on the side, "Pay attention, hunting in this secret realm is like this, if there is any movement, it can attract the magic wolf. When there is no boss around, we can only use this method." Gugu and Dang Wei nodded, although they still don't quite understand, but they are getting familiar with this process gradually. Jiang Nan braked the pickup truck and stopped, pointing the front of the car in the direction of the wolf, which was more conducive to the bodyguard girl hunting the wolf with a double-barreled heavy machine gun. Soon the demon wolf rushed out of the fog, and the huge target was very obvious. Jiang Nan quickly opened the door and got out of the car, and the sniper rifle was summoned immediately, and the door seats of a group of trucks were supported to lock the magic wolf in case of emergency. Although he is confident that the bodyguard girl can use the double-barreled heavy machine gun to kill the magic wolf, he still needs to be prepared. In case of any accident, he will have a chance to shoot to make up for it. It should be the first time the bodyguard girl has used a double-barreled heavy machine gun to deal with the magic wolf. And at this moment, the bodyguard girl had already fired. Bang bang. With a loud noise, the heavy machine gun ejected a bullet with great lethality. It should be said that 2 bullets were shot out at the same time. The bullet's huge penetrating power finally reached its teenage years, and the hard skull of the magic wolf shot into its brain. The demon wolf let out a scream and fell headlong. The corpse with a strong forward momentum rushed more than 10 meters before stopping. During this period of time, the bodyguard girl has pulled the trigger 3 times in a row, and 6 bullets have been fired. However, judging from this situation, for a huge lethality, 2 bullets that cannot hit the wolf's head are enough. If it is to attack the abdomen, I am afraid that more bullets will be needed. But when the magic wolf rushed over, it was not too difficult to hit its head. After all, he was too big, and his whole head was also very huge, so he gave the bodyguard girl an easy hit condition. When the heavy machine gun rang out, the loud sound startled the stunning girl and Chuanxin girl sitting in the car. But when they saw that the magic wolf was easily killed, they were even more shocked and opened their mouths wide. "Oh my God, this weapon is so powerful, it kills the demon wolf so easily?" the stunning girl exclaimed. And Chuanxin's sister just kept nodding, already shocked and speechless. "How did you realize that this weapon is so powerful?" "Now I don't think I need to explain anything. You should also know that we are divided into 4 teams. And each team will have the ability to hunt and kill demon wolves," Jiang Nan said with a smile. The stunning girl blinked her eyes and said, "Jiang Nan, you mean 3 such weapons?" "Yes, this time I brought 3 cars over, and you will remember that this thing is called a pickup truck in the future, and the weapon installed on the car is called a heavy machine gun, which is extremely powerful, as you have seen. It can easily kill the magic wolf." While speaking, Jiangnan had a thought, and released the other 2 pickup trucks brought in the space. Let the stunning girls see it with their own eyes, and they will be more at ease. Wow. That's great, then you don't have to worry about hunting next. With such a powerful weapon, it seems that it is easy to kill the wolf. The stunning girl looked at several pickup trucks and said with the twinkling stars in her eyes. She is so excited right now. Every time Jiangnan brings surprises, this time the surprise is even bigger. Jiangnan smiled and did not explain too much, but said to everyone, "Next. Try, how do the rest of you hunt in your respective teams without me?" "Oh?" Gugu and Dang Wei looked at Jiangnan in bewilderment. I didn't understand what Jiangnan said. The bodyguard girl saw Gugu Dang Wei's bewildered look in her eyes, and explained, "The boss means that in this adversity, hunting must rely on making noises to attract the magic wolf, and then wait for it to come to the door. Kill it and it will be our prey." "Oh, there is such an operation." Gugu blinked his eyes and said, "That's right, we used to hunt like this." The bodyguard girl said, "Only with the boss can he know where the magic wolf is and go straight up. Then we just fired and made a noise, and the next step is to wait for the magic wolf to come to the door?" Dang Wei thought for a while and said. Jiangnan smiled and said, "The answer is correct, but there is no reward. The next step is to start the habitual hunting method. Keep it in your mind. How to hunt in the future is up to you. We will separate after taking you." "Yeah." Gugu nodded. "I think I probably already know what to do. Let me shoot next time, big guy. I think I should be able to hit him, the boss's beautiful bodyguard. You still need to teach us how to aim and shoot." "This is very easy," the bodyguard girl said. "We will teach you while waiting." The bodyguard girl began to tell Gugu and Dang Wei how to aim and where is the trigger of the heavy machine gun. After a brief explanation, Dang Wei and Gugu kept nodding their heads and understood how to use the heavy machine gun. This is actually very simple, just a little bit to know. After waiting for about 20 minutes, no magic wolf approached. Jiangnan knew this well. After falling in love with this magic wolf, the nearest magic energy was 5 kilometers away, but now this situation has entered a routine way, so he didn't point it out. The bodyguard girl looked at the time and said, "Okay, the general habit is to wait for 20 minutes. If there is no magic wolf approaching, it means that there are no magic wolves nearby. The old habit is to choose a direction at random and continue to wait for 2 kilometers. "Oh." Gugu and Dang Wei nodded, realizing something. The stunning girl and Chuanxin girl in the car are very clear about this, but they just listened to their conversation and didn't make any comments. But they already understood how to hunt next. "And Qi, come and drive." Jiangnan smiled, got on and off the driver's seat, and simply changed places with Qi, and didn't say anything anymore, letting them hunt alone according to their own ideas, so that they would get here faster if they understood. "Okay." And she nodded, and changed seats with Jiangnan. She got into the driver's seat and shouted out the window, "Which way should we go?" She now knew in her heart that she would not rely on Jiangnan, so she asked the question to the bodyguard girl. "Choose a direction at will. If the boss is not around, it's the same for us. We don't know which direction has the magic wolf," the bodyguard girl said. Okay, I see. And she nodded, chose a direction at random, started the car, and started to move forward. The speed is not too fast, about 20 or 30 yards. Jiangnan couldn't stand it anymore, smiled and said, "And Qi, this speed is too slow, it's just a waste of time." The characteristics of the magic wolf here are attracted by the sound. If there is any, it has been changed. Therefore, there are no magic wolves nearby. It is necessary to drive so slowly. You will not encounter magic wolves within a 2-kilometer journey. At most, you may encounter other hunting teams. I have already thought about the way to deal with them. If other hunting teams have any disadvantages against you, just kill them with heavy machine guns. They don't have to be polite. And she kept nodding her head while listening to Jiangnan's words, and said, "Jiangnan listens to what you said, it's quite dangerous here, except for this kind of big wolf, you may meet other people." Of course. Jiangnan smiled and said, "If you think about it, you can understand that there are hunting teams hunting here one by one, not just because of our one team, but fortunately this secret realm is very large and has no margins, and the chances of encountering other teams are not high." Okay. And she nodded, knowing a little about the situation. The bodyguard girl heard Jiangnan's explanation to Chen girl, and when they stopped talking, she also said to Dang Wei and Gugu next to her, "I also want to tell you 2 things. In this secret realm, besides the magic wolf, there are other teams that are dangerous. They are also here to hunt the magic wolf. If we meet them by chance, if they dare to behave misdemeanor to us, it is not polite to shoot and kill them immediately. If they leave voluntarily and wisely, then forget it." The stunning girl Jiangnan heard what the bodyguard said, and said loudly, "I'm afraid that this kind of thing called a car will meet other teams, and they will be very curious, so if they don't come close, just look at it curiously. We don't have to kill the killer immediately, but just leave voluntarily. If they are still chasing us and plotting to do something wrong, it will not be too late to kill them." Okay, that's fine too. Jiangnan nodded and said, she understood that the stunning girl was moved out of compassion, not wanting to kill. Then he shouted to everyone, "Have you heard that? In short, if we encounter other opponents, we will take the initiative to stay away. If they continue to entangle and show malice, then I don't have to be polite and kill them directly. Because we have guns in our hands, we have the best advantage at a long distance, but they also have bows and arrows in their hands. Everyone must be careful. When encountering them, turn the direction away as soon as possible and keep the distance as much as possible. What hurts people?" "Understood." "No." Everyone answered. "It sounds like it is more dangerous to encounter other hunting teams in this secret realm than encountering demon wolves." And she thought for a while and said, "Yeah, everyone here is very powerful. If you don't have a gun, you are no match for them at all, especially after they have taken the violence pill." Jiangnan said. Jiangnan's words made the stunning girl roll her eyes, and said, speaking like this, "It seems like we are outsiders, but it is true, you are really weak. You are obviously ordinary people, and your physical fitness is much worse than ours, although we are only warriors in the 2nd stage of blood refinement." Although what the beautiful girl said was not very clear, everyone could understand that what she said about us was only Sister Chuanxin and her. In other words, the 2 of them are locals, and they are already warriors. Yes, as Zhu Cizi said, both he and Chuanxin are warriors of the 2nd stage. of blood refinement. Although not too strong, but with physical fitness, it is easy to abuse everyone including Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard. Of course, the premise is that Jiangnan and the others don't use guns. Jiangnan, who should be warned, has given warnings, and then he will gradually become familiar with others while hunting. And Qi increased the speed of the car to 60 yards, about 3 minutes, almost 2 kilometers away from the previous one. And Qi stopped the car. Although she had Jiangnan's explanation before, she still asked uncertainly, "It's almost 2 kilometers away. Just stop the car like this and make some noise, so we can wait for the magic wolf to take the bait?" Yes, you're very smart, you're absolutely right, that's what you're doing, Jiangnan said with a smile. Oh, it's really like this. And Qi nodded, thought for a while, and continued to ask Jiangnan, "Is there any kind of movement? For example, honk the car. Horn twice now?" Of course. Jiangnan smiled and said, "At present, I don't think there is anything more convenient than this." Yeah. And Qi nodded, and pressed the car's horn. Beep beep beep. The sound came from far away. Then, and Qi turned off the fire and waited. This is Jiangnan saying with a serious expression, "And Qi, you must not turn off the engine. You must have a pickup truck and keep it running all the time. Because you don't know which direction the magic wolf is coming from when you wait like this, so you must adjust the direction of the car as soon as possible when the wolf comes." The shooting angle of the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun is still very limited. It can only be adjusted on the vehicle, and the range of the sector is less than 180 degrees. It should be the most stable place at 90 degrees. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to be able to provoke the pickup truck at all times. Otherwise, when the magic wolf comes up from the back of the car, the truck's heavy machine gun has no shooting angle at all, and there is no way to attack at all. In that case, it is waiting to die. After all, the magic wolf is very fast and can rush over quickly. Oh. And Qi realized this, and quickly started the car. Jiang continued, "Also, the car must be parked in an open place, which is conducive to the car's quick turnaround. It is definitely better than being close to the bushes, which will affect the car's turn direction. The parking place must be wide enough to be able to quickly step down the accelerator. A reverse will allow the car to change to the opposite shooting angle. Even if the magic wolf comes up from behind, it must be done within 2 seconds. Oh. And Qi nodded hurriedly. She could fully understand what Jiangnan said. With her IQ, if it wasn't because of her lack of hunting experience, these questions could be imagined, so as to avoid such omissions. Gugu Dangwei, did you pay attention to what I said? Jiangnan shouted at Gugu and Dangwei. When he spoke, his voice was very loud, just to let other people hear it, and to pay attention to these details so that he would not forget about these details and make a major mistake, and die in the secret realm with hatred. That kind of situation is too sad. Jiangnan does not allow this to happen. Everyone around him now is his trustworthy and sympathetic partner. Bringing them to this world is to make them better and stronger, so that their youth will last forever and they will never die. So if he died because of this instead, Jiangnan would feel very guilty. After trying for half a morning, both Gugu and Dangwei used the double-barreled heavy machine guns many times. The powerful lethality of the heavy machine gun can easily kill the demon wolf. Sure enough, it was exactly what Jiangnan thought. It doesn't need to be very precise aiming, as long as it can hit the wolf's huge head. 2 bullets can kill him. Even if there is no design angle, hitting the demon wolf in the abdomen and shooting continuously, 4 or 5 shots can still kill the demon wolf. After all, the huge bullet lethality of the heavy machine gun is there. Judging from this situation, there is no need to worry about the future. Gugu, Deng Wei, and the bodyguard sister can hunt together with a small team. The stunning girls and Chuanxin girls were amazed at the tremendous lethality of the machine gun, but also marveled at the speed of the pickup truck. This saves a lot of time. It takes more than 3 minutes to reach the destination for a 2-kilometer road, and then make a movement to attract the magic wolf. The only time delay is to wait for about a quarter of an hour to see if there are any magic wolves coming nearby. There was no other way to do this. In one morning, the entire team hunted and killed 10 demon wolves. If calculated according to this efficiency, almost 20 demon wolves could be hunted and killed in one day. Everyone has calculated this efficiency, and Jiangnan's calculation is really similar, minus the other 3 teams. Besides Jiangnan, each team hunted and killed 20 magic wolves. 3 teams are able to hunt and kill 60 of them. Then the team led by Jiangnan can easily hunt and kill 30 wolves, then there will be 90 magic wolves. Each of the 16 people took 5 magic wolves to hunt the guild. The harvest of this day was terrible. Jiangnan and the others didn't do regular hunting all their lives, they just wanted to let Gugu, Deng Wei, and the others get acquainted with the use of heavy machine guns. Also let the stunning girls and Chuanxin girls witness with their own eyes the feasibility of Jiangnan's plan. Now that the goal has been achieved, without further delay, Jiangnan took out the secret teleportation stone and said to everyone, "Okay, let's go out, we have done everything we need to do, and the goal has been achieved. Now, everyone understands my next hunting arrangement. After returning, we will divide the team carefully. We will start the regular hunting tomorrow. Yeah, okay, when we go back, we need to plan carefully and carefully arrange the personnel of the following teams. Judging from this situation, there are still many details that need to be paid attention to." And Xi nodded and said. And Xi now fully understands Jiangnan's approach, and now has some plans in mind. For example, in terms of staffing, every team must have people from all walks of life. For example, there are a few local girls here, let each team assign one, and at the same time, let everyone have someone who can guide them if they are not in a hurry. In addition, each team must be equipped with a person who can drive the pickup truck. In addition, each team must have a gunner who can use heavy machine guns. Of course, this person has been determined. They are the bodyguard girls, Gugu and Deng Wei. Each team can choose one of them. Even so, when you go back, you need to plan, be prepared, and divide the work carefully, so that hunting can achieve the greatest security and the greatest harvest in the future. This is very necessary. The stunning girl also nodded, and said in agreement, "Yes, let's go back first and make a serious plan." She also understood the current situation, and it was almost the same. "I also have some ideas of my own. Of course, the most important thing is to tell those who don't understand the situation when you go back, so that everyone can understand the situation and cooperate with each other." In the small courtyard that was sent back, everyone waiting at home was waiting. "We have tried it, and the effect is very good," Jiangnan said with a smile. "Yes, we have seen the effect just now. Jiangnan's plan is very successful," the stunning girl also said. She was mainly talking to a few local girls, including 2 Xian, who did not enter the secret realm together. The main reason for the stunning girl to enter the secret realm is for this. Otherwise, when all the local girls came back with a dazed face, they might still have doubts in their hearts, so Jiangnan decided to let the stunning girl and Chuanxin girl go to the secret realm together. That's good, that's good. The bone demon who stayed in the small town, as well as 2 Xian's local girls, all nodded. But I didn't understand what was going on in my heart. Because I didn't participate, I was still not so clear in my heart. Jiangnan also took their situation into consideration, just smiled and didn't explain too much, because Jiangnan knew that after letting them make progress together, they would fully understand that now the people who must know already knew, so when assigning teams next, as long as the characters are assigned, everything is easy to talk about. However, we need to pay attention to some details. At this moment, Chen Xi said, I just thought about how many people every team must have. Speaking of this, she looked at Jiangnan and said, I don't know if you have thought about this question about Jiangnan. Anyway, I thought about it, so I just want to talk about it. Jiangnan smiled and said, okay, since you have thought of it, you can talk about it. I also want to hear what you have thought of. Well. And she nodded and said, I'm thinking about some details, so it is the necessary characters to form a team. There must be a local who is familiar with the place and the hunting process, and there must be a person who can kill the magic wolf and use a heavy machine gun. You have already decided on this character in the future. It is the bodyguard girl, one of Gugu and Dang Wei, and there must be a person who can open it. Every team must have a combination of these 3 people, and other people can join at will. Yes, I have thought about this too. As soon as Chen Xi's words came to an end, the stunning girl nodded and said. Jiangnan smiled. He had already thought about this matter. Since there was such a plan, of course these points had already been considered. He was going to talk about it just now. Now that Chen Xi thought about it, it would be great. So he doesn't need to waste his time. He smiled and said, and Xi also thought of these things, and we thought of going together. Yes, to form a team, these 3 points must be met. Obviously, we all agree, so this is better. Then, when there is nothing to do now, let's quickly assign the personnel of the 4 teams. After it is settled, we can go out hunting early tomorrow morning. Everyone nodded. Indeed, the details of such considerations were basically considered. Then let's select people and divide them into 4 teams. The stunning girl said. That's right, then, let's form my team first. Jiang said with a smile. You have a total of 6 local girls, and 3 of them must follow the other 3 teams. The other 3 can randomly join the 4 teams with me. In terms of ability, the stunning girl Chuanxin, you 2 have to help other teams, and you can't join my team. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, Sister Tu Xian said, Boss, I will join your team. And Bei said without hesitation, I want to be with Brother Jiang. I want to be with Jiangnan. Miro stated. I also want to be with Jiangnan. Zhang Yiman also expressed his opinion. Jiangnan, I also want to be with you. Do you no longer held back her words? Angie rolled her eyes wildly. Jiangnan was also speechless. So many people want to follow me, how can this be me? What about the other teams? In this case, there must be 3 people who can drive in their team. Among this group of people, although the bodyguard sister and the giant spirit God or Langshan can drive, they don't have time to drive, and they are responsible for the attack. So the only ones who can drive are Xi, Mi Ro, Zhang Yimin, and Du Yuyu. So someone must be separated to take charge of driving. As I said before, there must be some people who can drive to other teams. Xi said at this time, I volunteered to take one of the targets. Oh. And Qi's words made Mi Ro, Zhang Yimin, and Du Yuyu a little embarrassed. Zhang Yimin also said weakly, then if this is the case, I will be responsible for driving a car. In this case, I will also be responsible for driving a car. Du Yuyu also stood up and expressed his opinion. Jiangnan nodded and said, that's fine. We want to arrange it like this. We can adjust it later, so I'll call the names. People with me include Bei, Mi Ro, and Tu Xian. The rest of us can join other teams. We have a total of 16 people, and each team has 4 people. This kind of distribution is better. Okay. And Qi nodded, then I will form a team with the giant spirit god, and the others will have a local girl, and I will add someone randomly. I'll join you. Sister Chuanxin declared. Okay. Angie agreed. The remaining 2 teams were randomly matched, all of which met the 3 conditions, and the 4 teams were formed. Rest for one night, and start hunting in the secret realm on the second day. A small team of Jiangnan, when entering the secret realm, Jiangnan waved and released a 4-wheel drive off-road vehicle from the space. This is what he prepared for himself. With the speed of the off-road vehicle, the speed of hunting will be greatly improved. Everyone get in the car. After Jiangnan said something, he was the first to get into the driving seat. Bei was delighted to go to the co-pilot. But Jiangnan stopped him and said, Bei, don't go to the co-pilot, and sit in the back row. Oh? Bei was a little confused, and asked Jiangnan with her big beautiful eyes flashing in confusion, Brother Jiang, why can't I sit in the co-pilot? Jiangnan looked at Bei's bewildered expression, smiled and said, because you were in the co-pilot and prevented me from shooting, do you understand? Okay, if it affects you to shoot, then I won't take the co-pilot, I'll sit in the back. At this time, Bei obediently sat in the back row, and Mi Ro also got into the back row with a smile, and it was the first time for Sister Tu Xian to see the car. Seeing Bei and the others go up, Sai Shui got into the car and sat down. He was still a little nervous when he sat down. Of course, Jiangnan didn't pay attention to these, but quietly throughout the detected the nearby magic wolf, kicked the accelerator, and rushed towards the magic wolf. Wow, what is this thing? It's so fast. The off-road vehicle started racing, and Sister Tu Xian yelled nervously. Ha ha ha. Jiangnan laughed and said, just get used to it, and you will get used to it gradually. This thing is called an off-road vehicle. Let's rely on it. It's much faster to hunt prey with this SUV? Sister Tu Xian repeated these words. Now I'm getting used to it a little bit, and I'm a little less nervous. Looking at the scenery outside through the car window, I'm still a little excited. In less than 2 minutes, Ning rushed out of the fog in an off-road vehicle. And there was a magic wolf within 100 meters in front. And the demon wolf had already heard the movement, howled, and rushed towards Jiangnan and the others. Jiangnan had prepared in advance. The off-road vehicle turned sideways, facing the wolf sideways, and with a thought, he summoned the sniper rifle, put it on the window of the car, quickly and successfully threw it out one by one. locked to 100%, and directly pulled the trigger. Unwillingly, the demon wolf fell to the ground dead. Jiangnan skillfully drove the car and leaned up to it. With a thought, he put away the body of the magic wolf, and then proceeded to the next goal. Good guy, this hunting speed is too fast. Sister Tushuan exclaimed when she saw this situation. The hunting speed was scary enough before, but most of it was wasted on the road. Now that there are off-road vehicles, the transportation efficiency has been greatly improved. How can Sister Tushuan not be surprised? On the one hand, Jiangnan was mentally prepared before, but now he is also surprised by his own hunting speed. He can no longer predict how much he will gain in this day. He is both excited and looking forward to it. As for the other three teams, they had a perfect plan and were hunting in an orderly manner. Their time is mostly wasted in waiting. But the hunting speed is also very good. As time goes by, evening hours, Jiangnan stopped the car and finished work. Today's harvest was simply too rich, far exceeding his expectations. He even hunted and killed more than 150 magic wolves. However, among the few present, only Tu Xian knew what these 150 demon wolves meant, and that was the harvest of many days. That was many times the amount received before, so the whole person was already very excited. The off-road vehicle was put away, and Jiangnan took out the teleportation stone of the secret realm and teleported directly back to the small courtyard. When they came back, the team formed by Chen Xi and the stunning girl Gugu had already returned, and the other two teams had not yet returned. When Chen Xi and Zhu Seizi saw Jiangnan, they happily approached Jiangnan and asked, "How is it? How much did you gain today?" Both of them looked at Jiangnan with great anticipation. Jiangnan smiled, "What about you? How many demon wolves have you hunted?" "We hunted down 20. And Qi said, "Very good, it's about the same as what we predicted. Can you tell me how many you hunted?" "Hee hee." Bei Bei said happily, "I'm afraid I'm going to scare you when I say it. We have hunted and killed more than 150. Ah, you actually hunted so many? My God, there are so many gains." And Qi and the stunning girl were shocked. Boss has always been perverted, and now he is even more perverted. Giant Spirit God also said. Not long after, the other two teams also came back, and the number of demon wolves they hunted was also around 20. Together, the four teams hunted and killed more than 200 mana in one day. This has greatly exceeded their expectations. But a new problem arose. The stunning girl frowned and said, "Then our previous plan will not work. Each person will bring 5 magic wolves to the hunting guild. Then there will only be 90 magic wolves. What about the remaining 100 magic wolves?" Jiangnan thought for a while and said, "Then we will each sell prey twice. Take out 5 each time, and after leaving, take off the mask and start again. In this way, each person can sell 10 magic wolves. It's just a little longer delay." We squeezed the time and came out. Anyway, there is nothing to do at night, so it will be delayed by about half an hour. That's a good way. The stunning girl nodded and said, "But even if it's like this, there will be more than 90 lots in the second sale, and some of them won't be sold at all." Jiang thought for a while and said, "This is easy to solve. Anyway, our team doesn't need so many people. I suggest that each team get another person and stay at home. When the evening is approaching, before we come back, we will go to the hunting guild twice and sell the magic wolf we gave birth to." that's all. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded. This is a good way, let's do it. In addition to the solution, she was very happy. With so many magic wolves coming in every day, more resources will be obtained, and they will become stronger faster. With a decision, everyone put on masks to sell the magic wolves on hand, and everyone installed 10 magic wolves in their space. But it has already been agreed, sell 5 magic wolves at once, then leave, go back to the small courtyard, measure the mask again, wear it again, the characteristics of the mask will become the appearance of another person, and then go to the hunting guild, so that most of the magic wolves on hand can be sold out after 2 round trips. This kind of sale wasted some time. By the time everyone sold 180 of the magic wolves on hand, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. The sale is over, everyone have a good meal and treat yourself. Then rest the next day and continue hunting. And there are 4 people left in the family, and I can go to the hunting guild in the middle of the afternoon and sell the magic wolves twice, respectively. My remaining 20 or so magic wolves will be sold and turned into honor points. All problems encountered were resolved. The days that followed were fast hunting. As for the honor points obtained, I have just arranged to buy some cheap beauty pills at the first time, and everyone took 1 pill, so that youth can be maintained from now on and will not grow old again. Failed to connect to txtcdn.pk2234.com port 80, connection timed out. Jiangnan was unhappy, and everyone noticed. After a night of cloud and rain between the stunning girl and Jiangnan, the stunning girl was lying in his arms, asking this question, Jiangnan, why are you unhappy these days? As early as more than a year ago, the stunning girl no longer held back and became a woman in Jiangnan. It's nothing, I'm just a little anxious, Jiangnan said to the beautiful girl. I have to continue hunting for 3 or 4 years before I can become a cultivator. Jiangnan's words made the stunning girl frown instantly. She thought for a moment and said, Jiangnan, I have an idea, there is no need to be hunting for 3 or 4 years. Jiangnan suddenly became interested, looked at the stunning girl and asked, what do you think? The stunning girl said, actually, you don't have to wait for all of us to accumulate honor points to buy the foundation establishment pill together and become an immortal cultivator together. You can wait for us to accumulate 50,000 honor points, buy a foundation establishment pill first, and then eat it to become an immortal cultivator. As soon as the stunning girl finished speaking, Jiangnan immediately said, this is not good. I can't leave you alone as a cultivator. We are all people in the trenches. I can't leave you alone. If this is the case, what kind of person I will be in Jiangnan? Each of you is either my woman or my brother. How can I do such a thing? Jiangnan, you misunderstood, listen to me. The stunning girl said quickly. Oh? Jiangnan said in surprise, then tell me, what do you mean? The stunning girl nodded and continued, I asked you to become an immortal cultivator first, not to let you leave it behind. We don't care. Maybe you don't know a situation. If you become an immortal cultivator, you will have the opportunity to earn spirit stones. You must know that the value of snacks is much higher than the honor point. That means that if you become an immortal cultivator, you have a better chance of earning more valuable things. If you use those values to buy pills, you can also buy foundation building pills. It is much faster to gain honor points by slowly hunting in the secret realm. And you have secret means. I believe that you will also be an outstanding immortal cultivator after you become an immortal cultivator, and you can earn A lot of snacks very quickly, and we will not have to worry about pills at all. That's it. Suddenly Jiangnan's eyes lit up. He didn't understand this kind of situation. After all, he was an outsider. And he didn't know many things about this world. When the stunning girl said this, he thought for a while, if this is the case, it is indeed too feasible. Well. Jiangnan hesitated for a while, and said, if this is the case, then tell everyone about this situation and discuss it together. If you think this will make everyone stronger faster, you can adopt this method. This slow hunting method is indeed too slow. Jusei girl nodded, then let's call everyone together to discuss it. I will let everyone know about this situation. Sisters Tushuan and Sister Chuanxin are also aware of this situation. Let's discuss it together at that time. Jiangnan nodded. On the morning of the second day, the stunning girl called everyone together. Everyone couldn't figure out what was going on, but the stunning girl suddenly called everyone together. During this period of time, Chen Xi was one of the most important people to speak here. She looked at the stunning girl and asked, what is the purpose of bringing everyone together? She looked so serious. That's right. The stunning girl smiled and said, I discussed it with Jiangnan. After we have accumulated enough honor points, let Jiangnan buy a foundation building pill first, break through the warrior first, and become an immortal cultivator. But Jiangnan, he is not willing to leave us alone and become an immortal cultivator first. When the stunning girl said this, the spider spirit was the first to look at the Jiangnan interface and said, Jiangnan, I also support you to buy a foundation building pill first to become an immortal cultivator. Don't think too much about us. It is you who took care of us and dragged you down for so long. You take care of too much, don't take care of us all like this anymore. And delay your time to become stronger, support you to buy a foundation building pill first, and break through to become a cultivator. Yeah. The bodyguard girl also said with an excuse, don't worry, we all know your hard work, you don't have to think too much, I agree with this. Yes, Jiangnan, you don't have to think too much, we have dual heavy machine guns on hand, and we can complete the hunt by ourselves, don't let us drag you down for too long. Bone Demon also said. Although they were very reluctant to let Jiangnan not hunt with them, everyone knew that this had indeed slowed down Jiangnan's pace of becoming stronger. So everyone is willing to do it. After all, Jiangnan was kind to them, and everyone saw it in their eyes and kept it in their hearts. Brother Jiang, I support you too. Bebe said with red eyes. Sincerely, she was very reluctant to see the future leave him. Jiangnan smiled wryly, he didn't even know what to say. The stunning girl also smiled helplessly and said, you wait for me to finish my words. I haven't finished my words yet. I support Jiangnan in doing this. And I don't want Jiangnan to abandon us. Oh? Question mark. Everyone suddenly looked at the stunning girl in confusion, not understanding what he meant. But sisters Tu Xian and Chen Xi looked thoughtful. The stunning girl continued, the reason why I arranged this is because after Jiangnan breaks through as a cultivator, he will have a better chance to earn more valuable things in exchange for pills. Taking a little breath, the beautiful girl continued, although his hunting speed in the secret realm is countless times faster than other teens, if he becomes an immortal cultivator, then his chances will be even greater. Although what he earns is no longer honor points, he can earn spirit stones. Only 100,000 honor points can buy a foundation establishment pill, but if it is spirit stones. Only 10 spirit stones are needed to purchase a foundation. Establishment pill. Hunting, the accumulated honor points, everyone becomes a cultivator, and the speed is countless times faster. I think if I say this, everyone should be able to understand what I mean, right? Ah? So that's the case, so you have this plan. That's it, it turned out to be like this. If this is the case, then of course. The sooner the better, hurry up and let Jiangnan become a cultivator. It turned out to be like this, and Miss Huang didn't say it earlier. Everyone understood the words of the stunning girl now, and when she just finished speaking, they immediately started talking in a hurry. That's right, that's true. Sister Tushuan immediately said, it's true. If you become an immortal cultivator, you can go to higher level secret realms to hunt other monsters. Those monsters are more valuable and can be exchanged for spirit stones. Jiangnan has a secret method. I believe he can definitely earn spirit stones super fast. It will definitely be much better than we are now. With low-level secret realms. Yeah. Sister Chuanxin also nodded and said, that's right, that's true, so let Jiangnan first park the space for immortal cultivators. This will not abandon us, but allow us all to become immortal cultivators as soon as possible. Everyone saw that several locals said the same, and the slightest doubt in their hearts was gone. And Qi looked at Jiangnan with burning eyes. Jiangnan's matter should not be delayed, and the honor points you get from hunting next, once you can buy a foundation establishment pill, buy it immediately, and you will become a cultivator after eating it. That's right, that's the decision. Let the boss become stronger first, and then lead us all to become stronger together. Gugu said with a big wave of his hand. Jiangnan glanced at everyone. In this case, I will not be hypocritical, and I will not talk nonsense. Since it is beneficial to everyone, then we will do this, but there is one thing, after I take the foundation establishment pill and become a cultivator, you may as well rest for a while and go to the secret realm to hunt. I am very worried about what accidents will happen to you. At that time I will feel very sorry. Boss, this is completely redundant for you. Gugu just said after Jiangnan's words, although our hunting speed is slower, we will continue. How can you alone afford the stones that so many of us need to buy pills? Now in this secret realm, we are no longer in any danger. Each of us is now a peak warrior and has a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. It is impossible for the magic wolf to cause any danger to us. Pick us up. Gugu Lingshi is not very familiar with the word. Yes, boss, I know you are worried about us, but there is really no need to worry about it. Indeed, we are not in any danger. Now in the low-level secret realm, we can walk sideways. No team can pose a threat to us. The bodyguard girl also said with an excuse. These words made Jiangnan smile, and couldn't help but nodded and said, it seems that my worry is a bit unnecessary. Thinking about it, it's not a big deal. Now that we are in this situation, you have become so tough. It's okay for me to leave you. Your wings are strong enough, and I don't need to protect them, ha ha ha. Thinking about it carefully, Jiangnan was completely relieved. It was no accident. With the growth of hunting in this period of time, he had led this group of people, and he was no longer a weak scum. In the small town, in the low-level secret realm of the demon wolf, they are all master-level existences, so there is no need to worry about leaving him. With no worries, Jiangnan was completely relieved. In the following time, the 4 teams continued their hunting career, but this time they had a clear goal, that is, when they had accumulated 100,000 otter points, Jiang Nan would buy a foundation establishment pill and become an immortal cultivator first. The days go on. After more than 20 days of intense hunting, the accumulation of 100,000 otter points is enough. The stunning girl decisively bought a foundation establishment pill from the hunting guild. That night, everyone sat together, all silent, looking at Jiang Nan, although they knew that Jiang Nan had become stronger again and stepped into the ranks of immortal cultivators, but knowing that they would not be able to hunt with them in the future, they still felt a little bit reluctant. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. There are even many girls with red eyes. Looking at their appearance, Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Otherwise, I might as well stop taking Zhuji pill and go with everyone." "No, this is absolutely not." The stunning girl immediately said, "Everyone just wants to get along with you every day, and there is no other idea. You just don't want to take Zhuji Dan for anything. After leaving the town, you can come back to visit us often, and it's not like you won't see us forever." "Yeah." And she also said, "Yeah, Jiang Nan, you should take the Zhuji pill as soon as possible, and don't be bound by the love of your children." Everyone else nodded. Jiang Nan nodded and said, "It's totally fine for me to come and see you all the time." Everyone nodded. Jiang Nan stopped moaning, and with a thought, only a soybean-sized foundation establishment pill appeared in his hand. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, such a small pill is worth 100,000 honor points, it's really expensive enough." Without wasting any more time, he swallowed the soybean-sized Zhuji Dan. After a short time, there was a burst of heat in his body, and his whole body became red. The stunning girl saw this situation in her eyes, and immediately said, "Don't worry, this is a normal reaction to taking Zhuji Dan. This situation will last for about a night. You should calm down, you don't need to sleep tonight, and meditate for a night to fully absorb the effects of the medicine." Jiang Nan nodded, expressing that he understood, and didn't say a word. He closed his eyes and meditated quietly. Sure enough, his mind calmed down, and the heat was a little less. "We are all out now. Don't disturb Jiang Nan. The foundation establishment pill is so expensive. Now is the critical moment to absorb the power of the medicine. Tonight, we have 2 people on shift guarding the door. Don't be disturbed by outsiders. Others can go to rest," said the stunning girl. "Good. Good." Everyone answered. One by one, they walked out of the room with light steps. When they got to the door, Gugu said, "Everyone go to rest, the matter of waiting for the boss is left to me and Deng Wei, we will not sleep tonight. This is not good, let's take turns." The stunning girl said. Gugu waved his hand and said, "No need at all, everyone should go to rest, we are men, we should take more responsibility at this time." "Not bad." Deng Wei also said. "And me, the 3 of us stay here. Tomorrow night, the safety of the boss will be entrusted to us. We promise that there will be no accidents." Zhang Yuan also stood up and said, "Since that's the case, well, I'll leave it to the 3 of you, and we must protect Jiangnan Zhouquan." And she thought for a while and made a decision. On the second day, Jiangnan absorbed all the medicinal power of Zhuji Dan. The whole person has become completely different, and I can faintly feel the spiritual power that exists for 4 weeks, but it is very thin. It's just that he is more painful, he can't absorb these auras to practice. He was very depressed in this situation. After thinking for a while, he must ask the stunning girl. She should know what is going on. So he opened the door immediately, and found that Gugu and the others were still guarding the door, all of them dozing off sleepily. Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Okay, you three should go to rest. I'm fine, the medicine has been fully absorbed." Oh. The three woke up and glanced at Jiang Nan. "Boss, you're done." "Yeah." Jiang Nan nodded and said, "I'm a cultivator now." "Congratulations, boss." "Congratulations, boss." The three of Gugu were also very happy. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Okay, go and rest, I still have something to do." After speaking, he went straight to the room of the stunning girl. The three of Gugu yawned and went to rest. Jiang Nan came to the door of Ju Sei's room and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The voice of the stunning girl came from the room. "I." While talking, Jiang Nan pushed the door straight and went in. The reason why he still knocked on the door was because he was afraid of going in rashly and scaring the stunning girl. The stunning girl was still sleeping, wearing only thin pajamas. Knowing that it was Jiang Nan who came in, she sat up with a smile. Jiang Nan found her and sat down beside her, stroked her long hair, and kissed her on the forehead. "Jiang Nan, has the Jiden completely absorbed it?" The stunning girl leaned into Jiang Nan's arms and said. "Yeah." Jiang Nan nodded and said, "I can feel the existence of spiritual power around me, but there is one thing I don't understand. I feel that I can't absorb them and practice." "Of course, you're too impatient." The stunning girl rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan and said, "You must have a cultivation technique. Only when you practice the cultivation technique can you absorb spiritual energy and practice." "Oh, so that's what happened." Jiang Nan understood the words of the stunning girl. It seemed that she still needed to practice exercises to be able to absorb the aura around her for cultivation. Practice skills, you can't buy them at the hunting guild in the town, and you have to use spirit stones to buy them. The stunning girl continued, "Then you won't be able to hang out in the town anymore. You're going to Chiba City to find opportunities there. I've only heard of this place, and I haven't been there, so I don't know much about it. The next step is up to you." Jiang Nan nodded, "I'm slowly groping for it myself. I can adapt to this world. From another world. The next thing is not a problem at all. I have full confidence." "Yeah." The stunning girl nodded obediently. "One more question, how far is it to Chiba City?" Jiang Nan asked. He's thinking about how to get there. He understands that this world is very huge, the place between the two stars is very far away, and the speed of the carriage in this world is not fast. He knows that it is a small town nearby, and it will take 2 days to go there. Then, if you want to go to the city of Chiba City, I am afraid that the journey will be even more distant. It's very far away. If we go there by carriage, it will probably take a month. The stunning girl said. It's such a long way. Jiang Nan suddenly felt pain. He. The stunning girl smiled, "Don't worry, I haven't finished my sentence yet. This is just a stupid way, but also a very fast way. You can buy a teleportation talisman, and you can directly teleport from our small town to Chiba City, and you will arrive in seconds." "You're really naughty, you didn't tell me in advance if you used this method," Jiang Nan said, helplessly pinching the beautiful girl's fair little face. Giggle. The beautiful girl smiled even more happily, "I'm not joking with But a teleportation talisman is quite expensive, and it costs 1,000 honor points. I forgot to let you hunt with us for a few more days. It will be easier to accumulate these honor points faster. Next, we will have to rely on ourselves to get these honor points, which will be much slower. Then you didn't say earlier, 1,000 honor points, if I don't participate, you will have to do it for a few days. Jiang Nan said helplessly. I don't remember it. The stunning girl said coquettishly. Okay, if you delay for a few days, let's delay for a few days. It's just right, and I will also take a good rest for a few days. Jiang Nan said. Yeah. The stunning girl nodded. It's a little late today, everyone is resting today, there is no need to enter the secret realm, let's all get together, and you can stay with us for a few more days. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled. 5 days later. Jiang Nan couldn't enter the secret realm and didn't participate in the hunt anymore. One of the other 3 teams had accumulated enough 1,000 honor points. Then I bought a teleportation talisman at the hunting guild. On this day, none of the people went out to hunt, and reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Nan. It was not until mid-morning that Jiang Nan used the teleportation talisman. And the figure disappeared, teleporting to Chiba City. When the figure emerged, Jiang Nan looked at the city in front of him. It was very huge and magnificent. There are wooden buildings and stone buildings. All of them are very tall, and there are many buildings with more than 10 floors. Jiang Nan uses this superficial understanding of Chiba City through the narration of the character girl. You also need to go to the hunting guild, receive the task, and then hunt in the advanced secret realm, but you need the secret realm teleportation stone of the advanced secret realm. At least for now, Jiang Nan does not have this condition. So when he got here, he basically started from scratch. Feeling quite depressed, he inquired about the way, took a carriage to the hunting guild, and first went to see the situation and familiarize himself with the environment. Along the way, he saw the prosperity of Chiba City, various weapon shops, elixir shops, and a lot of roadsides, just as many people entered. Fortunately, the ordinary living expenses here are also spent in silver or in person. In this regard, he has prepared a lot in the space, at least he doesn't have to worry about food, drink, and housing. However, those pill weapons need spirit stones to buy. Now Jiang Nan is helpless, he doesn't even have half a spirit stone. Chiba City is huge, even if it took a carriage, it took more than half an hour to reach the hunting guild. The hunting guild here is a majestic 10-story building, and the entrance is very lively, with people coming and going. However, most of them seem to be young people, and the older ones seem to be in their 40s. This world has beauty pills, so judging from the appearance, most of them are young people. Those who have fallen into their 40s are also due to insufficient resources before, and it is a bit late to take the beauty pill, which led to this situation. Although there are beauty pills in this world, at least you need honor points to buy them. There are still many people in this world who have no way to get honor points. Jiang Nan got off the carriage and approached the hunting guild on the Great Wall. After a glance, it is roughly similar to the operation of the hunting guild in the town. There are also many relatives who are calling for more people due to lack of personnel. Lead the team at the peak of the foundation building period, and 2 from the middle or late foundation building period. We need 1 in the late stage of foundation building. Is there anyone here? There were all kinds of shouts. But Jiang Nan could only look and shake his head. He had just broken through to the foundation building stage, which was the early stage of foundation building, and the team to be added here was at least after the middle stage of foundation building, so he was not eligible to join at all. After spending a long time in the hunting guild, Jiangnan walked from the first floor to the fourth floor, only to find that the higher the level of the team, the less likely he would join. The first layer and the second layer are basically teams formed during the foundation building period. And on the second and fourth floors, it was Jing Donqi's team, not to mention joining. Even if he went up to see it, he received a lot of blank stares. He basically understood this situation: the higher the level of the team, the higher the level, so he didn't go up to the fifth floor at all. Just left depressed and left the guild. The whole person is quite confused. What should he do next? So many people are still waiting for him to earn lingsure quickly, and then buy the foundation establishment pill, so that everyone can become a cultivator. In this situation, he himself was trapped. What to do? Jiangnan strolled on the street depressed, aimless. When he walked past the door of a Dan shop, he thought of something and walked in. A beautiful girl at the counter saw Jiangnan coming in, and immediately asked, with a smile on her face, "Do you need any medicine?" "Building foundation pill, what's the price?" Jiangnan asked. 5 spirit stones. The pretty girl replied, but then she looked at Jiang Nan with disgust and asked, "Aren't you an immortal cultivator? Why do you want to buy Jiden?" Ahem. Jiang Nan was a little embarrassed, and explained inexplicably, "I bought it for a friend, of course I am already a cultivator." "Oh, so that's how it is." The pretty girl understood what was going on, and continued to say with a smile on her face, "The pills in our store are affordable, 5 spirit stones, and the price of a foundation building pill is already quite cheap. Other stores have 6 or 7 spirit stones, so buying here is definitely not a loss." Ahem. Jiangnan coughed twice in embarrassment, and said, "I'll turn around then." He didn't have half a spirit stone on him now, and he was just asking casually. After speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, a man in his 30s suddenly walked in from the back door of the store, and asked the beautiful girl, "Xiaomei, I asked you to find a helper. Did you find it?" "Oh." The pretty girl was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Boss, not yet, I forgot. I'll look for it right away. You girl is so unreliable." "The boss," Yuqi said with a bad face. This was a thought in Jiangnan's mind, and a thought floated through his mind. Suddenly, I had an idea to stay here and act as a buddy. Of course, it was not because of lack of money, but at least there was a chance to stay here, and I could learn more about the situation here. Empty reply from server. Although immortal cultivators are aware of this problem, every one of them will take pills. There is no way to do this, because cultivation is a long process, and the life of a cultivator is also limited. Unless one becomes immortal, there is no so-called eternal life. The foundation building period monks and cultivators can live up to 300 years. Similar to the life of a warrior, it is mainly because of the solid foundation laid during the warrior period that the physical fitness is good enough to live for such a long time. The golden elixir can have a lifespan of up to 400 years. Can add 100 years of life. If you can't break through to the next big realm during this period of time, you can only die on the road of cultivation. It is impossible for ordinary cultivators to break through to the next level in such a short period of time. You must need the assistance of elixir. Even If you can't achieve eternal life, at least one level, the breakthrough of a level, life will gradually accumulate. If one breaks through the golden elixir stage and becomes an immortal cultivator of the nascent soul stage, then the lifespan can be increased by 200 years, and 200 more years of cultivation time will be added. And a total of 600 years of life. If one breaks through from the nascent soul stage to the out-of-body stage, then 400 years of life can be added, and a lifespan of 1,000 years can be achieved. Therefore, although there are all kinds of bad medicines, the immortal cultivators still go on, even if they cannot cultivate to become immortals. Even if they break through to the nascent soul stage, they still have 600 years of life. That is also a long life process. If you can break through to the out-of-body stage, you will have a lifespan of 1,000 years, so many immortal cultivators are content. As for immortality, it is not impossible, but it is really impossible for most cultivators to reach that state. But there is one exception, that is, if it is possible to refine a pure super elixir with residue, then since the speed can be increased, there is no residue. It is precisely because of this situation that the same elixir is divided into 4 levels: low level, middle level, high level, and super. The higher the level, the less the residue of the elixir, and the less impact it will have on breaking through the big bottleneck in the future. Therefore, the price of each higher level of elixir is 5 times more expensive. For example, the most commonly used spirit pill, the basic price of each one is 10 spirit stones. Of course, this refers to the low-level spirit pill. But if one can refine an intermediate spirit power pill, the value can be as high as 50 spirit stones. If a high-level spiritual power pill can be refined, the value can be as high as 250 spiritual stones. But if a super spiritual power pill can be refined, it will not only be as simple as 3 to 5 times the price, but at least 10 times the price of a high-level spiritual power pill, worth 2,500 spirit stones. Yes, it's that scary. Many wealthy immortal cultivators are willing to pay a high price for this kind of super-quality elixir to assist cultivation in order to allow themselves to finally break through and become immortals. Even low-level auxiliary cultivation pills like Lingli pills are not spared. These things can't be bought in ordinary elixir stores, but if someone refines a super-quality elixir, the hunting guild will buy it at 10 times the price of high-quality elixir immediately. Or some are directly put into the auction for auction. Of course, low-level pills such as Lingli pills that assist cultivation, but if they are only 1 or 2 pills, they will generally not go to the auction, and will usually be sold directly to the hunting guild. Of course, you can also take it by yourself, but if you are a cultivator without much capital, the pills you usually take are low-level, and they occasionally take a super one that can only be said to be a waste. So in the end, super pills will be concentrated in the hands of those with strong financial resources. Empty reply from server. This may be because the boss has refined a mid-level Dolly Dan, so he is happy. It may also be that, after Jiang Nan came here for 2 days, the boss Jiang knew enough and trusted him. When he began to refine the next batch of elixir, he said to Jiang Nan, "Young man, come in and help me watch the fire." This is the first time that Jiang Nan has entered the alchemy room of the owner of the alchemy pharmacy. Jiang Nan himself was interested in alchemy, and with his boss's permission, he happily walked into the alchemy room. The alchemy furnace here is not as tall as it looks in the TV series, but it looks very much like an oven. The elixir made at the beginning is about the size of a quail egg, but after refining, if it is successful, it is only the size of a soybean grain. The fuel needed for alchemy is something called Li flint, which emits a particularly bright flame. The most important thing in alchemy is to control the heat and the time of alchemy. This is very difficult, because in the short period of time when the elixir is successfully refined, the sooner or later the elixir is released will determine whether it will be refined into a useless elixir, or what quality elixir will be refined. The more advanced the elixir is, the more difficult it is to control the temperature. For the top-level elixir, there is not even a second difference between the optimal temperature of the ammunition and turning it into a useless elixir. Either the heat has passed, or the elixir has not been practiced, and sooner or later it will become a waste elixir. Jiang Nan was on the side, following the instructions of the owner of the elixir shop to leave Huasher. A little more. There is still a little less, add a little more. According to the tips of the owner of the Danyang shop, Jiang Nan added little by little, making the alchemy more and more popular. Okay, just keep it like this, and listen to my instructions. The boss ordered. The most important thing is not to make any noise. To tell whether the elixir in the pill furnace has been successfully refined, it mainly depends on the sound from inside to judge by hearing. Don't disturb me, the boss told. Jiang Nan nodded, sitting on a low bench, guarding under the alchemy furnace, ready to add Lihua stone at any time. The boss is drinking tea leisurely. Now that the ammunition has just been fired, it is still early, so there is no rush to observe the heat. Jiang Nan blinked, and ran out of a detection with a success rate in his heart. After an hour, it will be possible to refine a super pill. 100%. Crack. Jiang Nan was happy. As expected, he used alchemy according to the success rate. This is a rhythm against the sky. He also learned that other alchemists rely on hearing, listening to the reaction in the alchemy furnace. The accuracy rate is simply too low, and it is too difficult, but if he uses the success rate, he can control 100% and practice the situation of the elixir. When he learned about alchemy, he thought of this problem first, but he didn't have the chance to try it until now. Now that he tried it, it turned out to be exactly what he thought. How could you not be excited? Obviously, being able to refine elixir is an absolute must. If you go hunting in the secret realm, you can make money much faster. Then, all problems will be solved. Jiang Nan was very excited, but he did not show any signs of but continued to throw out a probe. The super pill can be refined within 2 hours. 0%. Obviously, this kind of result has shown that it takes at least 2 hours to refine the super pill. Regarding this situation, Jiang Nan was not in a hurry, even though it was his first time entering the alchemy room. But he knew, the owner of the pharmacy could only practice 3 poison elixirs a day. Obviously, it took a very long time to refine a batch of elixirs. Jiang Nan had nothing to do, and threw out another probe. After 4 hours, you can refine high-grade pills. 100%. A high-grade elixir can be refined within 5 hours. 100%. Jiang Nan is basically confirmed. Judging from the current situation, it will take 4 hours for this elixir to be successfully developed. That can only wait slowly. Jiang Nan was not in a hurry, and while following the boss's instructions from time to time, adding some lihushi when the firepower was weak, he waited slowly. About an hour later, Jiang Nan had an idea and started to continue to detect. He was wondering if he could shorten the refining time and produce super pills. If he increased the firepower, With nothing to do, he sent out detections one after another. In the end, a clear result was obtained. It is indeed possible to increase the speed of alchemy by increasing vitality. Calculated based on the current firepower, the firepower can basically be doubled, and a batch of elixir can be refined in 2 hours. But this is already the limit. If the firepower is increased, then no matter how long it takes to refine the refined pill will be useless. Obviously, through the detection of Jiangnan's success rate, the limit of users and the limit of time limit have been grasped. But now that the pharmacy owner was at the level of a junior alchemist, he didn't dare to use such a large firepower at all, so he could only use a small fire to do it slowly, otherwise it would be beyond his control. Even for Xiaohua, he has been refining alchemy for 10 years, and he still doesn't control it precisely enough. It can be said that being an alchemist is very difficult. Jiangnan knew it well and didn't say much, but waited for the time to pass. Slowly. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Jiangnan also sends out a detection from time to time, and the maturity of the ammunition is very close through the detection. And the owner of the alchemy shop has already put his ears on the alchemy furnace very seriously. What has he been listening to? He frowned while listening. And Jiangnan also quietly, intensively ran out one by one. A super elixir has been refined. 80%. I have already practiced a super pill. 90%. I have developed a super pill. 100%. However, Jiangnan saw that the owner of the elixir shop had to listen carefully, and had no intention of releasing the elixir. Obviously, he didn't realize that he had already refined a super elixir. Jiangnan even had the urge to tell boss Danyang immediately, but after thinking about it for a while, he held back and didn't say anything. Instead, continued to probe. As a result of the detection, the success rate of the super elixir is only 0%. In the next detection, it is obvious that it only exists for a moment. If it cannot be released in time, the opportunity will be missed. Jiangnan thought for a while, then changed his mind and continued to detect. A high-level elixir has been refined. 90%. Refining high-grade pills. 100%. The time difference is only 3 or 2 seconds. If it was released at this time, he could still get high-grade pills, but he saw that the boss of the pills had no intention of moving at all. Jiangnan felt helpless seeing this situation. Now that the opportunity has been missed, he didn't say much. After about a minute, the boss hesitated for a while, and pulled out the pill from the pill furnace. There was a smile on his face, and he said happily, "Not bad, another 20 pills have been refined." Jiangnan was relatively speechless. Okay, let's go to eat. After eating, we will refine the furnace again. And then rest. The boss said happily. While eating, Jiangnan remained silent, wondering what should he do next. Should I help the boss refine the elixir, or start a new one by myself? After much deliberation, he understood one thing, and it was absolutely impossible to start anew by himself now. Because there is no capital at all. Because there are no snacks and no initial capital, he can only help his boss make alchemy temporarily and get some profits from it. He will open his own alchemy room when he has enough capital. With this thought in mind, Jiangnan decided that he would make a move when the next alchemy was made. He thought of when he did it suddenly, otherwise he would have been very angry and interrupted his order, and when he saw Chao in front of him, he would have lost all anger. With this idea, I plan to implement it in the future. But then he had another idea. He really couldn't do it like this, after all. It was too difficult to refine a super elixir in this world. If he can show this ability, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous. He is worried that the boss will control him and use him as a cash cow in the future. If this is the case, then it's over. After all, he is alone in the Great Wall now, and he is a completely weak person with no ability to protect himself. With this idea in mind, he thought again and again, and finally made up his mind that he could help the boss refine an intermediate level elixir. If this happened, the boss would be very happy, and it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. So when refining alchemy again, as time went by, when the elixirs were about to mature, Jiangnan kept probing and throwing them out one by one. Successful refining of intermediate elixir. 0%. Boss, you are listening carefully. When the detection reached 100% success in refining the medium-based elixir, Jiangnan suddenly moved, stood up suddenly, and pulled the refined elixir out of the elixir furnace. Ah! Boy, what are you going to do? The boss just exclaimed. The anger on his face had made his expression extremely distorted. If this pill is useless, it will take her more than 10 days of refining to make up for it. This is all his hard work. But the next moment he was stunned, his eyes fixed on the elixir that Jiangnan took out. Suddenly, there are 3 intermediate-level pills, and there are more than 20 low-level pills. Ah? After being stunned, the boss exclaimed again, what the hell is going on? There is no need to think about it too much, he has earned a lot of pills this way, and he has earned a lot. There are only 3 intermediate pills, each of which is 5 times the price of a primary pill, so 3 pills are equivalent to 15 pills. And Jiangnan was also stunned. Subconsciously, he thought that this batch of pills were all intermediate level pills, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. There were only 3 intermediate level pills. Jiangnan was still slightly disappointed. If Jiangnan's idea was to let the store owner know, he would probably be mad. It took a long time for the boss to react. He looked at Jiangnan with burning eyes and asked, little brother, what is going on? Do you know how to make alchemy? I don't know much about alchemy, but I am born with an intuition. I used to have it, so now I feel that I can take it out, so I took it out, and the result is like this. Jiangnan said. And he pretended to be stupid and said in a daze, boss, I didn't spoil your elixir, did I? No, no. The boss quickly waved his hands and said happily, not only did it not go bad, but it also trained 3 intermediate-level spiritual power pills. This batch has made a lot of money. That's good, that's good. I just want to try my feeling, so I didn't tell the boss in advance. I was afraid that you would stop me and not let me try. As expected, my intuition was right, and I actually made a good pill. Jiangnan continued to pretend to be stupid and said in a daze. At this time, the boss's eyes looking at Jiangnan had lost the sparkle. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he said, little brother, you mean, you always had this intuition before? Yes. Jiangnan nodded and said, I was born with this intuition. That's really great. The boss said extremely excitedly, if your intuition is really accurate every time, then we will get rich. No, we have to try another batch of pills. While talking, the boss has already started to prepare in a hurry. Jiangnan saw a helpless wry smile in his eyes. It was already evening. If he made another batch of elixir, he would definitely have to stay up all night. But there is no way to see the boss's current excitement, and it is impossible not to continue. But it's good, let the boss know that he is so capable, and Jiangnan will feel relieved. Next, he will bargain with the boss. If he only pays a few taels of silver a day, he will turn around and leave without staying longer. He believes that the boss will never let him go just like that, and will finally agree to his conditions. After all, his conditions will allow the boss to also have a lot of profit margins, which is a win-win cooperation. The boss didn't let Jiangnan do anything, so he let Jiangnan rest on the sidelines. He got busy and started making raw pills. He took a break from his busy schedule, poured a cup of tea for Jiangnan, and said, "Little brother, you drink tea first. We will stay up late tonight and work overtime, and we will make another furnace of elixir. Don't worry, I will definitely give you more money." Jiangnan didn't refuse, sat down beside him, crossed his legs, and drank tea leisurely. The boss completely took over his job, made the elixir, put it in the stove, lit the fire himself, watched the fire alone, and asked Jiangnan to rest. The small days in Jiangnan can be said to be leisurely. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. At this time, the boss began to look at Jiangnan with a flattering smile and said, "Little brother, use your intuition again. You think that the elixir should be out of the oven, so take it out. I completely trust you. Don't worry, I won't blame you even if this batch of elixir is completely useless." This time he was trying completely, and he was willing to go all out. Even if this batch of elixir was refined, it would be useless. Of course, in his heart, he is very much looking forward to the success of Jiangnan's intuition. After all, the facts of the last time are already in front of him. Of course, if Jiangnan's intuition is not accurate this time, I'm afraid the boss will change his face immediately. If this potion of elixir is useless, although Jiangnan doesn't need to pay any compensation, I'm afraid the boss will drive him away if he gets angry. But the boss doesn't think about these things now, they now hope that Jiangnan's directness and accuracy. Because every time I can practice the elixir like the last time, it will definitely make a fortune. The boss was shocked and a little unacceptable. Jiangnan also understands very well that this opportunity is very important to him, so he does not let down his vigilance and detects from time to time. In the later stage, it keeps throwing out detection, with success rates of 50%, 60%, 80% approaching. Jiangnan had already stood up, approaching the front of the alchemy furnace. And this time he was ready for battle. He wanted to see the effect of the refined elixir. Following the detection, the refining of intermediate elixir was 100% successful. The next moment, Jiangnan had already pulled the drawer containing the pill out of the pill furnace. Immediately, the fragrance hits the face. "Boss, you were the first to come up to see it. Wow, my God, it's amazing, little brother, your intuition is simply amazing. I didn't expect you to have such a talent, it's just..." The boss was so excited that he didn't know how to express it. And Jiangnan also laughed this time. Sure enough, the effect this time is better than the last time. It should be that the time he hesitated to take out the elixir last time was a little shorter, so the effect will be worse. But this time, there are a total of 10 intermediate-level spiritual power pills, and nearly 30 elementary-level medicine pills. In other words, for this batch of pills, a full 40 people successfully refined them, and only 60 pills became waste. As far as Jiangnan's current level of alchemy is concerned, even among the intermediate alchemists, he is definitely the best, and few people can achieve such a high level of success. It's developed, this time it's really developed. The boss was so excited that he spoke incoherently and danced. The loud shout made him fall asleep, and the pretty girl also woke up and ran away and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with the old class?" "It's the middle of the night." "Oh." The boss was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he was overexcited, blinked his eyes quickly, thought of something, and quickly said to the pretty girl, it's okay, you go to rest quickly, and you have to get up early tomorrow to look at the store." "Are you sure you're okay?" The pretty girl was still a little puzzled. "If I say it's okay, it's okay. Go to sleep." The boss's face turned cold, and he was a little unhappy when he came down. Obviously he didn't want pretty girls to know these things. Oh well. The pretty girl was very helpless, she was obviously very happy to see the boss look good just now, so she asked a few more questions, but she lost her temper immediately. The pretty girl hurried back to her room and went to sleep helplessly. And Jiang Nan was quite satisfied with the effect of his alchemy this time. Taken together, these elixirs are worth a lot of spirit stones. The price of the primary spirit power pill and foundation building pill is the same, 5 spirit stones each. The intermediate spirit power pill is 5 times that of the primary spirit power pill, and 1 pill is worth 25 spirit stones. The 10 pills refined this time are worth 250 spirit stones. And there are 30 more, and the elementary spirit power pill is also worth 150 spirit stones, and the value of this road pill is already 400 spirit stones. And the cost price is only equivalent to 18 low-level spirit power pills. After calculating it like this, the profit is too much. "Little brother, why don't we try refining another potion of elixir?" the boss said to Jiang Nan again. He was still a little worried whether it was luck to do this again, and he wanted to try to refine a furnace of elixir. If it was really Jiang Nan, he could refine such a powerful one next time, but if so, he must truly believe that Jiang Nan's intuition is very powerful. "Boss, it's so late, wait until tomorrow," Jiang Nan said. He wanted to scold his mother soon. This boss is simply too greedy. If it is already midnight refining a batch of pills, it will be almost dawn. Do you still want to be alive? Of course, there is nothing wrong with staying up all night with his current physique, but it's still the same sentence, why? Oh. The boss was stunned for a moment, and immediately felt that his request was really too much, so today's road was squeezed out for extra practice, and now he still needs to refine another pot of elixir. So he quickly said, "Yes, you can wait until tomorrow, you can wait until tomorrow, there is no rush, little brother, go to rest, and tomorrow we will refine another batch of elixir." Jiang Nan didn't say anything, he yawned and went to rest. The boss was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. He really wanted to make another batch of pills to see the effect, but there was really no way. This situation made him too excited today. Jiang Nan really slept soundly, and slept until dawn. As soon as he got up and washed his face, the beautiful girl from the pill shop came to him and shouted at him, "Boss Jiang Nan asked you to go there." "Okay, I know." Jiang Nan nodded, he already understood what was going on in his heart. The boss was in a hurry to ask him to try another batch of elixir. But he was not in a hurry, he was thinking in his heart, when will his plan showdown with the boss? Should we talk to him now, or wait until we refine a furnace of elixir? After thinking about it for a while, anyway, I am not short of the money for this batch of elixir, so I will refine another batch to make the boss feel more at ease, and then negotiate terms with him. Only after worrying about it did he go to the alchemy room to find the boss. When he came to the alchemy room, the boss was already in full swing, and the alchemy furnace was already ready. Seeing Jiangnan coming over, he said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, you are here, come, let's refine another batch of elixir. The old rules, you don't have to do anything, just sit here and drink tea, and when you feel that the elixir is ready, do it." While talking, Jiangnan poured him a cup of tea very politely. Jiangnan was also polite, and sat down with his legs crossed. The boss's alchemy with a busy schedule, as time goes by. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. Jiangnan throws out a probe from time to time, and when it's over, he just drinks tea leisurely. As time went by, although the boss didn't say anything, but kept looking at Jiangnan, it was obvious that Sydney was still in a hurry. Jiangnan's detections were thrown out one by one. 10%, 30%, 50%. Just when the detection was 100%, Jiangnan suddenly moved and pulled out the drawer of the alchemy furnace. The boss glanced up at the first time and his mouth was crooked. There are 12 middle-level spiritual power pills, and more than 20 low-level spiritual power pills, which are more successful than the previous batch of pills. TSK, TSK. Great, great. The boss was so excited that he lost his composure. The boss now also trusts Jiangnan very much. This is definitely not a coincidence, but Jiangnan's intuition is simply too powerful. Little brother, you are amazing. From now on, work hard. I will give you 100 taels a month. The boss said excitedly. Hee hee. Jiangnan smiled. Boss, I think it's necessary for the two of us to talk. You also know that I am a cultivator of immortals. What I need is not silver, but spiritual stones. Oh. The boss was stunned for a moment, realized something, and asked. Little brother, what do you mean? Since this is the case, let's open the skylight and tell the truth that I won't play around. I now have a very simple condition. The medicine that will be refined in the future will be split equally between the two of us, and I will not be responsible for other things. The boss is responsible for you, including the medicinal herbs for alchemy. What do you think, boss? Jiangnan said with a smile. Ah. Little brother, it's not kind of you to do this. The boss immediately said unhappy. Well, since this is the case, then I have no other choice. See you, the boss. Jiangnan said, turned and left. Without hesitation. Ah. This time the boss became impatient. Jiangnan is now a cash cow, how could he be willing to let Jiangnan go? Immediately said quickly, little brother, don't worry, wait a minute, let's talk. It's still the same sentence. If you agree to my conditions, I will stay. There is nothing to talk about. If you agree, boss, I will stay. If you don't agree, I will leave now. Jiangnan stopped for a while and said. Little brother, is there no room for negotiation? You are too ruthless. Calculated in this way, you earn more than me. The boss said a little unhappy. Boss, I think you've done the wrong thing. You should calculate according to your previous level of alchemy. Now half of my level of alchemy is given to you. You earn more or less than before, and it's not a little bit more. Jiang Nan said. Oh. Jiang Nan's words made the boss stunned for a moment, and after careful consideration, it was indeed such a truth. It's because I'm too greedy. Even if I let Jiang Nan share half of it, then I'm Earning enough, and this deal can be done well. Thinking about it this way, the boss figured it out, but he still didn't give up, and said to Jiangnan, "Little brother, can't we be flexible? We can add 21 to 5, but we need to reduce the cost of refining these pills. Can't we add 21 to 5 later?" "No." Jiangnan raised his middle finger, shook his head and said, "It's not that I insist on making more money than you, the boss, but that it's too troublesome. What I don't like the most is trouble. In short, I still say the same thing. If you think it's okay, I'll stay. If you don't, I'll leave immediately." Okay, I promise. The boss also saw Jiangnan's firm attitude, so he didn't say anything, and immediately agreed. Jiangnan smiled, and returned to the pharmacy with a victorious gesture. He, little brother, let's hurry up to refine alchemy this time, you won't refuse this time, you earned more than half of this. The boss figured it out, and his mood immediately improved, and many of them said to Jiangnan. Now he is eager to continue refining alchemy without stopping. At this moment, Jiangnan suddenly remembered a question, looked at the owner of the pharmacy and said, "Boss, I still have a question, or it's not a question, I have one more thing I want to talk to you about." "Oh?" The boss was stunned for a moment and asked, "Little brother, what's the matter, tell me." "I think, exchange my 50% of these pills into spirit stones. You open the pill shop, and you can sell the 3 kinds of pills. Then you can just give me the spirit stones." "Of course this is possible, this is of course possible, there is no problem at all." The boss thought that he was a little worried about what kind of question Jiangnan would ask, but when Jiangnan asked such a question, he immediately agreed happily. Because, one thing Jiangnan didn't know was that even though these primary pills were refined, he would have to bother to sell them to the boss, and there was no profit in the middle, because the spirit stones were handed over to Jiangnan at the price of 5 spirit stones each. But for the middle-level pills, the boss can take them directly to the hunting guild. Although they also give them to the hunting guild with 25 spirit stones each, they can get the hunting guild's favorability. This is what the boss earns. Although he didn't earn too many spirit stones, the boss is very happy to be able to board the big ship of the hunting guild. He also guessed that Jiangnan made such a request, because he didn't know this. So he happily agreed. Oh. Jiangnan was a little surprised that the boss agreed so happily, and subconsciously realized that there must be something tricky about it that he didn't know. But all the words have been said, and he didn't say anything more. We will find out what's going on with this matter later. Anyway, the current situation is the most beneficial for him. Little brother, is there any problem now? You can start alchemy. The boss has already started to urge again. Of course, no problem. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Boss doesn't need you to pour tea for me this time, I will do it myself." While talking, Jiangnan slowly poured tea for himself, and drank it slowly. Boss? Well, he is now a grandfather. The boss didn't say anything, and started to work on his own as before, and Jiangnan was only in charge, but the moment he was about to be released. Even at the beginning, Jiangnan didn't have to guard there at all, he went around the street and walked around. Came back 2 hours later. Also in about 4 hours, 1 furnace of pills was refined, and the result of the refining was basically the same as the last 2 times. There were more than 24 primary pills and 12 intermediate pills. Jiangnan was also very happy. After a rough calculation, this time he was able to get 12 primary pills and 6 intermediate pills. If converted into spirit stones, it would be a huge sum. Only this time, it was already easy to divide, it was already enough for other people in the small town to have foundation establishment pills, and it was more than enough to use up. Of course, Jiangnan, after all, has a plan. This time, he will stay here for a longer period of time at the elixir shop, and leave after saving enough spiritual stones. Being able to allow myself enough to leave after I have the capital to gain a foothold in this Dasheng is also a little compensation for the boss. He planned to set this time as 1 month, when he would be able to accumulate a large amount of wealth, and some bosses would make a fortune, so he would be worthy of him. A month passed in the blink of an eye. And Jiangnan has accumulated a lot of wealth in this month, if it is said, it will probably make countless people jealous. No one could have imagined that such a small elixir store would produce such a large amount of wealth today. The wealth accumulated by Jiangnan every day has more than 600 pieces of spirit stones, and more than 20,000 pieces of spirit stones have been accumulated in 1 month. If this wealth is said, it will definitely be made, and many people in the small town will drool with envy. Especially those like Jiangnan, who are only immortal cultivators in the foundation establishment period. And the boss has also accumulated a lot of wealth during this period of time. And his mouth is almost crooked every day. Jiangnan felt it was time to leave. On the second day after 1 month, in the evening, when he pretended to go for a walk, he left a note in his room and left quietly. The reason why he left silently was because he didn't want any accidents to happen. What if the boss had some bad intentions? So he doesn't allow that to happen. There was a distance away from the elixir shop. Jiangnan immediately took a carriage and left towards a place far away from the elixir shop, and then it was completely dark before getting out of the car and staying in an inn. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiangnan got up early in the morning on the second day and began to make big purchases. Buy the necessities you need. The first thing to buy is the teleportation talisman. If you buy this thing with Lingshire, it is simply too cheap. A spirit stone costs 10 yuan. Jiangnan directly used 10 spirit stones and bought 100 of them, one for his own convenience, and one for giving others some later. Then I bought the foundation establishment pill, and bought more than 20 pills at one time. Because in addition to the 15 people who followed him, Jiangnan also prepared the foundation pill for his parents. During these 2 periods of time, although Jiangnan didn't let his parents take him into this world, when he returned to Earth, he would bring back all kinds of medicines that he needed, such as beauty pills and medicines to strengthen his body, for his parents to take. Let them have resources on the earth and practice slowly. Although his parents are getting older and the speed of cultivation is slower, although the resources are relatively abundant, they have not yet reached the peak of martial arts. Now they have only reached the middle stage of bone refinement. Therefore, they can only take the foundation pill after they reach the peak. However, Jiangnan has bought it from them now, and when they take it, he will take it directly. Jiangnan has already made up his mind that when he has established a stable position in this public opinion, he will bring his parents into this world. Now with the physical fitness of the parents, it is no problem to live to 200 years old completely, so there is still a chance to cultivate and become a fairy. Of course, the premise is that there is a rich supply of resources, all of which depend on Jiangnan. Afterwards, Jiangnanhan bought the alchemy furnace, as well as the leaf flint, medicinal herbs, and other things needed for alchemy. Anyway, everything that should be prepared was prepared. Now that there is one in the south of the Yangtze River, if you start, you can find a room to make alchemy immediately. Of course, the only medicine he refines now is Lingli pill, because he doesn't know how to practice other medicines, and he doesn't know what the formula is, so he can't configure it at all. But this is not urgent, take your time, as long as you have enough spirit stones, there is nothing you can't get. Everything was ready. Jiangnan set off, took out the teleportation talisman, and teleported back to the town directly. When I returned to the small courtyard, I found that other people had not returned from hunting. After all, it was still morning. Jiangnan was not in a hurry. He returned to the room where he lived before, made a cup of tea by himself, drank it slowly, and waited for everyone to come back. Until the evening, Gugu and Chen-Chi's little brother came back one by one. Jiangnan heard their conversation in his room. Gugu said, "Boss has been away for so long, and there is no news at all. I don't know what's going on now." Later, Chen-Chi's voice came over, "If you are in a hurry, take your time." Jiangnan went to another big city. It may be difficult at the beginning. It is not so easy to rush out of the sky. Let's wait patiently. That's the only way to go. Gugu said helplessly, "Let's seize the time to hunt, rely on our own ability, and try to add as little burden to the boss as possible." Yes, that's all we can do. And she said, "However, our hunting today was pretty good, with nearly 40 demon wolves." That's right, our harvest is good today. I don't know how the other teams are doing. I hope our harvest will be richer. Buy a hard-boiled egg earlier at 3 o'clock and 1 o'clock, and then someone can help the boss. Gugu said. But I miss Brother Jiang so much. Bebe on the side said. Before, Bebe was in a team with Jiangnan, but after Jiangnan left the team led by Jiangnan, there was no need for it to exist, so several people joined the other 3 teams to help. Jiangnan smiled secretly when he heard their conversation, walked out of the room, looked at Gugu Anchi and the others in the yard, smiled, and said, "Are you all right?" Several people heard Jiangnan's voice in the small courtyard, and hurriedly raised their heads to look at the corridor on the 2nd floor. When they saw Jiangnan, they were all surprised. Jiangnan. Boss. Brother Jiang, woo woo. Several people rushed up to the 2nd floor while shouting. And Qi and Bei Bei came out of Jiangnan's arms one after another. Hey. Gugu smirked at the side, and said while laughing, "When the others come back, if the news of the boss's return is heard, they will definitely be very happy." It took a long time for the excitement of several people to calm down. And Qi asked, "How is Jiangnan? How are you doing in the big city?" "Oh." Jiangnan sighed in a pretentious manner. And Qi's heart suddenly tightened, and she asked, "Why is it not easy to get along? If you really can't do it, you can come back, stay in the small town. Let you go to a strange big city to work hard for us, I feel very uncomfortable." Puff. Jiangnan couldn't help laughing, and said while laughing, "I'm just kidding. It's not easy to mess around, no matter who I am, your husband, no matter where I go, it's my world." Huh. You hate me to death, and you still tease me, making people worry about you. And Qi Jiao raised her small fist in anger and punched Jiangnan a few times. However, those with little power are like scratching an itch, without any lethality at all, only a lovely breath rushing towards your face. At this time, and Qi was beautiful and cute, looking at Jiangnan, she felt itchy in her heart, saying that she hadn't touched her for a long time, now. She can't wait to have some intimacy right away. It didn't take long, and the stunning girl and the others were all very happy when they heard the news of Jiangnan's return. The stunning girl couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart, and asked, Jiangnan, how about Jiangnan after you went to Chiba City? Jiangnan chuckled. This time, he didn't try to make fun of the beautiful girl, but he didn't rush to say anything. Instead, he said, there's no rush. I'll tell you when everyone else comes back. This is a very long story. Okay. The stunning girl was helpless. Although he is very anxious to know the situation now, he also knows that it would be too troublesome if everyone came back and told them one by one. Jiangnan will tell everyone the situation after everyone comes back together. Not long after, Deng Wei and his team also came back. Also hearing the news of Jiangnan's return, everyone was very happy. A group of people got together, looking forward to Jiangnan talking about his situation in Chiba City. Jiangnan didn't waste any more time. He smiled first, and suddenly a pile of sparkling spirit stones appeared in front of everyone with a thought. My God, there are so many spirit stones? The stunning girl was the first to exclaim. It can be said that there are not many people here who have had the opportunity to see Lingshi, and Samizi is one of them. Others are just attracted by the colorful spirit stones. What kind of gems do they think it is? It wasn't until the stunning girl shouted out that everyone knew that this was the Lingshi. Then he instantly realized how precious the spirit stones are, and now Jiangnan has made such a large pile, directly. This is simply too scary. The shock in everyone's heart can be described as earth-shaking, generally huge. My God, there are probably tens of thousands of spirit stones in such a big pile? The stunning girl continued to exclaim. No. Jiangnan smiled and said, there are more than 20,000 of them. Oh my God, I can't even imagine how valuable 20,000 spirit stones will be. A foundation establishment pill only needs 5 spirit stones, but only 20,000 spirit stones. If we buy a foundation establishment pill with a little money, we will have to fight for several months. And she quickly settled the account, and couldn't help exclaiming, the shock on her face became even bigger. She could no longer imagine how valuable this pile of spirit stones was. It was simply too terrifying and terrifying. The others were not much better, and everyone who was shocked had distorted expressions and looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. Everyone was speechless for a long time. Jiangnan, how did you do it? I really can't imagine that you have accumulated so much wealth in such a short period of time. What method can you use to do it? The stunning girl who had calmed down asked. She knows a little bit about these situations. Even if she becomes an immortal cultivator, the chances of hunting in the highest level secret realms are higher than theirs in these low-level secret realms, but she knows that it is very good for each team to earn a few spirit stones every day. And Jiangnan, what is this? In a month, more than 20,000 spirit stones, 6 or 700 spirit stones a day, and still alone, this makes people wonder how it is done. How can the stunning girl not be shocked? Looking at their shocked expressions, Jiangnan smiled, and slowly told everyone about his experience of this month. After listening to Jiangnan's story, everyone couldn't believe it for a year. They didn't expect Jiangnan to earn Lingshi at such a terrifying speed. Of course, I was extremely excited at the same time. With such a big tree, wouldn't they also be able to flourish? When Jiangnan finished talking, Xian Yen waved his hand, and 15 foundation establishment pills appeared in front of everyone. Jiangnan continued, one for each person. Everyone eats these foundation building pills in batches, and then breaks through the peak of martial arts and becomes a cultivator. If you want to stay in the small town, then stay in the small town. If you don't want to stay in the small town, go to Chiba City. With me. Yeah. Everyone nodded. The beautiful girl said at this time, if Jiangnan is not in a hurry, I suggest that we divide it into 3 batches, to eat the Jiden, and the others will be responsible for protecting the Dharma to ensure safety. Anyway, it's not too late. We need to be safer. Of course there is no rush. I want to rest for 2 more days when I come back. This time. Jiangnan said. This is the best, I also hope, it's better to be safer. And Qi said. Yeah. The spider spirit looked at Jiangnan with a wink. No one had any opinions, so it was decided. The 15 people were divided into 3 groups, and 5 people would eat jujidan every day. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Although it's only been a short 3 days, all the people who follow Jiangnan now have transformed into warriors, cultivators of immortals. It can be said to be a qualitative change. Everyone is delighted with an irrepressible smile. Jiangnan was also very happy to see them happy. However, after breakfast on the 4th day, Jiangnan decided not to delay any longer. It was time to return to Chiba City and start his grand plan. Now is just the beginning of his plan, yes, it is just the beginning, with his level of alchemy success rate, the day to really earn spirit stones has just arrived. Don't waste time, he said to everyone, now that everyone has become a cultivator, we can't waste our precious training time. I plan to go to Chenya City today. Now there are 2 situations. After all, you have just become cultivators. I think it is enough to bring a few people to follow me to Chiba City to help me. Because others are too weak, it is better to stay in the small town. Stay in the small town. You can also practice. When I earn enough spirit stones, I will buy you the heart to practice. Method, and there is still enough supply of spirit stones, everyone's cultivation speed will not be too slow. Jiangnan's words just fell. The 321 girl immediately said, oh, I can't go to Chiba City yet. I really want to go to Chiba City. I thought I could go after becoming a cultivator. But I can't go there. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to Chiba City, but I didn't expect to be able to. Yeah, what a pity, I really want to visit a big city, like Chiba City. Immediately, several girls joined in. Jiangnan didn't expect this to happen. He was a little surprised. He thought that as long as the resources were sufficient, it would be the same no matter where he practiced, but he didn't expect everyone's curiosity. Out of curiosity, everyone wanted to take a look at a big city like Chiba City. It seems that everyone is still unwilling to accept this idea of mine. In this case, let's take everyone with you, and don't make everyone unhappy. And at this moment, the stunning girl stood up and said, I have a way in. Jiangnan. Oh. Jiangnan was stunned for a moment and said, what method, let's talk about it. So the girl nodded and said, since everyone wants to go to a big city like Chiba City to have a look, but it also depends on whether the conditions are allowed or not, so you still have to follow what you said before, you choose a small number of people to help you, and learn about a big city like Chiba City. If you buy a small courtyard like ours that can accommodate many people, is it very expensive? If it is too expensive, everyone should practice herein. A small town. After a pause, the stunning girl continued, after all, we mainly focus on cultivation resources, and spirit stones cannot be wasted on curiosity. What the stunning girl said made sense, and everyone nodded. The beautiful girl changed the subject and said, conversely, after buying shares and going to Chiba City, it is not particularly expensive for him to buy a small courtyard like ours for everyone to live in. We can accept it. Then buy a small courtyard and let everyone live in it. This way everyone can come to Chiba City. Jiangnan, do you think my method is feasible? Jiangnan smiled happily, nodded quickly, and said, it's feasible, very feasible, and I agree with this approach. The stunning girl looked at the others and said, what do you think? Is it okay to do this? I want to hear everyone's opinions. If you have any different ideas, you can speak up. I agree. I agree. As soon as the stunning girl said her words, everyone immediately answered in favor of her. But later Xi said, I do have a question. Everyone's eyes turned to Xi immediately. Xi looked at Jiangnan and said, Jiangnan, what Huang Meizi said was good just now, but the question I want to ask is, you have stayed in Chiba City for a month, yes, if you buy a small yard like ours here, it will be expensive. Don't you know? What Xi meant was obvious. If Jiangnan knew about this problem, he would not have to bring other people there to understand the situation clearly, and then decide whether to bring everyone with him, and he could just make a decision. After all, Jiangnan has been in Chiba City for a month, and maybe these things are known, so the words of the stunning girl are equivalent to adding a layer of skin, which is meaningless. I really don't understand this. Jiangnan said with a wry smile, you know, Xi, that I don't want to pay attention to such trivial things as my temper and personality, so I didn't think about this issue, and I didn't pay attention to it. Well. Xi nodded and said, in the future, I'm just asking. I don't mean to blame you. You are a person who does big things. You really shouldn't take these small things to heart, or they will affect your big things. In this case, we will follow what Huang Meizi said. This time, you will bring a few people there to help you, and the people who pass by will go to find out whether the spirit stones spent to complete the purchase of a small courtyard are expensive or not. Jiangnan nodded and made a decision directly, that's it. I'll pick a few people and go to Chiba City first. Don't worry everyone. Once you understand the situation clearly, if conditions permit, I will pick you up immediately. Then Jiangnan, you can choose. This time someone will go with you to taste it. The stunning girl said. After speaking, she looked at Jiangnan with burning eyes, and it was obvious that she wanted to go with Jiangnan. Everyone also looked at Jiangnan with burning eyes. Obviously, many people wanted to follow Jiangnan to Chiba City this time. Everyone wants to get a taste of what a big city looks like earlier. At this moment, the girl Chuanxin in the crowd bit her lip halfway, as if she was struggling, but after a while she didn't seem to be struggling, she stood up and said, Boss, I'm not in a hurry, I'm waiting for the next batch, let the other sisters go first. Jiangnan looked at Sister Chuanxin and smiled at this attitude, and liked it very much in his heart, but he said, this is up to you, Sister Chuanxin, you are one of the first batch of candidates to follow me to Chiba City this time. Ah. Sister Chuanxin said with some surprise, Boss, this is inappropriate. Let your other girls go first. I'm not in a hurry. Although she said this, everyone could see that it was against her will. Like everyone else, she wanted to go and have a look at Chiba City, but she just wanted to give this opportunity to others, so she said this. I said, have you forgotten my habit of never taking back what I say? Jiang Nan said with a smile. All right then. Sister Chuanxin had no choice but to answer obediently. Jiang Nan smiled and continued, next, those who can follow me to Chiba City are Huang Meizi and Qi, Du Yu, Mi Ro, and Gu Gu. Well, let's just choose these few people. The others will wait for the next batch. And I promise everyone that if you arrive in Chiba City, as long as it is not too expensive to buy a small courtyard, I will definitely buy a small courtyard as soon as possible to take everyone over. The people who hadn't been named were in a bad mood, but when they heard Jiang Nan's words, everyone felt much better and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the speed at which Jiang Nan can earn spirit stones is obvious to all. With such a speed, they believe that they will be able to buy a small courtyard in the future, and they don't need to stay here long to visit a big city like Chiba City. Of course, the most important thing is to be able to stay by Jiang Nan's side. With the decision made, everyone had another good lunch at noon. It was a farewell to Jiang Nan and the others. Even before leaving like this, everyone was still reluctant to leave, and while everyone stayed behind to watch, Jiang Nan treated the chosen character girl and Qi, and used the teleportation talisman one by one, left the small town, and teleported directly to Chiba City. Wow. Oh my god, it's a big city, it's amazing. It's so beautiful. As soon as they arrived in Chiba City, Sister Chuanxin and girl Jiz exclaimed in amazement, marveling at the majestic and magnificent city here. However, Qi, Du Yu, Mi Ro, and Gu Gu did show a little indifference. There is no way to witness most of the prosperity on earth. A city like this is nothing at all, so there is nothing to be amazed at. Instead, I feel that the behavior of Sister Chuanxin and Stunning Girl is quite funny. But they can also understand Chuanxin Girl and Stunning Girl, although they think it's funny, they don't laugh at them, they haven't seen much in the world. Then the next thing, should we first understand how much it costs to buy a small courtyard? I am also concerned about how we should be single. Jiang Nan said. That's right, let's hurry up to do this matter during this period of time. This is killing two birds with one stone. By the way, learning about the purchase of a small courtyard here also solves our current problem. And Qi echoed. Not bad. The Stunning Girl nodded. Then leave these trivial matters to us, Jiang Nan, you can find a tea house too. Sit down and have a cup of tea, you can leave this matter alone and leave it to us. Miro looked at Jiang Nan and said. While talking, Miro saw a tea house not too far away, raised her white finger and pointed to it and said, there is a tea house over there, you sit down first. Yes, Jiang Nan is left to us. The Stunning Girl also echoed. Okay then. Jiang Nan nodded, these trivial things are really troublesome, I don't like it. As he spoke, he led everyone towards the tea house, and when he came downstairs, Jiang Nan said, I'll wait for you on the second floor, you go. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Later, the Stunning Girl said, don't go with so many people, some of you should stay with Jiang Nan, at least someone who can talk to you, chat while drinking tea, how about, and Qi, Mi Ro, the three of us go together, and the giant spirit god, you can act as bodyguards to protect us. Although you are not much better than us, you are a man after all. Can. Okay. And Qi, Mi Ro, and giant spirit god nodded and said. Okay. Diyu also nodded, we'll stay and play Jiangnan. Sister Chuanxin also nodded, she is not very used to talking. The stunning girl and Chen Xi set off. Jiangnan took Diyu and the others upstairs, directly to the second floor. The waiter in the tea house hurried up and asked with a smile on his face. Would you like some tea? The best tea. Jiangnan said casually, speed up quickly, get a pot. Quickly. Okay, I'll be up right away. The waiter in the tea house agreed and ran down. Jiangnan is quite familiar with the ordinary consumption here, and it also consumes money, so Jiangnan doesn't have to worry at all. Although it will be a bit more expensive, it is not a problem for him. Although in this world, there is no exchange between spirit stones and silver. And no fool is willing to take out snacks and exchange them for silver. But with the resources of the earth, things like gold and silver are trivial to him. If he has no money, it is completely okay to go back to the earth. After all, the things here are not particularly expensive. If the business is measured by ordinary silver, Jiangnan is a rich man on the earth, so he is also a rich man here. Soon the tea was served. Jiangnan and the others were drinking tea slowly while chatting casually, waiting for the beautiful girl and Chen Xi to come back. Although the character girl and Chen Xi have just arrived in this city, they have a lot of ways to get things done. If you don't understand, you can ask someone, and you only need to pay a little bit of money, and some people are willing to answer their questions. The stunning girl and Chen Xi returned to the tea house in the middle of the afternoon, and the matter had already been settled. When several people went upstairs, Jiangnan asked with a smile, how's it going? And Sister Chuanxin hurriedly poured a cup of tea for each of them. It's all done. We bought a small courtyard at the edge of the city. Because it's on the edge of the city, the price is not expensive. It costs 5 taels of gold to tell a small courtyard that is enough to accommodate everyone. I mean, it's perfectly fine for everyone else to come. And Chi took a sip of tea and said happily, that's great. Jiangnan smiled and said, in this way, you don't have to worry about anything. Everyone comes here, and we can get together again. The only disadvantage is that the distance to the hunting union is a bit far. Even taking a carriage takes 2 hours. After all, Chiba City is too big. The stunning girl said. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the purpose of our coming to Chiba City is not to hunt, so there is no need to go to the hunting guild. Everyone just needs to have a cultivation environment. All the resources will be borne by me to earn spirit stones through alchemy. Jiangnan said. Yeah, that's exactly why we made the arrangement, and she said. Okay, since it's not too late, let's go to the small courtyard. After we settle down, we'll pick up everyone else tomorrow. I still have enough teleportation symbols here, Jiangnan said. Good. Everyone agreed. Without any further delay, they left the head portrait and dared to go to Xiaoyuan. Away from the hustle and bustle of Chiba City, it is quiet. Everyone took a carriage and arrived at the courtyard after an hour's journey. Jiangnan looked at the environment here and was very satisfied. The 3-story wooden attic has an elegant and quiet environment. Although the neighborhood is quiet, there is a place to eat not far away. If you don't want to cook by yourself, you can go to a nearby small restaurant to eat. Or you can buy something to cook for yourself. After all, there are enough people now, and there is no need to go hunting. It is too boring to practice all the time. It is also a good thing for all the girls to cook. Rest overnight. On the second day, Chen Xi teleported back to the small town with the teleportation talisman that others needed. With the others, he teleported directly back to the small courtyard in Chiba City. Although teleportation symbols are more expensive, they are very convenient to use. As long as you know the exact coordinates, you can teleport them directly. Everyone came to Chiba City, and the small courtyard suddenly became lively. Everyone chatted happily until noon when everyone calmed down. While eating lunch, they discussed the next plan. Jiang Nan already had a complete plan in mind. Now that there are enough people, all he has to do is order. While eating, Jiang Nan said to the stunning girl, "This afternoon, you are responsible for taking people to buy the things you need, 5 alchemy furnaces, a lot of lihushi, and the herbs needed for refining Dali pill. We bought a lot of them, and we will start alchemy tomorrow." The stunning girl nodded. Jiang continued, "I've thought about it. There are 15 of us in total. 3 of us are in charge of 1 alchemy furnace, and you are responsible for all aspects of procurement, my sister. We must have a clear division of labor. And we must operate at a high pace in the future. Boss, are we all going to participate in alchemy?" Gugu asked. Of course, in the previous plan, I originally planned to make alchemy alone. But now that everyone has arrived, I suddenly have an idea, that is, everyone starts to make alchemy at the same time, so the speed must be much faster. Jiang Nan said. This plan was indeed what he thought of when everyone came here. It is completely feasible to try it out. But do we know how to make alchemy? We don't know anything about it? Chen said nervously. No, I can teach you, it's very simple, you can learn it in a few days. Jiang Nan said with a smile. Jiang Nan has figured it out a little bit, as long as he teaches a few people to help him. A group of 3 people, 2 people are responsible for making raw pills, and the other person is responsible for watching the fire, so it is completely okay. He is in charge of using the success rate. At the last moment when the elixir is made, even looking at 5 alchemy furnaces is very easy. He only needs to drink tea happily, and throw out the detection when the estimated time is approaching. I didn't think of this plan before, but now I think about it and I feel very happy. In this way, the income one expected has increased by 5 times. And I am very relaxed. In this case, everyone will practice alchemy during the day, and practice at night when they have resources. Cultivation is the time to go to bed at night, so you don't need to go to bed to do a lot of cultivation. This can completely replace sleep. And the body is light and refreshing, which is better than sleeping and resting. When it comes to advanced immortal cultivators, then they have to retreat. There are many retreat practitioners who have been practicing for several years or even decades. They just meditate and practice like this. Okay, since you said you can learn it well in the future, we will learn it. In short, we will do as you arranged. And Chi said. The others didn't say anything anymore, they all nodded. After the settlement in the afternoon, the girl took a few people out to purchase the things Jiang Nan ordered. This future is entirely up to her. After all, she will be in charge of purchasing in the future. You must be familiar with this process. When the stunning girl came back in the evening, she had purchased all the things Jiang Nan ordered. After dinner, Jiang Nan, whom everyone was very interested in, began to teach them alchemy tonight. He was so excited that he didn't feel sleepy at all. Jiang Nan was also very helpless, so he thought about it for a while. From now on, it would be good to teach everyone how to make raw pills first, let them be proficient first. So I started to take out the medicinal herbs, to explain the amount and proportion of each raw pill, and how to make it. Everyone remembered, carefully, listening without blinking their eyes. Including stunning girls. Although she was not asked to be in charge of alchemy, she also wanted to learn it very much. After all, this is a skill, and this is a good opportunity, so there are too many skills to overwhelm her body. In fact, making Xingdan is very simple. After explaining it several times, everyone understands it, and then they try it out. After all, this is hands-on ability, the ratio of raw pills is very precise. And the quality of the refined pills is relatively good. Jiang Nan also told everyone this point. So everyone is very careful, but the speed is a bit scary. Is Jiang not in a hurry about this? The so-called practice makes perfect, and he will become more and more familiar in the future. Moreover, except for the first batch of elixirs, the subsequent elixirs are completely fine. During refining, other people can use this time to make raw elixirs, and the time can be fully utilized. We practiced until midnight before everyone stopped. And Jiang Nan was very satisfied. After such a long time, almost everyone made 150 pills that can be used to practice calligraphy. The alchemy can be started early tomorrow morning. As for the time of refining pills, other people can continue to make raw pills, and the time is fully staggered when it is convenient. Day 2, early in the morning. The official alchemy began. Under the command of Jiang Nan, several people who were in charge of controlling the alchemy flames looked at an alchemy furnace and added fuel at the right time. This is very simple and not complicated, as long as it is stable. When Jiang Nan first worked as an assistant in the elixir shop, he was also responsible for this as a novice. It is not complicated and easy. After a brief narration, several people grasped the essentials and said with a smile, "This alchemy doesn't look complicated." Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing, thinking that this is because what you are doing is superficial things. The most difficult thing is the heat, when the elixir is ripe. If he didn't have the ability to see the success rate, I'm afraid that if he did this, he would definitely cry. The cost of this road of pills and herbs is close to 20 spirit stones, and the 5 furnaces of pills are 100 spirit stones. If they are all used up, one can imagine what the loss will be. The Xingdan made last night was put on the stove, and the person in charge of making the Xingdan started to get busy again, except for the stunning girl, who turned around and watched. And Jiang Nan was drinking tea leisurely, and everyone else was busy. As time went by, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. While drinking tea beside Jiang Nan, he kept throwing probes at the 5 alchemy furnaces. Successful refining of super spiritual power pill. 0%. As time went on, the data gradually changed. 5%, 10%. And the speed of this change is very fast. Almost every second, there has been a big change. From this point, it can be seen that the refining pill can reach a level within just a few seconds. That's right, this time, Jiang Nan will be refining the Super Lingli pill. Now that there are no outsiders here, he doesn't want to waste time buying that kind of mid-level elixir. High-level elixir is really the most valuable thing. So with success, he will directly refine super pills. With the drastic changes in the data, Jiang Nan began to say to the people in charge of watching the work, "The refining is about to be successful." Everyone put their hands on the drawer, and immediately pulled out the drawer as soon as I shouted, "Understand?" Jiang Nan had already asked this question before. So as soon as the words fell, no one in charge of watching the fire immediately stood up and replied at the same time, understood. And I am afraid that my hand has already hit the handle of the drawer, and I am ready to pull it out at any time. At the last moment, Jiang Nan also began to stand ready, and the 5 pill furnaces kept throwing out detection. Fortunately, because the fire control is not so strict, the 5 pill furnaces were not successfully refined at the same time. This small gap makes it easier for Jiang Nan to deal with it, and it is far from the mature and more concerned detection. Soon. Number 5 single furnace, that's fine. Jiang Nan yelled. Gugu was in charge of number 5 alchemy furnace. Following Jiang Nan's shout, he immediately got the drawer out. Jiang Nan is not paying attention to how the elixir is refined, but is concerned about other elixir furnaces, because the time difference is not too long. The detection was quickly passed, and the number 2 alchemy furnace was also successfully refined. He shouted, "Number 2 alchemy furnace, move." Deng Wei was in charge of number 2 alchemy furnace, and he also got out the drawer immediately. Almost only less than 3 seconds apart, Jiang Nan shouted again, "Number 4, no. 4 is fine." Soon, all the elixirs in the 5 alchemy furnaces were finished. But the first giant spirit god who came out of the furnace looked at Jiang Nan depressedly for a year and said, "Boss, is this pot of pills useless? Why do I see that many pills are burnt black and all can't be used? Only a dozen or so seem to be in good condition." Everyone looked at it, and shook their heads and sighed after looking at it one by one. And Qi even said, "Did Jiang Nan have us to practice alchemy, which caused the effect of alchemy to be ineffective?" Seeing their questioning expressions, Jiang Nan was also taken aback. Could it be that this kind of cooperation is not good enough, and the elixir is useless? At this time, the others turned their attention again. The pills in the other 5 drawers were basically the same. Almost 90% of the pills had turned into a scorched black. However, when Jiang Nan came closer, he glanced at the potion of pills in front of the giant spirit god, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Nan's laughter confused the others. The stunning girl was even more taken aback. "I heard that Jiang Nan was not stimulated and went crazy, right? Ha ha ha." It took Jiang Nan a long time to stop laughing. "Jiang Nan, what are you laughing at? Tell me, can this elixir work?" And Qi asked. "You guys are so greedy, it's not enough," Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. While talking, he took out 8 small earth-gray pills from the drawer next to the giant spirit god, and said unhurriedly, "These 8 pills are the successful refining spirit pills. One is worth 5 spirit stones, and these 5 pills are already worth 40 spirit stones." As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, the stunning girl immediately interjected. "In this case, we simply paid too much for this batch of pills, and this road of pills and herbs is close to 100 spirit stones. She is very clear about this, she is responsible for purchasing. She found out when purchasing that alchemy medicines required such a high cost, and she was secretly surprised. You must know that the one-time cost of these 5 furnaces of pills is 500 spirit stones. Moreover, Jiang Nan also asked her to make a large number of one-time purchases. This time, he just bought the herbs for refining the elixir, and he sent out 3,000 spirit stones. It is a large part of Jiang Nan's savings of 20,000 spirits. And the others didn't cost much at all, and there were not more than a dozen. spirit stones in total. Hearing the stunning girl's words, everyone's hearts were bleeding. In the drawer in front of the giant spirit god, there were only 2 ammunition left. Even if these 2 were added, it would be worth 10 spirit stones, that is, a batch of pills was worth 50 spirit stones. And the cost is only 100 spirit stones. Calculated in this way, 1 furnace of elixir will cost 50 spirit stones, and 5 furnaces of elixir will cost 250 spirit stones. If 3 furnaces can be refined in a day, then 750 spirit stones will be paid. According to such a compensation method, Jiangnan's savings will soon be lost. Everyone has no spirit stones to practice, so it is useless to become a cultivator. So at this moment everyone is in a bad mood. Jiangnan took their expressions into his eyes and couldn't help laughing inwardly. Instead, he picked up the remaining 2 pills that looked extremely glossy, and said with a smile, as for these 2 pills of spiritual power, the quality is super pills. Do you want to know how much a super pill is worth? Jiangnan's words made everyone startled. Immediately shouted, I want to, of course I want to, tell us quickly. And Qi blinked her beautiful big eyes and thought of something, and asked. Jiangnan Super Lingli pill is very valuable? Hee. Jiangnan chuckled, his expression becoming more and more mysterious. This made everyone look at him even more puzzled. Jiang Nankai said later, yes, this super dolly order is very valuable. Can you guess how many spirit stones it is worth? Want to guess? Sister Chuanxin blinked her beautiful big eyes and said something to herself. Then tentatively asked, I guess it's worth 50 spirit stones, boss? Jiang Nan raised his middle finger back, with a mysterious smile on his face. No. Chuanxin, you guessed too much. It is impossible to exceed 10 times the price. I think it is possible to pay 20 spirit stones. The stunning girl said. Looking at Jiangnan after speaking, the meaning is obvious. He said he guessed. Right? Jiangnan raised his middle finger again and shook with a mysterious smile on his face. It's not right. If it's closer, it's my guess. The stunning girl said with some resentment. You can have this, but yours is not to mention close, and it is farther away than the real price. Jiang Nan said with a smile to the stunning girl. Ah. It turns out that it is more expensive than 50 spirit stones. I was wrong. Although the stunning girl guessed wrong, she looked very happy on her face. Because this situation has already shown that at least this batch of pills does not need to lose money. A super pill of spiritual power is more than 50 spirit stones, so 2 pills must be at least more than 100 grams of spirit stones, so at least it is profitable. At this moment, and Qi said, then let me guess, it's worth 100 spirit stones. And Qi mustered up her courage to offer such a price, which is 20 times the price of the low-level spirit power pill. They didn't know anything about pills at all, and they felt that such a price was already very surprising, and it took courage to say it. However, Jiang Nan still raised his middle finger and waved it, the meaning was obvious, and he didn't guess right. Don't guess, how do you guess, Jiang Nan, you should tell us. Don't play tricks here, it makes us anxious and itchy in our hearts. Spider. Jing said angrily. Yeah, boss, tell us, don't let us guess this and worry about it. Giant Spirit God also said. Well, Brother Jiang told us quickly, Bebe was waiting impatiently. Bebe stood up and spoke. Jiang Nan nodded with a helpless wry smile and said, okay, then I won't play tricks on you. Let me tell you, first of all, you need to know one thing. The grading of the spiritual power pill is of course not just a strong force. But any pill has such an upgrade. The lowest pill is a low-level pill. 4. Example, the price of the 10 pills we took out, one is worth 5 spirit stones, and there is a level above, that is, the middle-level pill. The price is 5 times that of positive worries, worth 25 spirit stone, and 1 level up, that is high-level pills, and the value of high-level pills is already 10 times that of intermediate-level pills. Take spiritual power pills. For example, an intermediate-level spiritual power pill, that is 250 spirit stones. Hiss. Hiss. When Jiangnan talked about this, there was a continuous sound of gasping around, and everyone was shocked beyond measure. Seeing their expressions, Jiangnan smiled even brighter. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Jiangnan continued, and the super pill is 10 times the price of the high-grade pill. When Jiangnan's words fell, there was a burst of exclamation that could not be suppressed. My God, if you say this, a super spiritual power pill is worth 2,500 spirit stones, so the 2 spiritual power pills refined in this furnace are worth 5,000 spirit stones? I'm not dreaming. Who will slap me? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? How does it feel like dropping spirit stones from the sky? When did spirit stones become so easy to earn? Scared me to death, my God, the speed of earning spirit stones is too scary. Seeing everyone's shocking comments, Jiangnan felt elated. He no longer paid attention to the shock of other people, let them digest it. Well, he began to pay attention to the situation of other alchemy furnaces. Refining elixir. After checking the situation of the 5 alchemy furnaces refining the elixir, he felt more beautiful and satisfied. The 5 alchemy furnaces are so sad. This time, a total of 8 super spiritual power pills were refined, but the number of successes for other worries is not optimistic. There is no mid-level or high-level elixir, and there are occasionally 10 or so low-level elixirs in each of them. But this is enough, 8 super spirit power pills are worth 20,000 spirit stones. Moreover, it was only refined at one time, and at the current speed, 3 pills can be practiced every day, which is 60,000 spirit stones. This number even shocked Jiangnan, who was prepared in his heart. And he has a more complete plan, because he has already detected it before, as long as the firepower is good enough for 2 hours, 1 batch of pills can be refined, which can greatly save time, refining 3 batches of pills a day, and refining 6 batches of pills. If it is the same harvest, then 120,000 spirit stones can be harvested every day. This number is even more terrifying. Of course, the more the better. Jiangnan is happy to see the results, and wait for a few people in charge of the alchemy fire to become proficient, then start to speed up the alchemy. Although, the speed of earning spirit stones like this is terrifying, but there are too many places that need spirit stones. Now that there are so many people on hand, everyone does not have the cultivation skills, and they still need the assistance of spirit stones when practicing. If there are enough spirit stones, the speed of cultivation will naturally be much faster. Another point is that if these pills of mine are sold, they can indeed earn a lot of spirit stones, but with so many people on my side, they also need the assistance of ammunition to practice, so that the cultivation speed can be faster. If the best standard of elixir is met, it is best to take at least 1 elixir a day to assist in cultivation. If this is the calculation, it's just that they consume 16 super spiritual power pills every day. Jiang Nan has already thought about it, since he can cultivate the ability of the super spirit power pill, although it is extremely expensive, but his own people also need to use the super spirit power pill to practice, so that there will be no residue, which will affect the bottleneck obstacles caused by breaking through the big realm in the future. He hopes that all those who follow him can cultivate into immortals and obtain eternal life. Although this goal is far away, they must firmly move towards this goal. She didn't want anyone to make any mistakes during this time. In particular, there is no need to go to the secret realm for adventure and hunting now, and in this case, there should be no accidents. Everyone was excited for a long time before calming down, and each of them continued to make alchemy with full motivation. The bad mood that I thought was refining more than a dozen pills disappeared and was replaced by excitement. At the end of the first day, 3 batches of pills were refined. Maybe it was later that he became more proficient. After 1 day, he refined a total of 30 grams of super spiritual power pills. There are about 300 low-level pills, which were almost ignored by Jiang Nan this day. Because it was the first time, everyone stopped because of excitement, and there was a pause in the middle. It was already around 10 o'clock in the evening when the 3rd batch of elixir was refined. While eating dinner, the stunning girl thought of a question, and asked Jiang Nan, you said this super pill, one can be worth 2,500 spirit stones, but how do we turn it into a spirit stone? Others are billing pharmacies, and we don't open pill pharmacies. For this situation, the character girl didn't know that he was on the way to purchase when he informed, and saw a lot of Danyan stores, and she just paid attention to it. Jiang Nan smiled and said, super elixir is a very precious thing. If it appears in the elixir shop, it will definitely be snatched up immediately, and it will be bloody. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this super elixir was not only of high value, but also a spirit stone with so much energy value would be so sought after. Jiang continued, there are 2 ways to sell super pills. One is to take it directly to the hunting guild. The hunting guild will accept the lowest price of 2,500 spirit stones and give you favorability. The other way is to go to the auction and sell it through bidding to get the highest value. Then let's go to the auction house to auction. After listening to Jiang Nan's words, the stunning girl immediately said, we will never deal with the hunting guild. You have such a talent in Jiang Nan, and you must not let the hunting guild know. Otherwise, this is an extremely dangerous thing. We wanted to avoid this when we were in the small town, and we also want to avoid this now, so go to the hunting guild and directly veto it. I think so too. Jiang Nan smiled and said, now I'm just explaining to you 2 ways to sell super pills, so we have to choose the auction house. Next, you need to focus on understanding the process of the auction house. I participated in this in my previous world, but I don't know the difference between the ranking of the auction house here and ours. You should first understand. I will go with you at the first auction. The stunning girl nodded, okay, I'll go and find out about this tomorrow. Jiang Nan nodded. I remembered something later, and continued, there is one more thing. Although we are all immortal cultivators now, we haven't practiced the exercises yet. At best, we can only be regarded as quasi-immortal cultivators. You still need to learn about the practice of cultivation techniques. I don't have time to understand this matter. Learn about the price carefully, and other aspects. We can prepare for how many spiritual stones we have to buy. For cultivation exercises. Okay, I see. The stunning girl nodded. He also understands that this matter is very important. If the super elixir at hand is used, then there will be spirit stones to buy cultivation methods. Only with cultivation methods can everyone be considered a true immortal cultivator. After dinner, the stunning girl thought of another question, and asked. Jiangnan, what about these low-level spiritual power pills, how should we deal with them? Jiangnan thought about it for a while. Although he hadn't considered this issue before, he soon made a decision and said to the stunning girl. This is easy to say. From this situation I learned, the general junior alchemist. Refining a furnace of elixir probably can make more than 20 primary Lingleden. They can probably earn a profit of a primary spiritual dan. You simply find a danjia shop, 20 primary Lingleden, and send them a spiritual dan. In some cases, they have a spiritual entry of Lingleden without working hard. Okay. The stunning girl nodded. I understand, I will ask about this matter. Together tomorrow. Jiangnan nodded and said nothing more. After lunch, everyone drank a cup of tea and took a break before going to rest. The next day, everyone continued to devote themselves to the alchemy. Jiangnan adjusted the fire control of alchemy, trying to gradually shorten the time of alchemy. To be on the safe side, he didn't maximize the firepower, but added it little by little. In this way, several people who control the pill fire can gradually become proficient. The stunning girl went out to follow Jiangnan's instructions to find out about the situation. In the evening, the alchemy was over, and the effect was satisfactory. 4. Furnaces of elixirs were refined in this day. The number of pills refined is basically the same as before. There are nearly 40 super spirit power pills, and nearly 400 ordinary pills. Although it can be ignored, it is worth 2,000 spirit stones. Not long after, the stunning girl also came back. While everyone was eating, everyone eagerly asked the stunning girl, hurry up and tell me how the situation is going. Let me have a cup of tea first. The stunning girl said. After gulping down a few sips of tea, the stunning girl began to say, which situation do you want to know the most? After speaking, the stunning girl looked at Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled and said, I don't care, let's see which situation everyone is anxious to hear first. Let's talk about the super spirit power pill first. Yes, let's talk about the auction house first. The emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry, Jiangnan is not in a hurry, but the others are talking in a hurry. Okay. The stunning girl said, I've asked about this, it's very easy, as long as you take the super spirit power pill to the auction house, you can join the ranks of the auction, and the auction house will charge 1% of the proceeds, but the people in the auction house promise me that the super spirit power pill is very popular now, definitely come to the auction house, even if you get 1% of the income, it will definitely be worth more than the hunting guild. But when bidding, according to past experience, the minimum transaction price was 2,700 to 800 spirit stones, and even 3,000 spirit stones were auctioned off. Wow. That's great, it's great, as long as the super spiritual power pill can be shot, there is nothing to be afraid of. I suggest that we work overtime overnight and work hard on alchemy. 4 furnaces a day is not enough, we need to practice 8 furnaces. For the right team, we also work overtime at night, we don't sleep anymore. There was a commotion among the crowd. It took a long time for everyone to calm down. Jiang Nan asked the stunning girl, "Then let's continue to talk about the next situation." The stunning girl nodded and said, "Next is the matter of low-level spiritual power pills. I have asked in several pill shops. Just like what you said in Jiangnan, 20 low-level spiritual power pills will be given to them as a gift. The bosses of every pill are very willing to accept it. It is not a problem for us to sell our low-level spiritual power pills." Jiangnan smiled and said, "Naturally." Others also echoed and said, "Yeah, although these are nothing compared to super spirit power pills, if these low-level spirit power pills are used, there will be more than 2,000 spirit stones a day, which is also a lot of money." Yeah, this is basically the rhythm of making a fortune. The stunning girl nodded, "It's just right. I sell the low-level elixirs I refine every day, and use these spirit stones to buy herbs for refining elixirs. With a little savings from before, I should be able to last for a few days. When the time comes, we will go to the auction house and auction off the accumulated super spiritual power pills." "That's right, that's exactly what I had in mind." Jiangnan nodded and said, "He is also pondering this question, because the refining pill consumes a lot of herbs, and there are not too many spirit stones accumulated on hand. After all, their refining speed is too fast. They can refine 5 furnaces at one time, and now they can refine 4 times a day, that is 20 furnaces, which is comparable to 6 or 7 elixir shops. Consume a large batch, of course." The stunning girl said again, "Then let me talk about the issue that everyone is more concerned about, and that is the matter of practicing exercises." The stunning girl paused at this point, and glanced at everyone. In an instant, the room fell silent, and everyone stopped talking, focusing on the stunning girl. This question is indeed of great concern to each of them. Jusei girl said at this time, "From what I have learned, there are also great differences in cultivation methods. The more advanced the cultivation method, the faster the cultivation speed. This is the cultivation method used in the foundation building period. It is divided into 4 levels of Tiandi Shanhuang. The highest level is the Tian level, and the lowest level is the Huang level. Different skills have very different cultivation speeds, and the difference in cultivation speed is doubled for different levels." Speaking of this, the stunning girl stopped and took a sip of tea. On the other side, Miro asked with her beautiful big eyes, "Does that mean that the training speed of Tianji's Kung Fu is 4 times faster than Huang's Kung Fu?" No. The stunning girl immediately waved and said, "It's not you as in calculation. This should be the case. The earth level practice method is twice as fast as the yellow level practice method, that is, the 2 different exercises. The practice of cultivation of the emperor level is equivalent to the 2 days of cultivation of the yellow level exercises. The level of 4 days, and the heaven level exercises are 8 times the imperial level exercises. Wow. The difference is so big, then we must use the sky level exercises, not the yellow level exercises." Yes, the best, absolutely the best, so that you can practice faster." Everyone immediately started talking in a hurry. And each of them looked excited, as if they would be able to cultivate into immortal soon. There was a lot of discussion, and there was a lot of noise. Cough. The stunning girl coughed twice, and said helplessly, "Wait until I finish talking. Do you think that practicing exercises is just random garbage picked up on the street? Oh. Oh. Everyone was stunned, and the discussion stopped. Jiang Nan smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He knew that the beautiful girl had something to say. The stunning girl then continued, "You open your mouth and shut your mouth is a heaven-level cultivation method, so do you know how expensive the cultivation method in Tianjin is? How expensive is it?" Hiss. From what you said, this thing must be extremely expensive, right? I also have this kind of feeling. It's very bad. It seems that we've had enough of practicing heavenly exercises. Everyone was discussing again. The stunning girl continued, "Let's put it this way, the lowest level yellow level cultivation technique is also worth 100 spirit stones, and each of the 3 levels above is a 10-fold increase." For the words of the stunning girl, the people who just fell down just counted with their fingers, and soon there were constant exclamations. "My good fellow, if you calculate it this way, a heaven-level cultivation technique needs 100,000 spirit stones, which is too expensive." Jiang Nan also did some calculations. This price is indeed not cheap. However, based on his daily income of spirit stones, he can refine 40 super spirit power pills every day. If they are all sold, he will earn 100,000 spirit stones every day. You can buy a Tianji cultivation method, but the account cannot be calculated like this. After all, these people need to use a super spiritual power pill every day for cultivation, so that is 15 spiritual power pills for their own use. Therefore, earning spiritual stones every day is not enough to bury a heaven-level cultivation technique, and it will take about 2 days. Moreover, there are 16 of them here, and it will take more than a month for all of them to use the heavenly cultivation technique. So the above is indeed a headache. But this is Shi Jueme, who has said again, such an expensive price is only one aspect. The most important thing is that it is suitable and has no market. It is impossible for us to buy sky-level cultivation techniques, let alone sky-level cultivation techniques. We can't even buy mysterious level cultivation techniques, because these cultivation techniques are controlled by the hunting guild. Only people with a high enough favorability of the hunting guild can buy them, and the favorability is super high. There is no way to buy Xian level and Tian level cultivation techniques. Ah, there is such a thing? How could this be? Does this mean that we can only practice at the highest level, ground level cultivation techniques? Yeah, I was just about to ask that too. Everyone talked in a hurry again. Jiang Nan also frowned instantly. The stunning girl noticed Jiang Nan's expression, and while explaining to Jiang Nan, she also said to everyone, "Yes, judging from the current situation, we can at best practice land-level cultivation techniques, and the price is also cheap. We only need 1,000 spirit stones. All of us can easily have cultivation techniques. The only regret is that the cultivation speed is too slow. Cultivate a yellow-level kung fu." Everyone nodded and understood the current situation. For ordinary cultivators, it is usually a luxury to be able to practice earth-level cultivation techniques. Now they also realize how honored it is to hang out with Jiang Nan. Time flies, and the time of that day passes quickly. It takes 5 days to refine the elixir, which consumes a lot of herbs. Let Jiang Nan spend all his savings. So on the 5th day, today I decided to rest and stop alchemy. And Jiang Nan and Zhu Seizi went to the auction house with the super spiritual power pills accumulated in the past 5 days. The auction house is located in the center of the city, and it is a long way from Jiang Nan and their residence. Early in the morning, Jiangnan, the stunning girl, and Du Yu took a carriage to the auction house. The reason why Du Yu went with him was because she had worked in the auction house on Earth before, and through the narration of the character girl, the operation method of the auction house in this world is similar to that on Earth. So follow along. It was already mid-afternoon when we arrived. In the past 5 days, 200 grams of super spiritual power pills have been accumulated. Getting off the carriage, the stunning girl led the way, and the three of them walked into the auction house. In the reception room of the auction house, a man in his 30s received the 3 people from Jiangnan. A man in his 30s is already a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. When the 3 of Jiangnan entered the room, a 30-year-old Golden Core stage practitioner ran out with a Qi exploration technique. Finding that the 3 of Jiangnan and the others were only immortal cultivators in the early stage of the Foundation establishment period, they immediately ignored their answers and asked casually, "Do you have anything to do?" In his opinion, such a low-level cultivator would never bring any good things up for auction. Jiangnan saw the other party's expression in his eyes, and snorted coldly in his heart. He was very contemptuous of people, and his expression was not very good-looking. He said with a cold face, "Come here, of course I have something to entrust the auction house to auction." "I know." The Golden Core stage immortal cultivator continued to say in a cold voice, "Then let's take it out and have a look. I tell you in advance that there is a rule. This auction house does not accept things with a price of less than 5,000 spirit stones. If there is nothing valuable, don't waste my time and leave as soon as possible." "Ah." Jiangnan smiled, but it was just a sneer. The dog's eyes looked down on people. This is a kind of person he hates very much. There was no nonsense, and with a thought, a small bag appeared in his hand. And he casually threw the small bag on the table in front of the Jindanki monk. The Golden Core monk glanced at the small bag, and said casually, "There's nothing here?" Lingli pill. The stunning girl also saw that Jiangnan's complexion was not good, and she was afraid of messing up the matter, so she immediately interjected and said, in a more polite tone, "Couldn't it be a bag of low-level spiritual power pills? We don't like this kind of thing when we talk about it. This bag looks like a lot, unless it's all intermediate level spiritual power pills. We barely accept it at the annual meeting when you arrange an auction," Jin Danchi monk said. "Of course," the stunning girl said, "you can see it after looking at it. It is absolutely in line with the rules of the auction." "Oh." The Golden Core stage monks were a little surprised. First of all, could these low-level immortal cultivators in the early stage of Foundation establishment still get so many intermediate-level spiritual power pills? With a skeptical attitude, the Jindanki monk slowly opened the small bag. The moment the small bag was opened, a super-strong luster was exposed in front of the Jindan cultivator. "Ah, my God, super spirit power pill." What shocked the Jindan stage monks was that he stood up suddenly, his mouth opened wide, and the expression on his face was as shocking as possible. Jiangnan and the others couldn't help but chuckle when they saw it. It took a long time for the monks of Jindanki to calm down from the shock. Looked at Jiangnan and the others in disbelief and said, "My God, you have brought so many super spiritual power pills, this is simply..." He was a little incoherent and didn't know what to say. Jiangnan chuckled and said, "You don't think we can come up with so many super spiritual power pills because of our low realm, but it's not bad for you to think so, because these pills are refined by our master. He is too busy, so we are here to help him to auction at the auction house. This is what Jiang Nan and Zhu Zizi thought up when they were at home. After all, if people know that they can refine super spiritual power pills in their state, then this will be too shocking. Because a super alchemist has been refined, it means that he is already a super alchemist. A super alchemist has a noble status, let alone in Chenya city. Even if he has the largest city, it is an extremely noble existence. Because it is too difficult to reach the level of a super alchemist, and every super alchemist is a rare existence. I get it, I get it. Brother Jindan's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, and he spoke to Jiang Nan and the others with a smile on his face. He completely believed what Jiang Nan and the others said, because it was very reasonable. A super alchemy time is so precious. Of course, it is impossible to waste time doing such trivial things in places like the auction house, so he sent his disciples to the auction house to auction these pills, which is very reasonable. And the reason why the Jindan stage monks have made a 180-degree change in their attitude towards Jiang Nan is because even the apprentice of a super alchemist is quite honorable, let alone the Jindan stage monks. Even the Mahayana stage monks have nothing to look down on. Let me count how many there are in total. Jindan is a monk and said quickly, and then began to take out the super spiritual power pills in the small bag, and counted them carefully. This is a super pill, each one is very valuable, so the uncle who is a super alchemist must be very careful. And each subject is carefully checked to see if it is a super elixir. What he does is this responsibility, and he has to bear every point of the car, so he must be careful about valuables such as super spiritual power pills. Jiang Nan and the others didn't bother, they sat down on a chair beside them and waited slowly. After a short time, the Jindanki monks counted all of them and verified the quality. They looked at Jiang Nan and the others with a face full of materials and said, "There are a total of 200 super spiritual power pills, right?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Well, since there is no mistake, I will record it and arrange an auction." "Then, what is the reserve price of your super spiritual pill?" Jindanki monk continued. Jiang Nan and the others had already thought about this question before. Without any hesitation, Jiang Nan said directly, "The price is set at 2,500 spirit stones." "Good." The Jindan stage monk immediately replied, "Most auctions of super spiritual power pills are priced at 2,500 spirit stones. Of course, this item rarely appears in auction houses. Once this item appears, it will definitely be very popular." While talking about this golden core stage monk, there was a longing look on his face. Although he is a monk at the golden core stage, the effect of the spiritual power pill is too low for him to practice, and he must take the corresponding pill for the golden core stage to practice faster, but there are many juniors in his family who are still at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, he can only think about it this way. With his ability, he doesn't have the capital to let the juniors continue to take super spiritual power pills. If there is no bottleneck in the way of cultivation, not only must he take super spiritual power pills from the beginning, but also have to take super pills all the way through the practice, otherwise it will be meaningless. Therefore, it is impossible for people who don't have enough enemies to dare to choose to pay super pills. You know, the super spiritual power pill is just an auxiliary pill needed for cultivation in the foundation building period, and the price is already at least 2,500 spirit stones. Then when the level rises, the super elixir needed for the golden elixir stage will be twice the price of the primary elixir. That is to say, the price required for the supplementary pills needed for the cultivation of the golden core period will be 5,000 spirit stones each. Moreover, to ensure the speed of cultivation, you need to take one pill every day. This kind of consumption is really not for ordinary people, and ordinary families can bear it. So Jingdan stage monks can only think about it. Everything is in order. Jiangnan and the others turned around and left, and went directly to the auction hall. The auction started after noon, and the morning was for preparations. And the current time is still a while before noon, but it's not that long. After all, Jiangnan and the others had a long way to go when they came here. And they were delayed here for a while. It will take about an hour before the auction starts. But Jiangnan and the others had nowhere to go, so they went directly to the auction hall, where they chatted and waited. When entering the auction hall, nearly half of the people had already arrived. The hall was very large and could accommodate more than 5,000 people, which was incomparable with the auction houses on Earth. When there are many auction houses on Earth, there are only a few hundred people, but it is very common for auction houses here to have thousands of people. There was a lot of chaos and noise. Jiangnan and the others chose a relatively secluded place and sat down, chatting slowly, waiting for the start of the auction house. Time flies, minute by minute. Afternoon. The prelude to the auction kicked off and the auction officially began. The hall fell silent. Jiangnan and the others stopped chatting and paid attention to the auction table. Of course, they were most concerned about the auction items. Among them, the most common auction items are various weapons. Jiangnan didn't pay much attention to this, but later a practice technique appeared, which was a mysterious level practice technique called Zhulongjiu. Jiangnan suddenly became interested. Not only did Jiangnan show interest, but the characters also excitedly said to Jiangnan, "Jiangnan, this mysterious cultivation method must be photographed. We can't buy the mysterious cultivation method through other channels.